Man, it's a rough one all the way through. Two big teams with buys into the second round, and there's some tough competition to even make it as far as the semi-finals. I mean, Leicester Raptors pack have had a really solid season. We haven't seen them perform so far through the regular weeks. In the same vein, you know, that's one of our top contending teams that hasn't even made it, you know, in the top two that get that bye to the next round. So they've still got some work to do, and they got to start it today.
Well, we are coming in thick and fast straight on to the Rift, and we can see the Ramshorns are on blue side. And they're going aggressive straight away onto the Raptor pack, putting some damage down, getting themselves a couple of little stealthy fronts.
No real hard CC to come through, as another one will rely on a couple of slows to come through, and yeah, the Spell Thief procs is really all that came from it. Nothing else was forced out from that position, and to be honest, it barely looked like Raylu lost any health at all after a quick ebb and flow from Abli Kuvlod, but they're going to get the mana back for that, head back to base. Nothing of value really lost, maybe one deep ward placed in the lane, but elsewhere, no over-aggression to come through, no vision gained in the jungle. For the opposite side, Bootsy maybe had an opportunity to go and drop a ward on the blue buff, but he's dropped it on the Pixel Brush in the river for that little bit of safety towards Notice in the mid lane.
We'll keep our eyes peeled towards the junglers. Early paths, of course. We are onto the preseason patch. We've had some changes in the jungle, which is why you're noticing that change on jungle items, but we'll touch maybe more on that a little bit later. For now, we'll focus on the action, and more importantly, where were my manners? I haven't introduced my ever-graceful co-host, Rick Saga Sharples, here with me, Stanley Greyheart Barker, bringing you this quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, we've gone directly into the action. No mucking about. There's no time for shenanigans, no time for pro drafts, as we are out here for the playoffs. Everything on the line for these teams. And already, N7 Kiddo getting the early advantage, getting the push in early on. Notice actually wasn't satisfied with having the safety of the ward up top. He went to place his own on the bottom side of the river, and that cost him the push in mid lane. Kiddo getting to level 2 first and starting to put some real pressure down on Corki.
I'll be doing the same engine to hit that early level 2. Going to push forward with Raylu. And we are seeing over on the red side of the Rift our champions from last split when we came through from Insomnia 68. We were able to bring you those grand finals live in person. It was an absolutely tremendous affair, and this is a team who will be disappointed to fall into the lower half of the brackets, having to fight their way through from the quarterfinals without a bye. They want that rematch up against their final opponents from last time.
Ekia starting the jungle path on the Wolves and full clearing the top side and going down to make use of that area of effect damage that comes out of Lilia. Clearing out the chickens has been spotted out on the ward, but the pathing very much known now. And Jujio Kakia has the opportunity to try and put some pressure on the top side, now knowing that Lilia will be over towards the bottom, won't be able to do much to try and help Your Delicious out should an attempt come through, but an early placed ward might give him the forward warning, but it might not be enough.
Your Delicious getting a lot of damage as Bootsy's gone so aggressive. The potential for the flash stun, but Bootsy decides to hold on to the summoners. Your Delicious able to do the same.
Jujio Kakia has actually hopped over the wall, is looking to try and see if he could catch him basing in a unsafe position, but hasn't been able to do so, so will instead fall back and just claim the Scuttle Crab on the top side. That's one of the big changes in the jungle. Scuttle Crabs are worth so much more in terms of experience, so have to make sure that you're not getting double scuttled as a jungler on this patch.
Not going to be happening in this game. As you can see, the bottom half of the map was taken control of by the Lilia, who's lurking difference in case N7 Kiddo gets in a bit of trouble, but Albi is actually going to be the one catching on towards the Lilia. This is turning into a straight 3v2 in the mid lane if Sejuani to join the party.
I think it might have just given the game away a little bit, seeing that Nami was lurking so close that there was a commitment to come through, but it's still enough to force the flash.
Yeah, Talia going to be left without that summoner against the Corki, which takes away a lot of the safety against Notice.
And that's a big change, really, in the ebb and flow, so to speak, of the mid lane. But down bot lane, Lucian wishes he had one.
Well, Cuba just realizing straight away that Raylu has been abandoned by the support and says, you know what, let's use this as an opportunity. But the supports return to lane accompanied by Bristle.
Really smart timing on that aggression. They had a big minion wave as well, so even if Raylu was there to try and fight back, he wasn't going to be able to do so without taking a whole chunk of damage. The bubble's not going to land. Abli Kuvlod That's a huge chunk, though.
Lulu doing the best to shield up the majority of the damage coming through. We've skipped through that draft phase, but it doesn't mean we can't talk about the drafts as they've happened. Of course, interesting bot lane matchup, not something that's abnormal at all. The Lucian, the Nami being paired together puts down such early pressure in lane, getting small CS advantages up against the Kai'Sa Lulu. In mid lane, early things were looking good for Kiddo on Natalia up against Corki, but Corki getting that help from the jungle. The jungle champ is going to be Sejuani going up against Lilia. Up on the top side, it is going to be Yordelicious playing the Trundle, going up against Bootsy's Renekton.
I'm kind of looking at the bans that came through, and a lot of focus onto Yordelicious in the ban phase as well. 3 top laners taken away, and it looks like it was the first round as well. Mundo, Ornn, and Wukong all taken away. Kuba, though, that's a low hit points.
Oh, Raylu with constant aggression on this Lucian, and with the ebb and flow constantly there to provide the safety. It's going to be a tricky lane early on here for the Ramshorns, but they're doing a pretty good job surviving so far. Flash already coming out of Trundle, knowing they are in trouble. I'm not entirely sure we see Yordelicious get out of this one. They had bans put towards them. They had first blood taken out of them.
Really nicely timed. Albie low HP though.
Bubble connects. Flash is burned. Flash forward, double tap. One more hit can do it, but the exhaust is enough to save. Raylu is still going to die, however, as the turnaround is beautifully played by the quickly approaching Ekius, who flashes in and helps secure 2 kills.
Oh, the Ignite just not dealing enough damage. Albie could maybe have got 1 extra auto attack had they committed the flash, but not knowing it was a lost cause, seeing that Ekius appeared from the back line, it's a big turnaround for Kuba and Submissive, who has been pretty back and forth in the bot lane. They have been really on the back end of a lot of aggression, a little bit of a CS deficit up against Lucian, but with those 2 assists now picked up, and Ekius really on a high roll now. Look at that, picking up a Dark Seal as well, getting the advantage when it comes to stacking up that pet in the mid lane. Highly accelerate from the lead.
Roaming, no flash available here still for Kiddo, who's just trying to wait as long as they can. They have to cleanse to get out Sejuani ultimate. It's not enough to save their life, though. This time, they're flashless and they're lifeless.
I think about this point, you're going to start seeing a vote coming up on the right-hand side of the screen. If we are the Bradford Rams, we'll be saying, hey, should we go for this Drake? But Bootsy's got other ideas. He's got a 1v1 to deal with before that comes through.
Subjugate already used. Flash available for Bootsy. They may not even need to use it. The chase continues. GG Korea is the one who gets the kill on to Yordelicious. Really, really strong start from our defending champions, but they do concede a kill in mid lane as Notice extends a little too far.
Caught out by the sleep, and from that point on, it's just an easy bop.
Wow, that damage onto Submissive. It's the pickaxe double Doran. Sorry, not double Doran, double longsword alongside the Dorans there for Lucian, and just ripping through the health bars every single double tap.
Wondering if this might even potentially be like an Emax Nami that's coming through, the amount of pure damage that's coming through, the way that Lucian with the double tap can just rapidly put down both of the stacks of Nami's empowered auto attacks. Makes it real dangerous for a half health Lulu to stick around in this situation, but it looks like they're just going to be happy with taking the tower plate for now and back away before any... Ooh. Okay, that Void Seeker was a little scary, but I'm not sure it would have fully committed with a dive with Lulu not yet having the wild growth available.
Kuba with a bit of fancy feet, trying to get some vision down. We saw that ward being planted by Italia towards the drag. Sejuani did not care about that at all. They decided they had enough prio. They were happy enough they knew where Lilia was. So 1 dragon has now been secured. That one going over into GG Kia, and of course the rest of the Raptors' pockets. And at the 9-minute mark, things are very, very close. Just the 1,000 gold separating the 2 teams on the back of a few of those kills picked up.
No surprise at all to see Jijio Kakia lurking around the bottom lane, trying to get some stuff back in their favor. Ekius, though, is lurking, but the mana is gone.
Yeah, it's a 3-kill Lilia, but they are going to get stunned up, locked up, and all sorts of trouble despite the wild growth. Looks like some misses in trouble. Shut down Gold's going to come in, and Kai'Sa already managed to pick up 2. Wants to find a third onto Notice, dodging away from the rockets, doing great work. The final hit comes in. Corki and Kai'Sa securing themselves another. That's a triple going over to Kuba's Kai'Sa.
Well, taking them down with them, but Kuba auto-attacking from the bush gave the vision for Notice to get that final auto-attack in. Couldn't be blocked by Submissive G, but still, all in all, that's 3 kills for you, Kai'Sa. It's really got to be said. It's probably worth going down in that position all in all, that's a big turnaround once again in the bottom lane, completely now tying up the gold level between the two, despite the fact that there's a big CS advantage now in favor of Railu's Lucian, and also the 2 tower plates gone down. The dive really not working out in the favor of the Rams.
No, and it's 2 huge carriers that are now going for the Rams' horns, and so they're going to be pretty happy with that fact, having the Kai'Sa and of course that Lily we saw getting fed early on, who's just been tagging onto Albi Kovlov and Albi. I can't say Kublov for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm just going to call him Albi. Albi got tagged, flashed away, managed to survive. Meanwhile, a lot of fights going down around this Herald. Ekius trying to use that Fed Lilia to their advantage, turning the damage back onto GG Clear, and it is Bootsy who's now left scurrying for the relative safety of their own side of the jungle. They've got Albi coming across, able to throw down the defensive bubble. Kiddo thinks about coming over the wall, decides to flash, find the damage. There it is. Kuba finds another. It's a defensive package used. Meanwhile, down the bot side, Railu, who's the only one who stayed this side of the map, is just picking up turret plates and fun.
We love to see that from Kiddo. The first time they commit the flash is to try and fail to escape from a gank. Second time, it's aggressive. It's to secure a kill onto Bootsy and make sure that there's no contention coming through. And they can grab this Rift Herald with pretty much impunity. The fact as well that Ekius was the first to get their jungle item to that all-important 20 stack, so should it have come down to a 50-50, they would have had the advantage in terms of the smite fight, but not to be the case, and Kuba will be the one to pick up the Rift Herald, so a huge influx of gold just waiting to be dropped from Kai'Sa once again.
A couple of minutes still to be able to use that Herald down on the bottom half of the map. We said Railu stayed to deal with turret platings and now taken 4 for themselves, almost even able to secure first turret this early into the game. Ekius is looking pretty strong, 3-1 and 3, an impressive scoreline on this Lilia, but at the moment it's all coming down to a question of can this Corki do enough to get themselves into the late game, get themselves towards more and more power spikes and make life difficult for all these now very, very fed carries that the Horns have.
If you look at the build, that's looking like a Ravenous Hydra into Moira Mana build. That is a hefty mid-game spike that is just waiting to occur in about 10 minutes time for Corki once those start to get stacked up. But Bootsy,
Yordalicious really wanting this one, flashing and just trying to get the kill on the back of the Subjugate, but the dominating Bootsy says no, you're not getting any of your crocodile skin shoes off this one.
You see the difference in build, and it's working out for Yordalicious.
It absolutely is, going so aggressive. No flash in tow, but not needed. Bootsy will die this time, just misjudging the damage the troll could put out.
And didn't have his ultimate backup available to get that instant burst of health. Kiddo wishes he had that right now.
Oh, nice culling. Railu's able to get another one. This is going to be bot side, trying to secure first turret just as quickly as possible. Yordalicious picking up some turret plates on the back of that solo kill as well. Huge amount of turret plates all across the map going down. Lots of extra gold going into pockets of key carries. None more so, though, than Railu at the moment.
We're sitting at just under 1.5 kills per minute. At this point, it's been a hectic early game, a whole lot of clashes, a whole lot of engagement, solo kills, team fights around objectives. We've had it all so far, but when will the time come for just a little bit of settlement to allow some of these scaling champions to start picking up those power spikes, that midpoint? Look at Corki now with the Ravenous Hydra completed, can start stacking that up. The Cull now completed, another influx of gold, and the Moira Mana about halfway to getting stacked up as well. So not too far away from becoming a powerhouse in these mid-game team fights.
Corki's definitely going to be scary, but they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do. This Kai'Sa now so fed. Lilia already putting down great AP damage as well. Going to be so difficult, I feel, right now for the Raptors to deal with this, and our defending champions could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Bootsy trying to turn damage back onto Yordalicious, has the support of Sejuani. That means Sejuani's nowhere to be found when it comes to trying to contest that dragon. Dragons go one apiece. As we find out, it's going to be an Infernal Rift.
No surprise that we're going to see more damage. Sejuani ready to tank up.
Yeah, beautifully cast ultimate. No Smithy moments down here, but on the other side of the map, you can see the damage just raining down from Railu. They're splitting targets, though, between Kuba and Submissive, and as a result, they're not actually going to get the kill onto either of them. They still haven't even secured that turret.
think that was the big problem. If that turret was a little bit lower, an auto attack or two could have taken it down, would have secured the kill.
Oh!
But Lilia's here now, but not in time.
Raylu goes super aggressive, is going to be put to sleep and using the cleanse instantly to be able to then throw the Culling back down. None of these shots are going to tag onto Ekius, and with Kiddo having come down with the Weaver's Wall, this means trouble for Raylu. One more shot could do it. Submissive's the one to get the shutdown goal. Albi will die as well. There will be no turret going the way of the Horns. Instead, the Raptors come up trumps.
It looks like there's really not going to be any response for this for the Rams. I mean, Notice can push in the mid lane, but he's not going to take down the turret at this point. There's no plates still available for the taking. Well, maybe he will if they stick around with their full strength, but Kuba has returned to base and is pushing back to defend the mid lane, so Corki won't be able to secure that. GeoKakia was really forced to just show some presence in the bot lane to try and prevent that turret from going down, so really no response whatsoever, and that is a huge turnaround once again. But it does still leave about a 1,500 to 2,000 gold deficit in favor of the Bradford Rams for the time being, but we've seen how quickly fights can go against them as soon as you start getting that roaming presence from Ekius and Kiddo.
Mid-game power spikes that you were talking about, Rick, they're approaching. I'd argue that for some of the champions, they're actually very much so here, especially now we see that rapid-fire cannon completed along with the Gale Force for Lucian, which means that it's probably about time to drop my first S-word of the stream and ask about the scaling for these champions, because 16 minutes in, there's a lot of important champions we need to look towards as we get towards the late game.
Yeah, it's it's a scary one. I mean, now we're looking at preseason. A whole lot of things have changed around with the way that some of these items are going to be working out. Tanks will become a ridiculous presence, and already with the Jack show and getting dangerously close to completing the jungle item for GeoKakia, Sejuani will become a huge problem in the team fights. But it might not even get that far, as Notice might be caught out again.
Able to Valkyrie out to safety, just about avoiding the troll pillar. Meanwhile, on bot side, Aurelu continues to push forward, continues to dominate, has the highest CS on the map at the moment, wants to continue that trend.
Just lurking around, looking for opportunities, but wards are plenty, giving away the vision. And really overstepping the mark for the time being, and we'll just keep that mid lane outer turret just barely alive.
Just barely alive speaks for quite a few of the turrets in this game. Both of the mid lane turrets just a hit or two away from death. Corki just waiting until the last moment. I thought there was a package available to pick up. Maybe that was just a graphic or bug, because they certainly didn't look like they were trying to get pick up one. Meanwhile, Ekius would try and deal with graphic bug themselves when their health bar suddenly disappears. The Ignite's not quite enough to kill them off, and instead Rayleigh was able to pick up the kill onto Lucian. Albi's going to get hit by a last little bit of plasma. Eventually the damage comes through that is going to pick up the kills onto both Lilia and onto Kaiser with the teleports coming in. This is dominant play from Bootsy with the Dominus activated. Damage coming over the wall from Notice. The ultimate being thrown out by Sejuani. Yordalicious doing everything they can to survive. Tanked in pre-season. Am I right? Notice gets another one onto Kiddo.
Not a tank, you might notice. It feels bad for the Corki. Just too short auto attack range to contribute to taking down Yordalicious over the wall. But as soon as he gets a glimpse of Kiddo, a target who is way less tanky than Yordalicious, well, you've seen how quickly he blows them up, and that's before he's even got the more mana, let alone the mana immune completed. But he's getting incredibly close to stacking that up. 5 kills on the board, a fully stacked Ravenous Hydra as well. That is an insane amount of raw AD to come through, converted to magic damage for the most part for Corki, and Kuba finds that out the hard way.
Yeah, Notice very much so baiting in the Kaiser there and just showing what they can do with a single hit. We'll now complete this recall, and we're going to assume they have got the ability to pick up their Maramoon, but they're going to get caught out a little bit, having the Valkyrie away already. Flash burn by Albi. Tidal Wave goes up. Kuba just eats so very much damage out of this incredible pain that comes out of Corki, who has just ripped through 4 health bars so absurdly easily. Dashing away, Rayleigh able to stop himself being caught out by the Talia knockback. Close fights, but no one dying this time.
Yeah, not quite. Getting incredibly close to going down, but I mean, you know, a little bit of a Chemtech Drake on the side of the Bradford Rams means that that little bit of healing that is coming through from Nami will just be a bit more boosted, and does mean that it's difficult to get the sustained damage through, particularly onto those tanks, and really no threat of any sort of contest onto this Drake. That will be their second of the game, and pushing them closer and closer to getting that first Infernal Soul.
There's no doubt in my mind that the mid game has very much so been dominated by GG Korea and the rest of the Leicester Raptors. They're looking exceptionally strong in places here, and having 5 kills on the Corki, and now the 4 kills on the Renton, the 3 kills on the power farming Lucian, and this is starting to look very, very good for our defending champions.
It's getting even more dangerous now. Corki with a Sheen on top of a almost fully stacked Mora mana. Very, very close, just an auto attack or two, and that will be his item spike fully completed for the mid game, unless they catch him out first.
Well, that's exactly what's going to happen. Actually having to use the package defensively, getting out of there. Muramana still not completed, but Ekis is the first one to die, as Raylu still finds damage after damage on the double tap. Jordalicious might be tanky, they're not tanky enough. In goes Kuba, doing what they can, turning themselves away from the fight, but not able to secure a kill. That little bit of healing from Nami is enough to keep everyone alive. It would have been a clean ace if it weren't for the fact that that was a 3v5. So it's only 3 kills, but only is enough to secure a Baron.
Oh man, Notice so incredibly close. Crucial that he had the package available to get out of that position defensively, and well, in the midpoint of that fight, just spamming the rockets did get the upgrade on the Mora mana as well. That's the extra little tickle of damage that was able to keep him alive long enough, deal extra damage onto Kuba as he dived the backline, and unfortunately dived to his own demise. Now things are really starting to ramp up in favor of the Rams. 7,000 gold lead for them with a Baron buff on top of it. Look at that 5-digit gold value for Lucian, even with only 163 CS, and Corki pushing for the same thing too.
Having been able to get so many of those turret plates, that early dominance, it's paid off in a big way for Raylu and the rest of their team. And you know what happens as soon as you get Infernal Dragons and the mid laner of the Raptors here? We've got a burn notice.
I'm looking for another pick, potentially. Lucian, we've seen how much damage he's able to dish out now with 3 items. One of them, of course, being an Infinity Edge, means that that damage is not getting any lower anytime soon. Bootsy, though.
Jordalicious loves taking these fights.
Not sure if he's still winning that.
I'm not entirely convinced. Meanwhile, GGO Korea is able to go into the opposition jungle and blast themselves out to safety nice and easily. 22 minutes in, Baron now empowered onto all 5 members of the Raptors. What are they going to be looking to do with this buff?
Not really, they just have to try and push down this mid inner turret, open up the map a little bit, allow Notice to take this 1v1 on the bot side. I mean, Kiddo realistically isn't going to be touching him at this point. The wave clear is there now for Corki. Still got the fully stacked Ravenous Hydra, so he has the sustain to live through any damage that does come his way as well. If he gets an opportunity to dive in for a kill, I'm sure he'll take it.
Sure they will. Another turret goes down in the mid lane. The push continues from Lucian. This is really, really good use of this Baron power play. Over on the wings, you can see Kiddos trying to make something work, but right now the Rams are very much up against it.
He's going to get aggressive onto Jordalicious for once.
Oh, I'm able to connect and get the Blade of Rune King going. Dominance has been issued. Continued fight in the top side, but meanwhile we look at what Kuba's able to do in mid. 2 kills already secured for Rams. They managed to take away a couple of the buffs before losing a couple of their own members. Raylu lives through this one, however, and at 23 minutes this is an opportunity maybe for the Raptors to try and close out the game.
Now that's painful. If Kai'Sa did have the Ravenous Hydra fully stacked, that could have quite easily been a kill onto Lucian just with those extra raw stats, but even with Notice not there, pushing the bottom lane solo, they weren't able to get the advantage on the fight. Ekios found a good flank, but damage just wasn't quite there for them to burn through Raylu, and yeah, he's really becoming an issue for them now. This Lucian continually slipping away from capture, the Gale Force, making that extra bit of mobility proving to be a real issue.
One of the key things that happened off screen there, Rick, was the fact that Bootsy did die to Jordalicious in that straight out 1v1 where it looked like the Renton had the better of things, but no, it wasn't to be. And because the Troll lived, it stopped that being a potentially game-ending scenario, and the Rams breathe a sigh of relief. They're going to need to start thinking about potentially contesting this next dragon, otherwise it's going to be Soul Point going to the Raptors.
I think it might just be. They're currently focusing their attention up towards the northern side of the river, clearing out some vision around here. Submissive almost gets caught out by Bootsy, but it'll be enough to force him away for the time being.
For the time being, they look like they're going to try and put more and more pressure onto Bootsy. Maybe a potential weakness in the armor spotted, but it feels like this is just opening up the dragon and potentially even that exposed inhibitor in mid. Bootsy doing everything they can to live against 3, maybe even 4, but no, they aren't going to live. But what's happening on the other side of the map, pushing forward? Notice and Albi are just going to say, we don't need minions, let's just get a bit of chunk damage onto this turret while securing the dragon simultaneously.
As it turns out, they probably did need minions. They weren't able to take that turret down before the recalls came through. There was one turret picked up in the top lane. Notice
is going to be put to sleep. Does have a little bit of safety coming out of the beautiful Mikhails from Albi. They throw down the tidal wave, not able to find a knock up, but Ekius has taken a huge amount of damage. Is just about able to survive from the Cullen, but not from the big one rocket. Raylu is also going to get killed off by that last tick of burn that came out of the now dead Lilia. Meanwhile, up on top side, Trundle, who secured that one objective bounty, has to stop the push to try and deal with this onslaught in bot lane.
Yeah, can't cleanse that, Railu, as much as you want to try. Mikhails was already used. That is a big chunk of damage, and Kai'Sa dives in.
Albi rips through the health bars before being destroyed by Notice. Here comes the wall, and here goes Kiddo. Is just going to pop Notice straight back towards the Trundle, securing the double kill. That's an 8-2 and 8 Corki. There's some game-winning stats right there.
Essence Reaver now completed on the Corki as well. He hits a crit, and that's 500 magic damage on top of the physical damage coming through. That absolutely shredded through Kuba as he dived the back line, and Kiddo did exactly the same thing and met the same fate, and now those turrets are not going to be lasting all too long.
One Nexus turret falls, the other one being defended valiantly by Ekius, who has been stunned, has been knocked up, has the wild growth to keep him alive. Dominus is not going to be enough to save the Renekton. GG Okuya is going to die too. Notice dashing away, not quite enough damage onto Ekius to secure themselves a kill, but they look like they're going to be able to live to fight another day. It's
huge if they can pick him off, getting rid of some of those stacks, but this isn't the one to do it.
Submissive decides they fancy the straight out 1v1. It leads to yet more plasma connecting onto the rear end of the Corki, but Notice lives.
No additional Void Seeker to come through. Oh no, didn't have the ultimate available, so Notice gets out on a sliver of hit points again. If Kuba had that fully stacked Ravenous Hydra, that extra little bit of flat AD could have been the difference. Getting that kill, you're delicious though. Way too far forwards.
So far forward, taking double taps, having to use the subjugate defensively, going in, just try and do anything, but is going to be dead now. With the Baron having spawned, this is another big power play moment for the Raptors.
45 seconds with no tank presence really there on the side. I mean, Ekius has got a fair chunk of hit points, but we'll see how quickly that gets burnt through.
Immediate use of the Mikhails. Again, I believe that was just to make sure that Raylu was kept safe. Kuba going aggressive against Notice. A 1v1 that could be game deciding. Instead, both of the players back away, not wanting to give up their lives, not wanting to give up a big advantage with this Baron still up. Ekius being forced further and further back towards their own base. Right now, the attention of the Raptors will turn back to the Baron.
Oh, he said has a big health bar, but one culling and half of it is gone. That will be the attention turned to Baron, as you rightly said, and Ekius doesn't have time to go back to heal, doesn't have time to fully reset, has to, if they want to contest, do it at half hit points, but won't get a chance.
Not a single prayer of that one. The only hope they've got now is going to be some respawning inhibitors fairly shortly, but with the wave being primed to push in topside, things looking bleak for the Rams as they try to take down the defending champions.
This really does feel like we've been watching this game at 1.2x speed on a Tuesday with, you know, cool jazz playing in the background or something, but it's just been so non-stop, rapid fire chaos, you know, 42 kills in 28 minutes, and looks like they might be hunting down for more. Notice might be in some threat range here, but it's a level 17 Corki. I'm not sure who's really in danger. Yeah, it's a little bit of a Rorschach who's locked in here with who moment, and Corki's just going to happily stay topside as the rest of the team are going to push out the other lane. Sending Bootsy bot side is a little dangerous because the Renekton does not have the teleport available, whereas Trundle does have it. And here is a fight a brewing. Tidal wave used defensively. Ekius locked down by the Sejuani ultimate, but without the severe damage dealers like the Lucian, like the Corki here. There's just only so much they can do. Finally, the damage arrives, and with the cavalry arriving, that is going to be the Fawn dying. Ekius taken out. Bootsy and Yordlish still juking it down in the bottom lane, but really what matters is what's happening in mid as the push continues. All Bootsy really had to do is deny Yordlicious the chance to recall and keep him in that bot lane, and he's doing exactly that. There's no way the tank can get back. And that's gonna
Raylu
walk the base.
flashing forward, culling double tap, looking for more, forcing flashes back onto the base. You're Delicious and Bootsy just playing their own little game in bot lane. Bootsy winning that game in the same way I expect the Raptors to win this game. And this is going to be a 1-0 advantage. The defending champions just one game away from a grand final rematch.
Stopping the ports was all it took. Your Delicious wasn't able to do anything, but one step further, Bootsy gets the 1v1, the solo kill again in this lane, and, well, it is, when all said and done, a clean 30-minute flat victory for Bradford Rams in game number 1.
Well, I've got exciting news for those of you who like your League of Legends coming thick and fast and without having to pause for pick and ban screens, because we are going to be able to bring you straight into that action for Game 2 as Bradford Rams look to make a fight back. They're now going to be over yet again on the blue side of the map. The two teams stacking up but are going to be on opposite ends of the rip. No one's going to be clashing up against each other. We can see that the Raptors, as they look to take Game 2 and progress to the semi-finals, are going to be taking a setup on the top side, Viego in the jungle. Again, they are able to get their hands on Corki, Lucian, and Nami. Not enough changes, perhaps, from the draft of the Rams. They go for Mordekaiser up top, Jungle Jin Zhao, Ahri in the mid lane, and it is going to be the Sejuani support alongside the new.
Yeah, Raptors were maybe prepared for Rams to pull a sneaky little play once again in the bot lane. They sent all 5 players down to try and counteract what happened in game number 1, but it wasn't the case. It was actually the Rams that went up towards the northern side of the map and placed some very deep vision, so might catch Gigio Kakia out if he's a little careless with his pathing. Doesn't seem to be aware of the vision that has been placed just behind his red buff.
So as we get ourselves into the action, both of the teams, they're set up as best they think they can be. As you can see, couple of first strikes again being picked up over on red side. Albi just immediately tagging Kuba with damage, much like we saw in the beginning of game 1.
Interesting that they've handed over the exact same bot lane duo, maybe just thinking that it wasn't quite the lane dominance that was the issue for, well, realistically, the mid or bot lane of the Leicester Raptors. Lucian and Nami did very well in their lane, bullying out the Lulu, but a bit of a more tanky support. But notice once again in the mid lane on Corki. So seems like Rams feel as though they have the responses to what went wrong in game number 1, and with a little bit of an entirely different draft from what we saw from them. Things looking pretty similar on the opposite side.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, to be honest, that we didn't see more of the champions that were so strong last time around banned or split up. But if the Rams have got a response, fair play to them. As it is, the way things are set up, I would certainly be backing the Raptors to pick up this second game and to progress through to the semi-finals. Let's see if the Rams can prove me wrong.
Actually, it looks almost as though Kuba getting dived a little bit, but there's the vision.
Ekius going very, very aggressive already with the Audacious flashing over the wall, securing first blood. Beautiful invade coming out of Ekius.
That's the issue. They had the vision, they knew the pathing. Beautifully worked from Ekius, making full use of that strong early game duelist of Xin Zhao. That is a huge nerf to Kikio Kikia's early game, losing out on the blue buff as well, and potentially getting double scuttled if Ekius can find the timing.
It's impressive, and it says a lot for the clear of Viego that it's still a camp up for the Xin Zhao. However, that massive advantage of being able to secure a first blood and having their choice, their full priority onto whichever scuttle they want, certainly nice for the Xin in this scenario. And yeah, definitely not the hope that the Raptors would have had. But this happened last time around. Ekius was able to make that play that helped secure first blood for the Rams last time. Yeah. Didn't pay off, so I don't think the Raptors are going to be too scared just yet.
It's a little rough, actually, for Ekius, because both of his side lanes are being pushed in so heavily, so can't really feel all that safe going for either of the scuttles, and might just catch the timing as Railu... actually, we had a bit of a roll swap in the bottom lane, but still landing bubbles.
Why would you go for a scuttle when you can go for a gank? The answer is because Railu and Albi between them, regardless of who's playing ADC, regardless of who's playing support, have absurd damage and just kill submissive where they stand. Meanwhile, on top side, Kyoya is making the gank work, passing that kill straight over to Djibouti, not trying to secure it for themselves even a little bit.
We'll absolutely take that in the bottom lane again, regardless of the position swap between Railu and Albiku Vlad, switching over the champions. Still going to make it work. Kuba still under just as much threat, but Ekius is looking around to try and alleviate some pressure, but there's not much that he can really do.
It is an interesting one. I would like to reach out to the players, see if this was an intentional decision or if it was purely a case of they didn't swap during Champ Select and as a result got left with this, but whatever way it is, so far things definitely working. I'll be showing that they're just as proficient on the Lucian as Railu so far.
Yeah, they've got the right runes, so it doesn't look like it was a mistake. Yeah, not too sure, but hey, a little bit of flexibility in the roster can't hurt anyone. Still no one yet to take the bot side scuttle. There's just too much pressure being exerted on the bottom side, the bottom lane, and no one really being able to find the timing to take that. And again, with the preseason changes, particularly if a jungler is picking up with the bonus XP that they get from having the smite on their roster, well, yeah, those are extremely valuable to pick up in the early phases of the game. No one claiming the bot side one just yet. It's free vision as well, but it looks like neither jungler seems interested.
I think that it's more a case for GGO that they saw where Ekius came from for that gank down on bot side, and they will probably have assumed that they came straight from that scuttle, straight into that gank. And so I just feel like GGO just hasn't checked it, essentially. And we saw that Jin, on the back of that gank on bot side, turn their attention back towards top side camp. So I think it's just one of those that has slipped through the net, and old Scuttle there going to be able to chill out with their life intact for a little longer.
The top lane has been significantly less explosive in this game. There's still been scrapping back and forth, but only the one solo kill so far. No real attempts to gank from either side towards it, but it's always tough up against the Mordekaiser. Your 1v2 quickly turns to a 1v1 whenever they decide.
There's still Mordekaiser who's had to go straight into the steel toe caps, however, because of the damage coming out of the opposition. So a real nice mix of damage as well. That Corki's going to bring all sorts of pain like they did last time around. Meanwhile, it is quite an AD heavy squad, however, for the Raptors, so maybe that's something that the Rams are preparing to deal with. Here, we can see exactly what you were talking about earlier on. Mord using that Death Realm to the best possible advantage, flashing away from the Haymaker, and GGO who was trying to get involved.
That gives an opportunity now for some aggression bot lane.
Spirit dashing in, Kiddo able to find good damage onto Albion. The support from last game turned ADC is going to pick up a kill as Raylu flashes away to make sure they do not join their partners in a death realm of their own.
Had to flash away from that charm. That would have hit and almost certainly would have been a dead Nami. Now, with no Death Realm available, Boozy looking for another 1v1, and Railu might just go down anyway.
Yeah, Raylu stuck around a little too long, maybe, and that is going to be Kuba getting their kill. They did manage to use the hypothesis, but they didn't manage to survive, and it's just going to be a 1-for-1, but I think you take that when it's the Nilah getting the kill alongside a Nami.
Yeah, sure, and you can potentially push for a tower plate or two, maybe not two, now that Albion Blood is back in play. A potential regank coming through from Gigio Kakia, though. No Death Realm available, so you're delicious. Maybe a little more vulnerable, but yeah, he's just giving up the vision.
Yeah, I'm playing this one relatively safely, to be honest, and fair play to them. Full credit for the way they've played out this early game, despite giving away that one kill. Things pretty tight in this game. Again, that slight early advantage being built up by the Raptors, much as it was in game number 1.
So back a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so pre-game. If we look back at the draft phase in game number 1, there was a lot of tank bans targeted towards Your Delicious. It was the Scion, I believe, and the Ornn that were banned away. This time it was much more towards the mid lane, but it looks like bot lane is the focus in game.
Ekius just walks straight past Raylu, ignoring the Nami entirely, allowing time for Kuba to come across and the damage to be put down onto Lucian. Now the attention is turned towards the Mermaid, and now it's a double kill for the Nilah. That's a 3-kill Nilah at 9 minutes, and that is absolutely devastating to the opposition.
And that is much more worth it. I mean, you can argue whether a 1-for-1 under the enemy tower is worth for the AD carry, missing out on the farm, but picking up 2 kills in that position, you'll take that any day of the week. And on top of that, they get control of the first Drake of the game, a Cloud Dragon, to go alongside it. We'll see how that progresses. Will we get to see the Chemtech Rift in this series? That'll be an exciting one. See that for the first time in Belong Arena Clash. But just going back to the bans once again, it was actually Syndra and Silas that were taken away in the early phases. So maybe wanting to try and ban away things that would be a little more threatening up against the Corki, but Ahri seems to be holding her own pretty solidly.
Raylu, on the other hand, having a real rough time on this Nami, pulled in by Kuba's damage and absolutely ripped through. This is not looking good for the Raptors. Seeing Nilah this fed, you're talking about things we're seeing for the first time on a long stream. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've had Nilah on stream, and already it's making its mark. Much as the showstopper is trying to on top side, but instead the show is stopped. Your Delicious gets that 1 kill. Down on the bottom side of Sejuani, oversteps a little bit. Viego able to secure the kill in the side.
Look at that, he's got a blasting wand, and now suddenly he's able to win the 1v1 in the top lane. Your Delicious with the death roll. I mean, there were some big shields on either side of that engagement, but eventually enough damage to shred through Boozy. Might just spell problems.
I mean, I think the thing that spells problems is just a lot of very, very close 50-50 moments are being basically executed just slightly better at the moment. A bit like this one, the dash onto Albi. Again, another kill being secured. Kuba just has so much damage, just absolutely making it rain at the moment. And Ekius providing the best possible support while also getting fed themselves.
Yeah, still going to look to try and chase down as Kiddo making a move on the Ahri. And he actually gets a tag on Raylu over the road. Oh, Submissive G going all in on this.
Submissive just like, let's all try and hit this Nami now. You've landed that one lucky strike, and they're going to chase Nami all the way back to the safety of in-between turrets. Boozy against Your Delicious up against each other. Yet again, these two just love to juke it out, and it's not Wed Noodles up in the top lane.
That was a huge chunk of damage back onto Boozy. I think he got the isolated Q through from Mordekaiser, but needs to be careful now. He's very much isolated, and there's 3 members looking to try and make a bit of a wolf pack up top to try and take him down.
A lot of safety though, and that's very, very cleverly played by Your Delicious. This game looking much better for the Bradford Rams than the game before. They're pretty tight in terms of the gold, but when you look at where the gold has gone to, both Nilah and the Xin Zhao so absurdly fed at this point that they can pretty much do what they want to around the bot lane. The Herald was secured by Viego for the Raptors, however, so more gold will be going into the pocket of the Raptors soon.
No doubt, it seems like Omnivamp is big presence in the preseason, so no surprise to see another Ravenous Hydra on the board, a Leeching Leer in the top 4 Mordekaiser. A lot more sustain coming through in these more drawn-out engagements, and I wouldn't be all too surprised if Kuba was to go for one second item to back up the sustain to come through from the Immortal Shield Bow that's already in effect, already in play. Even more sustain for that close-range carry.
A huge amount of sustain. They've just got so much ability to dash onto their opponents. I love the pairing here with the Sejuani. Obviously, we see it more traditionally in the jungle like we did in the first game, but here things definitely working out very, very nicely paired up with Submissive on the top side. More aggression up on top side, flashing in. Your Delicious just one to place themselves perfectly. Showstopper damage comes through, but with Audacious Charge on the back of Death Realm Bootsy forced to flash. And so Kiddo is going to be the next to arrive. Showstopper Shield, Haymaker Shield, not enough to save the life of Bootsy.
Not really fair to put someone in the Death Realm and then suddenly there's 3 of them. But, well, Bootsy doesn't really have much to do other than hope his team can make something happen elsewhere, which they're going to try bot lane.
Oh, Kuba's dash was so perfectly timed there, able to just about get away from the Rune King that came out of GG Okia. That is going to be Herald summoned down on bot side. Notice, turn their attention that way as well, but Ekius is following them, removing the Blast Cone, also removing a lot of health from the jungle.
Bubble to land over the wall, but doesn't find the primary target. Notice just holding the back line while the Rift Herald can do its job bot.
And that job is going to be securing a first turret in 13 minutes. We didn't see anywhere near as many turret plates secured this game as we did in the last one. However, that is a nice early first turret and again opens up this lane for the Lucian.
And with Kuba as low as they currently are, even with the sustain that's available, it would have been a good time for the dragon to spawn, but unfortunately a few seconds away from it, and that will mean that Notice has had to head back. He's got the package though, so he can get back into this engagement very quickly should it come to fruition.
And it may well do. A lot of the eggs right now are in the Nila basket, but Kuba, a player who is no stranger to making these impactful plays, is going to probably not even feel that weight upon their shoulders in this game.
Oh, that's a long-range charge.
Ekius going very, very aggressive and giving up what I thought was going to be their life, but at this moment, just their flash momentarily might be their life. Eventually, they die, but they're able to take Notice down with them. This one going over to Kiddo. Kuba gets a beautiful pullback onto 2 before getting stunned, getting shut down, giving that gold over to Albi, who now has their second kill and a big extra bit of gold.
That was a huge Glacial Prison from Submissive G. Really timed it perfectly. Notice didn't get the reset on the Valkyrie dash out in time, got stunned up, but it wasn't enough to prevent Ekius from going down, and that, of course, means that there's no smite available to prevent the dragon from coming through. GG Okia will claim another. It's going to be a Cloud Drake on the side.
I think that was an Infernal they were able to get
the Infernal,
there.
That's the one. Cloud Drake was the one that already went down.
It was indeed, but disappointment, I'm afraid, Rick, because it's going to be a Mountain Rift this time, so no Chemtech. We still have to wait for that one here on Arena Clash, and also we're having to wait for the next big bit of action and see who's able to strike next in this heated battle. Remember, if the Raptors are able to pick up this win, then they will be progressing to the semi-final, where they would be in a rematch up against the Spartans Heracles, and that would be a fantastic rematch of our final from last split round.
Yeah, tanks just get tankier, it seems, in this matchup. It looks like You're Delicious. Oh, well, he might be more than happy to take another 1v1 in the top lane.
Showstopper for repositioning, immediately clawed straight back. Bootsy right on the edge of where they can run to. They look for the safety of their turret. They get good damage out of the Haymaker, but the shield just isn't enough. You're Delicious now on a kill spree 3-1. Kiddo dashing away, trying to save their life. GG Kua trying to turn it around, trying to find the damage, but not able to. Ekius is now the one caught out, using to press the sweep quite effectively, but still gets killed off. Buys time for Ari to fly over the wall to safety there.
Couldn't quite land the execute, but in the end finds a new target to consume the soul of for GG Okia, turning into Ekius, getting some pressure on the board, and quite crucially keeping those Ravenous Hydra stacks to a minimum. Only 3, still losing stacks on death now, so keeping his progression and stacking and really overall combat effectiveness to a minimum.
Submissive G wanting this play. Kuba, I think, was trying to follow over the wall, but didn't manage to make the dash, so Submissive suddenly realised they were left very, very alone. Kuba does finally arrive just as the turret dies. Raylu taken low, but flashing out to safety. Kuba has got Albi trying to fire culling into their back, but Submissive eats up all of that with Bristles just backside blocking pretty much the entire culling.
Kato, I respect it. The aggressive flash Not for the first time we've seen an attempted play committing that real long cooldown summoner spell, but this time the charm goes a little wide. Still has the Spirit Dash available to try and find more, though.
Jackie is trying to go very aggressive on the GGQ here, but Albi again is the one who is quickest to respond. This Lucian now at 4 kills. Things still looking pretty promising for the Raptors as Bootsy pushes on towards this turret on top side. They've got the scaling coming through for Notice, but nowhere near the levels of damage or power in this mid game that they had last time round. Over on the other side, I can't say the same. Rams suddenly have got themselves 2 very impactful carries of 2 different varieties, AP and AD between the Mordekaiser and the Needle.
Delicious having some horrible flashbacks from game number 1 as his base is constantly cancelled from range by Notice, just spamming the rockets towards him. Be pretty annoying, but should be pretty safe when he does eventually find the timing to make that recall occur whenever he wants to go for the reset. For now, it's just going to be a bit of a clearing of vision for the time being. No neutral objectives currently available, and realistically no major targets, although Notice might just make one of himself.
Yeah, Notice is going to get caught by a Death Realm, suddenly having very little distance to go. I believe they've already used the Valkyries, so they're hoping for a cooldown here. They're trying to play a little bit of ring round roses with your Delicious, but they get perfectly pulled back. The flash, the bop of the mace, and that's another kill. Meanwhile, Neela kills off Albi 2-0, and Raylu is going to be the next one caught out without a flash. They fake the flash over the wall, but they're not able to escape Kuba, who is now on deadly form. 7 kills and absolutely stacking on this aggression.
Notice did so well to play around the little alcove, but caught out by the very tip of the claw, brought back into range for Your Delicious to get his 4th kill of the game. Pretty sure all of them have been solo kills, maybe a little bit of assistance on just one towards Bootsy in the early game, but at this point it doesn't really matter. However, he's picking up the kills. Turrets going down in the mid lane and in the bottom lane, and it looks like Bradford Rams are going to be bouncing back after a game number 1 that didn't quite go their way. Well, the gold lead is still more or less exactly even, despite all that's gone down in their favor in the past few minutes.
Indeed, and I do wonder just how the Raptors are going to be able to fight back on this one, because at the moment it just looks like everything's going the way of the Rams. They're looking good to take this one to 1-1, to take us to a deciding game, and that itself could provide such great excitement. Raptors are certainly going to be hoping that doesn't happen, though. They want to book their place in the semi-finals right now.
I think really the Rift Heralds that were picked up earlier on were a big reason of why Raptors still have an opportunity to try and fight their way back into this, but not if Raylu can get caught out like this.
Yeah, Raylu's still flashless. One more tap and Sejuani's passive will be activated. Another hit surely should be enough to get the kill. Kiddo finds this one with the dash, starting up this fight as the Mountain Dragon has spawned. Kuba will go aggressive onto Albi, who has to use the cleanse just to try and get out of dodge. Valkyrie over the wall. Notice is going to try and secure this man Drake for the rest of the team, but this is a 5 versus 4. This is a dangerous scenario. Hector goes in, takes away the dragon, now wants kills as well. Bootsy and DGQ are doing everything that they can. Hector splashing over the wall, followed by Bootsy. That will be one quick kill. DGQ trying to take this off over the wall, but unable to do so before Neela gets that kill. Your Delicious still just doing what they can, and what they can is a lot, but it's not enough. Albi does get the shutdown goal.
There's a big shutdown to have found as well. 700 gold onto the Lucian, who has been struggling somewhat in this matchup, but will struggle even more here.
Oh yeah, has definitely got a little bit of a problem on their hands. Still puts down good damage out of the double tap, but it's Bootsy who decides to give up their life in order for Albi possibly to be able to survive, possibly able to turn something round. Albi does die. Bootsy for now is living, trying to get one onto Submissive, who dashes themselves away at last second as Kiddo secures the final hit onto the set.
That's too tanky. Submissive gets out of there a sliver of hit points, but it's all that is required, and now still the gold exactly even, despite the fact that almost everything seems to just about be going in favor of the Rams. The gold lead doesn't seem to be reflecting that for the time being, but a 306 Ari, a 9-kill Nyla, you can't really argue with the results.
You called out the role swap on bot side earlier on, Rick, and it feels like a game right now where if it doesn't go in favor of the Raptors, and if they do happen to go on to lose this series, they maybe will be questioning decisions. That's 10 deaths between the two there, Raylu and Albi, who was so dominant in game 1 the other way around.
It really has been a bit of an awkward one in the bottom lane. I don't think really it was all that much of their own fault. It was just some really good sort of timing and a whole lot of pressure that's been coming out from both sides on the bottom lane that really, for the most part, Kuba has just played so incredibly well, and Nyla to keep himself safe and just out of harm's reach for the vast majority. And look at all the sustain items that he's got built up now with a Bloodthirster on top of that. Harder and harder to take this carry down.
I hate to see that. Herald forced to be summoned mid and doesn't even manage to crash down on towards that mid inner. Meanwhile, the turret is going to fall down on bot side as Bootsy's able to get that one. The fact that no... excuse me, the fact that there was no kind of ultra moment, because Kuba's going so aggressive here as we see that it is going to be GGKoya who is immediately stunned up by the Sejuani. Ekius is being forced further and further back. The damage is good, the stun connects. Ekius will die to GGKoya, and now this is a really nice turnaround for the Raptors. Opportunity for them to try and take more. Remember, the Baron is up, and having taken down the jungle, this could be a big opportunity for them.
Now, this is once again the point sort of exemplified here that while it does look pretty bad if you look at just purely the KDA, the gold value is very even. It's still a very even game, and this might just tip the balance back in favor of Raptors pack if they can secure this without getting taken down all around. A lot of ultimates expended, but it might not matter.
Massive charm connects on Notice Master, flash away. Now the damage comes out. Boozy doing what they can to tank up as much as they can while still pouring damage out of the Haymaker. Big shutdown as Kuba dies. Now it's down to Yordlicious to try and do what they can with this huge damage. One already killed, already secured for the Mordekaiser. They make it a double. They make it a triple. And with Notice having now teleported in, there's the opportunity for yet more. They are able to get the shutdown onto the Mordekaiser, but that was absolutely absurd what we just saw from Yordlicious.
Kiddo will be taken down as well, so when it looks like Yordlicious has come in, the hero of the hour, saved the day, well, you know, saw Notice disappear off in the fight after surviving with minuscule amounts of hit points, head back to base and teleport straight back in and turn things right back around. And, well, now that Baron, it's been the cause of a whole lot of death, a whole lot of scrapping, but in the end, no one's going to have the opportunity to actually claim the buff for itself.
And really, that has to go down as a win for the Bradford Rams, because they're the ones who lost their jungler in that proactive play from the Raptors. And crucially, they did not lose out on the Baron. Another dragon spawning in just a few moments. This would be a third of the game and a second Mountain Dragon if it were to go over to the Rams.
Teleport.
They're more interested in starting this Baron.
Notice is on the opposite side of the map. He doesn't have teleport available. He can't get involved in this. Has to go back and just hope that the package is up, and that gives him enough move speed to get here in time.
GGKoya is waiting. There is a blast cone available. The culling is going to rip through some good health bars, but this is going right down to the wire, and it's going to go over to GGKoya. The straight out 50-50. It was going to be the ultimate over the wall. The flashback out of there, and so far GGKoya surviving with their life intact. Now managing to secure the kill onto Ekius, they can use that Heartbreaker, and now in goes Boozy. Yordlicious, however, providing separation. So incredibly tanky, and Boozy isn't going to be able to get anything with that face breaker. Yordlicious, meanwhile, continuing the duels. Just wants to 1v5, already securing one of those kills.
That's still a thick amount of damage that comes through from Corki, and GGKoya has to execute the Heartsteel, keeping Boozy alive for quite a long time. And while they weren't quite able to take him down quickly or cleanly, in the end it's a scrappy fight, and the Baron buff stolen away. That's payment for the Mountain Drake that was stolen earlier by Ekius.
I'll tell you what, payment and then some interest too, because it felt like this game was starting to tilt towards the Rams. That 10 kill Neela, the damage coming out of Yordlicious, but all of a sudden a crucial buff removed and a second dragon now instead secured for the Raptors. They've got to be delighted with how that pasture play went.
Now that Corki is getting dangerously close to the item breakpoint, where in the previous game was where he was just completely able to take over the game. Now with the third item completed and pushing towards the fourth, while Ari is only halfway to finishing a third item. A big deficit in terms of the CS in the mid lane, and now with the amount of gold picked up by neutral objectives and towers all across the map too. Yeah, that is once again a big lead for Corki and Boozy.
Yeah, just walked straight into a trap. They were waiting up on the top side, setting up a death bush, and instead it's going to be that showstopper. The flash over the wall is very nicely played, dodging away from the ultimate. Meanwhile, Yordlicious taking a lot of damage out of Albi. Incredible, actually, how much the Lucian can do to that tanky Mordekaiser when they're not able to put damage of their own and get the lifesteal.
Got a Last Whisper involved now, so whole lot of armor just going to be mitigated. Kiddo doesn't have much to mitigate, and that's a big chunk of damage.
Kuba
But that's
flashes
even
forward,
more.
goes super aggressive and gets two. Kiddo's able to get one of the kills, and Ekius gets the other. But let's be honest, that was the Kuba show.
Well, directly in, no hesitation, full commitment from Kuba. Takes out the entirety of the bot lane of the Leicester Raptors, and now suddenly what looked like it was going in their favor. Oh boy. They're just maybe fortunate that there is no neutral objective up to try and take. Otherwise, things could have spiraled out of control very quickly back in favor of the Rams.
A really crazy game here in game 2 of this series. Once again, the Raptors just trying to secure the win, trying to cement their place in the semi-finals as they look to get back-to-back titles here at Belong Arena Clash. But right now, they are under real pressure as the Rams show what they are made of. Notice getting locked up, no way over the wall, but to flash, to get out to safety. And that safety is only relative because all around them lurking now are Rams members just flooding that half of the jungle.
No Valkyrie available there either, so couldn't get out for free. Had to commit the flash. There's a big cooldown. Kiddo.
Booty and Kiddo duking it out. There's plenty of members of both teams waiting in the wings. Big tidal wave connects onto 3, buys a good amount of time for separation. The Raptors have to use that because the damage really is coming out of the Rams.
Things coming through onto Your Delicious is Mordekaiser. They had the bit information that he was coming to join the fight, and that's a big man to be scared of, but not if you're Albi Kublod dashing towards him, chunking him out heftily.
Albi is scary. I'd said there was maybe some criticism to be put forward for the substitution between Albi and Relu, but fair dues. Albi is as aggressive as they come and still getting down great damage. Stun connects onto Your Delicious. Now the pressure being put down on towards this inhibitor turret in mid lane.
Kuba just got a little bit too close. Notice got a single auto attack off, and look at what that did to the hit points. Even with all the sustain in the world, Kuba, you can't sustain too many of those from Notice. Now on the back foot will be, once again, the Bradford Rams. Just trying to turtle up in their base a little bit, and as Leicester Pack do try to make a bit of a move around. I've actually spotted out a ward. He's going to go back for it, but just that little hesitation, that turn, might just cost him.
Yeah, Notice going to try and just waste as much time as possible. Maybe even an opportunity for the rest of the team to do something, as 3 will commit to shutting down Notice. What can the rest of the Raptors achieve? Not very much apart from setting up some vision.
Nothing. Yeah, with Railu having just recalled, there's no real crashing wave in either lane. I mean, Bootsy can push in the top lane, but it's not going to get too much damage on the tower before Your Delicious gets there and is able to clean it up. So that was basically just a freebie handed over by Notice. I don't think he knew, really, that the collapse was coming in. They haven't got the vision control in the jungle, despite the fact that they were just pushing in both the mid and bot lane. Didn't take the time to clear out the wards and place their own. That might just come back to bite them. 30 minutes into the game now, so we're already longer than game 1. And we're still just as far away from figuring out who's actually going to be picking up the win.
Ekius is going to get stunned up. He uses that just to get themselves a little bit of time, and that time has meant that all 5 members of the Rams can commit to this fight. Ekius loses their life, but look at the work Your Delicious is doing, just eviscerating the health bar of the opposition top laner, taking down 1, and now turn their attention towards more, but they've not got enough health, and Notice with that chunky damage is able to take down the Mordekaiser. Kuba looking for a little bit, but instead all they're taking is rockets to the face, submissive as well, dashing themselves away from another rocket, getting away from the big one, but the package, the Valkyrie, they are all both there. Notice connects with another. The turnaround may be completed here. A huge, huge win in this fight for the Raptors.
Hold on just a minute. We thought things were looking up for the Bradford Rams, and now suddenly the Raptors have just walked all over them on a soul point now, and getting that extra shield from the Mounted Drake on top of it would just be exactly what they need to try and sustain through things like this.
Kuba not living in this fight is so crucial. It's almost certainly going to give up an inhibitor. It may well give a Baron as well. Teleport coming in. This could be the Raptors looking to try and end the game right now, but they've not got a huge minion wave. This could be stoppable. Ekius try and do everything that they can. 1 Nexus turret already half health, with the damage just being coming out of Notice. This is looking very good for the Raptors. The 2nd Nexus turret will fall. The damage now is coming back there with Ekius rejoining the fight. The charm connects on GG, and that's going to be Kiddo getting that 1 kill. Your Delicious drop down down yet again by Notice. Kiddo trying to do everything they can to play hero. They manage to take down the Nami. They dash themselves away. They flash. They connect with the charm. They land with the Spirit Orb. And that's going to be enough to finally kill off Notice. The Nexus is exposed, but the game is not ended.
Oh, we just can't quite end this one out, but it's super, super risky. Anyone could just try and find their way in to squeeze out a back door. Someone has to remain on defensive duty.
It's going to be an ace. This is going to lead to a Baron coming over now to the Rams.
Well, yeah, we'll certainly, at the very least, deny it from Leicester Pack, but not sure how much it's going to be used actually aggressively. They really can't afford to leave anyone the opportunity to sneak their way through the base, although, to be fair to them, their vision control in their own jungle has so far been pretty much solid. Submissive, you've got to be a little careful there.
Careful is something that they are not. The Baron will be secure, but it won't be going over to Sejuani. It'll only be on the 4 members instead.
Well, fair enough. I suppose a tactical sacrifice to make sure that no steals can come through, just to guarantee it, I suppose, will be on the cards. But hey, they managed to get the buff in their favor, so that's something at least. But once again, it's going to be difficult to make a full effective use out of this to try and push down some inhibitors of their own without leaving too much space exposed for a potential backdoor or maybe even just a 5-man push into the base.
Really fascinating game. We are potentially just moments away from seeing the Raptors able to secure victory and find their way into the semi-finals, a place I'm sure they will feel as defending champions that they deserve, that they belong there. Pun somewhat intended. And this is all down to the Rams now to sort of prove them wrong and to take that place away from them. But they're going to have to fight against the odds. This downed inhibitor, these 2 destroyed Nexus turrets. Things looking bleak for the Rams. We come back into the game, as you can see, it is that 10 kill advantage that has been gained over to the side of the Bradford Rams as they look to try and turn this game around.
This has been far from a whitewash game. It's been so back and forth all the way through, and well, who could really decide at this point who's going to walk away with the win when all is said and done? We a slight little hiccup there, but we're back into the action. 33 minutes now, and well, that's almost the amount of kills on the side of the team who, as it currently stands, are up against the ropes. 1 punch away from a knockout blow as their inhibitor is completely open. The Nexus wide open for the taking. One more push could even, just 1 or 2 picks could be enough for the game to suddenly be over.
Honestly, this game could already have been over if it weren't for that incredible play from Kiddo down on the bot side, on the back of those 2 Nexus turrets being down, managing to take down Notice. The nice juggling of aggro was great. Albi gets really, really caught out, and a big part of the damage could be removed as they are caught in the death realm, and Yordle is absolutely on top of them. Equus is able to get there with that last little bit of damage, and this is an absolute rinsing of the front line, and with the back line fleeing for their lives, Notice isn't going to be able to do too much to stop the Baron Empowered team just running straight down the mid lane.
Yeah, this is their opportunity now, as long as they keep track of where Notice is, make sure that there's no chance he's going to hop over the wall and try and go for the back door. Look at that, committing 2 players to diligently sweep the area, make sure that that's not going to be the case, but in that fight, it looked as though both of the main AD carries were going to be forced out of the fight. Kuba was being chased down by Bootsy, but that wasn't quite enough. The 2-9 set, unfortunately, couldn't get the better of the Nyla. Whereas on the opposite side, Yordalicious and Ekius were successful in their endeavor to chase down Albicuvlod, leaving that lack of Lucian damage easy to turn around. And well, Kuba started off with about this much hit points, came back into the fight and was full health by the end of it. That's the extent of the sustain.
Critical inhibitor picked up here for the Bradford Rams as they look to stem the bleeding that is going towards their exposed Nexus. Another dragon spawning. This would be a Mountain Soul if it was secured by the Raptors, but right now it looks like the Rams are the ones who maybe have got slightly more of a setup for it, but with Submissive having backed away, Kid has to be very, very careful, burning the ultimate just to stay alive.
Drop some vision down to make sure that such a thing can't happen again, unless
Raylu just gets bopped. Charm and damage out of Kiddo, who had used the first part of that ultimate but kept some in tow long enough to be able to secure that kill.
This time we're seeing the Chempunk coming out from Nami as a second item, as opposed to the Mikhails, which had so much value in game number 1. And unfortunate there that there's no way to cleanse the way out of this.
Not a single way. Booty the one left without a soul to save them, and there will be no soul for the Raptors on this particular occasion, because Echius and the rest of the team are going to take away this dragon. Maybe they'll look to go even more aggressive. Surely an opportunity to push out that bot wave, maybe secure yet more turrets.
They can leave Echius to clear this up by himself, and they deny that soul point, although maybe with the amount of neutral objective steals that have come through this game, they do want to just commit their team fully to secure it. Now they have the opportunity themselves to get that extra little bit of tankiness, and no doubt that big shield that comes through with the Mountain Soul would be a welcome sight to tank up a big one from Corki, or
cleanse used by Albi to try and stay safe. That could have been the death of them if your Delicious had been able to get on top of them. Crucially, Inhibitor has now respawned for the Bradford Rams. That opportunity is gone for the Raptors, and their opportunity to take the game might be gone as well, with the death of Albi caught out by the Charm, having already burned the cleanse moments before.
The Charms from Kiddo catching out key targets twice onto Albi Kuvlod. The first one forced the cleanse, the second one had no cleanse to get rid of it.
Kuba in a 4v, one picks up one kill, helps get a second for their team. That's going to be a death round on Zabuzi, who's trying to do everything they possibly can. Guardian's Angel propped on Echius, but this could be a game-ending opportunity for the Bradford Rams. They look to strike back. They're going to take it to one game all in what's been a fascinating series. This had it all. The exposed Nexus on both sides, but it will be an explosion of the red Nexus that takes us to one apiece.
Might have been back against the ropes, but they still landed that swift right hook that sat down Leicester Pack in this game. That came out of absolutely nowhere. Just two crucial picks onto carries in the mid lane. Albi Kuvlod wasn't able to get away from Kiddo. Those charms were just on point. 10 deaths on Lucian, 11 on Nami this time around. A huge turnaround of the fate of the bottom lane of Leicester Pack from game number 1 with the exact same champions.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here at playoff season for the Long Arena Clash League of Legends. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker, joined by Rick Saga Sharples, and we are coming straight in on a deciding game between the Bradford Rams and, of course, the ever wonderful team that is the Raptors, that picked up such an incredible tournament win at Insomnia 68 just earlier this year. They're here trying to push forward to a semi-finals, but right now the Rams looking good in their attempt to stop them.
It's been a tough back and forth battle, really, across both games. Things have been very, very scrappy, and particularly in game number 2. It really could have gone either way right up until the 35-minute mark, and it did look as though it was going to end up being a, shall we say, an unstable 2-0 victory for PAC, but a huge turnaround right at the very end was all that it took, and in no small part due to Kiddo landing some prime real estate charms on the RE towards the very end. So, this time around, that will now be on the opposite side of the table. Notice on RE, Kiddo taking the Syndra, which was banned away in just about every other game so far in the series, but no real surprise to see a whole lot of targeting onto AD carries. Draven, Lucian, and Corki, all first round bans for Bradford Rams in this final game of the series.
A few really big changes worth noticing. Raylu coming back in at ADC. Albi having their time in the sun and all over. Submissive switching from the Sejuani onto the Lux. Such a completely different beast to what they had in the last game. Really fascinating matchups all around the Rift. One of the crucial ones could be up on the top side. Bootsy, who's constantly been duking it out with Your Delicious, has now maybe got a little bit of an edge, being able to take this Aatrox into the Sejuani.
I think it does potentially show a little bit more of that mentality now that Your Delicious has been the one, maybe not always initiating, but always happy to take the 1v1 duels in the top lane. This time around, he's going to have to be a little more, passive around taking those, but sticking around with the team and looking for those big engage potential moments, or maybe even just disengaging, where they can kite back with the likes of Ezreal and Lux and just poke from afar, just being that frontlining presence. But that does leave Bootsy with a very solid opportunity to get some split pushing done should he get the advantage in this top lane.
Well, at the moment, there's a lot going on in the bottom lane to talk about, as Raylu's just continued to see us up on the early advantage you can get with this Caitlyn. Kuba throwing out Mystic shots wherever possible. Did take Albi low at one point, but with the Nami just able to sustain back up again nice and easily. Interesting to see Ezreal coming back into the meta a little bit, and for those of you wondering, we are playing on the pre-season patch. Well, Ekius going very aggressive, does eat a charm to the face. The scatter goes wide, but the knockup is here. Notice having to flash away.
If that stun landed from Kiddo, that was a dead notice. Even with the flash committed, that extra little tickle of damage would have no doubt been enough. And we're fortunate to get away with their life, but maybe not going to feel quite so fortunate having to now group up with the rest of the team, looking to put some pressure down and contend these Scuttle Crabs, which once again we did see go untouched for quite a while, and now Raylu caught in an awkward spot.
Yeah, Ekius wasn't able to take the Scuttle Crab on the back of that gank because the nice pressure came out of Raylu and Albi, but immediately up on top side, we see what Bootsy is able to do with this Aatrox, trying to just get Yordle lower and lower, forcing the flash out of the Sejuani, and that's a really, really big loss to the top laner of the Rams.
Yeah, Bootsy was really looking like he was starting to get the better of that 1v1 and having the lockdown. That's the issue now for Your Delicious, but Ekius
Raylu getting tagged by multiple attacks there. In the end, it is going to be Albi who gets hit by the worst of the CC. Raylu also exhausted. Kuba trying to hit with one last Mystic shot, and Submissive's able to get the second. That's 2 big kills going to the bot lane duo of the Bradford Rams.
Oh, Raylu sticking around to try and take the straight up auto attack battle against the Ezreal, but a little bit of extra damage came through from Submissive's Lux. That's another kill picked up in the bottom lane, and now things looking like they're starting to funnel in favor of the Bradford Rams bot lane. Once again, this Nami Caitlyn, a lane dominant duo, not really getting the best of it so far.
We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a pause. We'll get back to the action just as quickly as we can in this deciding game. At the minute, things definitely looking good for the Rams, who are continuing the dominance they had at the end of the last game. Just have to wonder a little bit for our defending champions if maybe their mental will have been rocked a little bit by everything that happened near the end of that last game.
Yeah, it really has been a tough one to even sit through and watch. So I can't imagine how much more painful it would have been to have sat through that 40 minutes of gameplay only to lose in such a ungraceful fashion. Really just came down to the picks in the mid lane. Just really weren't able to fight back against it at all towards the end, but they're doing some solid fighting back this time around. But Ekius just so active.
Yeah, has been ever since picking up this Jin Zhao. For me, it was one of the crucial picks of the last game that really helped Nile get going. Albie taking shot after Mystic shot. Kuba now trying to turn back onto Raylu, getting a second. The double on the Ezreal on the back of just a Caulfield's Warhammer, and now going to be able to buy so much more.
If this preseason tells us anything, it's that Nami, while she might be a priority pick, is squishy as heck. All you got to do, CC and all in, she will eventually go down. Sometimes the Caitlyn goes down with her. A double kill in favor of Kuba once again. It looks like Bradford Rams AD carry might just be doing enough to start steamrolling this bot lane ahead. 2,000 gold lead already by the 6-minute mark now, and no doubt the majority of that will be on Ezreal.
Game 1 and Game 2, even though they were close games, Rick, in the end they did both go over to the ADC that got more fed early on. So definitely happy times for Kuba and the rest of the team. Massive unleashed power damage comes out of Kiddo. Notice is no more.
Yeah, and that damage doesn't get any easier to tank up throughout the game as it goes on. Now, oh no, this is bad timing.
Oh, this is worst case scenario for GGK. Has to flash away, gets followed in. The audacious charge is there, and this is just going to be a free dragon going the way of Ekius and crew.
Doesn't even have the smite available to secure it, but no one's stuck around to just toss in a skill shot in that direction. Just really awkward timing. Kakia wasn't able to get out of there, didn't have the flag and drag available. Flash was expended on either side, but Ekius landed the knock up with the third of the lightning strikes from Xin Zhao. And oh man, yeah, look at that. That's almost double the gold of Caitlyn. Even in the mid lane, there's a big chunk now with 2 kills in favor of Kiddo, picking up both the mid and the jungler. Only Bootsy might be the only saving grace, but up against the Sejuani, it's a tough one to accelerate the lane, get to a point where you can hard carry as the Aatrox.
Things going from bad to worse right now for the Leicester Raptors, having a real horrible time in this early game and accelerating potential power spikes for the likes of this Ezreal and this Syndra with everything that's going on. And a little interesting information about this when we're covering games that, or just a moment, because You're Delicious now under threat from Bootsy and also from Notice as well. They're able to fire back and get themselves on the board. Important kill there for the Raptors.
This is one feature of Abi Kuvlod's Nami that was maybe missing from game number 2, but just the roaming potential. Judeo Kakia almost tried to toss in and grab a free assist by throwing the Demacian standard out, but Ekius doing what he can.
Caught out by the charm, gets a little bit of acceleration, but caught by the Cataclysm. Kiddo comes in and turns things around brilliantly. Doesn't quite have the unleashed power available. We'll have it just a moment or two if they want to turn for a second kill. Ends up being a 1v1 in what was a very bad situation for Ekius. And as I was just starting to say, Rick, we bring you these games off the back of our terrific production team who recorded these during our normal Thursday night League of Legends week last week. And this game ended up going on past the midnight mark. So a huge thank you to the teams who played it and the fact that they were able to get it done. And also to that, of course, that wonderful production team who got things recorded and sorted for us.
Raylu dodging out of the way of the True Shot Barrage. Kuba almost getting in there, almost getting taken down by himself. Okay, there we go. An aggressive flash forward from Submissive, but not quite going to land. That is a big target now painted on Lux.
Yeah, really, I was just waiting for the ace in the hole to come out of Raylu, but I assume they were just a little bit too low in terms of their mana to be able to cast on that one, and not quite able to turn a kill round, not able to get any of that shutdown gold off the Ezreal. Meanwhile, Notice again getting tagged and unleashed power just throws Kiddo onto his third kill of the game. That's 3-0-1 on both the main carries.
7-stack Darksteel. It ain't getting any easier to survive the Syndra burst, and Ekius just so proactive on Xin Zhao. Really just everywhere at all times and always a threat.
Right now, this is the Bradford Rams having come back from being 1 game down and an exposed Nexus in the last game to now being 1-1 and a massive, massive early game lead.
Even the likes of an Ahri notoriously slippery champion, has plenty of dashes available in the kit, can't quite get away from the constant pressure that's coming out. Jujutsu Kakia used the blast cone to get to safety. Maybe he was toying with the idea of a re-engage, but didn't want to commit to it without any real support.
Bootsy continue to do things out with Yordleish as much as they have for pretty much this entire series. It's been fun to watch these two top laners at play, but really right now we have to talk about mid lane and ADC more, and the complete domination of Kiddo and Kuba. They're looking great, and if they do go on to face off against Heracles in the semi-final on Thursday, that itself could be an interesting matchup.
Absolutely will. We'll have to keep our eyes on very tightly close on who's going to walk away with this game. The advantage as it currently stands definitely in favor of the Bradford Rams, but we've seen advantages fluctuate and quickly get turned around so far in this series alone. 3-0-1 across both Kiddo and Kuba in the mid and bot lane for the Rams, though, so that has to be the target where they look to try and make the turnaround. They need to stop the acceleration coming from those two lanes.
And the question is, how do you do that? Because you've got such incredibly dominant forces and so many good ways of setting them up as well, with great CC coming out of the more supportive champions, and even they themselves starting to get that little bit more fed as well. Lux getting the Sork shoes already, building up the amplifying tome, showing that they're going to be getting an extra bit of damage, not just going to be getting supportive items on the Lux. I'm very much scared for the Leicester Raptors' chances of being able to bounce back into this one, especially if this gank works for Ekius and Kuba as they look to support Submissive. Tidal Wave comes in, knockup's there, Cataclysm used, but so much burn on just putting the Lux. Ekius turning this one around, already forcing that flash out of Jujutsu. In comes Kiddo, I believe it is, with the teleport, but they arrive too late to really turn too much of this fight around.
And their presence is enough just to prevent Notice from getting all too involved. He's looking to maybe look for a flank and try and pick one off on the exit, but it's another huge turnaround. Jujutsu Kakia tried to make something happen, tried to dive in, but just couldn't get enough damage to go through, and just Ekius read the situation perfectly, was there to counteract. That's all it really took. Now, two dragons up and available.
Trying to deal with the Herald, but having a pretty rough time of it, and now 3 strong will push in towards the mid lane, securing more turret plates. We're still pre-14 minutes, so there's even more gold still there for the likes of Kiddo to pick up. We've seen how big the gold leads are across the map. Charm is going to connect over the wall. Ekius decides to follow up and flash over. Flank drag with a knock-up, and Ekius is burning down and is going to die to Notice. Not entirely sure what the play was there.
We should have had the information that Jujutsu Kakia was there, had the vision from the minions under the turret, but just feeling a little overconfident. Things have been going very much in their favor so far this game. He's feeling himself a little bit maybe, but Notice does get a crucial kill back on the board. There might be one back in the top lane.
I think that we're going to see Yordle just heading out, using the ultimate defensively, and they're able to get themselves out to safety quite nice and easily on the Sejuani. Still rocking that 1-on-1 scoreline, much as we see on the Aatrox as well.
Seeing Nami take 35% of her health from a single turret shot. This really goes to show how squishy she is, and much part of the reason why the Ezreal Lux lane has been able to get a couple of kills onto that whenever the opportunity arose. The turret will be losing almost its final plate with 30 seconds left. Has to get the block. Nicely done with the Arcane Shift.
Yeah, really nice protection being afforded by Kuba, able to just step across and make sure Submissive wasn't going down on this one. We are going to see Albi stepping back towards the turret, able to maybe stop it going down before the final turret play was able to be able to secure in 10 seconds. Kiddo continuously aggressive, does eat a charm, but not going to mind too much. They just miss out on a turret play.
A little unfortunate. It could have been a decent infliction of gold, a couple of hundred, if they were able to get 1 or 2 extra auto attacks off, but didn't get the time to do so. Unfortunately, the tidal wave onto Submissive, but oh god, Albi, that's not where you want to be.
Oh, stepping far too deep and almost paying with their lives. The final spark comes in, but it's not the final breath for the Nami this time.
Nor was the True Shot Barrage. Actually, pretty smart pathing from Abby Kublod to walk back towards them to dodge out from those long-range global-esque skill shots, or pseudo-globals, in the case of Lux.
Staying so long. Kuba crucially not having an ultimate, even just submissive, so there's no super long-range damage to come onto the Nami, but they're still hovering around. They're trying to help Raylu out as much as possible, buying time for GGO Kia to come down and maybe turn things around. Nice step away from the Ezreal and the Lux, though.
It looks as though Bradford Rams might have a bit of a misread on the positioning of Jijioka Kia. They were pinging on the top side that maybe Jarvan was looking for a play towards Sejuani on the top, wanting to try and get Aatrox to a point where he can look to start taking over the game, but thankfully the misread of the situation wasn't going to be enough for them to give up any advantages elsewhere. Jijioka Kia now has been spotted out on a ward, and Echius is going to look to try and make the opportunity to make notice pay, pushing down the mid lane.
Not going to be able to make anything of this one as Jijioka secures their red buff and steps down towards the bottom half of the map. Have to be very careful though, because Submissive and Kuba are in such a point of power right now.
Well, Spirit Dash forced out once again. So one of those very slippery defensive tools taken away from Ahri, and now they can turn their attention towards the bottom lane, and guess who he's found?
It's got big interrupt there on the flag and drag. Big trouble now for Jijioka, able to sidestep away from the light binding. No damage coming out of the final spark onto any of those three opposition members. Turret finally falls out of his first of the game, so a bit of extra gold going over to Kuba, who chases down Caitlyn, who's just having to use that trap to get out to safety.
The fact that we're already seeing Kuba go for those aggressive arcane shifts forwards to try and land an extra Mystic shot or two, as the Leicester Pack bot lane is backing away from the situation. Again, Jijioka Kia tried to get anything going, but Echius just getting there, the perfect opportunity, completely catching him off guard, and perfect execution to deny the exit with the flag and drag, force the flash away. That's another extension on the range tool. It's really an important one in the Jarvan arsenal that's going to be taken away.
Kuba looking to get even more gold, and there's another dragon spawning. This could be a third dragon at the 17-minute mark for Echius and crew, getting so close to that soul. When you're getting the opportunity to secure that around 20 more minutes, you know things are going nicely for your team.
And that's a second tower going to be taken down as well. I don't even really want to know how much gold Ezreal has at this point. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead, and with the two towers and all the plates that he's been able to pick up in the bot lane and now in mid as well, they have full control over the dragon, which has just spawned. This might be our first uncontested soul of the series if they can pick up this one and the next.
Certainly looking like it at the moment, continuing to drive home these early game advantages. Crucially for the Raptors, however, we haven't seen the Rams really able to accentuate any more than just picking up the outside turrets and these neutral objectives. With that second Herald available, however, it looks like they will lose even more gold and probably their top side too.
Using the True Shot Barrage to scout out to see whether there's any aggression on the Rift Herald, as there was a couple of members missing from the mini-map, but it turns out they were just back in base, and this four-man unit will be more than enough to secure it. You would have to believe, even with the vision now gathered, Jijioka Kia not going to be in range to try and smite it away, but he tried.
Rise in vain, and now the advantage potentially given over to Echius and the rest of the team. Echius themselves going very low, but Kiddo gets the kill onto Jarvan. First of all, Echius survives long enough to buy time. Albi's the one who gets that kill, but look at Submissive putting down damage from the side with this Lux. Sejuani arrives on the scene to kill off the Caitlyn. Bootsy's not able to do any more in the spine. It looks like we might see 5 kills, all being picked up by the Rams. They get 4 in the end for 1, and they get the Herald to boot.
Imagine my surprise when Ahri's the only one who's slippery enough to get away from Kuba, having to expend the Spirit Dash as well. Railu's Flash and Cleanse not enough to keep them alive. Bootsy did whatever he could to disrupt the threats, but was not even close to being enough to turn that fight back in their favor. 4 kills now on Kiddo's Syndra, 5 picked up for Kuba, and once again, I mean, it's the exact same item spikes as what we saw on Corki in the previous game. The fully stacked Hydra, getting close to the fully stacked Moira mana, and the Sheen on top of it as well. A single one of those Mystic shots, and that is a huge chunk of damage.
Feels like the Rams are going to start singing Ain't No Stopping Us now, because they are on an absolute rampage as they look to push towards their second victory in this series, which will take them towards the semi-finals and match up against the Stratford Spartan Territories.
not sure you meant to Stanley Greyheart bark yourself, but I liked the rampage there on this one. I'm not sure Boozy's a fan of it though.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to claim it, even though it was completely unintentional. And Cooper's going to claim a 6th kill of the game, popping that Herald down.
This might just be the 3rd tower. It won't be contested, but in the mid lane, it might be answered back. That's something, unless the True Shot Barrage can clear the wave, but that might not be enough to even dissuade the push.
Nice use of the bubble, perfectly timed as we saw this time out. Somehow Syndra lives for far longer than anticipated, and this buys far more time than it should have done for the Herald to continue the push on top side, maybe get a charge towards this inhibitor turret, which is absolutely not what the Doctor ordered for the Raptors. The inhibitor now under threat, and the recalls are only just coming in. The Nexus turrets are going to be the next point of attention for Shelly and the rest of the team.
Well, that has very much accelerated the gold now in favor of the Rams and accelerated the pace of the game. Now Boozy, well, he's on super minion duty in the top lane, doesn't really get to do anything else at this point. Well, Kiddo, even just having the stopwatch bought so much time, and the fact that, well, the damage really wasn't there in time for Caitlyn to get the kill. They thought they had it with that final auto attack, but didn't just have that extra bit of damage that was required. And
scoring game 2, a Baron being started up a little bit too early and being stolen away being a big part in what was almost the demise of the Rams in the second game, even though they did end up fighting back from that steal. They're going for it again, but this time it's all about Nate. Boozy is trying to do what they can on the Atrix, having used the world ender. Kuba gets shut down by the Cataclysm, but now here comes the turnaround of the damage. The question is, do Notice and Radu have what it takes to drain off the remaining health bars of this Bradford Rams team? They look for the ace in the hole. It only goes into Sejuani, who dashes themselves back out again. Lightbinder connects onto 2. Scanner connects onto Boozy. There's no more damage following it up though, and Raylu is still following with the shot, enhanced by the Nami. They're not able to get any more kills.
It really hurts to be an underfed Caitlyn 20 minutes into the game. It just feels like you're equipped with a decently long-range pea shooter, wasn't quite getting the damage. Tried to get a blind Piltover Peacemaker over the wall to finish off the low-health Echius, but wasn't able to get it. The burn damage was almost enough if it weren't for the Lux shields keeping him alive, but they can't really commit to doing too much after technically getting the win in that fight now, due to the super minions already pushing into the base because of the already removed inhibitor in the top lane, forced to go back and defend. And once again, this gives an opportunity now for the Bradford Rams to get back, reset, set themselves up for this Ocean Soul Point Drake, and potentially even try and just find a pick before it comes through.
Boozy's the one who decides to face check, going really aggressive on towards your Delicious.
Oh,
but the final spark takes down Albi in support all combat. There's only one winner. Submissive goes golden. This might be a lifesaver for them. Not quite the case, but even so, GG Korea is going to give it their life for securing the kill onto support. Your Delicious trying to get themselves out safely.
Here comes everybody else, and it might just be too much for them to deal with.
Oh, Echius just dashing in time and time again. Notice goes golden this time. They're doing all they can, but all they can do is die. Whoop. Echius lives on the tiniest little bit of health. Syndra securing another kill. Boozy, the last one standing, gets picked off. Albi respawns, but the ace was completed just in time. The soul is secured, and now the Rams have got themselves a dominant position.
That one Cloud Drake that they have picked up is going to turn into an Ocean Soul, and well, now it just gets even more annoying to try and take them down. Every time they're dishing out the damage, they're getting the sustain on top of it as well. Makes it so much more difficult. Scuba will take down another tower in the bottom lane. 8 kills on the Ezreal. I know he has been picked off in one of the team fights. It was a 950 gold shutdown in favor of Kagio Kakia. Well, it's going to need another 1 or 2 of those, really, to give them a chance to get back in. 5,000 goals ahead of Raylu's Caitlyn.
That's just absolutely absurd. 24 minutes in, and right now it feels like there's no hope for the Raptors. But they are a team who have been at death's door before. They know how to come back. They showed they could get a fight around the Baron last time. Maybe, just maybe, if there's a misstep, they could do it again.
It'd have to be a pretty large misstep, sort of off the side of a cliff, I think, if they really wanted to lose this game, but oh no, the vision isn't there, and oh no, Raylu and LB Kublot on the opposite side of the map. There's no chance of a contest.
Not a little bit. This Baron just absolutely ripped to shreds, and there's absolutely nothing at all to be done apart from claiming a small objective bounty on the other side of the map, dodging away. Booty able to get away from that Glacial Fissure, but that's a small consolation in what has been a very, very tough game for the Raptors.
And Jack Show completed as well onto Your Delicious, so that is a ridiculously tanky Sejuani. That is going to be even more painful for Caitlyn with just a Gale Force and a Rapid Fire Cannon to try and take down. It's not going to be fun.
Not fun at all. Bootsy gets absolutely blasted back to the fountain. A teleport comes in. This is a sign that this is a push the Rams very much so want to commit to as they look to try and find a game-ending play. Ekius going aggressive yet again, constantly doing this on the Xin Zhao to great effect, buying time for the carries to find the damage. Raylu gets taken out of the picture, and Ekius will go in, and it is just absolutely devastating to see the damage coming out of this team that dominated the early game, and now at 26 minutes find themselves in a position to close this one out.
So much of this came down to Ekius being so proactive in the early stages of the game. He's kept that mindset until the very, very end, diving in forwards, trying to find picks, a stun from range. Oh man, it's just all over. The Bradford Rams have come in with a huge turnaround in game number 3.
They have indeed. They take out our defending champions. They book a semi-final slot.
Massive set of games, back and forth all the way through. It started off with a big win for Pack, and then it's just back and forth game that really could have gone either way. We could have completely skipped this game and called it a 2-0 had things gone slightly differently in the 35+ minute mark of game number 2. But to be honest, I'm glad that we did get to see this game 3. This was an entirely different Bradford Rams team that we got to see, completely dominant from the get-go.
we have exciting news, and that is that we do have one more game that we are able to bring you. The other series that you could see there where it said TBD on our last bracket, the game that we are now going to get to focus on between the Teesside Steelers Forgers and the Stratford Spartans Heracles. I knew they were in there somewhere. That is a game that also went to a deciding game, and we have that deciding game. We are going to be able to get you straight into the action of it, and we're going to see who is going to complete our semi-final lineup.
And this is going to be on the opposite side of the coin, an entirely different lineup, entirely different rosters, entirely different drafts that have come through as well. So we'll see what the Styles have in store for us. We've seen a lot of early game aggression, some chaotic early games with more kills than minutes played in multiple of the games that we've seen so far. Will things switch up with, should we say, very different looking drafts coming through in this particular matchup?
Very different, and of course some very different name tags as well, some of which definitely putting a smile on my face. A lot of returning players who we've had the opportunity to cast many times in the past, and a big shout out to Ark the Dragon, who I'm hoping is still playing with Toothless the Dragon nearby for the moral support. Will we see the Steelers in a position to put themselves into the semi-final, or will it be a second Spartans team taking that berth? We're going to get to find out as we see how this action unfolds.
Definitely looks like a relatively slow start to the early phases of the game. No crazy level 1 5-man in the bushes in the bottom lane, but it's a low-range Lissandra against Inari in the mid lane. It's not going to be an easy start, and Fate Quality is going to try to push that advantage.
They will do that indeed on this Ari, which we've already seen pick up 1 win and 1 loss on the stream today. We'll see which way it goes for Fate Quality, whether it's going to be a 2-1 win or a 2-1 loss for Ari on the match day. Meanwhile, we've got the Caitlyn paired up with the Lux. They were on opposite sides of the lane in the last matchup that we watched, and well, we thought the Lux was able to have a lot more impact than Caitlyn was. This time, they're going to do things together, do things their way as they look to take this early game power and really apply pressure onto Halesy and Mules.
And definitely will be a lot of pressure to come through again, as is expected. Similar to the matchup where we had a Sejuani support, a Rel, low-range melee champion, all about tanking up, and when you're up against a Lux and a Caitlyn, you're not going to be having the most fun times until you at least get some jungle assistance, if not having to wait until you get level 6 and potentially looking to try and make engages work. But here might be the first of many.
Dashing onto Kanto, who will wish that they had a starter Pokemon to help them out here as they get caught out by the Flag and Drag. First Blood gonna go over to Casanero, the returning jungler, firing hard.
Really well-timed aggression from Mules. If he'd waited too much longer, it could have been an opportunity lost, but to get in, get the stun, get the lockup long enough. Casanero did have to expend the flash to secure it, but it's an easy trade for 3 summoner spells of the bot lane. Only Kitty has flash still available on Lux. Everything else has been burned, so definitely potential for a repeat gank. And now that Rel in lane is looking a lot more scary for the squishy targets of Lux.
That's absolutely exactly what the doctor ordered. If you are a fan of the Steelers, they are looking super strong in this early game, taking some good advantages. They've got this Gangplank stacking up on top, and we know just how good Art can be on this signature champ.
This Monkey, though, stacking up a nice wave to try and counteract, but it's a difficult one when you've got a champion like Gangplank. You can just press a couple of buttons and delete the vast majority of it, and get a whole bunch of extra gold and stacks for doing so. But for the time being, he is going to be forced back to a more defensive position underneath his tower. Casanero looking to do some farming to catch up. He has been double scuttled, so look up on Zac will have a big advantage in terms of levels and attempt to gank.
Nice use of the claw to get out to safety though, and Khorne Destroyer is out safely, not even having to burn any summoners. Speaking of summoners, Mules going in very, very aggressive with the flash from the Rel. Kanto again under fire and just has no escape whatsoever from the damage raining in from Halesy, who secures their first kill off the Kai'Sa.
They have it, the Hex Flash and the Ignite still up available. Rel now knowing that it's a difficult lane to try and survive in if you have no summoner spells available, even for a typically dominant champion like Caitlyn. Making full use of those engage tools, and Kai'Sa already starting to gain the advantage in this bottom lane. 33 CS to 19, 1-0-1 for Halesy It's another sketchy start for a Caitlyn, but in the mid lane, things could have gone quite differently. Khorne the Destroyer able to, at the very least, keep his summoners available, keeping the flash up and raring to go. Look up. He got the first one with the Elastic Slingshot, the first bit of CC, but just missed out the stretching strike that could have pulled him back into danger.
Definitely true, and that's the sort of play that really they're going to have to make. And this charm over the wall is exactly what we're talking about. Fate Quality is able to get that, but they don't have the ultimate available. Karna, on the other hand, does, and again walks out without burning the flash.
The timing on Lissandra leveling up to level 6, getting that R unlocked and available. All in all, it ended up baiting Fate Quality out from using the flash. That's a big loss. And Castanero is going to be here to try and punish before she hits level 6 herself.
Fate Quality doesn't have the flash, having used it for that flash charm moments ago. Castanero punishes, as you say, and this is looking great for the T-side Steelers. Their jungler now 2-0.
Once again, Ignite just came back up from Mules and perfectly timed to make the most benefit. It really sucks for Fate Quality to not be in the same position to get level 6 just as it was needed the most, but I hate to see it. But that's another advantage now going over Casanero. 2-0 early game, going well for Jarvan. Look up, trying to find a way to turn things back around and get some lane pressure of his own. But meanwhile, a dragon going to be picked up, and that's potential 4-man making a move down towards the bot lane.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Lookup's waiting, but I think they could be the ones collapsed on. Claw over the wall, and now Kanto and Lookup have very little distance to run.
Cannon Barrage.
Ultimate coming through as well, helping things out no end. Steelers, however, having to turn tail and run, but not before they take out Lookup's passive. Off Monkey, who used the Stand United to join the fight, is going to die. Kanto's going to die. The Blobs are going to be ripped to shreds. A double kill comes in for Halsey. And all in all, that's a massive, massive win for the Steelers.
Now OS Monkey used the Stand United to get down, involved into the bottom lane, and Arc the Dragon, no such commitment, just drops the ultimate down in the bottom lane. The Cannon Barrage getting some damage in and just helping out the rest of the squad, grabbing a bunch of assists without leaving the leisurely luxury of the top lane, just stacking up farm the entire time. And he's not going to be having any qualms about what's gone down there.
The taunt connecting there onto Ark, who loses a significant chunk of health, but eats an orange, and all is K once again. And you can see just how much damage it helped put down early on with just the Sheen completed. I think the Khorne meant to use the ultimate there on Fate Quality, but it all works out okay in the end because Halsey was able to join with the Killer Instinct.
This time around, Spirit Dash was available, but yeah, once again, no mana to actually cast it and just collapsed on entirely. In fact, there's even 3 members of the squad there to collapse on. That is pretty impressive. And once again, we see the return of the roaming support. This time, a Rel out-dodged by Monkey's dash.
Yeah, Monkey with a beautiful dash to get out to safety there. Nice use of those stretching strikes from Khorne, going in with a Let's Bounce as well, putting good damage down to Khorne, who doesn't have the ultimate available this time. Maybe they're going to have to start thinking about finally burning that flash. They've got Casanera for support, who finds the knocker. Look up, he's going to force the stopwatch out of Khorne, who still has a flash available, still hasn't used it. Maybe they should have done, though, because finally Fate Quality comes in and secures the kill that they'd wanted for so long, but it was not before they lost their jungler. They Spirit Dash over and still get caught by the flag and drag. Casanero with this super damaging J4 build is absolutely running wild.
Well, we got one back on the board at the very least, but silver lining consolation prize, call it what you will, but Khorne the Destroyer's death is not really going to have all too much impact on just a rapid deceleration of this game into madness. And the Stratford Spartans really not looking like they're getting the better of it. T-side Steelers just looking incredibly strong, cohesive all across the map. Mules and Casanero roaming together, finding opportunities everywhere they look, and there might just be another in the top lane.
Players here who are a bit, I'm sure, like the Raptors in the last game, would have been almost surprised on the back of being former champions to find themselves in the lower half of this bracket, not getting the buy through straight to the semi-finals. They've got a lot to prove, and so far they're doing a really, really good job of it. However, we've seen fightbacks not just across the series, but today as well, and this game is all far from over for the Spartans.
There's definitely potential for the comeback, as we see an upgraded jungle pet for Look Up on Zac. And well, no Spirit Dash available this time. That's going to be a flash forced once again. Almost collapsed on top of. Can't catch a break. Fake Quality's mid lane.
Mark making a slight mistake there, using the orange but still taking a lot of turret shots. Does have to use the flash to get themselves out to safety. Maybe an opportunity for Osmonkey and Lookup to try and put some pressure onto the Pirate in topside.
Not sure if Mules is aware that they're sat on a ward, but not sure it really matters. They're still going to look for the opportunity, and the flash is committed.
Mules just loves to go aggressive, and Kitty is absolutely rinsed here. Lookup will come in with the potential counter gank, but they're not even charging up an elastic slingshot. So scared are they of the damage that Casanero and the rest of the crew can put down.
Just wasn't able to get involved and counter gank in time before the burst damage was done, and Kitty was already removed from the fray. Kanto, I mean, you know, it's a Berserker Greaves and a pickaxe on a Caitlyn. It's not looking great.
Fake Quality dashing away once, dashing away twice, looking for a potential escape, connecting with the charm onto Khan, but the ultimate is forced out of Khan Destroyer. That's enough to yet again get a kill onto Fake Quality's Ari. Halsey will be caught out by a lot of damage from the final spark from an ace in the hole. The Stand United buys time. Eventually Kai'Sa will fall, but not before we've already seen the death of Zac, who wasn't able to get those Bloodlets back up again. Now Mules is caught out, and Caitlyn actually able to find a double kill on this one.
Well, there we have it. A potentially big turnaround for Kanto. The shutdown. I mean, it's going to do something towards closing the gap on towards the 5-1 Kai'Sa of the enemy team's bot lane. It's not going to close the gap all the way, but it's definitely a start for Kanto. Again, a little bit of free time in the lane as well to push in an extra wave or two. Don't think he's really going to risk sticking around to take down a turret plate, particularly when Casanero has been so dang active. Already 9 kill participations and make it a 10th.
Fake Quality lockdown, no flash, no ult, dead every day of the week. Khorne Destroyer going to take this one all for themselves. Meanwhile, up on top side, Arc the Dragon, massive CS advantage, getting a load of assists to their name, and they've already completed that Essence Reaver too.
That's the problem, really, isn't it, for Shen? You can try to rescue your teammates, you can get involved in the fights across the map, but it just leaves a champion like Gangplank the freedom just to farm up, and that's, you know, Gangplank and Nasus probably the top laners who you really can't be affording to leave in the top lane, the freedom to free farm. We'll see how much that comes back to bite them in the later stages of the game. Oh, here it is.
Dragon has been secured, and we are going to see a Chem Rift. Whether we get to see a Chem Soul or not, I am not too sure, because at the moment it feels like this continued domination from the Steelers might lead to just such an early victory. We don't even have to talk about it. I kind of hope that's wrong, though. Meanwhile, Osmonkey paying the price for having let their lane opponent get up to that incredibly damaging Essence Reaver. Kitty having to flash away. It's not enough. Khorne is absolutely rampaging across the rift. Osmonkey will get caught out, having to get forced back towards Arc the Dragon, courtesy of that cannon barrage, but able to get that last hit in to trade it 1-for-1.
The tower damage really helping out. The cannon barrage just forcing Osmonkey to turn back, but in reality, it was the bait for Arc the Dragon to take that extra step. Heartsteel completed for Shen might give him somewhat of a chance in the 1v1 in the top lane when the turret isn't there to help, but I'm not sure I'd really back the chances all too consistently. Another pick-off in the bottom lane as well. They've got the Everfrost completed on Lissandra for that extra lockdown, just as though she needed it. I'm just excited to see people start hitting blast cones, doing Zac impressions, but Fake Quality has to dash away.
Well, speaking of Zac, Lookup comes in and saves the life of Fake Quality and turns good damage back on Khorne, but Mules on this Rel just constantly just seems to be calling the shot, able to make the plays. Halsey comes in. We do see that there are blobs available for Lookup. They'll have to use them, but Osmonkey having come in with a Stand United, losing their life so quickly thereafter. Mules did eventually die, but it's a 2-for-1 so far, and now it's going to be 3 because Cataclysm finds a double kill for Casanero. Halsey flashes away to make sure the turret's not going to claim them as a victim in this fight, but overall, yet again, another big win for the Steelers.
I have no idea how the ace in the hole wiggled its way through all those targets to land onto Mules and take him out at the start of the fight, but in the end, it just does not matter. Casanero is just way too strong right now. Just hopping under the tower, deleting 2 targets and getting out relatively scot-free. And, well, things are really going from bad to worse now for the Stratford Spartans. Teesside Steelers really just making the most of the advantages they've had in the early phases of the game and not letting them slip at all.
Yeah, these players, Teesside Steelers, they've had great success in the past under another banner, and in that team they played with a mid laner known as One More Light, but it's a very different Linkin Park song, I'm thinking at the minute, because in the end it doesn't even matter every single time the Spartans try and fight back. At the moment, the Teesside Steelers, they've just got a response to absolutely everything, and it's a case of stemming the bleeding coming out at the moment for the Spartans, but more bleeding potentially to be done on top side. Osmonkey able to stand in that presence, able to keep themselves alive despite the pressure coming in from the bot lane duo, who decided it's Australia Day.
Stan, is this the first game we've seen today where no one's rushing a Ravenous Hydra? That's insane. Kitty, though, is probably going to die again.
Oh no, just completely caught out. The Lux not able to get anywhere near the sort of damage they'd want to in this game, and unfortunately for them, it's Liandry's torment only for themselves, an anguishing moment for sure. I think you're probably right here, Rick. I think this is the first time, obviously, seeing different players, different priorities, no Hydras as of yet, and things certainly working out pretty well for the Steelers without that. Archdragon gets caught by the charm, but is still going to do what they can. Halsey prioritising the turret to make sure they don't take any more turret shots, because they know, having learned from Arc, that the turret does more damage than the Shen.
Hey, it makes a lot of sense there. You can't hit the Shen regardless when he's in his zone, and oh no.
Oh, Kanto flashing away, cleansing as well to stop themselves being fresh meat. Mules is going to die to Kanto, who continues to find the kills on this rail, fighting back, doing everything they can to keep the Spartans alive in this game, but eating a lot of damage from the cannon barrage. Look Up is going to get killed off by Halsey, who wants yet more kills. They're burning down, they don't get killed off, and Kanto will instead, as double kill comes in for Korn, hanging on by a thread.
That's another case of underfed Caitlyn dealing just auto attack damage that leaves Halsey with literally single-digit hit points, having to walk away. Once again, that would have been a huge one to pick up, an 8-1 and 8 Kai'Sa. I mean, even if you could have gone as far as to say you could have picked up the Lissandra alongside it, 6-1 and 9, closing down either of those targets would have been huge, but the damage just is not there right now for Kanto, as really the sole target on the team that is able to dish out any damage, has some kills, has some gold in favor. On the Caitlyn, it's just not got to the point where it's enough to start dishing out the required damage to answer back in these fights yet.
That was nearly 1k of bounties that could have been picked up there for Kanto, but yeah, unfortunately even that doesn't feel like it would scratch the surface of the gold that's been put into the pockets of the Steelers now. And another dragon is being picked up. That's their first Chemtech of the game. 3 dragons at 17 minutes 50 is just a sign of the dominance that we've had so far for the Teesside Steelers. If this is a performance that leads them into the semi-finals, whoever waits for them there surely will have to be scared.
I think it's fair to say that they will be deserving of a reputation of a team that is worthy of a little bit of hesitation when you're going up against them. I don't even think that's going to get a charge off before the turret has gone down. They just need to escort it for a charge onto the inhibitor tower, but Mules does cop a big chunk of damage from Kanto.
The Hex Splash over the wall was perhaps a little on the deep side there, coming forward and stepping off the horse rail, not able to do too much. Arc the Dragon again, taking things personally as Osmonkey tries to come forward, but Arc says, no, I just get to free farm today.
It's a Collector and an Essence Reaver on the gangplank, so 2 item spike is looking very dangerous to try and 1v1 him. He's more than happy just to sit in the top lane, drop the cannon barrage to assist the team whenever a fight goes down, continue the scaling up against Shen in the top lane, who can really do very little to try and prevent it.
It says a lot about the turret plating and all the things that we saw happen in the early game, that despite having almost the same CS, Caitlyn is so significantly behind on items, having just got the Mythic completed along with the boots and then the parts of the next item. Over on the other side, look at that, 2.5 completed items for the Kai'Sa, who's just running rampant through the rift.
Yeah, just everywhere you look, there's item breakpoint advantages, 2.5 items completed on Lissandra, and if you thought that the Glacial Prison, the Glacial Tomb was annoying for try and kill her off and give her 3 seconds of invulnerability, she's given herself an extra 2.5 with the Zhonya's. So they just really don't have the longevity in these fights to stick around and wait that cooldown out, and even if it is a potential pick onto Khorne the Destroyer, Plenty of time for the likes of Casanero to get involved in the fights. Mules to Hex Flash over a wall to try and turn things around. That's assuming you can even get the chance to find a pick onto Khorne the Destroyer, which hasn't occurred yet.
Lookup was charging there and now doesn't have the slingshot to try and get out to safety. That is going to be a final spark, but it barely tickles the Jarvan.
4 members of the T-Side Steelers with the Mercury Treads as well. These light bindings just simply not lasting long enough to have impact.
In the Battle of the Jungle, Pets Lookup is able to come up victorious. However, in the Battle of the Ages, it is going to go down as T-Side Steelers, who yet again take a small win. This could be the sort of push they need to try and close this game out. Lookup is going to go down.
It's definitely feeling a little bit like an Unlooko GG type of game. From the looks of it, Arc the Dragon has now finally reached the point where he's actually getting involved in the team fights. 3, 1, and 9 make it 4 as he collects another. Ari, for the 7th time this game, will have to head back to base with a grey screen. 20 minutes into the game, the first inhibitor is going to fall just before the 21-minute mark, and there's still 4 here to try and push forward and end the game. A teleport onto the minion that's tanking the tower aggro. Kanto gets dived under the tower. They're still heading in.
Oh, and this could be the game-ending push. The second Nexus turret looks like it'll fall. Look up, try to do everything they possibly can with the stretching strikes. Just not enough. One minion still surviving. Enough to see not only the Nexus turret go down, but the Nexus as well. 21 minutes in, at the back of this best of 3, the T-Side Steelers will secure their place in the semi-finals.
GG, everyone. Thanks for the reschedule. And, well, you know what? All 4 games that we got to see today have been bangers for different reasons. We've seen very, very tight, back and forth 40-minute games. We've seen absolute one-sided stomps come through from the T-Side Steelers, and no surprise whatsoever here to see that they will be the team that have made their way through. Maybe a surprise if you look at the way that this game went down, that Heracles was actually able to bounce back and win a game and take it to a 3-game series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the semi-finals for Belong Arena Clashes League of Legends. And we are going to be bringing you the action today from one of our two semi-finals. Who's we? I might hear you asking. It's me, Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by Rick Sarg Sharples. Let's have a little look at the bracket.
Really did it to us. Full names, middle names included. And you know what? The teams that we've got, well, you better familiarize yourselves with all of the names. Teesside Steelers, Forgers, Sutton Spectres, Curse will be heading into our first matchup of the day. Not the first time we've seen this either. In the previous round of playoffs, there was some shenanigans in the bottom lane, level 5 grouping engagements, but nothing really came from it all too heavily. But I do like what I've seen there from Mules heading over, dropping the yellow trinket ward in the tri-bush and immediately heading back to switch over to a red trinket. So if there is anything that comes through, they try to go for a late invade towards the red buff side, then it will be caught out. That's not going to be the case. They were just maybe looking to try and catch someone out, playing a little too aggressive in the early phase in the lane. Not going to be the case. And no real exchange of getting overly deep on vision or probing for it in the early phases, just playing pretty safe and respectfully. Nobody wanting to get caught out and give a big advantage over in the super early phases before laning phases even really begun.
I think that's really important, Rick, because at that point, J4, GP, they've got the opportunity to go get a tri-ward down, get a ward down towards the red buff of the opposition, but not taking that opportunity, just not knowing where anybody was, not wanting to risk things. So as a result, it's going to be a pretty steady times. Darius, a little concerned that maybe that sort of vision would have happened, so has just dropped a ward themselves by that red buff. And now it's just going to be blue buff starts for both these junglers. Obviously, going to be a much faster clear early on for the Wukong, having had a little bit of help. J4 is maybe going to have to turn their attention towards helping Arc the Dragon out, who's run to all sorts of trouble against the early Darius, who's already used the Ghost. The Flash,
he didn't
not
find
quite going to find Arc the Dragon, who doesn't burn down. Castanero going lower and lower in the 2v1. This could work out in favor of the Steelers, but as Samorticus approaches, both is going to flash away.
My God.
The Dragon first blood. Castanero has opted for feast, not famine.
Well, we said Casanero is a man that does like to get scrappy in the early phases. Bread in a Can was trying to do exactly that, even committed the Flash and the Ghost. Maybe thought that Arc the Dragon was trying to play some banger mind games of flashing into the pixel brush rather than flashing away, but didn't quite get the read right on the situation. Casanero playing with fire, flashing over the wall, getting taken down to almost single-digit hit points, but Samorticus, only a level 1 Azir, wasn't able to chase him down. Advantage, Teesside Steelers.
100%. That was anything but a done deal there as he decides to go back in. That for me is still kind of a 50-50 play, but the aggression pays off for Casanero, and now on that early back, already having a long sword in pocket. Yes, as I said they were going to, they've fallen behind in CS the Wukong considerably early on, but still, what a massive bonus to gain for it.
Well, no surprise to see that Cobra is turning his attention to the top lane where there's a flashless gangplank, but the vision was already placed. They saw it coming.
Yeah, ADT able to get out of dodge nice and quickly. Scuttle Crabs coming up, of course, in pre-season, far more valuable than they had been previously.
It looks like once that early gank has come through, I mean, Casanero wasn't really particularly a gank. He wasn't planning on going for it. He was still trying to farm up the Grump, but that remains untaken. He's just going to switch up his pathing, head down towards the bot side of the map, playing towards the strong side. Of course, already putting Darius behind is going to be easily beneficial to Arc the Dragon's Gangplank. That's a level deficit on Darius, who's still looking to play in the lane dominant form, and knowing that Cobra is still lurking in the vicinity as well, gives Casanero a chance to try and find something to do on the bottom side of the map, but he's going to just fully clear the jungle for the time being and might get the timing right if there's some aggression onto Khorne the Destroyer.
They're entirely possible, or in this case they look like they're just going to be able to CS and get to a point where actually their farm is barely even behind Wukong's, having faster clear with that longsword. Also fascinating to see that they've gone for the double control wards on the back there, so just investing in a little bit of extra bit of vision. We'll see if that pays off in a big way for the Steelers as we go forward.
It's a very non-solo queue way to spend your first blood gold as an AD-heavy jungler. Another early back for Bread in a Can on Darius in the top lane. Not what we wanted to see.
Davicius goes so aggressive, but just gets completely locked down. The damage coming out of the turrets was significant. Halsey is the recipient, and we talked about Caitlyn's not getting fed, only tickling their oppositions. Well, we're going to start seeing some painful headshots.
That is an unfortunate one. Once again, Mules was taken down very low. Deficius saw an opportunity to try and go in, but look at how Falfa's health, just trying to get in range to contribute, to deal a little bit of damage. Couldn't do anything. The extra range and just the turrets of Heimerdinger causing so many issues for them. Another early kill in favor of the Steelers, and Alfalfa almost takes another shot as well from one of the turrets that still remains after Mules is already based.
Touched on gold leads earlier already. A 1,500 gold lead been built up by the team who come in as the lower seeds. They look like they're going to miss out on this first dragon though, Rick.
Well, it looks that way. The vision control is there. The scuttle vision long gone at this point, but this is a good answer back to what has been a solid early game from the T-side Steelers, who I'm sure you'll recall not too long ago we said if they can make it to around the 15-20 minute mark in a gold advantage, that's kind of their win condition. They can't be risking falling behind at that point. So far, job well done, but the early stacking of dragons now in favor of Sutton Spectre's Curse.
As you can see, still two control wards there in Castanero's pocket. I'm looking towards where these are going to get put down. I think we might see one put down in the Tribrush in a moment, just to give that double protection through control wards, giving even more opportunity for Halsey and Mules to just push forward without concern of being suddenly ganked by the Wukong.
The Wukong is... a sudden gank is going to cause a whole lot of damage. Looking at the build, gone for a Sheen early on, so that's a whole chunk of upfront burst potential to come through from Cobra. If you can find a squishy target, there's a couple of them down in the bottom lane, an empowered Q. A crushing blow would definitely do a huge chunk of damage should they get the timing, but once again, do you really want to be diving into the middle of Heimerdinger turrets? Deficius is probably going to tell you no.
We've had a little bit of a slowdown of the pace after those couple of early kills, Rick, but the gold lead still being built up by the Steelers. They've jumped up to 2,000 gold in the lead on the back of some good CSing and the kills already gained. A lot of the big advantages down the bottom lane, where between the two players they are 1,000 ahead. They're going to look into this ultimate straight onto the Wukong, who doesn't have an ultimate available themselves. Mules is going to pick up the kill, but that was easy as it comes for the Steelers.
That was premeditated, I think, at that point, looking at the placement of some of those early control wards picked up by Casanero. Deep placement, making sure there's no real way that there's any vision for Curse in that side of the jungle, so it's an easy roam. And we talked about the lockdown in pick and ban. They were lacking a little bit of a way to catch somebody out and stop them from having the ability to escape. Well, Lysandra is the one key target who has that in the kit, used to perfect effect. Cobra now down to level 5.
Yeah, I thought they got a little bit early there with the Frozen Tomb, but actually just the sheer burst damage that came out of Casanero and Heimerdinger alongside Lysandra, easily enough to secure that kill. And this is just looking great for T-side Steelers. I've said they were underdogs coming into this based on the lower seed, but they're certainly not looking that way so far.
Well, it's a Wukong who is level 5 with an unupgraded jungle turtle pet and a Sheen. It's not the tankiest of targets, so even if it is only a support Heimerdinger with a giant spell, he's still going to be able to contribute enough damage to completely remove him from the map. Cobra still looking to try and get the level 6 experience and give him the opportunity to really make those ganks treacherous and dangerous. Casanero the same, but ganks not really required in the bottom lane.
No, not at all, especially as more and more turret platings being secured by Halsey and by Mules. That gold lead continuing to grow. Noon Quiver already secured for Caitlyn, and they get closer and closer towards a nice early mythic. Wukong maybe trying to make their first play with an ultimate onto Khorne Destroyer, but that ultimate has literally just come back off cooldown for Khorne, so they do have the opportunity to try and defend against this one. They're going to be able to use the claw perfectly to save not only their flash but their life.
Oh, and it gets rid of the Emperor's Divide as well. Khorne the Destroyer gets out of there with minimal investment, playing on the safe side, knowing that Cobra was up towards the top side of the river, having seen him spotted out, clearing some wards earlier on. But here, this might go differently.
Yeah, looking for a potential Cyclone, but not even going to have to use it. Alpha takes a lot of damage, and the Ignite ticks down. Somehow this is a 1-for-1. Mules having the game of their life.
Mules, the empowered rocket barrage, actually chunks through not only Health Alpha, but the heal as well. The spell shield, ignite on top of it, far too much damage, and immediately going straight into a Rylai's, just making those short-range targets even more difficult to try and run away from it when they find themselves in that situation. I suspect that's not going to be the first time that Health Alpha struggles with those turrets.
Insane stuff there. If I remember correctly, a mule is like a type of donkey, and that's not good timing of the claw. This is going to be in big trouble for Control. They use it
the bait
defensively, and Mules yet again gets another one. As I say, if I remember rightly, a mule is a type of donkey, and right now
the
donkey
divide.
Is definitely better than the steel horse.
Oh, there was no Emperor's Divide. So Morticius had the shifting stands just in time, because that was a sketchy moment, a step or two away from a Cataclysm, but it was all a bait trying to find the timing to get a pick onto Khorne the Destroyer. But it's a Lissandra, has a stopwatch in the inventory that wasn't even used, just put the Glacial Prison on top of herself. The invulnerability and the sustain that came through was more than enough to put Cobra in an unfortunate position directly in the line of fire of, once again, the support Heimerdinger. It's 3-1-1 in this game.
Having an absolute wonderful time, getting nice early itemization as well. It's just making it that much more difficult for the opposition to escape, and just powering through. Nice sort of cheaper item, I suppose, early on for the Heimer, making sure they're able to maximize potential damage and everything else that comes alongside it. Second dragon of the game, unsurprisingly being started up here by the Steelers as they equalize this one and deny an early potential soul as a win condition going over to Sutton. But wow, I honestly didn't think that 11 minutes I'd be saying there's a 3,000 gold lead on this Infernal Ring.
Yeah, and it's only going to seem to keep increasing as the early game plays, and Bread in a Can are just not going to be able to come through. The teleport will at the very least dissuade this dive, though.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to stop it, and it does open up the space for the Herald being taken on the other side of the rift, so Wukong goes straight over and gets that one with a little bit of help from their Darius friend. So, right now, Sutton Spectres need to stem the bleeding. They know they've got a lot of scaling. They know they've got the potential to come big in the late game. For T-side, I just want to see them keep their foot on the accelerator. I want to see these proactive plays without overreaching.
Oh no, Casanero!
Oh, Casanero goes aggressive. It's not an overreach, though. Alpha does turn things around, uses the ultimate, so at least something is burned from Casanero's play, but now they themselves have to be very, very careful. Locked down, magnetized by Divisius. They will throw in the Cataclysm. They flash themselves out to safety. Here comes the damage coming out of the upgrade from Mules. Lissandra secures one. The Frozen Brawls will chase down the Rel. Then it's going to be none other than that man Mules with the flash, with another kill onto the Rel in supportal combat. 7 kills to 1 in favor of T-side.
Oh my lord, Casanero, the second flash of the game, and Mules, he's even going to get the execute before Cobra can chase it. Didn't want to commit his own flash. Oh man, Casanero, the flash over the top of the Emperor's Divide, preemptive. Yeah, that is a big time tilter, and to top it off, Halsey just got a massive influx of gold from soloing that bot lane tower as well. Wasn't even involved. No kill credit goes over for the death of Mules, so that 300 gold bounty still unclaimed. Yeah, this is spiraling out of control, but that's exactly what needed to happen on the bottom side of the map for the T-side Steelers with this draft.
In the short term, one of the most interesting things is going to be where Cobra opts for this Herald. It's going to be mid lane, try and crush down and secure as many of these turret plates as possible, but with Halsey in a great position alongside Mules, it's just going to be the charge and a couple of bits of turret plating. That's not the big boost of gold that Cobra and Morticus needed.
And now the real issue is that there's no turret in the bottom lane, so no reason for Caitlyn and Heimerdinger to be there pressuring. Don't really want to overextend, so they're just going to rotate elsewhere, leave Khorne the Destroyer down in the bottom lane to hold their tower and put a lot more pressure onto Azir, who, well, he does have the range to try and clear out these turrets. Azir's not the best of Waves clear champions for the time being, at least until he gets a couple of items under his belt. So he is more than likely going to struggle, and it's going to drag Divisius over in towards the mid lane to back him up. So that's eating away at the levels of some Morticius as well.
As you can see, a lot of mythic items now completed. Of course, no mythic for the Gangplank up on top side. They developed a nice 700 gold lead. They've got that Essence Reaver completed as they build further and further towards the crypt. Expecting to see a Collector coming in next, if I know anything about the Dragon and their builds. And we'll see what happens as this game continues, because 14 minutes in, and it does feel a little bit like this this Sutton team have sort of accepted their fate a little bit and gone, okay, we've lost the early game pretty hard. Let's just turtle during the mid game and then hopefully come in strong on the late game.
Well, the one thing that Sir Morticius has in his favor, while it might not be that the wave clear is completely unbelievable, the poke is good.
Brilliant Gale Force out to safety. We are
he's gone.
Get shut down. Cobra's not going to die despite the cannon barrage. The ace in the hole is going to hit onto Rel instead. Kuhn and Casanero are going to arrive a little too late to help their Yordle friend.
There it is with the build, with the Q-Max and the Luden's Echo was able to chunk down Mules enough to go for the all-in. The commitment play, Emperor's Divide, didn't quite land once again, but it's enough to finally claim the bounty of the Heimerdinger. It will be traded back because for the second time, Heimerdinger turrets posthumously will take a target down, especially now with the Rylai's. Makes it even more difficult to get away from them. But that's a top lane turret exchanged for it. Divicious is trying to go in.
Has found a stun onto Art the Dragon, who will flash away just before the Apprehend comes out of Brendan, who burnt their Ghost to try and get that pull.
The second time, Brendan commits both summoners to try and make a play occur onto Arc the Dragon in the early phases, although this one's about 15 minutes later than the first attempt, and it's just equally as successful. So, I mean, it's night and day the difference between how the supposedly dominant lane on either side of this draft has gone. Obviously, for the T-side Steelers, it was a resounding success, but for the Sutton Spectres, the Darius, who was potentially going to be their early game carry to the point where Sivir and Azir could scale up and start to carry in the team fights, it just has not worked in quite the same way.
Unsurprisingly, the first Infernal Dragon of the game goes the way of the Steelers. They just continue to expound upon the leads they've got now, taking a Dragon lead as well as everything else that they've got in their favour. Another Herald will be spawning before the Baron comes up, so that's another neutral objective for both these teams to think of. Ace in the hole used here just to dissuade any kind of push onto the mid lane turret. And at the minute, it just feels like Sutton are sort of wandering around without any real aim, apart from hoovering up the CS that comes towards their turrets.
The reason that Sutton Spectres are playing so grouped together is they know that they have the advantage when it comes to team fight compositions. It's just trying to find that team fight where you're not diving face first into Heimerdinger turrets. That's why it's so heavy on the rotation around the map. They're trying to make plays where they can, where they're not just going to be taking thousands of magic damage across the board from this heavily accelerated support champion. But it's really difficult to find it. The battle for vision control is so incredibly important, especially with Khorne the Destroyer already demonstrating how easy it is to get picks onto this currently squishy Wukong in the jungle.
So just looking at Heimer's items here and trying to work out where we're going next. I feel like we're probably into Liandry's as the next pickup. We'll come back to that, see if I was right or not. Gangplank's thrown down the old quite deep here. It's enough to buy time for the turret to drop down.
This is huge.
Forward, beautiful aggression coming out of the Java. Casanero does work. Khorne goes golden, and now with this Sun Disc up, this is a little bit of a trickier fight, but the gold lead is so significant that it's just going to be a straight out clean ace that is secured by the T-side Steelers, who are running rampant in game one of this best of three.
Well, I might just have to take it back when we say that the Sutton Spectres have the team fight advantage. I could say maybe if it was started on their own terms, but that was anything but. Diving in Casanero again with the flash. Every time he gets it off cooldown, he puts it to some incredible use. A double knock up on the Java, and the lockdown is enough for the dive to come through, and it's just so clean, so much damage coming through. 3-0-7. Casanero's jungle performance has been just as good as Mule's on the Heimerdinger support.
It's been a really incredible showing. Definitely for me reminiscent of a sort of Jankos early career game. H2K was the team I was trying to think of earlier on.
Yeah.
And yes, it's been a real great showing from Castanera. The rest of the team, of course, performing brilliantly as well. Can't take anything away from Halsey and Mules and the way they dominated bot lane, but love to see what's happened with Castanera. And honestly, this has all started from that real, almost coin flip early play that went the way of the Jarvan.
It really was a coin flip, wasn't it? Bread in a Can could just have easily have snuck in an extra auto attack and won that engagement, maybe got a bit of a burst of health from the runes, potentially, depending on what's been taken, and yeah, it could have been a completely different story in the top lane. It could have been a heavily accelerated Darius who might have been able to be at least a bright spark for the Sutton Spectres, but for now, even that has been snuffed out, and across the board, there's just nothing going their way. At the very least, doesn't have his blue buff stolen away from him, does Cobra, so he gets a chance to get closer to that level 11 breakpoint, and now has the fully stacked jungle item too, so a little bit tankier, but still unlikely to be enough to sustain through too much of the damage that's just going to shred through his entire team.
Good damage there coming out of Azir, showing that they can at least make life a little bit difficult for Art the Dragon, who's getting closer and closer towards being able to pick up their second completed item with the Caulfield's Warhammer there. Still waiting to see exactly where that one's going. The Cobra did manage to take a blue buff, but the red buff was stolen away from them right from under their nose. Baron has now spawned, of course, so that's going to be the next point of contention. Maybe something that we're going to see, maybe even started up with some of the consistent damage that can come out of the Heimerdinger.
It certainly could. I mean, so much shred damage as well with the Liandry's being the second item. We sort of suspected that was going to be what came through. There is a bit of a Heimerdinger build out there where you go Rylai's into the Imperial Mandate and just look to buff up your team's damage with the perma slows, but why bother when you're so far ahead, when you're this accelerated, 10,000 gold ahead or close to it, and potentially going to close that even more if Samorticus could get a bit more damage here.
Well, Art the Dragon was the one trying to make the play there, almost ganking, coming in from behind and trying to make life difficult for Samorticus, but the dodge away from the barrel, which did clear out the minions, was enough to keep Samorticus intact, and you can see what damage those Sand soldiers are doing, and so much of the damage that right now can possibly come out of Sun Spectres is coming from the Emperor of the Sands.
Well, it is good damage that's coming through. Again, it's not the sustained team fight damage that
not even close
plays into their comp. It's good poke damage, and is a very good way to clear out some of the Heimerdinger turrets, should they be able to, but that's the vast majority of the upfront burst. It's a big investment. He's still
really
on a ward as well.
We've seen the
oh my
God. Go to Castanera, and now all the kills are going to go into the pocket of the T side. Steelers 1 gets returned as Mules dies. Samorticus trying to dash over the wall, getting out to safety, making it a 4-for-1. I just wanted to say how shocked I was that we were seeing Azir teleporting in, committing everything into that play in mid. I could see straight away that Sutton wanted to fight that, and I was just in my head asking why. We saw what happened the last time they took a team fight, and this one wasn't any better.
Gore Drinker Cataclysm, a big set of bursts from Khorne the Destroyer's Lysandra, and an empowered Rocket Barrage once again. 2 targets just instantly got deleted, and it's the 2 targets that were supposed to be the tankiest on the side of Sutton Spectre's Curse. Darius and the Wukong just could not survive, even through the Hex Drinker shield that has been forced to be picked up from Cobra. You never really want to see that as a second item. That never is going to be a sign that things have gone well for you in the early phases of the game. Still deathless across 4 of the champions on the team. The only one who has gone down is Heimerdinger multiple times, but we'll take that as a sacrificial lamb.
Thor and Loki very excited about everything that's happening, clearly, as they rush off to tell Hope about it. And there are 2 things that really catch my eye at the moment. One of them is that we've ended up seeing the Navi second item coming out of Gangplank, which is a little bit different in terms of that build variation and can offer so much, of course, in terms of your cooldowns and your... There's going to be a little crit that's coming out of it as well, which of course is so crucial for Gangplank. The other thing was that beautiful split-second waiting to smite the the Baron, and make sure they secure that.
There's a chance.
The Baron empowerment onto the Heimerdinger, but here comes the fight. They've managed to catch out Khorne, who's going to die on the back of the ultimate having been used. Now in a 5v4, maybe an opportunity for Samorticus to do more. Halsey's going to be the next one to die. Samorticus gets flashed on by Art the Dragon, who is able to get that crit, able to get that kill. Brendan Campbell will try to survive, will take the blast gun, but only into Castanera. Castanero, who stops the Darius in their track, but actually has to flash over the wall. Mules decides to flash the other way and picks up another kill.
Half-Alpha's going to die
down to the cannon barrage, but not quite dying. A really messy fight, and in the end, there are only 2 left standing for Sutton, 3 left standing for the Steelers.
Alpha was so close to dying to the burn damage from the Liandry's there. Mules getting psychotic, flashing over the wall, the size of the brain on this man to flash
brain,
over,
that's the word I was gonna go with.
down. Yep, definitely brain. To put down the turret, almost got him.
Massive brain trying to fight on this one. Cobra taking a lot of damage, scurrying off to Rel to safety. Divisius unable to do the same. Rel will be the next of the Spectres to die. 1 inhibitor already down, and Mills and the rest of the team just pushing forward, even though they haven't really got anything to push forward for, and maybe this is a reach too far. Arc the Dragon taking a lot of damage, has got Heimer turret for a little bit of safety, able to escape out into the wind.
And they should just be able to back away from this. If that's not a sign that you're struggling, is just not being able to chase them down, because you're chasing into a Heimerdinger is probably one of the top 3 worst champions to chase into. Definitely after Singed, as the classic saying goes, but at the very least it was a sign of the fact that if an engage is found on the terms of Sutton Spectres, they can take down some targets. 2 big bounties claimed, 2 still remain, but again, it's a Crown of the Shattered Queen on a Lissandra, who also has a Zhonya's and the ultimate on top of it. It takes so damn long to take that champion down. Halesy, not quite so much, and thankfully Samorticus' Emperor's Divide did find some value in that team fight, but still, as soon as those 2 key targets were taken down, the damage from Arc the Dragon and from Casanero and even from Mules is still enough to make it a, all in all, relatively decisive team fight victory. Now the gold lead has accelerated beyond 10,000 in favor of T-side Steelers, rather, and yeah, I mean, just looking at the numbers here, the only real shining spark is Samorticus with a bit of an advantage over Khorne the Destroyer, but they have to lean very heavily into that if they want a chance at a comeback.
Samorticus has gone for what some would argue is a slightly greedy build, as you see them getting closer to being able to complete that Rabadons, but I think they kind of almost have to at this point. They feel like they're the last bastion of hope in most of these fights, and in a second they could find themselves being picked up yet again. The vision does come through well, able to save the souls of the rest of the team, but this next dragon spawning, and this will be an Infernal Soul going to the Steelers unless something dramatic happens.
Good use of the ward there from Divisius. That's definitely not a bush that you want to walk in face checking, full of Heimerdinger turrets and ops. But, I mean, you might not really have much of a choice, although the flank is going to come in from along a different path.
They're going to try
the Caitlyn
something.
traps have gone down, but they're not going to help.
Dragon's already gone, Infernal Soul already going over. The question is, do Sutton decide to take this fight? They opt not into the fight this time, having already lost out on the crucial objective. It leaves them a big opportunity, however, for this wave already being pushed to put pressure on the bot lane to maybe start looking towards a second inhibitor being down. And right now, Casanero goes straight aggressive, is somehow able to get over the Emperor's Desire with the Cataclysm. And just like that, the last bastion of hope is dead. And now the remaining members of the team will have to desperately fight without Yazir.
So Morticus's R button machine seems to be broken today. Castanero just ignores it twice in this game, wants to get away with his life and wants to remove some Morticus from the map, and that might just be enough for game 1.
Cannon barrage put down just to zone away the Spectres. First Nexus turret fall. We're going to have super minions now pushing in bot and mid as well. And as that next wave arrives in mid lane, this could be the game-ending play. Or will we see a little bit of safety coming out of the T-side Steelers? No, we won't.
Calibrating.
Yules still being the one to posture the most aggressively. He's even got a stopwatch of his own, so if he does end up getting dived, there's some safety there to be found. Even as Samorticus has respawned, the engage comes in.
Rel goes in, Mules goes golden. The support with the biggest testicular fortitude in all of the long arena clash does eventually die. Sivir's going to be able to get another kill onto Arc as well. Samorticus doing work, but eventually taken down by the Frozen Thralls. Casanero is able to pick off the Sivir, and it's going to be Bryn McCann as the last one standing. Darius versus Casanero and Khorne is going to be enough to send them back to their base with low mana bars. But boy, what an intense fight again.
I mean, they really had to try something, and up until the point where they were where 4 of them died, they were winning that fight. It was just, once again, they picked off the targets early on, kiting backwards through Heimerdinger's turrets, though Halsey still dishing out tons of damage. So Morticus was able to pick him off in the end, but still, it's a 3 for 4. Bred in a can, surviving long enough to be able to get back into base, heal up, and just do enough to dissuade the final push from coming through. But it's an unhealthy Nexus turret that remains, and he's really stuck here struggling now with 2 lanes worth of super minions coming through and a Baron buff available on the map. Yeah, I can't imagine that they're gonna even get close enough to contest this.
Wukong might think about something, but that's going to be the only potential hope here, and it probably will just lead to a game-ending play if Wukong dies. So no, Wukong zoned away. Second Baron, of course, goes over to the T-side Steelers. Now they can push through the top side. Mid lane inhibitor has respawned. And Rick, you called out earlier on that we had 4 deathless members of the T-side Steelers. Well, 3 of the 4 of those have now gone away, courtesy of your caster curse. However, hilariously for me, given what happened in the early game, Casanero still the one with the 0 in the middle of that KDA, despite the number of times they've been taken down to a fraction of their health. Now they and the rest of the team push in towards this top lane.
It's like he's been watching No Country for Old Men, just asking what's the most you've ever won or lost on a coin flip. Casanero might just say the game, but Cobra might have other ideas. But
had other ideas, but those ideas don't become reality. Casanero dunks down and Rel dies, Sivir dies, Darius escapes with the tiniest fraction of health, and it is going to be the push on towards this Nexus turret. No minions required. This is going to be a 1-0 win for our underdogs. Our lower seeds, T-side Steelers, take the game. We are on to the Rift, and straight away we are yet again seeing the Sutton Spectres curse grouping as 5, looking for that potential early pick. This time the target will be up topside where Arc waits in Shrine.
Yeah, they did a very similar thing in the bottom lane. Game number 1 found nothing, and it wasn't even spotted on the opposite side either, so there was the potential chance that this could have been caught out, but Arc the Dragon spots the ward coming down and gets out of dodge quickly. And now, with that information gained, there will be a response on the opposite side of the map, a push in to gain some early vision. They've warded the jungle entrances as well, so they'll know whether or not they had actually left. And so it is safe to go back in towards their topside jungle. Obviously, the exchange of wards, though, is the only thing to be concerned about.
I think the exchange of wards has probably very slightly gone in favor of the Steelers here, getting that ward straight into the red pit, which is exactly where we're going to see Vi starting up in just a moment. I do think there's going to be enough information coming out of the deep wards that were accrued there by the Southern Spectres to let them know a little bit about what Hecarim's doing, because they're not going to see a Hecarim who obviously like to take the Raptors so early on going straight there after a red buff. But even so, I'd say early advantage going the way of the Steelers, managing to avoid any early kill onto Arthur.
So I have to give another shout out once again to Casanero for being the first in Belong Arena Clash to make use of the Ixtal Iguana, the speed jungle pet, which is the one that we very rarely get the chance to see, but if there was ever a champion you were going to see it on, it's got to be a Hecarim.
And for a composition as well with On the Hunt here for Halesey, and of course what we can get out of the Yuumi with the Zoomies as well. That is going to be one fast horsey come the late game. Right now, in the early, it's just some trade of the health bars. You can see how Halfa already having to eat through one of those potions.
Expect that if there is to be some scrapping in the bottom lane, it will be very much off the back of the Renata pushing forward. Level 1 to level 2 advantage, so Halfalfa and Divicious do have an opportunity to try and get some revenge for the pressure that was put onto them in game number 1, but at this point it's a little bit rough.
So an interesting early game. We're going to bring you back into all that action in just a moment or so as we fix up a couple of small things for the stream's benefit. And yeah, it's a slow early burn, and it's kind of what I expected to see coming out of the Steelers given the potential that they've got for the late game. But I know it's only 3 minutes and it's too early to be throwing any stones, but I still want to see more proactivity coming out of the likes of the Vi over on the Spectre's Curse.
Yeah, we already had first blood by this point on, but with no Darius in the draft, I mean, we weren't expecting to see that as definitely an outlier in the previous matchup. This time, it is just going to be a little bit more of a passive farm fest. To be honest, that might have been more beneficial for these Sutton Spectres in game number 1, but not to be.
Halesey taking a lot of damage just off screen for you guys at the moment, but we are seeing Halesey surviving with just the tiniest little bit of health. That last of the Zoomies, the flash and the heal, and the exhaust from Mules, all having to be used there just to keep Halesey alive. Good early pressure. Heimerdinger and Hecarim now starting to think about this one, and he's going to charge in. The Prancing Projectile not quite catching the recall despite the Oracle Lens showing the location. Jinx lives when honestly it feels like they had no right to.
Oh man, the blind Q into the bush from Zumi was millimeters away from cancelling the recall, and by the time the vision came through from the Oracle Lens, it was slightly too late. Halfalfa gets out by the skin of their teeth moments after. Halesey does exactly the same.
Absolutely absurd. Both of the ADCs living on a prayer there. Meanwhile, up on the top side, we are seeing already Mordekaiser are able to push in, making life a little bit tricky for the GP. So Morticus does have to burn the flash, and true to form, Casanero just wants to have an early game. Doesn't care about scaling, doesn't care about what I think. He's just going to play their own game.
You've got the Tear of the Goddess for the stacking. You got to be hitting enemy champions to get that right up there as well. But again, I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the pre-game. The fact that Mules was evidently more than happy to leave the laning phase early to group up with Casanero, try and make plays across the map. And it is going to be a potential early contention over our Chemtrek Drake. A bit of presence shown by Cobra will be enough to force them away.
Yeah, that was a very early and dangerous startup around the Dragon, and it's now just ceded this area over to the 3 strong that is, of course, Sun Spectres. They get the first neutral objective of the game.
It wasn't necessarily a steal as much as it was a smash and grab, to quote Vi. But now with the already early Grievous Wounds coming through to try and shut down at least a little bit of what Yuumi can do. That's a little bit more dueling potential, particularly up against a champion like Hecarim, who has it innately in the kit, and especially if Mules is going to be spending a little bit of the early phases of the game sat on top of Casanero, trying to make those ganks that little bit more potent.
The Zap is nicely spell shielded, and Sivir will receive an extra bit of mana for that nice bit of timing. And it's very, as someone who plays a relatively large amount of Vi, really interesting to see that super early Grievous Wounds coming in, and it says a lot for the sort of team fights that we're probably going to be seeing even in the early skirmishes, because it really does put Vi quite far behind in terms of what they're trying to do early on.
It does kind of speak more so to the fact that Cobra wants to be getting 1v1s against Casanero in the early phases. It's very much a dueling heavy way to look and go about a build, but it's just difficult to try and find the timings and the positioning to get those duels up against Casanero, particularly alone. But with the vision that is across the map, or should I say lack thereof, there is a whole lot of very dark areas, and it's exceedingly difficult to track exactly where Hecarim could be to maybe find a 1v1 or even just a counter gank.
I see your point, Rick, and I don't disagree with you in terms of what Cobra's going to be looking for. But at the end of the day, Casanero, up until just a moment ago when they picked up a Sheen and a Longsword, didn't have any kind of dueling prowess themselves, and certainly wouldn't have wanted that 1v1, and could have avoided it just whenever they want to because they're Hecarim. Speaking of things being avoided, Brendan Can getting great damage down onto Art the Dragon, who's just trying to walk themselves out to safety. But look at the burn, look at the mace slapping down on the back of the pirate.
Big damage coming through from a build with 0 damage items as of yet, but they will come for Brendan Can. But yeah, even with the level disadvantage and up against Arc the Dragon in the top lane, in fighting through a minion wave, barely was even scratched in that little engagement. Arc the Dragon has headed back though and picked up a couple of items that might look to change that the next time. Once again, it's a very front-loaded, upfront burst build coming from the top jungle duo of the T-side Steelers.
Heimer and Galio looking for this 4-man dive down on bot side. Vi just not quite seeing that this was happening as they were taking their red buff. Cannon Barrage coming in. First blood is going to be secured, but who for? Casanero gets it before the turret can do its damage. 2 kills come in, and one of them goes over to Khorne, who does come in with that heroic entrance and steals away a kill. It's a 2-for-0 for the Steelers. They will lose out on the Herald on top side, but they won't care one bit.
Extremely well executed dive. Casanero just getting enough damage onto Divicius, and the grand slam from Khorne the Destroyer on top of the helpless Jinx at that point. No level 6 available for the huge ultimate that could have turned the tide of that engagement from Divicius, but not available yet. There was really nothing that they could do at that point. It will be traded back on the top side of the map for a Rift Herald though, so we will see whether Cobra is able to find the timing and the positioning to use that to great effect. But looking at Casanero again, immediately looking for a lane gang top.
Nice play here from Khorne, dodging away from that scatter and then going aggressive on the back of it, knowing that such a crucial ability was down. Meanwhile, Bread in the Can being forced back, they've generated a pretty significant CS advantage against the Gangplank, so they're just going to buy them a little bit of comfort in the top side for Art the Dragon.
There was a chance there for Cobra to look to try and take the 1v1 in that fight. They do have the upgraded smite. Casanero doesn't have it yet, so that was an opportunity wasted.
Dashing forward, Khorne maybe not realizing they were opting into a 2v1. They're already flashing and having to escape over to the sides, as we'd seen Divicius just able to walk up. Part of what's happening, and what's happening especially with the Yuumi roam that you talked about earlier on, is it's basically just turned into a battle of the ADCs and how much they can CS down on the bot side.
Oh man, back in the days we talk about roaming supports, we're talking bards and blitzcranks, and now Yuumi's a roaming support.
Yeah, give me fresh any day of the week.
Yeah, the game has changed. But Mules, he's finding opportunities, and Divicius is forced to react in kind, and so Morticius is not out of the danger, so he has to lurk around just in case anything more is to come his way.
So, Rick, earlier on we were talking about the fact that a particular music streaming service had put out some interesting info. We've come back to that one because Khorne with Mules on top of them, caught out slightly, gets caught with the taunt, but the nice lockdown from the Assault Battery is good. Stopwatch burn by Khorne by themselves, a little bit of time. It's not enough to save their lives. Casanero trying to get one back, but maybe bit off a little more than they can chew. Chasing down onto the Vicious, will get the one kill with a cannon barrage doing work. Here comes Halesey, not going to do anything with the zap there as we do see Half Alpha arriving. Cobra living with just a tiny bit of Half Alpha able to get reset after reset after reset. Mules will get caught by the zap. The vision is still there. The blast is going to come out of that rocket as the triple kill comes in on the cat. That's going to be Jinx getting fed right there.
And they're going to drop the Rift Herald immediately as well, so more gold coming over to Cobra and Morticius, while Henny and Alfalfa head straight down to pick up their second Drake of the game. That was a huge turnaround, and well, it did look as though it was going to be a pick-off in favor with the return of Casanero into the fight. It was very swiftly turned around as soon as Alfalfa made his entrance.
Flash and a bot onto Other Dragon, who beautifully flashes to themselves, and now they flash in return, but they flash straight into the newly shielded Bread in a can, and despite being able to eat an orange to get out of the Death Realm, death still belongs to Arc the Dragon, as Bread in a can just finds the straight out outplay.
Arc the Dragon there with a lovely bait on the tower dive attempt. Bread in a can went for the flash for the isolated damage, but Divicious isolated as well.
Divicious completely caught out by the taunt from Galio. There is a nice scam of the week coming in. Casanero will turn away from being able to get the kill onto Renata. Glass Court will get slowed down, dashing themselves out to safety, just able to dodge away from what the Vicious can do. Cobra getting closer and closer, will have an assault and battery available. Goes straight in for it and finds the damage. Half Alpha now with 4 kills. About 3 minutes ago, I was about to call out Sun Spectres for not having enough agency in the early game. My word, that's changed in the last couple of moments.
It absolutely has. A Kraken Slayer now completed onto a Jinx, who is getting dangerously close to being at a point where they're ahead, to the point in team fights where she will become a real threat early on, getting those stacked up auto attacks, very close range. It is a very close range team up against the T-side Steelers. A lot of melee or low range threats all in all, so you can actually spend a little bit more time in that form. The rocket launcher will also be a pretty nice one as well.
Did connect on the Casanero, who then decided they wanted a little bit of vibe, but the dash over the wall was good with the Vault Breaker from Cobra to make sure they stayed safe. Meanwhile, on bot side, we see that Jinx and Vicious just pushing that one in, getting a bit of turret plating as well. Gold lead is now built up to 2,000 in favor of the Sutton Spectres as they look to bounce back in a series. They desperately need to get the game. Nice little smite comes out of Casanero, but Mules gets caught out. They're trying to jump onto their horsey, but the cat can't find them. They're going to get punched in the face by Cobra. It's a 1-for-1 so far with Syndra having been caught out. That's nice. Cannon barrage. Here comes the heroic entrance. Casanero continues to take every single fight they possibly can. Maybe going to get a red buff as their little reward as Odysseus and Cobra do escape into the wings.
Weren't able to chase down the kills, but they don't leave empty-handed. That's the mark of a team that is definitely going to be a contender. They'll never let an opportunity go to waste, even if they can't get the maximum optimal value out of it, just due to a well-placed Vault Breaker over the wall. Divicious dropping the ultimate as well, just to dissuade the chase a little bit. That extra gap that was built up, maybe preventing an extra kill or two. And at least the push coming in the mid lane as well.
In my eyes, Mordekaiser is one of the scariest champions in the game when they get going. One of the champions most capable of these crazy 5v1 moments. And it looks like with that early Leeching Leer competed alongside the Blasting one, things are going from bad to worse for Arc the Dragon up on top side. Yes, they've been able to complete their Essence Reaver, but really they are just having a horrible time trying to lane against this Mord. If it was picked directly as a counter pick, assuming that Arc was just going to lock GP no matter what, then things definitely looking better for Brendan Cam this time round. Aggression coming out as we do see the ultimate thrown down by Mules on the Uni, but doesn't get a whole lot of anything apart from a cooldown.
Just been another one. Ultimate dropped by a support to dissuade any further aggression from coming through. That is a dangerously low mid lane tower after the Rift Herald charge. And there's 4 members of the T-side Steelers that are potentially in a bit of danger. Sutton Spectres already grouped up, maybe looking to try and get some vision control around the Rift Herald. Could have looked for a pick beforehand as well. They weren't to know. That was not the case, but they will get their second Rift Herald of the game, and there is a couple of juicy low health turrets that could quite quickly be dropped down to open up the map.
They could be gone soon, and also a third dragon could be gone soon as well, and this could set up for a potential very, very early Soul, potentially very early Elder Drake on the cards as well, which is one of the things that we could see Sutton doing to accelerate this game, to just prevent all of that potential scaling coming into the Steelers. Going back just a moment or two to before that frantic fight that led to the Jinx triple kill, was just starting to talk about the streaming service that had dropped their little review of the year this year, and League of Legends decided to parody that one on some of their social media accounts, saying that we'd all spent 559,000 minutes or something like that loving Yuumi this year. Turns out they spelled hating wrong, if you're me, but that's just personal opinion. The turret that was dropped by the Herald was on top side. It's going to actually lead to two.
Oh,
it's also going to lead to the death of Bai out of nowhere, just taking turret shots, which I don't think they were expecting to. Arc might get felled themselves as Hyman tries to turn this one back around, and with Divisius coming in as well, Arc has nowhere to run, just buying time on this GP flash in the end, committed by Brendan McCann. Arc's going to eat Orange to stay K for a little while longer, but that means now the Death Realm will trap them because they have no more oranges to eat, and unfortunately a lack of oranges means a lack of health for Flash, and eventually Divisius has to commit their Flash as well. Arc the Dragon lived for far longer than they had any right to, and it allows the rest of the team to do so much in the mid lane, committing all of this damage onto Half Alpha, finding the shutdown, getting that gold into Castanero, and maybe even getting a turret for their troubles too.
Hey, yo, Jinx, where's your support? Chasing a GP in the top lane. 2 flashes were forced to be expended to pick him off. There's an attempt at a response, but there's no Jinx.
Corn connects on to Cobra, and with turret shots raining down, that's going to be enough to get the kill. Halsey now trying to do everything they can on the Civil, will almost certainly kill off Brendan McCann and get the shutdown gold for it. Yes, Morticus eventually gets the double kill, but these are big extra bits of gold going into the pockets of the Steelers as well. I'm probably quite happy with how this all has gone. Yuumi and Hyman may be the next contestants to try and 2v1 it, but having taken half their health from pretty much just one scatter and orb combination is going to be the turret given over to the Spectres.
Yeah, Casanero maybe humbled a little bit with the Syndra damage. Oh my god, he's going to die!
No,
Yuumi.
He's not! Zumi's come in clutch, and despite the Leandri's burn, that's not quite a kill for the Syndra.
Is that the second time a Leandris has been denied? Oh my goodness, he was minuscule away from death at this point. Mules, he's definitely fortunate that Mules was still hovering around, could get the heal up just in time, because that was way too close.
Arc's got to be real careful down here, playing with fire a little bit at the moment. Has got a nice setup of the barrels, so we'll be able to do something should the invasion come up through the red side jungle, but that's not going to be the case. Casanero sort of felt it coming. He's going to come over to clear out this vision. One thing that slipped me by, and apologies if you called it out, Rick, was that the dragon was secured. I assume it was while all that chase was happening of the dragon up on top side. That dragon went over as the dragon in a huge amount of trouble now, but yet again they are able to pull a Houdini and escape. Castanero goes aggressive but takes a lot of damage straight on top of their head. So far they're living, but Brendan McCann says no, not anymore. But this now opens up the opportunity for the double kill, maybe even more, because we're seeing Assault and Battery, we're seeing low health bars, triple kill, could been a quadra, but Syndra says no. Bread in a can wants more, finds more. Quadra kill, bread in a can.
Well, we talked about draft diff, but holy moly, it's a clean ace. And who cares about draft diff when you're a Mordekaiser? You picked up a quadra kill, and we talked not too long ago about how he can evolve into this disgusting tank presence that can just sit in the middle of an enemy team 1v5. Well, he's already doing that. It's not even 20 minutes into the game. He walked face first into all of them, picked up a double, and just kept going under the tower with Cobra as well.
Casanero yet again wanting more, dashing back towards the recalling Sutton Spectres, but not able to find anything. So much just went into the pockets of the Sutton Spectres curse, and our higher seeds right now find themselves 7,000 gold in the lead. For so long, that lead had only been around the 2,000 to 3,000 mark, and it felt like maybe this scaling team of Seaside Steelers were waiting things out. They've opted into fights that they haven't won. They have lost out on so much gold, and as a result, now it is very much Sutton Spectres' game to lose.
It really did start off looking good with Casanero's unstoppable onslaught, the fear landing on 4, maybe 5 members of the Sutton Spectres, scattering them in all directions. The downside was the direction that Mordekaiser went was into the middle of the enemy team, and that's where he thrives with this build. The Omnivamp coming through, a huge shield, the huge health bar that they just don't have the damage to shred through, but well, Baron doesn't have that luxury just yet.
It started up almost on spawn, but with an ultimate going in, Hecarim tries to get the steal, and you blink and you miss it. The Heck is dead, and just like that, Baron goes over to the Spectres. They'll get a third dragon as well, and maybe even more.
Look at all the wards in the Baron pit. They wanted to make absolutely sure there was no chance of a steal to come through. Well, he did maybe have a bit of an opportunity. The smite wasn't available. It was secured by a huge burst by Syndra. And now with no Casanero available, no engage, solo laners on opposite sides of the map, there's nothing they can do to prevent this push.
Inhibitor is going down, whether the Steelers like it or not. This is a truly dominant performance. I go back to my prediction, which I was making earlier, Rick. Just the style we see the Long Arena Clash we played in so many times. It's aggression, non-stop. Bread in a can this time, going for the Death Realm onto Casanero. Obviously can't be cleansed away in the same way the GP can. Obliteration comes out of Mordekaiser as they unleash their power with the R button. Casanero lives through the Death Barrel, as does Bread in a can, but the push continues on towards these Nexus turrets. Cobra takes a lot of damage coming out of the Gangplank, but now Gangplank is dead, and so might the hopes in this game of the T-side Steelers. They look like they're not going to be picking up a 2-0 anytime soon. Cobra does eventually die off to Casanero and Khorne as they combine their powers together, but the second Nexus turret fall, Alfalfa still able to strike onto not only the Galio but onto the Nexus as well. Casanero trying to make a brave last stand. It's going to be Divisius and Mordekaiser, however, who are trying to get these final couple of hits. Mordekaiser dies, but Divisius doesn't. The Nexus falls. It's 1-1. We got to decide it, folks. this time round, Sutton Spectres are the team who go for the defensive option, and it's going to be on the T-side Steelers to try and take the early play, maybe catching on to this set.
This is maybe a response, given the fact that Arc the Dragon spotted it out in the previous matchup and maybe anticipating that the same thing is coming through, potentially even feeling like they just have the advantage in the level 1 engagement. Exactly. But they are going to head straight in, drop the ward, and back immediately out.
Crucially, however, so far we've not seen that trade of wards. Renata Glass just stepping forward now will be able to drop that trinket straight into the opposition red buff. And Sir Mordecus cancelling the recall of Mules. And with 1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock, this is going to be an exceptionally delayed recall for Mules.
That's the one thing that Mules has done pretty consistently all throughout this series is drop the ward early, head back and switch over to a sweeper trinket. All in all, it won't have too much of an impact. Although... might just mean that Mules doesn't have the opportunity to go and sweep the ward away from their own red buff before heading over to lane. So Mortica's still hovering around nearby just in case anything funny is going to come through. But no, the vision will remain, and it will once again be blue buff starts for both junglers. They have actually killed off the blue buff before the Grumps even spawned.
Yeah, whereas Castanero has taken a lot longer, not having the duo lane helping him out, will delay any potential first ganks. That vision put down has basically just achieved the no, they didn't start on red buff, and potentially it will last long enough to see the junglers as they get towards their second key buff, but we'll keep our eyes on that one as it goes. Good early damage from Brendan Khan, who has been making life very difficult for Arc the Dragon in the series. The only time it really went wrong is when the Darius started falling significantly behind after some slightly messed up early plays.
So Morticus has had 2 target bans, but a big dive.
Flash for flash, damage onto Vicious. Another flash is going to be burned with the Ignite put down. I don't believe there's enough damage here to tick Renata Glass over. Mules, in turn, is going to lose a lot of health. The Vicious does manage to keep hold of the exhaust. Half keeps hold of the heal, but it's still going to be a 2-for-2 summoners traded here, with Mules burning both the Ignite and the flash.
Early game aggression once again in full effect, and well, it was successful in doing so. A trade of a flash, but the Hex Flash still available, so Mules, give him a moment in a bush, he could just make the exact same play once again, and this time there's going to be no way out for the bot lane. So Morticus diving forwards, a low mana Khorne the Destroyer. He's going to struggle to return the fire.
Struggle, but still managed it with the Sand Soldiers in tow, and arguably comes off very slightly the better from that trade. However, that might not be true if Kobe can find a flash and an attack. If they'd gone in for the flash there, then I think they might have maybe connected onto Khorne, but Khorne's been pretty hot on the flashes themselves earlier on, so maybe it would have just been a trade of something.
Wow, that was a confident play from Khorne the Destroyer to not flash away, just to walk in the opposite direction, maybe anticipating a flash to come through from Cobra, just holding off on that summoner. Patient play and impressively done.
Castanero didn't find anything on bot side. He's just going to pick up a Scuttle as the return, and it's just a slow burn early on, but both of these teams have a massive opportunity to explode. It does feel like there's good scaling damage, especially over on the side of Steelers a little bit later when I look at the Gangplank and what we've seen Azir already do today. Of course, however, you can't talk scaling without talking about what a Jinx can do in the late game. So both of these teams feel set up to deal actually with early, mid, and late game respectively. It's just going to come down to execution on the Rift.
The Dragon finds the stun. Good
the
timing.
Flash forward, dodging away from the knock-up. However, had to dodge back towards Brendan Khan, who is going to flash forward, find the Haymaker damage. It's not enough. The turret shot won't kill off Brendan Khan, but it will kill off their dreams of finding first blood.
Second time, Arc the Dragon burning 2 flashes and getting away with his life this time as well. No surprise to see that Mules is there immediately to cover the lane. Already roaming around on Rel looking for opportunities, and might, if he takes a step forward, will catch the recall. No, the Oracle lens timed out. Oh, unfortunate.
Literally just another step forward would have revealed set there and made life a little bit more difficult for the boss. Instead, they're able to recall, find their teleport back at the right time to pick up as much CS as possible with a pickaxe now in tow.
Well, Mules' hopes of looking for some aggressive early game plays will fade away as the recall will come through. Bread in a Can was going to be a prime target as coming back into the lane, the teleport was just used. That would have been a great time to find a pick, but not quite going to be the case. So Morticus, once again, low range, lots of sustain on the mage champion, but we've seen how that has worked up against an Azir, particularly if you are going for that Ludens and the Q-Max build. Can quite quickly be poked out of lane, but so Morticus could just all in you anytime.
Interesting.
Like
Brewing. Cobra takes a lot of damage, but not as much as Casanero has. He has to flash away. Half Alpha going lower and lower. Has managed to get the little bit of the passive coming out of Renata. However, that's not going to save the life of Half Alpha. First Blood going the way of Rel.
Ignite used to pick it off. Halsey, a big chunk of plasma damage. And no revive to come through. So Renata Glusk not quite able to have the same level of impact on the Jinx in the early phase. This early level engagement, it's definitely earlier than the one that we had in game number 1 where the triple kill arrived on a plate for Half Alpha, but this time it will be he who's taken out 6 minutes into the game, even with about a 1,500 gold lead on the side of the team. That is potentially cause for concern should it continue in this fashion.
A little bit of difficulty CSing underneath the turret here. Focon, who was having a real rough time picking off things with the Sand Soldiers, but managed to stabilize things, keeping a CS advantage against the Sylas. Sylas looking good in trades, however, and so Morticus already showing a real proficiency with this champion. It's just, this is by far our slowest burn game of the day, and it just shows how much this game means to both of these teams. They can't afford to make too many mistakes.
Yeah, this is last chance saloon. There is no mulligans, no redos after this one. Khorne the Destroyer will eventually, as he stacks up some more damage, there'll be a problem for Samorticus, poking him down from range, but Samorticus doesn't seem to be afraid of taking any opportunity to dive all in, and if Cobra's sticking around nearby, close to level 6 as well, Khorne the Destroyer will have quite a bit to worry about.
Jules go very aggressive on Vicious and not quite finding the damage in time out of the Kai'Sa, and as a result, Rel takes the worst of this trade with Half Alpha 3 hitting that.
Halsey just a little bit too far back, doesn't commit with the killer instinct to dash all the way in on that fight.
Dragon
level 6 with the expensive Mules' XP, still level 4 though. After all the
Dragon started up by Jarvan Vyse on the other side of the map. So this one's going to be picked up free and easy by J4 this time of asking. Meanwhile, up on top side, CSing still the name of the game for Arc the Dragon. Keeps taking chunks of damage from Bread in the Can, but not too worried as long as they're able to get those big CS numbers getting closer and closer towards that Essence Reaver.
With all the vision control around the top side as well, there's really no avenue at all that Cobra can enter this lane and put too much pressure down on towards Arc the Dragon. He's not going to have plenty of warning and time to get out of there. In fact, he is just going to go back for the recall anyway.
One thing for me, the Steelers, and to be fair, the Spectres as well, but especially in my eyes, the Steelers have done really, really well in this game, is that vision control, knowing what's going on pretty much at all times. Brendan trying to go aggressive, will throw down the showstopper, will have the Haymaker available to them in just a moment. Up the Dragon not going to have to sidestep that one, though. Does have to be careful with Vi waiting around on the side. Started up this Herald, and with Jarvan on the other side of the rift, that one looks like it'll go over pretty easily. Khorne decides to make things a little bit more difficult, though, and that's going to be a steal, as Azir not only steals the Herald, picks up the eye, but gets the kill as well. Up the Dragon, using the orange, staying alive for a moment, but the Haymaker secures the kill. It's a 1-for-1 in terms of kills, but the big objective went the way of the Steelers. They will pay for it with Mules' life, however, there's no way they're getting out of dodge on this one. Mules accepts their fate.
Small price to pay at that point, and it started off the engagement from Bread in a Can, dragging Arc the Dragon into the river where he didn't really want to go, but Cobra was so far through. The Rift Herald had been taken pretty low health, only had about 30-40% at that point, and it was only 2,000 health left on the Rift Herald, so maybe slight miscommunication on what the strategy, the actual plan was at that point. In the end, they do have the Rift Herald stolen away from them. It's picked up by Mules because, of course it is. Mules, once again, roaming around the map, pretty much has freedom to drop it wherever they want, which typically isn't always the case for a support, but Mules does things the way that Mules wants to. Even picked up the Boots of Swiftness to get into that lane a little bit quicker.
Rick, I stand by what I said. It feels to me like there's no way that Herald should have been stolen away, but stolen it was, and you have to ask, will that be a little bit of a tilter? Will it hit the mental a little bit for the Spectres? They seem cursed around these neutral objectives.
Nicely done, Stan. Excellent use of the team name in your puns. But, I mean, we've got to think back to game number 2. They accelerated the game so quickly. They picked up both of the Rift Heralds in the early phases of the game. They dropped them to clear out some turrets, open up the map, and give them the chance to get these picks. So that could have been a very similar game plan. And maybe just free up some Morticus from having to constantly spam all of his mana for wave clearing, get some more proactivity around the map in the same way that Mules does, and now having that Rift Herald stolen away from them, it puts a big stopper on towards any plans that they had of pushing in a little more aggressively. And I suppose the one thing in favor of some Morticus is Khorne the Destroyer has gone for a safer, tankier build for the Crown of the Shattered Queen rather than the huge poke damage out from the Ludens, but the Rift Herald isn't going to do him any favors.
Yeah, nicely timed push here, getting a couple of turret plates onto Khorne on this Azir that's just going to scale so exceptionally well, as we saw it doing as a last bastion of hope for some Morticus in the first game. Speaking of the first game, speaking of the second game, today has not been a day of comebacks. Whoever's taken the early lead has gone on to win the game. Sultan Battery following the flash over the wall, but now Cobra's very, very deep. The Cataclysm using Cobra themselves has to flash out. Halsey is going to come in with a good bit of damage as the cannon barrage rains down from the gangplank. Art of the Dragon always have to help the team with that one.
Could we potentially have looked at that as a slight missed opportunity? Cobra charging up the Vault Breaker, gets out of it. Could have maybe looked to try and turn things onto Halsey, but it would have been risky to try and do so. And again, with this being an all-or-nothing game, maybe we don't want to try and take those risks at this point in the game. But this one, we might not have a choice.
Yeah, so Morticus is absolutely dead to rights, except that they're not. The Ignite wasn't put down by Mule, and instead Rel dies? What just happened in mid lane?
Oh, a stolen Cataclysm is pretty cataclysmic for Mules. The Ignite could have made all the difference, but it was not used. That's a huge turnaround for some Morticus, and now Cobra gets in a position to try and hold the lane as well. So it might be a tower plate going in favor of Khorne the Destroyer, but that's all that comes out from that. That should never have happened.
No, a little bit like the Stolen Herald earlier on. It's just maybe a sign of nerves for these teams, the fact that small plays like that aren't quite going as we as casters and you maybe as viewers would expect. But what I was just kind of about to touch on before all that went down was the fact that today has not been a day of comebacks. Whoever's found the early lead has accentuated that lead into a big enough lead to just win through the mid game. So far, that lead does belong to the Steelers. They have a 2,000 gold lead as we come towards 13 minutes. The question is, do they realize that? Do they know that the turret plates, the CS, and the kills that they've secured adds up to that sort of lead? Can they play with these advantages at all?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Mules hadn't dodged away there. They could have been very, very dead in the end. Flag and drag over the wall takes Castanero to safety as well as the second dragon has spawned. 4
members of either side posturing around the Drake pit, but Divicious called out.
Yeah, completely left for dead. Will use their own W to try and stay alive, as we see Khorne doing the same with a stopwatch and managing it. Half Alpha's caught out, flashes away from Rel, but being chased down by a cataclysmic moment from Casanero. There is one kill as Set teleports in, takes down the Azir, trying to trade back, but with the cannon barrage raining down, so Morticus will be the next to die. 2 quick kills for the Kai'Sa. That's going to be the boss trying to find another one onto Halsey. Nice use of the face breaker, but the plasma continues to rain down, dodging away from the haymaker. Bredina can die too. It is going to be the delayed ace. It is going to be an Infernal Dragon going the way of the Steelers.
Once again, Khorne the Destroyer just proves to be way too annoying to take down. The more defensive build, the Crown of the Shattered Queen, the early stopwatch picked up. So while it was Divicious on one side that was caught out and wasn't able to do anything to contribute to the fight and was picked off very early on, Khorne the Destroyer was in a position to be picked off, but just lasted way too long. So the rest of the team was already in a position to capitalize on it, and Halfalfa just exposing the position at maybe slightly too early, slightly too unsafe a position, immediately the target of the fight, and was ran down so quickly before anything else could even be done. Arc the Dragon, once again in classic Arc the Dragon fashion, didn't commit himself to the fight, just threw the ultimate down and continued pushing in the top lane. Another turret now dropped up there for the T-side Steelers.
Rick, just as I talked about the gold lead starting to be built up a little bit, the fact there haven't been any comebacks today, it's gone from 2,000 to 5,000 in a matter of moments. And with this second Herald spawning, opportunity for Mules and the rest of the team to maybe find more.
The gold value on Halesey is pretty impressive. We'll see how it comes to if this breaks out into a big fight.
Mules finds more, but maybe only finds Death. Super Mega Death Wrong, it comes from downtown. Cobra finds one kill. They go low themselves, but I don't think they're going to get killed off. Arc the Dragon trying to do work. This time he commits his body and he loses it as well. The Herald and all those kills are secured by the Spectre.
Stan, I've seen this one before. A triple kill for Jinx 15 minutes into the game. Well, I just said Halesey had about a 2,000 gold lead over their lane counterpart, and how that could impact in the early game fights, but not if they were just completely demolished. A dive from Samorticus and Cobra removed Kai'Sa from the fight before she had a chance to do anything, and Jinx, the perfect cleanup crew, picks up the kills and a turret to boot, and that's even without committing the use of the Rift Herald. But Alfalfa's getting dived again.
Getting the Cataclysm on top of them, no flash to get out of there, and that will be 2 quick kills. It all started with a beautifully timed ult from Arc Dragon, finding that slow. Casanero, as always, diving straight on in, and we had just seen the gold lead reduced to only a 1,500 moment ago, but it's built back up to 3k on the back of a couple of quick kills. Remember as well, the Steelers picked up both of the early dragons, so they're building towards a potential soul.
That would be a big moment for them as well, but it is a back and forth game that we have to round out the series, so it would seem how Falfa comes out ahead with a triple kill, immediately shut down by, let's not understate, a 4-0-4 Casanero, so back on the Jarvan.
Loves going deathless.
Yeah, fully just living up to the expectation. Almost a fully stacked jungle item as well. Just needs one more camp, or you know what, why not make it a champion kill if there's one available?
No, it's going to be a camp, I think, stealing away the blue buff. Arc the Dragon and Mules maybe catching here on Samorticus. Nice pullbacks, good usage of the oh my word, completely forgotten the name of it. The mythic
handshake
item that Silas has to get themselves out of dodge on that one. It was certainly a close run thing. Samorticus also happened to flash though.
I think it's called Sometimes Cold, yeah, something like that.
Sometimes Cold.
Yeah, kind of like most of the UK this time of year. But yeah, Silas gets his way out of there and survives Slippery. It's a costly one, costs his flash, and that is maybe a little more of a potent engage tool than it might look at first glance when you look at all of the available ultimates that he can steal in these team fights. Flashing to reposition to get a Cataclysm or an Emperor's Divide that he's stolen could be a crucial way to turn around one of these fights, as things are so consistently back and forth in this game.
Rick, we've got about 1.5 minutes left for Cobra to use this Herald. Where do you expect to see it put down?
It's a good question, really. I mean, mid lane turret is already gone, and with Khorne the Destroyer so fervently defending in the bottom side, vision control for the side of the Sutton Spectres does seem to be more so focused around the bot lane, but maybe just dropping it in a lane so that they have a bit of priority to push down and maybe contend for this dragon is not at all a bad idea. That's probably going to have to be the usage case, but if it's left in the mid lane solo, it will just be cleaned up too quickly.
Oh, that's kind of what I was expecting on that recall, to see it dropped up on the top side, to just let it push in and maybe provide some counter push to what is almost certainly going to be a 5-man dragon start by the Steelers. That's not what's happened. I think we're brewing for our next big fight.
I think now the positioning is such that they can look to get priority mid lane, but this might not matter at all.
Khorne using the Sun Disc absolutely brilliantly. Emperor's Divide making life very difficult for Samorticus. Remember, no flash on the back of that previous play. Big push down mid lane going on from the Spectres, but they've lost their mid laner on the bot side. The Herald was put down and now is crashing.
Third charge?
This is beautiful. The Dragon gets caught out, has to flash away. The charge comes in. Ultimate thrown down. The turret will die. The Dragon has been neglected for now, as we see desperately Casanero and the rest of the team trying to not only save the base, but get as many kills as they could, because this could lead to a Baron. Brendan McCann lives for a while, but not quite long enough. Jinx is dead as well. Divisius will be the next to die on the Renata class, and with 4 people dead, it's going to be Baron time, baby. Cobra's the only one standing who can stop this.
Well, funnily enough, Cobra is the one that you would want alive if there was only one left in this situation. We've already seen a Rift creature stolen away, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any instance of that. It will potentially be attempting to trade it out for the Drake, but it's so quick that the Baron's going to have been taken. It's just too risky.
This is crazy. Azir teleporting down to the bot side. Kai'Sa and Rell coming across as well. Gangplank with the teleport is going to go deep into enemy territory, trying to find the catch onto Cobra, onto Mordekaiser. Massive barrel damage comes out, and half health too. And just like that, there was no steal of the Dragon. Instead, the Baron and the Dragon go to the team that just lost their inhibitor turret, but they won't give a damn about that anymore.
It did look like an effective use of the Rift Herald to try and capitalize on the aggression in the bottom lane, but in the end it looks as though maybe just overstepping to get that extra turret is gonna be a huge cost to the Sutton Spectres. Once again, just being ran down by Casanero and the crew, and man, there was just no way out from that point, and everything they've tried to do to answer back, just swift responses. The teleports committed from Khorne and Arc to get into positions where a 900 damage barrel this point into the game will be all that it takes to really stem the bleeding that came from that Rift Herald usage in the mid lane.
Having those really quick lanes in there, again, great for the Gangplank. Straight and Dirk means that we're probably going to get towards a Collector as third item as well. This game, it seems to go back and forward, but the gold lead has consistently stayed with the Steelers. They've now got themselves back up to that 7,000 gold lead. Mules does run into trouble a little bit, but steps away in time to not give up their life, and the Baron Empowered team still continue to push in 2 lanes. Casanero goes deep, gets a drag onto the Vicious, forces the flash out of the Cataclysm, but you know who can't get out of that Cataclysm? It's Half Alpha. They die. The Vicious burning down, but not quite. No, does eventually die, and the same is going to be true with the burn coming into Vi, and just like this, the Steelers may have made a play that secures their place in a grand final, and just like that, Casanero goes 7-0-9, looking for another deathless game. Takes away not only Inhibitor turret, but Inhibitor. Only some more to just stands.
The Cataclysm really is proving to be the most valuable bit of terrain on the Rift, the most valuable cooldown that they can find, because so many times, it's 3-4 times in this game, Halfalfa hasn't had flash available, no other way to get out of the Cataclysm, and Casanero just completely demolishing the dreams of Halfalfa of carrying this game to a position for the Sutton Spectres to be able to mount a comeback. That's a mid lane inhibitor taken down and a whole lot of vision left to be cleared, but that's really all that's going to be found for the Sutton Spectres outside their base.
A big problem for them as well is that because there's these 2 massive now scaled threats of the Gangplank, of the Azir, it's going to be so much harder to fight back. This isn't like one of the teams we saw trying to fight back in the first game where they knew that the team losing early on had scale they could fall back to. That's just not there. And with Halfalfa having been essentially starved of so much apart from that one triple kill, it's so difficult to see how Spectres can fight back.
It really is tough to see a way back into this. I mean, even Shroud as well onto Mule, so anytime there is the engagement that comes through, you get caught by the CC, you will be popped, bursted down by Casanero and his Gore Drinker. Yeah. Oh man, it is a rough scenario to try to find a way back into this game, but I don't think they're going to find it outside of the base, and no picks are going to be available. The way that T-Side Steelers are playing as a 5, way too diligent, not giving up any possibilities for vision control, half health.
I talked about a potential Collector coming in for GP, but it looks more like it could be a Duskblade of Drakthar Gangplank if the game even goes that long, because this could be a big deciding fight already. Look at those low health bars. Renata Glass's ultimate used so brilliantly that 2 kills are quickly secured. Arc the Dragon will go back in order to be able to purchase, but not the way they would have wanted to. The support in the top lane are lost, and just like that, a 5v3 power play. But what can the Spectres do with it?
It was Cobra who started that fight, but wasn't able to do anything. Still has the ultimate available, hasn't put it to any use just yet, and doesn't even get the chance.
Got the Destroyer once more, and what they're going to get is some Morticus dashing in. There goes Casanero again, flashing Cataclysm and Cobra getting out to safety just by the skin of their teeth.
Whew, Cobra, that was very close to being dunked on by the Cataclysm. Casanero expending the flash to try and secure it, but wasn't quite able to. That's, an impactful kill, potentially getting some gold back in their favor, but once again, it's still an 11,000 gold lead in favor of Sutton Spectres, so it's a small victory, but, a few of those over the course of the next few minutes could quite well mount up, and there is still a little bit of scaling available on Jinx. It's just the issue being that if we look over on the other side of the draft, there is far more late game potency from the Kai'Sa, Azir, and Gangplank. And, well, as much as Jarvan is currently a huge damage threat, he can't transition into just being purely an initiator and let the rest of the team do the heavy lifting.
Rick scaling, yes. Hope, yes. Potential team fight engages like what we just saw from Renata Glass's ultimate, yes. However, what there also is another dragon, the Cloud Soul, being secured on spawn without contest. That is our the soul secured now for the Steelers. They are going to be able to push forward even more, trying to look to end this game.
Just to make Mules that little bit more sticky in the team fights. As soon as you drop the ultimate, extra move speed to keep everyone magnetized and locked in, placed for a dunk squad to come through from Casanero, Khorne the Destroyer, and potentially just a huge barrel from Arc the Dragon could be enough. Just one could be enough to take Halfalfa out of the fight immediately, maybe even permanently in terms of picking up the kill. Now the Duskblade has come through, and the Baron, wow, there's no chance of a steal now.
The Deathless Casanero secures yet another Baron for the team, and with all the big neutral objectives cleared up for the next few minutes, now we get the opportunity to see the T-side Steelers pushing forward, trying to get not just the one that they already have, but both of their feet into the final, where they will be facing off against the winner of the lower half of the bracket. What an absolutely exceptional, exciting event this one has been. Both of the teams giving it their all, showing just how much Belong Arena Clash means to them.
Belong Arena Clash out here on T-side, looking like they're getting the one-taps with the AKs, but 7-0-10 Casanero just... he seems to have forgotten how to die, I think, in this game, but...
He just doesn't know how to die on Jarvan. It's specifically that. It's like a buff
definitely true. Yeah, he's building a little bit more towards tanking now as well, but I think he just seems to be happy with the amount of damage that he's dealing for this point in the game. Doesn't need to build anymore. Just allow the rest of the team to catch up. 5, 1, and 6. Now, 3 completed items on a Kai'Sa. That is a scary item breakpoint for a carry at any point in the game. And this early on, just before 30 minutes, she will be shredding.
The Spectres decide that inhibitor is not the do or die moment where they need to commit things, instead opting to just let the Steelers have that one free of charge. Will they think the same when it comes to the bottom? The turret's already gone, so that's an extra option already no longer afforded to the Spectres. They're already being zoned away by the brilliant cannon barrage coming out of Arc the Dragon. The inhibitor goes, and now the push towards the Nexus turrets maybe can continue. Instead, attention turned towards the top side turret, where yet another wave already stacked up. This is beautiful wave control from the Steelers.
I think it's optimistic to even presume that they get the choice of whether or not they get to make their do or die scrapping fight before they lose all 3 inhibitors. It does look like they've done enough to push back the attempt on the top lane for the time being, but now with the teleport back in from Arc the Dragon, who was chunked out by the turret, now fully fresh and on the move, looking to rekindle the push.
They are doing exactly that as the Super start to push in bottom and mid. Meanwhile, again, Cannon Barrage that comes off cooldown so insanely quickly because of Navori Quick Blades.
That was also a Sylas dropping the Cannon Barrage to try and clear out the wave. That's definitely why. But hey, it just wasn't quite so effective. That Baroned up super minion is just still going.
Mule so tanky, kicking so hard with those horse steel legs. The push forward, the inhibitor goes down. Only Nexus turrets and that 50 gold's worth of Nexus stands between the Steelers and victory, but also standing strong at the minute, all 5 members of the Spectre squad. They're doing what they can. They've lost 1 Nexus turret. Now they're throwing out a massive, great gold coming out of Renata Glass. Is going to do some great work. Arc the Dragon is going to get killed off, but Cobra goes down as well. Casanero dunking forward, looking to stay deathless, looking to kill off Halfalfa and succeeding. That's going to be another bit of gold going over to Casanero, who's still alive, but the turnaround has been great from that man. Bread in a can. Not a quadra-kill this time, but a game-saving play.
It's enough to give them a shred of hope, a tiny little glimmer, and an opportunity to hold on to at least one Nexus turret, but I can really guarantee that they're not being able to leave the base for the next 5 minutes or so. Double super minions in every single minion wave, all 3 lanes. There's going to be an Elder Drake coming up soon, so it might just be a case of delaying the inevitable, but at the very least, getting that shutdown gold might make the next fight just a little bit easier for them to come up with a win.
Imagine Dragons might have written Warriors for League of Legends, but right now, bleeding out is more appropriate for the Spectres. They did brilliantly to fend off the Wolves at the gates a moment ago, but perhaps the next time the Steelers come a-calling, they won't be denied.
Was that all Imagine Dragon songs?
At least a few of them.
Ah, okay. I wouldn't know. They're not on my they're not on my music streaming service Wrapped for this year. Sorry, Stan. Casanero, he's looking to wrap this game up quickly, heading straight down some Morticus. Maybe the target in mind, but nope, they found a new one.
You managed to find another good ult, and the Halsey already having to step away, not getting down as much damage as they want, but Cobra's the first to die. Brett McCann, they know how much of a threat the top laner can be, so they've wiped that threat from the map. Alfalfa still managing to shoot, still doing what they can with the Jinx, trying to deliver Casanero their first death of the game, and they might just do that. Guardian Angel has been popped, the Nexus is a fall-in, and it's going to be Nicholas Casanero, Guardian Angeling their way into the grand final. There it is, a completed bracket, a 2-1, what we just witnessed on the top half match, not entirely in its symmetry, as it's a 2-0 that sees the Bradford Rams knocked out by those Stratford Spartans. Sheffield? I'm pretty sure it's the Stratford Spartans Prometheus, rather than the Sheffield Spartans. Don't worry about it. Definitely Stratford Spartans. They're back in the finals. Again, it was the Heracles team at Insomnia. This time, it's the Prometheus lineup. We'll check out what the players are as we come towards that grand final, and what a grand final it will be. 11 a.m. on this very channel on Saturday, the 10th of December. So make sure that you are tuned in for that one, because it's going to be an absolute banger.
You can see there's a lot of action going on over here. Obviously, Leicester and Maiden City-backed Shadow getting that round 1 bye. But obviously, Stratford Spartan Zeus versus Wrexham Reaper's Scythe in the other match, which we're not seeing today. But Birmingham Bruisers Vulcan versus Preston Invincibles Dauntless is certainly shaping up to be an interesting match.
Talk to me about these team comps here, Rook. Anything out of the blue? We're seeing a Yoru pop into the equation. That's something, a little bit unfamiliar at times.
I mean, he's certainly blue. I'll definitely give you that one. But also fantastic on this map, in my opinion. I think Neon and the Yoru, I think the Neon slightly more. But I think both of these agents are really strong here. There's a lot of space you can take control of. And I think that's why I actually really like to see this here. There are a couple of maps where if I see the Yoru come out, I feel like, honestly, it can be straight trolling. Maps like Bind, like some of the others, people think Bind, or because of teleporters, you got a lot of stuff you can play with. But for me, it doesn't really line up in the same way. However, here on Breeze, because you have the ability to make your own plays with those great flashes and also the ability to take that space, it can be absolutely fantastic. So I'd love to see that. Love to essentially see the Neon come up from Kaz as they're kind of circling around. But then there might be a couple too many duelists on this squad, and you do need a decent amount of utility to make Breeze really work. And we look over to the left side, and you can see that they really understand that. They've got the KO. They've got triple initiator. They know what they want to do.
You literally just took the words out of my mouth. I was like, wait, am I seeing this right? Is that a triple initiator set up on Breeze? This is going to be an absolute nightmare for this attacking half for the squad on the right-hand side, of course. Because, playing against the likes of a Sky and a KO on their own is almost nuisancey enough and a nightmare in its own right. But when you've got a KO, a Sky, and the Fade all in the same team comp, playing behind the likes of a Chamber, and listen, we know McWiff Stacks that doesn't mind getting a little bit aggressive on the Chamber, so we'll be looking out for him to probably sort of take that main duelist. We are seeing 3 initiators on the defensive side and 3 duelists on the attacking side here, Rook. These guys know that you can't agent swap halfway through a map of Breeze, right? Like that's this is a bit of a strange team comp from this attacking side, to say the least. I'm not too familiar with people running triple duelists, but listen, hey, maybe they just want to go a little bit gung ho, go all guns blazing to kick things off here in the playoffs, and who knows, it might work for them.
I mean, it might, right? And the focus of this composition, if you're taking those triple, I say triple, but let's be real. Even when you're running things like the Chamber as well, there is so little kind of utility to kind of play the wider game on this squad as a whole. They're really looking for those individual picks. They're looking to outskill their enemies 1v1. And I'm absolutely here for that. I love to see it. It's a really exciting way to play, but you've got to be hitting your shots. If you're not hitting your shots, you're providing so little to your team. So I'm really surprised to see this, but it can work. It just requires you to be that much better than your opponents. And that's the real test that we're going to see here on Breeze, whether they can do that or not, because otherwise the opponent is going to have so many tools to, frankly, dismantle.
Yeah, well, I've actually just noticed they're only playing off 1 flash on the Yoru as well. The Reyna's fully bought into the Sheriff, and it's a ghost in the hands of the Yoru, so they're only going to have 1 flash available. Louis, though, looks to engage and find the first little bit of contact. It is going to be McWiff who takes the first shots, but Waddle's there to find the shots onto the KO, followed by the second as well, while Kaz joins the party. And, well, we said we might see them go a bit gung-ho and throw everything at this defensive side, and that's exactly what they've done. It's going to be the Chamber of Team Fury to find the final kill onto Chimali, and that's a great start here for this attacking side. And what a way to come out swinging on Breeze, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we were saying, hey, the way that this team wins is just by being better. And Waddle makes a really emphatic point there that, actually, I believe I am better. Gets 3 frags in the first round and really sets the play. And I love as well that they understand we've got to keep winning. You need that momentum to make this happen. And they're even buying up double, triple rifles even here in the second round. This is, I mean, it's greedy, but sometimes greed is good.
You know, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're feeling your shot right, then why not why not be a little bit greedy? Why not invest fully? But you don't want to invest fully if you're just going to have a shot like that and snap your head off. And that's why the Chamber is such a useful agent to have in the locker. And oh my god, Jordan snuck behind enemy lines, so patient, but Mark's a little bit too intelligent on this occasion. Does get the spike down, no doubt going to rotate his way off of that site and try and play for the lineups. Oh, Louis, don't want to be choking there. Does get tagged up, 11 HP. Dom's going to find the kill. That's a big old rifle dropped towards the middle of the map. So this retake in a 3 versus 3, definitely doable here, Rook.
Yeah, a lot more manageable than they really thought they were likely to find themselves. I don't know if they picked up any of those rifles or anything, but it certainly could be in hand. They've got access to one of them here, but Martz is in a fantastic position, manages to trade 1-for-1 here. Picks up a 3rd frag, no duelers, no problem for those players there, but Team Fury lands a good shot. That rifle's in hand, and Waddle was playing the backfield. So important here. But, while this is a win for the attacking side, we kind of talked about this economy, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, sometimes, you know, it's a risk worth taking to full buy or not full buy. I think we only saw, 2 players buy the rifles into that round. So you still got Waddle, Marks, Kaz can still put their money back into this. And I think they're sort of back in either Louis or Fury, for example. I'd like to see Fury probably lose that sheriff unless it's been taken from the next round and just use that headhunter. But either way, I think they've just scaped enough money on the economy to get the full buy through for this round. However, McWiff, unfortunately, not going to whiff the shot, does hit the body, but Louis hits the head. So on this occasion, it is going to be the Jet to find the first frag, and that's a big old frag as well, because that's going to be the chamber. That's stopping any potential progression up towards the middle of the map. You know, usually you'd have the trademark there. That's going to be taken out, and already Kaz got himself onto the site.
Yeah, and look at the trust there as well. Kaz kind of pushes on forward with the rest of that backup and trust that their teammates are going to be there to refrag. 2 versus 2, no doubt. Now, though, as the players start to push on forward, Waddle has to push forward on their own here. As the backup is a little too far behind. In fact, all the way over on that B site. They are very much split here. Chamali, I think, is looking at this one and trying to decide exactly where it is they want to push towards.
Yeah, I like it as well. I like the rotation. It's just patience, to say the least. And with that Viper's Pit going down, Martz has got full control. Martz, I don't know if I like this. He does catch the player, but Jamali catches the head, and that's going to be the triple. See, I don't really get that from Martz. I kind of get what he wants to do, but he has to know that the Fade's going to either have the Haunt come back online and try and reveal his location, or have a Prowler spare at least anyway to try and spot the early bit of info. Probably wants to just try and play inside that Viper's Pit, or at least play for a little bit of a better position to aggro towards CT there. Does get picked up, does get punished, and not only are they going to lose the guns here, the side of the Vulcans, they're going to lose the round as well. And a key ult in Martz's Viper's Pit. That's not going to be online anymore. So finally, for this defensive side, a little bit of momentum that they can hopefully try to build on.
I actually do like the fact that we saw the attacking side invest that ultimate, because then it comes around quicker. Round 3, they already have access to it, might as well invest it, get it cycling back through, find themselves in a good position, and they can actually get a lot off the back of the Euro Vault, for example, getting them a lot of information and can set up for what we now know is a plethora of fragments for the squad as Waddle starts to go gung-ho into the opposing backline to get that information, to make the calls and set up for the rest of their team as they force everyone pretty much off of this A site where they can, apart from right towards the back. And they're going to commit towards that. He's right in the right position, but he whips everything.
No, I like it though from Azzy. So smart. I think he spotted Waddle pop that decoy down. So no avail this time for the sneaky Euro in the ult, but Jordan does spot the info onto Kaz, although the spike is down. This is a very, very tough spot for this Vulcan side to try and hold on to. Luckily though, for Fury is going to have the rendezvous to dance his way out of trouble. Flash does come through. Louis can't find one. Bomb's there to trade. And just like that, it's all up to Mertz. No shots land in the Sheriff. There's only one Sheriff in this town, and it's going to be the Viper of Dom. Vandal in hand. Kill secured. Second on the board.
Yeah, I think the really interesting part kind of about this for me as well is looking at these 4 duel, well, 3 to 4, but depends on what you really consider Chamber, as I often kind of look at him as a duelist. Is the variety of utility they've got. They've got access to the Leer, they've got access to the flashes from Waddle. But other than that, they've kind of got a couple of smokes from the Jet. They're just lacking so much. If they were running something like the Phoenix, you'd at least have ways to kind of push on in and provide area denial and provide extra kind of extra space with that wall. But they've chosen a lot of very utility-lacking agents, and I mean, they're really feeling the pain for it. It's been a lot of great play around all of those items that are available. Lewis isn't even hitting the shots. That's brutal to see.
Oh, it's a nightmare, to say the least, but Lewis might not have hit the shots, but Jordan definitely has. Finds the first, second secured, although Kaz is there to trade, not before Azzy can find the refrag, and, well, it is a 3 for the price of 2 trade here, and for this Vulcan side, that early momentum has been absolutely ripped apart and shattered in their faces, as it's all up to Martz with just the ghost in hand, trying to snatch the life away from any of these Birmingham players. And I think as he's cutting onto where he is, he's just waiting, is going to spot, reveals the location, pops the shot. He's got 2 players set up on this B site. Should be a third quite convincingly here for this Birmingham side.
Yeah, it's not really in the best of spots. I mean, they got some decent damage down. But again, with this squad, I really think you want to be winning some of these early rounds. You need that momentum to keep on going. You need to keep up that pressure. and they've been slipping up a couple too
30
many
seconds
times.
left.
It seems like it was a bit of a gritty play, and well, maybe, just maybe, unless they really start to sort things out, they've caught themselves over-aggressing in a lot of these situations and losing players for no reason.
And this is the problem with running that triple duelist team comp, right? Like that's the issue that you're going to have. You're sort of forced into playing that aggressive style of play. You've got the likes of Arena and a Yoru who you want to try and play off the flash, either a pop flash from the Yoru or a flash through the wall with the Leer for the Reina to try and pop a frag and then dismiss their way, or pop the Devout to keep themselves alive on site. But, you know, if you shut that first initial bit of aggression down on that entry, you know, the tides almost instantaneously swing and go into your favor, right? So I think this side of Birmingham are doing a great job of just shutting this Preston aggression down right now. And unfortunately, so far, the side of the Vulcan, they've not found any answers.
Not even when they've been using some of those ultimates, it hasn't been enough to really push on through. Jordan picks off Team Fury again, and Lewis doesn't even look around, does not know the players, just waiting around the corner with Marks off the board as well. This post-plant situation is looking more dire by the second.
Oh, for Kaz, really has to go huge here. Has got the Empress, but it's almost burned. Almost waited, however, Waddle does find one. It's going to be Addy who drops. Lewis is there, but not before the refrag and trades come through. It's going to be Kaz who falls as well to the Empress. Unfortunately, this Queen isn't going to be reigning too high, at least in this round anyway. The defuse is stuck. McWitt finds the headshot with the Operator. 4 back-to-back rounds, a quadra of rounds in a row for this Birmingham side. Answer back from the 2 successive start for this side of Preston. And you've got to say, right now, Preston, it's almost like they've run out of ideas inside the first 6 rounds here, Rook. They've got to do something.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really kind of disappointed because this comp can function. Look, it's not amazing. I'm not going to lie to you and say, actually, this is a unique comp. Well, it is unique, but it has its kind of power level. And what it needs to do, power points, it needs to do is it needs to push through, be aggressive, hunt down. You don't play post-plant situations like you're a comp with a Sova, with a KO, with all of this extra utility set up. Because you don't have it. You need to be aware of that and play to your outs. Right now, they're trickling on out into the open and not even winning their duels. The fact that Marks is not with the rest of the team pushing forward, that's got to sting.
Well, I think the issue what they're doing is they're sending the 3 duelists over towards the site and the main choke point on the entry to try and find the distraction and the entry onto the site to cause a little bit of chaos. And then they're sending the Chamber and it's the Viper, right, that they're playing with as well. So they're sending the controller player and the other Sentinel player into the middle of the map, which is great if you get complete control of, because that player can just really set up and play sneaky beaky like in the middle of the map. But if you lose them early on, guess what? That's going to be the smoke gun from the Viper. It's going to be the trademark to hold the flank in any potential clutch factor of the Chamber eliminated. And you're pretty much stuck in the entry point and the choke to the site unless you are doing what Waddle is. And he's going to find his second in the round. It's going to be Jordan who falls. And it's all up to Chamali on site to try and go huge.
I mean, we're proving it right here. It can work. When they find their own opportunities, when they make their own plays, it's great. But oftentimes we've seen these duelists locked behind a position which they can't really assault because they don't have the utility to set up for them. Now they're playing 2 versus 2 again. Knife goes deep and extra utility goes out here as well. Waddle getting a lot of information with the team, potentially looking to make this dimensional drift go hard. But with one already gone, it looks like they may not even need it. Dom gets a good shot, but he's stuck on out. He still gets the spray. This is just going oh so badly for Birmingham.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, you can't allow Dom to swing out and find the second. Yes, you know he's low, you try and swing, but at that range, you've got to be landing the shots. Dom finds the first, second is going to be confirmed as well. 8-4 start for the Viper. Fantastic stuff at the moment. And yes, okay, we saw the likes of Waddle and Louis. They were opening up the frags eventually towards, you know, CT and the middle of the map. I think it's just it's that after plant hold that this side is struggling at the moment, and the retake potential with the utility for the side of Birmingham is just a little bit too strong at the moment here. And the side of Preston, they just can't seem to be living with what this defensive side are throwing them, but they are going to try and answer back with the tour de force.
Well, indeed. I mean, we were talking about the utility tour de force. can completely deny by just, hitting the headshots. But that utility is so important in those retakes and in those post-spawn situations, because otherwise you're not really going to be able to control that area. They can take a place, but they sure as heck can't hold it. Martz tries to hold down, but with some Waddle's backup, they do actually manage to save themselves, and this push towards B does look at least positive for now, as the spike is pushed over there. Lewis is going to be that first point of contact potentially for Chamali here, but the spray goes through the boxes. However, the spray from Lewis is the first thing that kills.
Yeah, it's the dash as well, I think, onto the site, or by the wall, rather, should I say. That kind of just threw the line of sight off for Chamali. McWiff still tour de force in hand, unfortunately not using any force for his reckoning at the moment. But speaking of tour de force, speaking of Devil and want to show up, it's going to be Fury. The right click from Lewis after the initial head think comes through with the classic. Azzy probably tries to save, doesn't get the chance to. Triple up for Lewis finally here. The side of Preston, they come back alive here on Breeze.
They are having to invest a lot to get these rounds, though. That's the important thing, is they're chucking out some of these ultimates. They're getting aggressive, and even then, it's when they win the duels. It is a little bit win more in that regard, but hell, if you find a couple of those frags, you really can run them over. I think, again, the problem right now that I want to see from the squad, and we've shown that they can do it right there, when Lewis is the one in charge, they go aggressive, they take space, they take control, and that's so good for this squad, for this composition. They just need to keep on doing that. Get that first pick, and then from there, well, it's your opponent who's going to have to ride that roller coaster all the way down.
I mean, yeah, the question is, though, can this side of Preston consistently take rounds? We saw them do it on the first two, but then once a little bit of pushback was given, they seem to crumble. They've now got themselves a third on the board, and on Breeze, listen, if you get yourself 4 or 5 rounds, your job's done, basically, on the attacking side. So, with that Viper's Pit invested, they have to win this next round, though. They cannot afford to give up, 1 or 2 many more rounds here on this attacking half, especially when you're investing so much util.
Fragment gone early, teleports out just in the nick of time. Azzy does not quite manage to find that frag, but Kaz is waiting in the wings as Martz falls, and well, you see the smoke starts to settle. Does use the dismiss to just about get out of dodge. Storm swaps over weapons, tries to keep up that pressure, but look, this was all up to Kaz, but unfortunately it's no dice. And another round on the board for Preston.
Both times the Viper's Pit's been invested on the attacking side, they've lost the round. And that, I think, kind of tells you the tail of the tape, right? And the way in which this game has gone, at least so far, for the first half here on Breeze. It's anything that the side of Preston do, it's the side of Birmingham who just almost effortlessly find the answer to it. And again, I really think it's coming down to this team comp. The Afterplant hold, they've just got not enough util to keep them off the site with. Even inside the Viper's Pit, for example, yes, you've got the snake bites, which will also instantly kill someone because the player will drop down to, relatively low HP from the decay. You've got the trademarks to slow on the traps as well. But if these flashes go down for the duelists, there's really not too much more to work with here for the side of Preston. So far, you would say definitely so good for this Birmingham side. And they're looking to try and at least secure the first half win by taking this round.
Indeed, McWiff looking for a chance to peek on out, find something, but Lewis is that first one to find the frag. The flick is not there, and this Jet really starts to ramp up yet again. Look at that, the dash forward, aggressive. Love to see that, taking space, taking control. Now you've got control of the rest of the middle of the map. You can really start to exert your pressure on the other side. So is this composition that is, well, right now their foil, but it can also be their chance to make some absolute magic happen. Azzy does get the one, but only the one. Importantly, it was that controller, right?
Spike planted.
Decoy that comes through from Waddle. Does get spotted. Jordan is going to find one, but as he falls to the operator of Kaz, they know exactly where Dom is, but he does give himself a little bit of a better chance in the 2 versus 1. Smoke screen does go up. Can he find the tags through the smoke? Flash comes through. Is going to delay this retake and vision a little bit more, but Waddle holds strong, holds the aim steady, holds the Vandal well, finds the kill. And well, for this side of Preston, you got to say, could that be the first little bit of momentum and the first few rounds trample together to find, the kills?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was good for them to be able to find some of these. They've got access to a decent number of ultimates as well to really back them up. So I'm very happy with that one.
Blink and you miss it. We're back. And so's the end of the round, apparently. We do apologise. Again, it was literally a quick drop in an issue, but we are back into the game. And it looks like we're going into the final round of the first half as well, as Dom secures a triple to find the defuse. And you've got to say, Dom, on this Viper Rook so far, has probably been the standout player.
Probably. I mean, they're sitting at 14 frags on a controller with 5 of those assists as well. They really have been fantastic at shutting down some of these pushes, but also on those retakes, which can be very difficult for a controller. So I'm absolutely down for how Dom is playing so far. Interested to see how that's going to kind of move on over to the attacking side. I do think it becomes a little bit more difficult, but if you've got aim like that, it might not be such a problem. Speaking of aim, I'm excited to see how Louis is going to use his blade storm. Last time they used it, didn't quite go as planned, but they've started to step up their game and really show the passion that they have and the, well, fragging ability that they have on this Jett.
Yeah, and, you know, Jett's one of those agents that I think is real confidence-based in terms of the way you perform on her. I mean, judging off my ranked games, it seems like I never have confidence on her because I cannot play her to save my life. But when you got a good Jett player on your team, it just opens up so many doors for success, right?
It really does. And speaking about opening up doors, Martz gets a frag they really shouldn't have been picking up there with the usage of that Sheriff. And with Team Fury taking down Hazix as well, those initiators are leaving one by one. And then that utility will really start to fall. Dom just barely, well, for still alive, but unfortunately cursed them. And it's 2 versus 4 on this retake now.
2 versus 4. Numbers advantage in favour of Preston. A 7-5 half though, Rook, isn't the worst of spots to find yourself in, especially after, you know, having a 2-round deficit to start with anyway. So you're something you'll definitely take going in at the half. Louis finds a snappy headshot, so does Kaz. And we're going in at 7-5 here, which isn't probably a bad scoreline if you're the side of Preston.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's pretty good for Preston. It could be certainly worse. I think for Birmingham, I think that's the important thing to kind of highlight is normally you don't get necessarily so many rounds on the attack as you kind of get here, depending on the composition. So that would be great. You pick up 5 rounds. The problem is that their composition, unless I'm wrong and they really pop off on this defense, is not exactly geared for defense. As we said before, they can take space fine. That's not a problem. The problem is holding it afterwards. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus, I think, for Preston on where the Viper isn't. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic in how they choose to attack sites.
Yeah, I mean, look, Viper on Breeze is almost an essential, right? I think it has become an essential at this point where you rarely see team comps without a Viper on. And guess what? When a Viper's got some util to work with and a frenzy in hand, it seems like the work can get done. Pop Flash with the KO comes through. Kaz can't find any, but it doesn't matter because Marks is there to be a helping hand that his Reina needs. Waddle steams on forward. The frenzy doing so much work in the hands of the Viper. We mentioned the Viper for the side of Birmingham was really the standout player, but this time on defense with the Quadra, it's Preston's Viper that's doing all the work here. The frenzy in hand seems OP.
Yeah, I mean, those pistol rounds are really good for them in the first half as well. It's not a surprise to see them succeed there. I would say it is ill-advised to push into a Viper wall like that. And they decided to just go for it. I think you take that round slowly, maybe reevaluate your options, and it goes very differently. Maybe still definitely in the favor of Birmingham, but I think that certainly could have gone better, and then maybe they'll learn from their mistakes in how they choose to kind of evaluate different sites and priorities going through on this game. As they choose for a slightly more open approach, as they're looking for a bit of that mid control, even with inferior weaponry in this here round. You can see Dom already sneaking up with a little bit of backup from Jordan W. They could take control of this mid. They just need to deal that one pain in the backside. Well, 2 now, as Waddle gives some support.
Don't know if calling the classic at close range with the right click is inferior weaponry. It's a dangerous tool to have, to say the least. But no, of course, with the Vandals in hand, you would say that all things steer towards Preston to win this round. 46 HP, though, is all that's left on Marks. Does get tagged up. Jordan also tagged quite heavily. So although the weaponry and numbers advantage is in favour here for the defensive side, you've got to say it's not the easiest of rounds to still see out, but as I say, that 2 more players drop, and in the 5 versus 2, it should be all she wrote, unless Chamali and Dom have other ideas. That's going to be 2 rifles that drop, and with 1 player March still low, luckily Louis there in mid to gain control, It's all up to
30 seconds
Chimali.
left.
And with 30 seconds left, you've got to say this should be all even Stevens and all tied up at 7 apiece.
Chimali's position known. Team Fury takes him out, and yeah, I actually really like the fact that we're seeing this kind of play come on through. The communication, the coordination from the defending side, from Birmingham, is actually really good. It was a bit amusing to me that the two duelists called for the Viper to be the one to peek and kind of get aggressive, but at least that idea is there, right? They're communicating properly. They're saying, hey, this person's here. You can pick them as we lock down other angles. We're giving you the support that you need to succeed. And that sort of communication is so key, so much more than being able to necessarily put down the utility. If you can coordinate, it makes such a massive difference. And it could be what picks them up a lot of success. This attacking round, Lewis very sensibly has to dash out of that one ASAP.
Yeah, luckily the dash was activated from Lewis. If not, he'd be dashing into his death, to say the least. There's 3 players from the side of Birmingham lie in wait. But Louis, though, I like the re-aggression. I don't think the side of Preston are going to realise they're not. The spray transfer from Louis. The aggression shut down, though, by Jordan. And that could be, though, a little bit of a tough spot that the side of Preston find himself in. But, well, speaking of doubles, Jordan's going to answer back with 2 of his own. Does find a tag onto Team Fury, but he's down to 20 HP. Look at Kaz, though. The thorn in the side from Preston is going to retrowel. Finds the second, finds the third. Kaz is turning up. 8 on the board.
As I said before, if there's an advantage, this team cannot physically lose it. With the amount of duelists that they have available to them, space is just theirs to take. They can get aggressive. The fact that Lewis was able to make that play individually was so fantastic. And it is the individual play that we were highlighting right at the start that is needed to come through. And on this defense, they've looked far more comfortable. They're going to move up likely to 9 rounds here against an eco buy. And the attackers, I mean, Preston are looking a little bit declawed, at least early on here. Sure, they've had some rounds where they've had the inferior weapon, they've not had the advantages at all, but pushing onto the site certainly can be very difficult.
Yeah, well, the Vulcans at the moment, they're looking fantastically strong, to say the least. They look like a complete different team here while playing on the defensive side of things, and you've got the operator in the hands of the chamber. It buys into your confidence a little bit. Louis, though, does find the first, gets shut down. That's going to be the stinger in the hands of Azzy. But guess what? Here comes Kaz. Snaps onto the first. Operator has gone out of the hands of the chamber. Chimali is going to be spotted from that pop flash. Kaz is going to swing. Oh my god! Kaz, the aggression is absolutely ridiculous. Finds the snapshot as he trades, but the refrag comes through. Can we check that this Vulcan side hasn't subbed any players out at half-time, because they are a different team here now that they're on the CT side?
Snapshot was right, because that surely was picture perfect from this squad. The way they got aggressive, the way that Kaz is confident, and you were talking before about Jet as a confidence agent. I think FPSs in general, right, with your aim, it's massively a confidence thing. If you're hitting your shots, you are hitting your shots. And right now, Kaz, Louis, Waddle, Marks, and even Team Fury to some extent, I'm not quite positive yet, but I'm sure they'll make it there, are certainly feeling like they're going to be able to do that. And this has been some great aggression from them so far. Finally back in the rifles, though, for Preston, they want to try and deny this space. Push on towards the A site where there's no Viper. They know the drill, and this time, we've got to make sure that drill gets all the way through.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've not tried to get the Viper's pit out onto the site as well, and that's exactly why Louis is going to find one. It's going to be the shots onto Azzy through the smoke. That's why you usually try to plant safe towards the back of the site these days, because it's such an easy angle to find the kill through. Flash is out, but Rook Whiff is going to find one, finds the second, although Waddle's there to try and play devil's advocate. He's going to end up falling as well. Dom, Louis have to try and stay alive, and in Dom we trust, because he picks up 2. And with Fury, 5 HP and more than a dream, but he's got the operator to work with. He knows Dom surely is just going to try and bounce this smoke off. Is Fury sticking? Hits it hard, he whiffs the shot! Fury, he knows that Dom's going to swing eventually. I'm not too sure he's going to hold his nerve. He misses again. Dom swings. Triple up for the 3rd round in a row from the Viper. Finally, the momentum has been broke. The streak of rounds has eventually ended at 5. And for the first time in the second half, we see the Preston side find their first.
Fantastic utility usage, honestly, from Preston there to be able to pick up that round. Honestly, I thought it was all going to fall apart when Azzy accidentally let go of 4, like right at the end of the defuse, and then got sprayed through by Lewis in the aftermath of it. That was the most unfortunate thing I've seen in a while, actually. But they still managed to claw it back. Again, the fact that they've got access to all of these initiators and such means that controlling areas is easy. That's what they want to do. So these post spawns are definitely going to be in their favor. It's up to the defending side to really never let them get there.
Here comes the aggression line from the attacking side. It's going to be met by Louis, though. It is going to be the null command, which keeps the KO alive, but he's knocked momentarily. Waddle's going to find the second as well, making a triple for Waddle as the KO's eventually eliminated. But Jordan trying to play sneaky through mid. He gets spotted, and although Chamali finds one in the 4 versus 1, the hype train for the side of Preston doesn't last very long, because yes, Chamali's good for 2, but not before Marks can find the trade and find the temp on the board for the side of Birmingham. And this Vulcan squad, honestly, they are looking formidable. They're making this... Can we explain, please, here, Rook, how they didn't make the triple duelist aggression work on defense, but they're making it look so easy on the defensive side of things?
Well, I actually think it's down to the fact that this team is communicating a lot better on the defense, right? They were coordinating in those first 2 rounds we saw on the defense. They're calling out to each other, hey, I'm pushing here, could you push there? And I can't hear the comms, but I assume they're pretty solid. Also, you know what? They're having a hot streak, and that's absolutely what they need. Marks gets a little bit too big for his boots there, unfortunately, and goes down. But Shaw gives it a good old-fashioned college try. Maybe pick that one up, but look who's waiting in the wings! Lewis is right here, looking to try and get something going, but their wings won't be clipped just yet. It's a double spray down, and everything is handled for them on a silver platter.
Handed on a silver platter, and everything's going well and great at the moment for the Vulcans. But for the other side, it's despair and dismay, to say the least. Nothing seems to be clicking. Nothing seems to be working for this attacking side, though. You've got to say, for Preston, they've got to invest this Viper's Pit in this next buy round. It's probably going to be the last chance they get to use it if they lose it. Surely, you invest the Nightfall to get yourself onto B or A site, and it follows through with the Viper's Pit, but they're not. They're so split apart here. I'm not too sure if they're going to try and sell a fake over towards A and try and slow play the spike. But look at the aggression from the Birmingham side in towards Elbow. They're going to cotton this out almost instantaneously.
Oh my god, look at that. That's a fake Euro as well. He can turn around. Oh no, I'm blind. Actually, it wasn't a real one, but we'll actually manage to reposition, gives them a chance to push on forward. Lewis in the backfield, really looking to play distraction, but Team Fury is the one who's going to capitalize on that with Jordan W. taken out yet again as Dom and Azzy hiding, cowering in this position, as the rest of the map is just taking control of him. With Dom dead, position now known for Azzy, the last one remaining with the spike, it certainly ain't looking pretty for the rest of this squad as it goes to match point. And Birmingham, I was dissing you, but battered and bruised still, they managed to turn a corner when they come to this defensive side, and it's working wonders.
It's working wonders, fantastic, magnific, beautiful, whichever way you want to describe it, Rook. It can't get much better for this Birmingham side than it is right now. They are just absolutely slamming the door shut in the face of Preston at every given opportunity. And as they advance onto map point here, in what is the first step of the playoffs for both of these teams, Birmingham, they're continuing from their 4-1 start throughout the initial weekly stages. And you know what, let's not forget, the only squad that this Birmingham side has lost to has been the Leicester Raptors, right? The scavenger squad. True. And they're sitting at 5-0 right now, so that's not a bad name to have on your loss record, to say the least. Louis does get a little bit too hyper-aggressive, go towards middle of the map. There's going to be Azzy who punishes him, and Chamali follows suit. But guess what? If you find 2, ladies and gentlemen, the side of Birmingham, they're going to go and find all 5, because Marks and Team Fury come through for the kills. Yes, no more caster. Hurry up and start games in the chat, please. We've had enough tonight, all right? We're just the innocent ones with the pretty faces and annoying voices that keep you entertained every fortnight on a Wednesday, all right? So leave us alone. We're sorry, okay? But no, of course, shout out to our production team. They obviously work endlessly and tirelessly to try and get things sorted as quickly as possible. And well, here comes the aggression from this attacking side of Preston, but it's going to be instantly met from the side of Birmingham. It's going to be marched with the frenzy. We know how much he can make it work.
I mean, they've already made one frag here and a couple in the other game. That concussion won't stop them from getting that spike down, but Mars just barely doesn't claim any more name. We'll get some damage and, just barely doesn't finish off that spray down. Kaz has to go big here, wants to try and find that. He gets ahead right off of that jet.
It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 1. Make it a none as Kazamart's fine 2 for 2. And they're going to find the first round on the board from the side of Birmingham. And it looks like that steam train is very much on track through to the next stage of the playoffs. Or, okay, look, it's only been one round, but sometimes I bite the bullet and back the boys when I think they're playing well. And at the moment, I think Birmingham, they just look absolutely lights out, or at least they have done for the past 15 or so Valorant rounds since that half of Breeze did switch over to their defensive side of things. But nevertheless, Preston did a great job of finding the entries and getting onto the site. But again, it was that post-plant hold for the side of Preston on their offense that they not the post-plant hold, sorry, it's just dealing with that pressure on the retake, right, and the aggression that the side of Birmingham gave to them. Because if you remember on Breeze Rook, on the defensive side, Birmingham, they just played so aggro, and the side of Preston just could not live with them.
No, they couldn't deal with the pressure, but look at that there. Spray down after spray down. Those rifle buy-ups in second rounds are working wonders for them. They lose one player, sure, but only one. And Mark's, invested a little bit there, but doesn't lose all too much. And they're looking pretty comfortable now. I actually really like as well that we're seeing more standard comp, especially here on Haven. I don't want to see all those duelists. Look, it worked out, but I think Lightning doesn't necessarily always strike twice. So I love the fact that they're bringing this out, and I especially love the fact that Lewis and Waddle are playing as that combo, right? They've got the breach and they've got the jet, and they've got a lot of ways to get a lot of control over the map. So keep an eye on them, especially on the attacking side, and seeing how they're going to go aggressive and get forward for their team. As Lewis already starts to take control of that mid area as pressure starts to go onto that C site with Waddle falling first.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry peek there from Waddle. Usually wants to peek behind the likes of a flasher, and unfortunately for him, he is going to fall. But look at this though. The aggression on the flank from the jet. There's no trademark there waiting as well, but Team Fury has to be the first line of defense. Finds the second. Can't snap onto the second, sorry. It's going to be Jordan who falls. But guess what? I mentioned, look at the sneaky beaky like flank. It's going to be Louis, and Jordan's left alive with Dom on the site, but they're both a sliver and a trickle of HP. However, Dom, can he spot Mertz? 49 HP. I think he heard the player jump on up into the window. Mars, he spots the arm! He finds the no-scope on the wall bang, and Dom's going to fall. And although the spike's recovered by Jordan in the 2 versus 1, a sliver of HP. If you sneeze or cough on him, he's going to fall. Or if you've got a pistol, even better. Martz finds the kill. 3 for 3, the side of Birmingham. Well, we know sometimes it can get a little bit frosty up north, and it looks like Birmingham have proven that it's going to be a tough night's work for Preston to get back into this.
It is indeed. Honestly, I'm absolutely here for the way that Marks is getting aggressive. Lewis as well on that big old flank. really delivering for their team. I am so impressed, in particular, though, by the fact that Team Fury managed to dodge the Prowler there. And as a result, Chimali communicates, okay, guys, don't worry. There's no one backside instantly. As soon as they try and swing, Team Fury plays spoiler and gets a lot hit. Waddle sets up for that push, and look at this coordination. Unfortunately, as coordinated as it is, sometimes you don't hit your shots, and this time it doesn't go the way of the defending side as they lose quite a lot. The flash gives them a little bit of reprieve to get out of there, but they are a player down now, very important.
Yeah, so far so good for the side of Birmingham, to say the least. But it is the side of Preston who ask a few questions here in round number 4, and well, we are down to a 3 versus 3. The rotation over towards the seaside comes through, but Team Fury lying in wait already. Look at this. It's fantastic stuff. They have got the swarm grenades to deny the entry, and it's just such smart positional play from Fury. He finds the shot. The swing should come through. This should be the triple at least. If it's not going to be Fury's, he's got Breach there to work with. But he finds the triple. 4-0 start for Birmingham. The side of Preston, their hearts are slowly but surely going to be shattering.
Yeah, that's actually brutal to see. That was a really interesting play coming out from Lewis Waddle, and I don't know who else was pushing up. I think it's Kaz potentially there. But I love that sort of aggression to come out from them. They didn't find a lot, but what they did was push the players away from A site and right into the waiting arms of this Killjoy. Team Fury looking a lot better on this map, in my opinion, already, and I think perhaps a little bit more at home on things like
Get out of my way!
Yeah, and you know, it's a conversation we've had, right, for a while, since the likes of the Chamber and such has come into the game. Will Killjoy be meta? Will Cypher go out of meta, for example? And I think it really comes down to the clientele on the actual agent themselves as to whether or not they can make it work. But one thing that is being made to work is the Phantom in the hand of McWhip, at least for this round indeed. But again, it's just the side of Birmingham. They just seem to shut down any advances the side of Preston made, and a 5-0 start here on Haven. They're trying to get this done in 2.
They are so happy to trade. They're so happy to get aggressive, and I love that from this team. They are not giving up any sort of opportunity for the opposing team to kind of take control, slow down the pace of the game. No way, Jose. They are just going for their own style of play, and Martz is absolutely sticking that through with this pickup of a judge. And I was highlighting before, right? One of the most important things is the ability to hit your shots, and right now everybody on this team is hitting their shots. It's so good for Birmingham, and maybe if they lose their momentum, if they lose this map, things don't look so good for them, but right now they're on cloud 9 and they're hitting shots like they've always played for this one. McWhip really living up to the name there.
Yeah, he that was a correct name, I think. You know, GG's on the sidelines. But either way, it's gonna be Chimali finds one. Oh, I think he tried. Oh no, Chimali! He tried to quick switch with the drop out to the Vandal, and he ends up throwing away his stinger and whipping out the classic. Oh dear, Chimali. Social media team, can we get that posted, please? That would be fantastic. Waddle's gonna find the triple on the headshot. It's all up to Azzy. They fought. Team Fury finds the kill. 6-0 start. What a start.
I'm really not going to lie to you, John. If I was Preston right now, I'm not going to lie, my mental's not the best. I'd be tilt as heck. I'd be sat there like, I can't believe that just happened exactly like that. And they get aggressive on through. They use the Rolling Thunder. They're very happy to cycle through their ultimates. And this is something I love to see teams doing. I highlighted it in the first map. And I'm so glad to see them continue to do that. Sometimes you just got to invest ultimates, secure out the round, make sure it happens. And when you're on a 6-0 streak, now's absolutely the time to do that. You don't need more to keep them going. If you lose a round, it's not the end of the world even. Kaz is trying to set up for a shot as the rest of them try to cross. The Paranoia gives them a little bit of an opportunity here. Look who's waiting in the smoke! It's Martz, and that is so unfortunate to see as Martz sets up for a chance to push on it yet again on their own, but a little bit too much distance between them and John.
The good thing is, though, is he was the one who actually got tagged by the swarm grenade, so it's going to allow the jet of Louis to just waltz his way through, but the steps are being made. Louis too smart, though. He checks the corner, and all the from the shadows has been invested. It gets him towards the back of the site. Louis turns away, still finds the kill as well. And although Jordan and McWhip are on the site and set up well, the defender Killjoy should come through, but Louis got to be checking corners, my man. In a 2 versus 2, it's going to come down to whether Fury can find the kill or not. He can't. The Killjoy will be destroyed. Does Waddle stick the defuse? I think Jordan thought he was. The flash comes through. Kill secured. Does he have enough time to get to the spike? I think the fuse should come through. It does more than enough time. 7 for 7.
Oh my lord. Again, highlight on this round, the coordination again coming through from Birmingham. Right, and I know it didn't work. I actually want to highlight this play because it's very amusing, right? There's a player up in heaven on the A site, and there's a player coming in from Long to kind of give the backup. I believe the player on Long was the Jet, and there was a communication there that there was a player down in Hell. So they make the coordination. One of them tries to drop on down. The player who comes in from Hell then gets shot by a player from the other part of the site. So you can see the communication is there, even when it doesn't work out. This is Birmingham showing that they are all on the same page. They're working as a team, and sometimes, right, you can make. I think it's really interesting. I think it was I can't remember the name. It was a League of Legends player actually who kind of highlighted this for a team. Right, you need to make the same decision. It doesn't matter. I think it might have been High in particular to go with the theme of Cloud9 from earlier. You need to make the same decision together, even if it's the bad one. You need to commit towards it. And I think while Birmingham aren't always necessarily making the right decision, and I think they are a certain decent amount of the time, they're all making it together. And that's so important in how they strike the site, in how they get aggressive, in how they make their individual plays on the backside as well. These flanks are coming together and they're well coordinated. And that's so much more that you can ask from a lot of these teams that we see here in Arena Clash. And obviously, this is only the start of playoffs, and that gets me all the more excited for what we're going to see as things go on.
Yeah, well, we are back up and running into the game. This Waddle's 9-3, Mart's 8-4. You just look at the score for the side of Birmingham. It's nothing but peace, love, and positivities, to say the least. Kaz going to still try and continue on the front foot where he can. Has got the operator in hand. He's going to swing out. Sorry, the Tour de Force doesn't find any though. But Dom, for the first time, does put the numbers advantage in favour of this side of Preston. The retake now, trying to come through. Here comes the Cosmic Divide.
I'm so sad that the Cosmic Divide has not found more. I say that, but Mart steps up to the plate and takes two players into their own hands, and with that sweet embrace manages to take down another. Chimali is gone off the board, and that spike is just about down, but with only one player left, it's how much longer before it gets diffused around. Goes that way yet again, and look at that for Birmingham.
I think the only word I can use to describe this Rook is probably clinical. To be totally honest with you, it's been an absolute clinic for the side of the Brummies, to say the least. And well, they have got the Rolling Thunder to work with now, and sitting at 8-0 on the CT on the defensive side of Haven. You know, I'm casting my mind back to the Breeze. Yes, their attacking half didn't look the best, but it didn't look half as bad as the attacking half does here on Haven for the side of Preston. What can Preston do to try and get back into this game?
Well, I think honestly, first thing on the list is win a round. I know that sounds obvious, but you need to stop this momentum one way or another. How you do that? Play to your own pace, play to your own style. But right now, they're not getting a chance to do so. Every time they try and step up, players like Mart deny them any chance of rebuttal. And you see just how strong they're getting, how aggressive, how much we're seeing being denied away from them. McGriff finally hits that shot with the Marshall there and does give their team a little bit of space, bringing it to 3v3, and they even upgrade some of those weapons, but they're split up again. Look at this. Look at where the spike is. Look at where Waddle is.
Waddle, unfortunately, is going to be left in the 2 versus 3. Can he find a kill? Of course he can. What kind of silly question is that, John P? Do you know nothing about the Arena Clash and Valorant, my friend? As Jordan, though, finds himself in a what I like to call a brummy sandwich here. You could say Rook, as he's pinned between two. I didn't get the timing on one though. Surely the flash or the swing comes through to find another. He does. He spotted Dom as well. Oh, for a second I thought he was going to find the head, but Dom finds the kill. Waddle drops first in the round though for the side of Preston.
And yeah, that is an opportunity for maybe them to bring it back. They've got access to an ultimate, at least in the Nightfall, which could lead them towards it. And a lockdown potentially there for Dom with just one more frag, one more ultimate point coming on through. So they've got the utility. They've got access to a lot here. They just need to be able to use it. And getting that first round is very important. Maybe just maybe picking up that round has actually seeded itself into Birmingham's mind. They don't have to play that style. They don't have to play that pace. And, well, that could be a good omen or a bad omen for them if they decide to slow down that pace a little bit, because I think that would be much more into Preston's wheelhouse.
Covering it.
Well, can they build on that, though? Again, that's the question, right? That we are going to have to ask ourselves. And I think the players from the side of Preston have to ask themselves as well. There we go. That's a great start. McQuiff finds the first. It's going to be Waddle who falls. Does spot one. That's going to be the Astra. Here comes the Seekers as well. Can Kaz try to delay? He can. Martz is good for one as well. Louis is going to have to try and rotate his way over, but he doesn't need to when Team Fury and Kaz say, don't worry, Louis, you chill over there, my friend. You're up in smoke and in the clouds with the jet. Well, we're down here on Haven just dropping the bodies of Preston players left, right, and centre. 13-5 for Waddle, but it was Martz and Fury who were the difference. Oh, sorry, it was Kaz and Fury that were the difference makers there, finally stepping up for their squad.
Again, a highlight on these players who didn't necessarily have the same amount of impact like Team Fury in the previous map, but has really been fantastic on this one. Love the fact that they're over on this Killjoy. I think it's working wonders for them. And a big part of what this team has been able to, why this team has been able to find so much success is because of how locked down Seaside has been consistently over the course of this map. And speaking of Seaside, in fact, they're going to push up onto it. It's the A site where the focus, sorry, off of it. A site is going to be the focus here, and Chamali is going to be that first point of contact if someone pushes out from that short angle. But with a player down, that flank is a little bit more safe than it was before.
It's slightly safe, but the issue is when you've got Waddle flicking heads like he is, not much is safe at any time, but
Spike down A.
all of a sudden Jordan finds himself in a 2 versus 1. Oh my God, Jordan with a triple finds the head onto Waddle. Whoa, stun.
Last round in the
9-2 now. And I love how Dom's just like, question mark? Can we get a check, please? I don't know what's just happened. Well, the accuracy is what happened, to say the least.
Yeah, I was really impressed, honestly, by the fact that they got a good re-engage there. And off the back of that Rolling Thunder, multiple players wanting in. But Preston is starting to warm up to the idea of how this game is going to be going. It's going to be aggression, aggression, aggression. And they need to be able to deal with that on both sides of this. Interesting to see how things are going to go for them on the defense. But right now, they're looking to put down some aggression of their own. Push onto that A-site, get some smokes on in with the Cloudburst. And then from there, make the push. The Nightfall doesn't hit a single thing, importantly. And the Celestial Divide the Cosmic Divide is coming on in and sending Jordan back from whence they came. They really are breaking this site up.
You should run.
Well, Spike is down. Killjoy lockdown to work through. However, the Cosmic Divide for the retake is there. Louis, how are you losing that engagement as you have the Bladestorm? He had a classic.
Swing out wide. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They need to get aggressive quick, and with this flank being completely squashed, this is so good for Preston.
One enemy remaining.
It's great. It's fantastic. Kaz finds 2. Fury finds 1. Chimali is going to fall as Kaz picks up a triple. I don't think there's enough time, though, unfortunately. Waddle and Fury drop. And a 9-3 half here on Haven.
Switching sides.
It isn't the worst, but it certainly isn't the best.
Yeah, I actually think that was an interesting round, right? If Martz had used that Cosmic Divide a little bit later, and they would have actually had players there to push on with it, that could have been a very different round. But because they used it to try and deny the plant, which frankly didn't even do anything because they didn't have the players there, it was a bit of a mistake. And as a result, they did run out of time. But a 9-3 half, I mean, it's certainly nothing to sniff at. And now they're moving on to the attack. This is going to be a very interesting one. And I think with the composition that they have, they certainly can get aggressive. And I'm looking forward, frankly, to seeing more from Lewis like we saw in map 1.
Well, I think I'm just trying to think across the board. You've got to look at the likes of Azzy to step up here on the defensive half for the side of Preston. If they're going to want a chance and be able to do anything to get him back into this game. And yeah, I'm thinking about if they can, the side of Birmingham, if they can continue the aggression here on the attacking side that they had on the defensive half of the Breeze, and on the first attacking half here on Haven. It's going to be a tough task for the side of Preston to live with. And Marks finds the first. Louis there, you mentioned the aggression on the Jet, can find one as well. And then a 4 versus 2. This is not the start to the pistol round that Preston wanted to see. But Jordan does find Louis and makes their life a little bit easier.
They swapped sides, and importantly, that spike is still in spawn. This is definitely going to be an interesting one here, but with Azzy gone, it is just Jordan left alone, and getting back that spike is going to be a lot easier than it was prior. Waddle will be able to back up the rest of their team. They are hunting Jordan potentially here. They don't know where he is. He's going to peek out wide. The spray is going wider, and Mars does take him down. Again, you really don't want to challenge Mars with that frenzy, right?
If you want to know the pros and cons of a frenzy, just show them that clip, right? Both players have it. Jordan swings and tries to spray the gun while running around. Yeah, that's not going to work, buddy. That's a frenzy you got in your hand. And then you just see Marks swing. I don't think I've seen a better frenzy player in the world than Marks, to be totally honest with you. It's a bold statement. I'm sure there's a few pro players out there that would claim that title, but you've got the John P seal of approval, my friend. All right. I think I would love to see what stats Marks has got on the frenzy compared to rifles. All right, because I think he's probably got more frenzy kills in this series than he has got with the likes of a Vandal.
Oh wow, this is a big old BM coming through. They got Kaz saying Kaz will 1v5. Azak's to that rifle. Let's hope he actually manages to make the splash. It'd be certainly exciting to see. Tries to get that first one, already down 50 HP, and maybe this isn't quite going to work out for them. The BM is only good if it works, and I can tell you it didn't work.
Yeah, you know, it's all well in doing it, but if you can't back it up, you can't back it up, right? And one thing that probably the side of Preston haven't done is back themselves in any engagement. But Jordan does find a few tags and a kill, to say the least, with the no-scope of the Marshall. It's all up to him where Fury finds the kill. Could we be heading now, Rook, into the penultimate round of the night?
BM aside, BM that didn't resolve, frankly, aside, they did still pick up that round in pretty emphatic fashion. The rifle goes forward, it drops, and is in the right place for Lewis to just go, okay, I'm going to take that one, and then I'm going to take all these heads. With the rest of the team backing up as well and contesting properly on that B site, it's really good to see. This is one of the few opportunities where, with a team like this, you can actually push onto the B site. I think Astra makes executing onto that site so much easier. You can really lock off some of those key angles. It's either that, for me, or a Brimstone where you've got those really long, consistent smokes.
Well, and you know what? This is probably the only map I would love to see Astra still use, and it is still used in the highest level of play. Just because, you know, the kit is so useful. Having both Nebula smokes available, you know, within a decent period of time still is very, very useful. The gravity well, you know, whether you're set up to lock down a choke point is really, really good. Please do not tell me that they are sending a player 1-by-1 to try and clutch this in a 1 versus 5. Oh, no, they are as well. Who's off next? Who's off next? It's the Astra. Is it the Astra? Oh, we're going in duos now. Listen, I'm all for fun and games, but when it's a playoff, you know, don't disrespect a side this bad. But Marks is up next. Oh my god, it's going to work because they're going to hear steps towards A. They think it's a fake over towards A to go towards C. The rotation comes through, but Team Fury don't left alive. And well, I do say a 1 versus 5 basically because 2 of his teammates are still sat over in towards spawn. But this is of course the bonus round, so it's all fun and games. No love lost here between anyone. 30 seconds left. They got to go, and they got to go quick.
Indeed, and with Kaz already gone, Jordan with a good shot there. It looks like this messing around isn't quite paying off for them in the same way. And the round goes the way of Preston here.
Yep. Finally, Preston looked a little bit better than they have done, but that's probably because they took 5v1 engagements every single time. Rifles in hand now, though, for the side of Birmingham, with just 2 rounds needed to secure themselves a nice little 2-0 sweep here in the first week of playoffs, week 6 in total. It's probably not been the start to the playoffs that Preston would have wanted, right? How gut-wrenching and disappointing is this going to be for the side of Preston to try and bounce back from?
Without a
I
star,
mean,
cannot
it's going to be
run.
very, very difficult for them to try and bounce back from, and I think you're right. It might be gut-wrenching because I don't even know if they can. Paranoia is potentially good for Jordan there, but look how Lewis just walked on by. Jordan peeks out of the smoke, but is unfortunately denied of McWiff. Is very happy to be there and ready for their team to deny. So the rest of the team starts to push up, take control, looking for that mid as well, but Azzy can't find a thing because of Team Fury rounding the corner, dealing with two. That's so big for them. They got a match point. And again, the coordination, I think, has really come to the fore here on Haven. A map where you kind of talked about right at the start has so many different angles, so many different positions to attack from, and it seems to just be the right wheelhouse for Birmingham.
Yeah, match series and playoff week 1 point for the side of Birmingham. And yeah, the comment you just made in terms of the team communication, right, is something that I think we've seen, prove very dividend and prove to work well for the side of Birmingham. They've always got these crossfires and they're always jiggle peeking and peeking off each other's contact, and it just seems to be nothing but success for them. But here comes the aggression towards Garage. It's the first found by Waddle. Are we going sheriffs only? I think we are, and it seems to be working. Louis gonna find the first. Kaz finds the second. Not like this, Preston. Oh no, oh dear, it's heartbreaking, but the side of Birmingham are going to probably secure themselves a 13-4 round win here, map win, and see themselves take a 2-0 series win. Oh, there ain't no way Louis was going to try and knife him, but there you go. Kill secured, round secured, match and series secured for the side of Birmingham. I think we do have the results from across the board and around, I would say around the globe, around the UK. We're only a small island here, but nevertheless, you can see for the side of Stratford Spartans, they advance through to play against that side of Leicester in the second round of playoffs after a 2-0 win against Wrexham. The game, of course, with
Spartans take this one because they have had some history with Maiden Bat Shadow, so they can make for some really fun games looking forward.
Cut the jibber jabber. We're going to head on into the game. We're going to pick things up here with the side of Stratford Spartan Zeus up 1-0. They did take the pistol. Leicester up 1-0. And we are going to see if the side of Stratford Spartans can get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, obviously, weapon advantage right now for Leicester, so they should be pretty confident in terms of this round, but there's a lot of utility available for the attacking side right now. Stratford really could look to leverage that. You're going to see a hell of a lot come out here. Rudy Boy's ready with that knife, and the rest of the team is going to start to move on in, but there's a lot of Spectres waiting for them.
Lots of Spectres indeed. Sammy finds one, Riyama finds the second, but not before Chromo is going to be able to find the kill with the Headhunter. Doesn't find the headshot, but the bodies will do, to say the least, and that's the spike down in the 3 versus 4. Make it a 4 versus 2. It was looking a little bit doable, but it's a harder task than some can say the least. Sammy finds the kill, Luca finds the second, and it's going to be a second on the board for the side of Leicester.
Yeah, really well played there, honestly, by Leicester. They knew that they had the weapon advantage, so they played off the back of it. They didn't commit too hard to anything. Obviously, there's one player on site there, and there's almost no chance that he's making it alive. Managed to trade 1-for-1 in a pretty terrible situation for Riyama there, so all is good for them right now. Obviously, they're now heading into this bonus round. Their economy is looking relatively tight, at least on most of those players, and should be very comfortable here. The only problem is obviously, now with these rifles, it is going to be kind of a chance for Leicester to really push themselves. Obviously, Stratford on the left-hand side. Got that mixed up a little bit for you earlier, but they will. We have rectified ourselves now. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what this Neon is going to be able to do now that they have access to that rifle and the ability to take a lot of space like this.
Yeah, well, I've seen Polarkey play a few times, and he's a very, very decent player, to say the least. Does find Tiny, but not before. Luca can find the trade with 6 HP. That's going to be shooting practice for Rudy. And as I say that, Rudy finds the second. It's Sammy who falls grieveless, leaving Melody to grieve, to say the least, as it's all up to the Cypher. Riyama left alive, has got the Bucky to work with, but opts to try and find some shots with the Classic, potentially. But this should be the first round on the board here for the side of Leicester. And yes, my eyes are not giving up on me just yet. Apologies for getting that confused a little bit earlier on, but it is the side of the Spartans on the defense. But for Leicester, though, you got to say, no mistakes were made here in the bonus round, and that's the key. You can't afford to go down 3-0 so early on.
No, you really can't. And honestly, they played it well around the fact that, I mean, you look at the deaths on the map, and there's a lot of them very overextended there. I think actually a little bit of a mistake from Stratford early on here. Maybe feeling themselves a little bit, maybe wanted to push those advantages because those closer angles are better for them. But they got very aggressive out into these rifles, and they really felt the pain that you expect to see off the back of that one. Riyama really unable to do anything with the Bucky or anything of the sort. And as you say, that first round finally going on for Leicester. And they really need to get this going, right? The idea of this comp right now is cycle through on those ultimates for Tiny. Tiny, even though at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, Porridge, even though Porridge is still at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, is going to be really integral to how this goes. They're going to be cycling through those orbs, cycling through those charges, and getting as many rolling thunders as they can to crack those sites wide open. Obviously, the defending side is going to be doing that when they switch on over as well, and it's going to be such a key part of this map.
Yeah, I think in particular when you're playing the Neon as well, right, Rook? You know, to have the Rolling Thunder popped onto the site, the Neon can close the gap and take so much space on site so quickly. So I think the mutual combination will be something we need to talk about 100%. But Polar, you got to check corners, my man. Rule number 1 of Valorant. Sammy is going to find one in the firing range. Opens up for Luca, but he doesn't find any kills. It's going to be Riyama, though, for the side of the Spartans to just try and cease fire and halt the engagements just in time, as Tiny does eventually take down Porridge. The way Brutus is there to trade it back out. You do find the 2-4-4 trade. It's all up to Chromozone. You should probably just hold on to this Vandal if you can and live to see another date. Maybe even try and rotate his way over towards A, grab the orb, get a plant down if possible. But Riyama's already called the bluff. And for Chromo, you want to hold on to this Vandal, and it looks like it should be a 3-1 start here for the side of the Spartans.
Yeah, I really like the way they kind of approached that, in even investing the ultimate so early. I think we highlighted it in the match we had previous week for the quarterfinals, was just how important It can be to use those ultimates early because then they come back round early.
30 seconds
And as I highlighted with the Breach, this map is very much an ult economy map where having those ultimates in the right place at the right time is just so important, because otherwise cracking into these sites can be especially difficult. And I think that KO is something that is going to be really good at shutting that down, because that utility, the combos that you were talking about, can be shut down
10
very,
seconds
very
left.
easily just by one swift null command. Very sensible here from Chromazoni, saving that rifle as that will be a power point for the team going forward.
Yeah, you could probably drop that across to one of the other players. He's always got the headhunter to work with. He doesn't look like he's too far off that tour de force as well. So, nevertheless, we'll have to wait and see what the call is. As I say that, I think we do see the fullback come back through. They do have enough money to scrape together the buy for the defenders, though. And the economy, even though they've won 3 out of the 4 rounds, isn't looking, the most stacked up. Isn't looking the most reliable. Again, these are going to be key rounds here, these early rounds, and if for the side of Stratford, they want to try and mount that lead on the defense, because at times I think Fracture can be a hard map to crack the defense of if the team gets it correctly. So go into the half, already sitting at 3-on-1, not looking too bad.
Not looking bad at all. Very, very comfortable to get those rounds early, but obviously can flip the other way. I think this is a map that obviously does have kind of that defender-sided, but if teams are confident, that attack can go oh so well. If they're really good with their breaches, I think that's a key thing to keep in mind here. But Polar in a great position, and again, that's the thing I love about Neon, being able to take control over so much of the map, so much space that's open, it all belongs to Neon, and with a null command of their own, they're looking to move in, take this site, and from there make the push. No ultimates available for the defenders right now, so that retake is going to be all the more hard.
Yeah, they got complete control of main as well, so this is fantastic stuff that we're seeing out of the side of Leicester at the moment. They've locked down the site almost instantaneously, and they've pushed out into main to gain control, and they're almost fighting 3 vs 3 over towards Sand here, and it was going so well, but it's gone so wrong. All of a sudden, as Rayam is there to find 2, but not before Porridge can answer back with 2 of his own, and it's all up to Tiny. Not a lot of time to work with the Rolling Thunder available for Porridge, but he don't need it. The triple's up on the board for the Breach. We mentioned that a map like Fracture, you've got to have the Breach popping off and cycling for results, and if he doesn't need the ult orbs to do just that, someone like Porridge will pick up the kills to get that ult on board for the next round.
Yeah, really well played there, honestly, by the attacking side. The fact that Leicester managed to get that control early and then play around it so well meant that they could just pick off player after player. It looked like there was some heroics coming through from Riyama, but again, the difficulty in taking sites on this map really came to the fore, and that is included in that post one. I think potentially what we could have seen is them taking more defensive stance and really taxing their opponents for the loss, because obviously escaping the site can be very difficult as well. There's a lot of different angles which can be held against you, and you definitely got to be worried about that one. But a slower start this time for the attacking side for Leicester. So looking to just get orb control here, set up for the rest, and let this Neon start to do their thing once they get rid of this. So they're just holding a lot of these angles in the early game, making sure there's no flanks, as can sometimes happen here on Fracture. It's not often we see it, but when it does, it can have devastating effect.
Devastating effect indeed, and well, one thing that can also have devastating effect is the paint shells or the showstopper in the hands of the Rays as well. And I think we've as a duo casted many crazy plays with the likes of Rays players, but Polar does sneak his way onto the site. I think the cross from Tiny is not going to be seen, but it doesn't matter because Grievous is there after Riyama does eventually fall. Although the snakebite does momentarily delay that spike being planted. It inevitably does go down, and I'm looking across the board here. They've not really got too much on the retake terms. You'll probably have to try and see if the likes of the Rays can... Sammy? Hello? Because can we get a check on his PC? He has deleted Chromo off the map with that Stinger. And who said the Stinger needed a buff, right, chat? But either way, it's all up to Luca. Pop Flash comes through, really finds the kill.
Yeah, weapon disadvantage. No ultimates really that you want to invest there. I think this is understandable that kind of Stratford drop off on that one. Leicester again aware that if you've got that economy going, you could just push in again and again and again. And if there's no rifles, well then those sites are a lot more difficult to kind of hold for the defending side. Finally back on those rifles again, and they've got access to the Vital Pit, access to the Showstopper, so they've got ways to hold the site down and also to open up. Keep an eye on Lucarium, because that Showstopper you were highlighting before, I've seen Lucarium do some pretty pop-off things with that as well.
So nice bit of kit to have on board, right? Especially when you're trying to retake a site or stop an aggressive push. You just pop your satchels out and all of a sudden it's a party in the face of your enemies, and well, that's going to be a party in the face of Chromazoni as Tiny's going to find a kill, but they're not going to anticipate Rudy being here. This is such smart play out of Rudy, but it doesn't matter because I think they've called the rotation over towards B already in Polar Q. He's got to try and go quickly here. Cannot afford to delay too long or this rotation will be called. Does get delayed a little bit. They have got the Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike on the Brimstone to work with should they need it, and well, here comes that Orbital Strike.
Yeah, they're going to start to make their move. The Rolling Thunder comes through and does actually manage to keep them back for now. Polar moves onto site, gains control over the rest of it. And they've got a Rolling Thunder of their own as Tiny starts to rock and roll with the rest of their team. They pounce on into it. You can see the Showstopper come on through. It does finish off Breedless. Lucarium is trying to hold a lot. There's so much coming away. Sprays almost gets a second opt in, and with the backup from the rest of their team manages to clean that out in a second.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder, sorry, for a second I thought the Breach was going to pop the, sorry, not the Breach, sorry, the Brimstone was going to pop the Orbital Strike over towards Canteen. It was the Breach that popped the Rolling Thunder, and although the Rolling Thunder does come through, it's the counter Rolling Thunder from Tiny that does all the damage, right? It allows Lucarium to pop the Showstopper, find the first over towards the back of site, he then swings up towards Tower and finds two more, and two juggernauts, you could say, two heavyweights really trading blow for blow at the moment, and it seems like they've both got the answers to any questions that either side are throwing their way at the moment here, Rook. So we're in for a really good game to kick things off here on Fracture, and I've got to say, I think this game, this series maybe even might just come down to those subtle mistakes that one or two players might make for their team.
As we highlighted before, we are getting towards the end of the season. These are some very strong teams, and I do agree. I have a sneaking suspicion this one is going to go the whole way, all 9 yards. Melody smoked off, can't really influence this position now, especially with those concussions coming on through the stuns from the Neon, who's just going to rush on in there. Melody was waiting in the smoke, and I said he wasn't going to be able to have impact on the position, but when you walk right on into him, it really doesn't matter. Greenwood is going to get that res, but they are going to be wide in the open. But Chromazoni splitting heads open right there. 1 versus 2. Can he pick it up now?
57... 56 seconds, sorry. My brain is all over the place today, Rook, mate. It's been a long day, can you tell? 57 seconds. But we are going to see the rotation come in from Chromazoni. Unfortunately, though, Rayama already looks like he's going to get himself set up over towards that B side. And with 36 seconds left, I don't think Chromazoni's got too much time to dwindle with and play around with here. The first point of contact is going to be Rayama off the initial jiggle, probably off the spike. Is he going to cross? Does he see the tripwire? He does. That's going to reveal the location of that player. And I like the fact that Rayama here isn't going to swing out so early, waiting for the KO to come across. They're going to peek off each other. They find the kill. 5th on the board for the side of Stratford.
Yeah, really sensibly played there. Uses the trip, has the information, calls for it. Ryama doesn't mess around, doesn't take the 1v1, doesn't go for the ego play. And I really love it when players, just make the sensible. I always enjoy watching people pop off and have those displays of individual skill, but you got to go for the highest percentage play. They do that here and close it out with pretty standard performance. So still got access to a decent number of ultimates as well on the defending side, and they're very close to the neural theft for Ryama as well. So they're looking very, very good there. Whereas on the other side, well, you still got that orbital strike. The only other one that's really coming up is Polar's access to kind of the lightning beam. That Neon obviously has, and I don't think that's really going to have the same kind of opening power, so they might be stuck in a little bit of a rut for a couple of rounds while they build up those ultimates again.
Yeah, I mean, look, the overdrive is something that is so strong at times, but it's a real situational based ult, if you ask me, and it caters towards smaller maps, the likes of Ascent, where there's more close quarter combat, as opposed to Fracture, where it can be quite lengthy in that range at times. But the Viper Pit is going to be popped. So the information given to the side of Leicester that there might be a little opening over towards B here, and an opening indeed, because they've got 2 players shifting their way through sewers up towards the back, over towards Arcade and Tower. They can sneak behind enemy lines here. This could be a fantastic situation that the side of Leicester find himself in, but Melody for the side of Stratford has to try and hold down the fort. Can't do just that. The doppelganger, the other KO really is going to find a kill with the fragment, but then Lucarium does manage to trade out, and I think he spotted the second, and it was Polar Q who does get dealt a cheeky amount of damage, but B-Site looks like it is in control
30
of the
seconds
attacking team.
They're going to walk right on into that trip, though, if they're not careful. And they will actually give it away. They know, and the spray is there from Ryama. And that's the neural theft as well that we highlighted before. That's going to give so much info away. You've got to push onto the site. Polar denied! And that's so big. It's dropped out in the open again. You've got to go for that part, and Ryama is well aware. They walked extra time. They moved on in. They trade out 1-for-1. They deny the plant. And what a well-played round there. Again, relying on this Cypher really to deliver them so much.
Yeah, honestly, Ryama's been the difference maker at the moment for this team when it comes to just being calm, cool, and collected, to just take your foot off the gas and say, right, what can I expect the enemy to do and how can I counter it? I'm really surprised that Grievous, though, hasn't spotted the trap there, or the tripwire, sorry, should I say. It's a default spot that the likes of a Cypher will put in. You can either jump over the top of it, you don't have to run straight through it. We'll shoot it out at least. So a bit of miscommunication maybe comes through. Just like that. Ryama, the difference maker once again for this side. The pop flash probably from Tiny will come in to play, or will it? It's the flat line, but unfortunately he's only going to reduce one player to his depth. That's going to be the KO, and just like that, 2 players from the defensive side of Stratford instantly drop. That's a nice fragment though to stop the cross out of A main and just momentarily delay that plant, but the plant goes down anyway, and Polar finds his second of the round, looking for the third, finds the third, Melody falls as well. That's the fourth, and finally a little bit of momentum shift and momentum break for the side of Leicester.
Shows as well that Leicester really have put some crack on into this match. Polar moved forward instantly as soon as that concussion in, started to move to the left, dropped out of line of sight, knew that the double peak was coming there. And, you know, it should have been a really great opportunity for Tiny and Sammy to deliver, frankly, a killing blow to the start of that round. But instead, Porridge was waiting in the back, not in line for the concussion, and was just so ready to deal with the players who even knew exactly where they were going to be coming from, just had to line up the shot perfectly. And with Sammy gone, well, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for Tiny to be spraying down there with so many targets in that position.
Well then, is that the start of a few potential chains rounds for the side of Leicester? Only 2 more left in this half, of course, looking to make it 6-6 half if possible. 1 more round on the board for the side of Stratford will at least guarantee their half win. Polar Q is going to be the first point of contact again. My friend, you can't duck under that. It's just slightly too low. And I really like how the side of Leicester are playing this. They're being patient, and as soon as one bit of util is used, they instantly hit it fast. And well, they're going to meet Ryama. He finds the first, but Polar Q's there instantly to trade.
They know that Lucarium is here. The Rolling Thunder sends them packing, but they manage to trade out 2 for 1. That's so big for them. The fact that you're ready for Lucarium, deal with them accordingly, and now it's just Sammy versus 3. I mean, certainly could find something. Once, but not the second, unfortunately. Almost managed to flip that one on its head, but the fact that they were so ready, even with the Rolling Thunder coming through, found nothing. That is so big, because again, I was highlighting the ultimates at the start of this map, and it's coming through here, with Grieveless having access to that orbital bombardment, Chroma's only having access to that quarter forward. They should have a really strong position going into this round to even things up.
And this is just a typical game of Fracture, right? When the defensive team are ahead, they're ahead. Once the attacking teams start to break the momentum and string a few rounds together, they're the ones that can pull back and be the ones that take, the game away from their opponent. So we head into the last round of the half here. The ultimate economy definitely steadied and in favor of the attacking side of Leicester. But let's not count out the side of Stratford just yet. Talented lineup, of course. We've seen them being in tougher spots than this and bounce back from it. I like the split, though, from Leicester. Constantly keeping the side of Stratford guessing.
Because that mind game is really important here, especially on this map. Melody really needed to hit that, and now they'll be guessing that they're going to have to make a move right on over to that B site. You can already see the flanks coming around, maybe looking for something a little bit more, but with the suppression, with the no command coming on through, they're going to be denied from pushing the B site. But everyone is gathering at the back of this site. Grieveless manages to slip off, and that's so important with this orbital bombardment in Poe. They can play so slow here, and the rest of the team could just delay for time as much as they darn well want.
Yeah, that orbital strike really is going to be the thorn in the back for the side of Stratford. But as I say that, Grievous is going to fall. Tiny, potentially with one of the biggest kills of this game. Thus far, finds the dink onto Polar Q as well. That was a wall bang, so not too much damage is done. Chroma with the spray and pray through the smoke is going to get one. Now Sammy has to go huge. He can't find the kill. Polar Q triples up. 6-6 at the half. The side of Leicester fight back.
Switching sides.
Oh, I cannot believe they managed to pull that one back in spite of the fact that Grieveless went down right at the start of that push. Really well played yet again by Leicester to be able to kind of find those openings as they do. Polar, again, doing so much work in terms of gathering space for their team on this Neon. I'm interested to see how much effect it's going to have on the defense, akin to how much of an impact Ryama is going to have on this offense. But I think with Chromazoni on that chamber, they're in this really strong position because I've been impressed with Chromazoni so far, and they've been having really big impact with those Tour de Forces. So with the operator as well, and on the defense, that could be super huge.
Well, let's see if it will be huge indeed. Polar Q. And 3 other players from the side of Leicester can put charging towards Arcade, but they're going to be met with a classic to the Marine of Lucarian, but it doesn't matter because they answer back and they find the trade 1 for the price of 3. Sorry, that's fantastic stuff out of Stratford. They're going to get their way onto the site completely unfazed now, and they should be able to find this post-plant hold almost instantaneously as Lucarian finds the triple.
Yeah, really well played, honestly. Great chance to kind of open things up. Obviously, these pistol rounds set the pace for things to come. Ramazoni, all alone. Not really going to be able to find too much here.
I wish my brain worked as quickly as yours at 6:30 after a 9-to-5 shift work. I really do. But either way, listen, there's a reason you're my duo, right? You're not only the pretty face, but the brains behind it. I'm just here for the vibes. That's how our duo ship works these days, apparently. But Chromazoni is going to see one cross. No doubt, just playing for the exit frags, and well, unfortunately, he's going to be exiting the round there as Melody is going to pick up the kill with that classic on the KO. And that's going to allow, though, for the second time, both pistol rounds have been won by the side of Stratford. They're now going to force their way into, or I'd say force by themselves up into the likes of the Spectres. Maybe a Frenzy or 2 as well is going to stay in the hands of a couple of the players. And they're looking good here to start to build that little bit of a bridge between themselves and start to have the daylight creep through in terms of the round count.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting as well to see whether they're able to kind of keep this one going, because in the previous half, they had that weapon advantage for a long time. I don't think that smoke went quite where they wanted it.
Yeah, it might have just crept a few more inches to the right. I think they wanted to try and block the door off as well, right? And put it a little bit deeper. But Ryama, how's the trigger discipline? It's great as the triple's up for him. Melody's there to find one. All up to Porridge, and well, my friend, you're just a bag of oats at this point on the floor as he's going to fall. Or is he? Okay, for a second I thought we was going to see a right foot maniac coming through, but Melody does find the trade. 8-6 on the board, and that's going to be successful second round for the side of Stratford. Now they head into the bonus, though. This is where we start to see how this game shapes up.
Yeah, I mean, now it's going to be these rifles coming on through. Even some rifles in hand for Lucarium and Tiny here, so they're looking to invest in this one a little bit. They still have money to buy up even if things go wrong because of how the previous couple of rounds have gone, especially Melody with a decent amount in bank. Ready. But I think as well, having that rifle on Lucarium is going to be really important, obviously. On that raise, they're likely to be that first point of contact. Apparently not, but it is the other player with the rifle instead, that KO, who's moving forward aggressive. Sorry, I'm wrong on that again. Sorry, they have the most money, but they don't have the rifle. That's the Viper. As they shift back on over towards that B site with Lucarium leading that charge smoke. Sky Smokes are going to move on in. Grieveless going to buy some space, buy some time for their team, even investing the Molotov, as again, it's ring of roses, as you expect here on Fracture.
Yeah, but it's delaying a lot, right? It's causing a lot of delay to to the attacking push from the side of Strap. The only thing I can think of is that they've got the null command to try and shut down anything on the entry point, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to use it to try and shut down the chamber, but it doesn't matter because guess what? They all peek the same angle and they all have the same result as Chromo lines up 3. They're all sitting ducks. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, boys, and I want me some tuna tonight as Porridge does eventually clean up Melody, and it's going to be Grieveless to find Ryama. And oh boy, that's a bit of a throwaway round from the side of Stratford there. They all just line up, and one by one they go dropping down.
Yeah, I mean, they really slipped up into Chromozomi there. Chromozomi. They pushed out just way too much. As soon as you see Melody go down, right, you should be able to see where the bullets come from. The calls should come through. But instead, they peeked out. I mean, Tiny was literally out in the open, not even remotely aware of Chromozoni was shooting from. Maybe they thought because of the nade that it was clear, but they only cleared out the top. They got nothing else out of that, and now they're really hurting because of that one. They felt like they could hold it, and it wasn't really enough. They will still have to buy. It's not the end of all things, but it's a decent amount of economic damage coming through. It should give the attackers a way to kind of open this one up. Stratford likely very happy about that one, as Tiny already making sure there's no one on the opposite side. Those smokes, or well, at least one of those smokes already invested from Grieveless, and obviously that's not regenerating either. So that sets them up well if they want to make that push. The Molotov likely being the only thing which would really stop it.
Yeah, I've got the fragment as well in the hands of Rudy. Smoke's down. That smoke will instantly go down as soon as the contact is being made. Molotov ready to go straight back out as well. But again, this defensive side doing a great job of just slowing down and being real nuisances here, you could say. The side of Leicester towards Stratford, and we all know that Stratford sometimes they like to play that aggressive, high-impact style of play, but it's just not working for them at the moment. But here comes Lucarium, tries to edge his way onto the site, does find some shots to force that first player to back on up. The swing comes through, but not before the concussion comes out from Polar Q. Now, for the side of Stratford, they're trying to fight themselves a bit of a scrappy engagement over towards the site, but Lucarium's good to find too. Sammy's there, so's Ryama. It's all up to Chromozoni. Can he go a little bit crazy? That's the question.
Certainly has a chance to, but don't think he's going to be able to find too much with his position known, with Melody waiting right around this corner. But like again, they're patient. They do swing out and right into the waiting arms of Chromozoni here, just as I was praising them and everything. But that spike is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Chromozoni only able to find some of those exit frags there. But obviously, generating up back towards that ultimate, not far off now. I think maybe 1 or 2 points away. Not entirely certain, but going to be a very decent position. Now, what I also really like as well is while I was talking about this Cypher being obviously generally quite a lot better on the defense, I think on attack it can be really good on this map too. For the simple reason that Neural Theft is really nice on a map where there's so many different routes, because you can close down a lot of opportunities and it really allows you to shut down that post plant or make a rotate come on in because you know everyone's there. It gives you a lot of opportunities, and that's why I think it's so brilliant here. With a player like Ryama behind it, I think it's all the more impressive. I think obviously an aggressive piece of information in here early, maybe to try and take down that side could be nice, but they're going to come off worse in that exchange.
Yeah, I think that point you just made about Cypher is probably why, you know, right up until Chambers release, really, what, about 4 or 5 months ago, we really saw Cypher be the sentinel of choice on the bigger maps, the likes of Breeze, the likes of Haven, for example, because just having that extra, you know, eyes on the floor is so useful. But you don't want to be looking at the floor, my friend Ryama, because that's going to result in Chromozoni finding the easiest frag of his life, and the first kill does come through. The rotation instantly, though, for the side of Stratford over towards the A site. They know that usually they have got the chamber set up. It's going to be the trademark that eventually is destroyed, but Porridge, can he go huge? It's going to be Chromozoni, though, that's left to try and hold down the fort. But when you've got Polar Q, Polar clicking heads, it's going to be easy pickings, as all of a sudden, although Melody finds the kill, we're in a 3 versus 2.
Ice Cold coming out here from Polar. They continue to try and lay it down. Sammy taking down Rude Boy.
Rudy Boy, it's going to be 2 versus 2. They've really got to try and find a way to open up, and not a lot of tools available, especially with that Viper's pick coming out. Sammy's going to march on forward and does not know that Polar has slipped on by. It's 2 versus 1, but Sammy quickly even things up. This is so good for the Viper here, but does not know that Polar blindsided them. Again, that movement from the Neon is just so key.
Yeah, so smart from Polar. I think what he used the distraction of the footsteps from one player pushing on in. That Brimstone to just sneak his way around the back of the Viper's pit, and he's not going to miss from there. So a good round, you could say, from the side of Leicester. As soon as that Viper's pit goes down, the momentum in shifting gear almost instantaneously turns in favour of Sammy and the lineup from Stratford. But gotta say, this has been a real great map number 1 so far, and it sets the series up right for what could absolutely be fireworks, to say the least. And honestly, Rook, I really don't know what it is going to be to separate these 2 squads.
Yeah, it really has been some fiery games and some fiery rounds, so far. And I completely agree with you, right? We're seeing variations in different styles, kind of focusing on a more defensive, a more offensive kind of slant from both of these teams. But on this map, you can kind of express yourself so much in terms of team comp. So it goes without saying that we'll see that. But these teams are so well matched that I think it makes it all the more interesting, especially with the fact that Chromazone could be that kind of major make or break thing. If you've got a Chamber who's hitting their shots, it's absolutely fantastic. But if Chromazone starts whiffing, I think this team is really going to struggle to have the same kind of impact, because obviously Cypher brings so much more to the team.
Yeah, I think it's really been the battle with the Sentinels right so far between that Cypher and the Chamber. And although let's not discredit what the likes of Rudy or Polar and even Sammy has done, but I think those key rounds that are won or lost, right, those finer details always seem to be ironed out by whichever Sentinel player comes out on top. So at the moment, maybe that could be the conversation that we might have to have towards the end of this game or once it's finished. But one thing you don't want to do is be spray and praying with a Vandal from that range. Grievous finds the headshot onto Lucarium, so first blood is drawn, and the advantage swings over to the defenders. But here comes Polar Q. He's going to pre-fire in the corner, but Sammy's there. Tiny, he lines up too. He makes it a triple. Tiny seems to be going absolutely berserk in this round. Does fall though. Porridge is there. We mentioned the Sentinel players have been the ones that have gone huge so far. The jiggle comes through, but it's ice in the veins for Ryama as he finds the frag and the 10th on the board for the side of the Spartans.
See, it isn't small details, it's tiny details like that one. Really big 3K coming out there from the breach and really rectified that round, where otherwise it was looking pretty darn dastardly for them. It looked like with the way they moved on in, the defense had a way to kind of crack things open, but unfortunately Leicester found themselves less than able to push on into it. So now 3 ultimates as well available for this attacking side. Surely they're going to lock this out. Sure, they don't have the best weaponry, but the other side has it even worse.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking across the board as well. It's only the overdrive really for Polar Q, right? And yes, okay, the orbital strike can do some damage, but in terms of entry points and retake potential, you've got to look at that overdrive to be a key bit of util. But Lucarium, he's jumped straight past Grievous. You've not checked the default corner, my friend. What are you doing? And now Polar Q, I said the overdrive could be absolutely vital. He ran out of charge on the overdrive. Melody's going to find the kill, and with 2 players standing, they still got hold of the spike. This is still a winnable round for the side of the Spartans. Neural theft available as well, but Ryama down to a sliver and trickle. You sneeze on him, and he's going to probably fall. Sammy, I'm not too sure if he's heard the cross on towards the site, though. Ryama, the timing is going to be Rudy on the KO, and this is all falling apart for the Spartans.
Yeah, desperately tries here from Sammy, and a couple of slip-ups there, and it highlights just how close these teams are, right? Everything looked A-OK, looked frankly peachy for Stratford here, but unfortunately those strikes failed them. They moved on forward that little bit too aggressively, and the defense just, like a bear trap, snapped their jaws shut around them. Polar would not give up an opportunity like that, and you can see why.
It was so smart as well. I mean, as soon as the first kill from Grievous happens, Polar Q, although he finds the first and doesn't find the second, it's allowing the rifles, right, to drop on the defensive side of things. That's the main important thing, and from there it's nothing but success. Operator in hand though for Chromazone. Tiny. He's going to try and work his way back up towards that Rolling Thunder, but Melody is gonna fall and operate a bullet to the chest is probably not on many people's Christmas lists this year, but Melody seems to be on the naughty list, at least so far in this game. But for Tiny,
Right there.
again, we mentioned the fact it is going to be those Rolling Thunders that could be vital, and in these crunch time rounds, especially if the attack decide to try and execute, and almost guarantee yourself a round win, you've got to be trying to get that back online, but not wasting it when you have it.
Ryama manages to dodge that one. The position is known as a result of that knife. Give them a lot in terms of false hopes as the shift comes towards the A side. But look who's waiting, look who's watching, look who has access to that operator. Sorry, more to his operation with how surgical he's been in some of these rounds, but doesn't manage to land at that initial shot here.
30
Managed
seconds
to open things up. The rest of their team is starting to rotate, and that's more than enough here. Sammy's going to struggle to make that push happen, but still does. No one sprays, no one shoots, and Sammy gets that part down. And in fact, they even lose Grieveless on the backside here. This is so big. Now they're open.
Oh, the neural theft is just not going to be popped in time because Chromazoni finds the spray through the cage as well. And in the 3 versus 3, this is a really winnable round for Stratford. They've got to find the next frag, and it has to be soon. Flash does come out, the swings come through. Tiny finds one, he finds the second somehow, and that's going to be a triple up for the Breach. Rudy, can he hold his nerve? He doesn't. Sammy's there. How the hell is the Stratford Spartans? Well, they're named after the Greek god Zeus themselves, and well, we don't know if lightning strikes twice, but the Spartans definitely do.
Oh my lord, Tiny with the pocket power there on that frenzy, and despite the fact that they didn't have the econ, they made it work. Fantastically played as well, utilizing the Viper so well, and while this isn't a mainstay on this map, I do think it's a very effective agent, because we were talking about how difficult it is, sorry, not difficult, how difficult it is to take some of these sites and being able to split it completely in half with, for example, the Viper or potentially a Harbor, but obviously Viper allows you to then turn it back on its head when you're kind of taking control of it and use it even more effectively. Love the fact they brought here, and it's a big power point for them. Chromazoni drops down, doesn't get sprayed barely, but Melody holds that tune and takes them down. 5 versus 4, they're continuing to push this advantage. The Rolling Thunder trying to come out, but Porridge doesn't invest it yet.
Does he use it now? Does he save it for another round with the Viper's Pit coming out? I mean, that could be a way to try and shut it down, but I think with the resources at the side of Leicester have got at their disposal, it's just not viable to use at the moment. And Porridge try and muster up something with this Rolling Thunder. He's not even going to use it. The flash comes through. Sammy is going to be there, but Porridge finds the kill. And it's now in a 3 versus 1. Rudy isn't going to have too much to do as Ryama's there. And we move on to match point for the side of Stratford.
Yeah, really well played by Stratford to pick that one up. And, I mean, the Viper's Pit helped them a little bit, but also the fact that they were just willing and ready to just trade out aggressively. And I love the fact that we're seeing them be more comfortable on and play off the back of each other's utility. Again, I want to highlight these breaches. They've been playing both very well. Obviously, Porridge positive, Tiny not. But I think the big difference here is while Porridge is positive and Tiny is not, Tiny also has 18 assists. Like, they have been doing so much work for their team, providing so much that is really crucial on this map. And it's made a world of difference here. They know where 2 of those players are. They should be able to put some kind of push together as a result. You can see Ryama already moving towards that one, clearing out some of that utility. They're using their time wisely. Obviously, defense is trying to run it down. The attacker trying to use it effectively. Rudy Boy gets one, almost doubles up and almost gets taken out themselves, but manages to get out just in the nick of time. So they're looking for that kind of opportunity to open things up. But with 1 player down, Stratford, they're going to have to redouble their efforts.
Yeah, 2 HP though on Rudy, so you could say you're basically playing a 4 versus 4 at that point, but nevertheless, the number advantage still now very much in favour of the side of Stratford. Chromazoni there once again to find the kill. So in the 5 versus 3, both Sammy, Ryama, they do tie things up. It's 2 for 2 trade as it's 3 apiece left alive in what could be the final round of map number 1 here.
30 seconds left.
No, you surely know they have Rudy down to a sliver of HP as well. That rotation, look at the A site here. And Rooket's wide open and ready for the taking. Can Rayama beat Grievous? Oh, he thinks that the rotation's coming back through. The A site's completely free for the taking. They've got the Rolling Thunder as well to hold on to the afterplant. This could be disastrous. There's no way they're investing the Rolling Thunder so early for the retake. Is it going to work? It's going to delay. Tiny Porridge finds the kill onto Rayama. Tiny with the tap fire. Sammy does get the spike down just in time with 0.2 seconds to spare. They do not have the Rolling Thunder to reinvest with, though, this time. Grievous and Rudy. Rudy with 2 HP and more than a dream, a miracle. Call up Neverland because I might have to have Peter Pan come and save the day once again, because with 2 HP, Sammy lies in wait and the Viper strikes, and he strikes for death as it's all up to Grievous.
Up to Grievous indeed. Starts to move forward, but out into the open with so many angles being held. It's only a matter
Attackers
of
win.
time there.
But we are going to head on into this game relatively soon. Rook, off the bat, what you saying? Are we going to see a third map? Sorry, or are we going to close it out here in 2?
Well, if we see play like we saw on the previous map here from people like Melody from and Tiny and Sammy in particular, I think this absolutely could be a map going the way of Stratford. But Leicester certainly have shown that they have the firepower, that they have the kind of tech and the knowledge to be able to pick this one up. And with Chromazoni really delivering, I think on this map, we could see something absolutely spectacular.
Well, let's see if the fireworks are here or if the flame that is inside the bellies of Leicester might just be put out at the first hurdle. But great start, though, for the attacking side of Stratford. It's going to be the first kill. It goes over towards them. That might slightly open up the rotation towards A, if possible. The smokes, no doubt, will go down either side of the triple box, but not before Polaku can answer back.
Mm-hmm. Speaking about opening up, that first frag certainly will open things back up for them, as now they're even in terms of players, and they even managed to find Polo, though. That's so big. Porridge desperately wanted to find that right click to turn into a frag there, but it just doesn't happen. Here comes from Freebird here. They start to push out on the road, but they don't with the Jules, and Lucarium goes big with an extra frag there. And it's Rudy Boy versus 4 there, pushing into an angle with just not going to go well for them. Solid first round, and that's exactly where they want to find themselves for Stratford.
Well, good start to Stratford, and so far, 3 out of the 3 pistol rounds we've seen play out. Stratford have won all 3. So if you win pistol rounds, you win games. I think that's the saying, or if not, at least that's my new saying, trademarked, watermarked by John P. 2022. I'm excited to see how this game plays out, though. We are going to see the buys coming from the side of Stratford, of course. It's just the eco round out of the anti-eco. Sorry, for the side of Leicester. And I mean, would you say Leicester are a team that, you know, sometimes their worst habit is they're a little bit of a slow starter, a bit of a slow burner? They could take a while to really catch fire.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true, and I think that's why we're seeing Stratford, for example, win every pistol round so far, and it's been a real problem for them, because obviously you get those first couple of rounds, that's 4 rounds, let's say, the first round and then the second round, because you got the weapon advantage. That's so big, because it was literally the difference between them winning and losing in the previous one. So if they can manage to convert any of those, well, we're looking at an entirely different game.
Well, there's a lot of time to go, to say the least. And the thing with Valorant is you're never really out, and you're never really, you know, the game's not over until it's over, right? So we've seen crazy comebacks from the lowest of levels to the highest of tier 1 Valorant play. It's going to be PolarQ, though, who, fantastic shot onto Melody, finds the wallbang all the way from the back of B site over towards Long. So numbers do just fall momentarily into the hands of Leicester. Chronos only, though, Headhunter in hand. Indeed, does get spotted by the Prowler. Is PolarQ going to be able to get over and help him in just the nick of time? No, I don't think he is. 2 players are going to fall. That spike's already been planted. It should be a matter of cleaning up shop now here for the side of Stratford.
Scout destroyed.
In these close quarters, I mean, they certainly can find something with the weapon they've picked up, and Rudy Boy does find one, but at the cost of Polar's life. Not exactly where you want to be with that molly as well, trapping you in. Rudy Boy needs to make something happen. Has access to those flashes, but uses the drive push goes forward now to maybe try and find themselves some spaces. They wrap around with this molly now gone. Rudy Boy strikes out, but unfortunately strikes out as Sammy manages to lay down the fire and save that.
Yeah, it doesn't even manage to actually find the kill onto Rearmer as well. He was stood inside the camera. So, nevertheless, you know, it's nothing really crazy. It's an anti-eco. You're expecting to lose that when you've got the likes of the Spectres and you're going up against the Spectres. So, either way, good start for the side of Stratford. Can Leicester answer back though and bounce back? That's the main question. We saw them do it back on Fracture. Can they do it here in the sandy deserts of Bind?
I think they certainly can. And hopefully we will get to see that third map ascent. Certainly could be interesting to see between these 2 teams, because we've seen such variation between them, and flexibility as well, that I think has been really important and key to this slow starting Leicester side. Rudy Boy backs up a little bit just to give themselves a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room for their team to start to push on back, if this push actually comes on in from the attacking side. Because right now they could shift over to the A site, and that's one thing I do like about the way we've seen Stratford play. They have not they don't commit to anything until they get those initial frags. They play a lot of contact play here.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, though, right? Like, I think, especially for a defensive side of team, like, the biggest issue some people do is, like, dry peek, right? And peek off one bit of util that's been popped. But if you can peek off contact, it's so huge, because it's, you know, 2 people shooting at one player is better than 1 person shooting at 1 player, right? And that's exactly what they do again here. Look, PolarQ peeks off the contact from Rudy backside. Rudy peeks off the contact from PolarQ. Grievous is there to find the trades, and that's just absolutely fantastic and probably flawless indeed. Flawless by name, flawless by nature. You're not going to see a cleaner hold on the defensive side of Bind than that.
Yeah, really well done there. Missing a beat right there. Rifles back up for both sides, pretty much identical setups in terms of economy, in terms of rifles here. But obviously there's that ultimate not far away from Polar here. Interested that they went up onto the rifle rather than maybe buying that armor, getting access to the ultimate and going from there. I have confidence. I really believe in Polar's Jet here, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out, because obviously they were over on the Neon on the last map and had a lot of success, but on this Jet, you have a little bit more kind of availability in terms of that individual playmaking, rather than space free.
Well, one place that's not going to be space free is over towards Long, as 4 players going to be occupying that from either side. It's going to be 3 from the players of Stratford, though, and they muscle and bustle their way onto the B site. It's going to be led, though, by Lucarium, who manages to get towards the back of sight. The Grievous is going to find the kill onto Melody. That's going to be the
Spike
Molotov
planted.
invested. So, 4 versus 4. This B site though, Rook, it's so hard to retake. There's only 2 choke points from the rotation of CT, and they've got no one set up over towards the likes of Hooker to try and work the flank. This is going to be a tough spot that the side of Leicester find themselves in, but it is a trade for a trade.
Yes, indeed. Grieveless begins to move forward and even getting aggressive a little bit for their team right now. Given the defuse, the spray is there. 4 kills, looking for the ace. 1 versus 1 here. Has to pick this up if they're going to win it at all. Tries to go for it, tries to drop the agility, but oh no! Tiny just about ekes them out.
Just about. It has had the orbital strike to work with as well, but I don't think there was enough time for the ticker to hit on the orbital strike before the spike would have detonated. But either way, though, Grievous starting to step up. It was a little bit quiet, I would say, though, on map number 1. So things slowly but surely starting to go his way, and a bit of momentum has begun to build for the side of Leicester, even though it is off the back of a Stratford round loss. But you say it was a round loss, but look at the economy. You wouldn't think that they just lost that round, though, would you? As the economy for the side of Stratford is not looking good.
Really isn't. Oh, that certainly doesn't look good for Stratford right there. Melody already off the board, and that's one of those initiators. One that was pretty key in locking down some of that utility that otherwise is such a thorn in their side. Smokes go in, they're still looking to make that push happen. Lucarium and Tiny leading the crew, tries to pull them out of the air. Does Polar, but we'll just, opt for Tiny there. With those initiators gone, it's not all the end of the world because they've got access to that site, but they do lose a lot of firepower. But the investment, a couple of his shots, it is looking like a dominant round here for the defending side, and they strike right on that.
Yep, instantly answered back, and again, sometimes who would have thought Rook losing the round is the best meta to win the next round, right? That's the way that we play Valorant these days, apparently. But either way, looking across the ult economy, we have started to see a few ults be built up. There's 3 on this side. You've got the Nightfall, the Orbital Strike, the Showstopper in the hands of the Fade, the Raze, and the Brimstone. Just the Blade Storm, and Seekers, though, for this defensive side of Stratford. They have got the Reslo nearly online from Porridge. This is just got Fracture. This has just got the vibe of Fracture written all over it once again, It's just trade for trade, round for round.
Yeah, honestly, I like the fact that we're seeing the Fade as well. It really allows you to get a lot of information, but with obviously the Sage, it can be difficult to kind of push on in there. I mean, these players like Lucarium to blow things wide open, almost literally there, with the Showstopper.
I know
boy and the rest of their team starting to move on in. Obviously, he has access to those Seekers, even has access to the dog. Should be able to get a decent amount of information for their team here. Knows where Lucarium is going to be, so maybe they'll be able to get something going. But the Nightfall ready from Tiny. There's a lot of options here for the attacking side while they're trying to hold this one down in the post-plant situation. As the lineups coming through from Sammy are going to be so important.
Yeah, I think he's got the Orbital Strike to work with as well, should things get a bit of a disastrous situation. Sammy is going to find a kill to Grievous, but that is because, though, the spike has been stuck half, and Sammy's going to feel forced to use the Orbital Strike. I think there's not enough time for these players to hold on. I think he just holds the spike in time, and the defuse comes through. 3 rounds apiece.
Yeah, you could push through from bathrooms, but with someone ready and waiting, you're never going to get that diffuser, going to get to the diffuser in time. Polar knew that, trusted their teammate more than anything, and that was the big part of it. It allowed them now to pull even in terms of this map early on here. And with 2 ultimates still available, with that double operator in hand on the defense here, this is going to start to look really brutal. Now, player I was highlighting earlier was Chromosony, and obviously they've not had the best start to this one, but now with that operator in hand, keep an eye on this player, because sure, they've been quiet so far, but I'm certain they won't stay.
He takes
Bring them down.
1 chance for a player to light up the kill feed, and the capability that they have got, so don't want to be bringing a sheriff to an operator fight, my friend, because there's only one outcome, and that's going to be Polar Q's bullet into your chest. Grievous, though, is going to drop Tiny as well. So it looks like, at the moment, Stratford are the one that seemed to be running out of questions to ask to the side of Leicester. Leicester seem quite comfortable now that they've adjusted to the style of play that Stratford are going to be bringing into this bind. And is that important, though, for a defensive team to really to adjust quickly to the way that the attacking team are going to want to play?
Absolutely, because otherwise they really get every time they find something that works, they manage to get so much out of it. But with players like Porridge ready and waiting, you kind of understand how that push is going to come. With the teleport coming on through as well, they know exactly where Melody is. With the sword coming through, the stinger in hand, you're not going to get anything like Sammy got in the previous round. That's just a loss.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but I think at the moment the side of Leicester just seem to be a little bit too good on bind. Yes, okay. I'm looking across at the rounds one for Leicester compared to the rounds one for Stratford. Stratford won an eco round. They won the buy round against the anti-eco, and then they won a round where the economy wasn't so good for the side of Leicester. But Leicester, they've been winning these buy rounds. That's the difference at the moment, I think, between the two sides. When it's crunch time, it seems like Leicester, they've just got the upper hand here. At least on bind anyway. Polar Q does get Dink though through the wall. 30 HP left.
March 2. There.
It's going to be a lot here. Graveless as well is in a really good position to try and deny this push if they jump out of that smoke. Moves away, importantly won't get hit by the haunt, but Polar will certainly pick Melody off there. Again, finding such fantastic shots, and I thought with the operator, Chromazoni was going to be the one to deliver, but it has been so good for our Jet player here. With being smoked off, Chromazoni really can't manage to put too much out here as the spike is likely to go down, but they are a player down. They are down a lot here as Porridge turns that into 2, turns that almost into 3, but the spike importantly does go down. So that is going to be a big change in how this round goes.
It's 4v2 though, so numbers advantage very much in favour here of the side of Leicester. Let's say though, we're really trying to keep things looking great. Lacarium tries to play devil's advocate, and when you dance with the devil, you're going to get burnt, and that's going to be Polar Q to clean up shop. 5th on the board for Leicester.
Don't even stop that shit.
Really well, really nicely played there. They understood we have the advantage. We can push forward. That smoke as well, and I think it was just so impactful in how it allowed Porridge to roam out from Lamps and really just managed to deliver a death blow to what looked like a start of a decent hold. But being cut off like that, you need to have some players stick on the site, maintain control. You can't just play for the post plant here in that sort of situation. You don't even have access to the fragment. It's basically just Sammy with that Molotov who was really able to have that impact there. And you saw what happened when they tried to peel away.
You've been mentioning the Jet, right? The first pick of the operator has been a recurring feature for Polar Q, but a few casters cursed. Question mark, as soon as I say that, he's going to miss a few, but it doesn't matter because Porridge shoots 3 bullets. He finds 3 headshots. Polar Q isn't going to miss on the 3rd time of asking. The spike's down in the line of the sights of the operator. Tiny's nothing but a dead man walking. This is going to be a 6 on the board for the side of Leicester. And Leicester, they have just shifted gear, man. Tiny, hello. I said this is going to be a 6 on the board, but may we see the tables turn once again.
Yeah, no small effort here from Tiny. Looking for a chance to really strike out, take down these 3 players. That's a lot of time to work with, and they don't know whether Tiny is peeled away or not, at least initially here. So this Sky on the flank is obviously going to be important in confirming or denying that, but Tiny doesn't know that the Sky is there, doesn't know that they know that they're still there. So Tiny might just push out here and fall, unfortunately, to the players just ready and waiting. The shot goes in. They know exactly where they are now. Tiny's options become fewer and far between, but options are still there. They take down Grievous. Here comes the Prowler, but the shot is landed, and Chromazoni makes that first frag a good one.
Yeah, it was unlucky from Tiny. 3 great shots, 3 great headshots, 3 great kills, but unfortunately, just bit off a little bit more than he could chew at that time, and on the fade, I think he didn't let the Prowler pop further enough around the corner. I think shooting the Prowler would have probably just kept him alive, but with the operator bullet either way, it was going to be a tough task down to 60 HP. But that is going to be the 6th round on the board, though, for the side of Leicester. 5 unanswered rounds here for the side of Leicester. What is it that Stratford are really struggling with right now, Rick?
Just those operators right now is I think a really important thing. Polar's consistently getting at least 1 frag to kick things off, and from there it's just lacking kind of access to resources again and again and again. And honestly, I would not have been shocked if they went for a fast push there, make sure that Polar couldn't go for the tempo, but instead they're going to go slightly slower. Polar's got access to these knives. this could be so big for them right now. They've invested a decent amount towards it. The defenders invested straight in back. They do not want to let this push come through. They understand that they've got the momentum and to not let it go. Porridge starts to wrap around, keeps an eye on those flanks, makes sure that rotate isn't coming through. As the rest of the team, you can see all 4 players perched up in this position, ready and waiting for this push to come through.
Yeah, and this is all based off the fact that the information that Porridge has just received from pushing out towards the back of Showers, right? He knows completely that there's no one set up waiting for a slow push onto A. I'm not too sure why this rotation is coming through from the sky. Surely they know. They've got the information. Now Porridge has got the kill as well. Nobody needs to rotate here over towards A. They just got to sit on towards the B side. Like, they've got complete control over this A side, and they should know that from the positioning of Porridge. But luckily for them, they've got the operator in the hands of Polarcute. The Bladestorm does come out. And then the 5 versus 2 now. Patience is a virtue, apparently, for the side of Leicester. And the Stratford Spartans, they just have no answers at the moment and cannot do anything to seem and try to cause the side of Leicester any troubles.
Yeah, they do actually manage to take Polar down, but it's too little too late. Polar's set up on 13 frags. What an impressive performance from this guy. And yeah, again, the fact that Porridge is able to walk around completely unabated on that A site in the back lines, and they don't rotate off, honestly, he's just kind of, it shows how, I think, lost right now Stratford Spartans really are. I mean, this is not an easy map to play, in my opinion, if you haven't got access to a lot of strats for it. And you can see them really struggling to know how do we deal with the operator? What do we do to deal with this one? This is why we're seeing a lot of people clamoring for Bine's actual removal from the map pool. People are kind of hurt that obviously the map change is coming on in. Glad to see Split back personally, but well.
Oh, I've missed it. I've missed it, Rook. I really have.
Certainly have.
It's
so good.
It was one of my favourite maps, both to watch, play, and cast at the same time. It's just such a good map, but to lose it at the expense of Bind and Breeze as well. But you know, with all the maps that have been added to the map pool is something that we need to talk about. But we'll save that for a later conversation between the breaks, maybe. How is the operator shot of Polar though? And it's still pretty warm apparently. That's the answer to that question at least anyway. And although the rotation comes further towards A, guess what? They've got Porridge lying in wait. He's going to be walled. They're going to wall off Showers, and with 40 seconds left, this is just so sloppy from the side of Stratford. They know Chromozone's there, but you can't walk on out on a dry peak. You tried to pop flash, you pop flashed yourself, you fool. What are you doing? This Polarcute's going to find the kill. It's all up to Sammy, 8th on the board, though, for the side of Leicester.
Yeah, really well played there as well. The hack came on into Porridge, so they couldn't actually drop that slow initially. The wall plus the kind of backup from Chromozone meant that they were just able to buy the time, get the slow out, and give more than enough of an opportunity for Polar to make that rotate, come on over and go, okay, I'll farm up some stats myself.
Well, listen, my applications for a duo on ranked play are open. All right, that's all I'm going to say. If anyone fancies carrying me anytime soon out of this game, please let me know. Either way, though, we headed to the final round of the half. All ults basically on the board, apart from the Nightfall on the fade for the side of Stratford. And yeah, again, the pre-ult comes through, but that's just going to be such a key bit of afterplan util wasted. And it's, again, how many times have we said Polarcute opens the frag in with the operator in this game? Lucarian, though, so aggressive with the Spectre, swings his way through. Can't find the second, though. Grieveless is there to find the kill after Rihanna falls all up to Tiny. And, well, it's a tiny chance that he wins this round, you can say, in the 3 versus 1. It's still doable, though. Never say never. However, this is looking like it could be a 9-3 lead, though, for the side of Leicester going into the second half.
Tiny looking for a frag here, but yeah, I mean, it's just so sad to see as well that players like Rihanna are not able to really get those frags on this map. And I think obviously going to the defending side, they're going to have more of an impact, but coming back from a potential probably 9-3 half certainly isn't going to be easy. But if anyone can do it, Stratford Spartans certainly can. Let's see if they can keep up that pressure. But a player who was able to deliver so much in the previous map, 1 and I think 11 right now, it's certainly not a good look as you're going into that second half. And with only 4 rounds worth of leeway,
Switching sides.
It's not looking good.
You've got to win the pistol, right? Like it's
They
as
have
simple
so
as
far.
that. I mean, that's the bonus. That's the bonus. Yeah, they've not lost a single pistol round in this series just yet. But you got to say this is a huge pistol round that, and you've got to probably make a case for them potentially even winning the bonus round as well, right? Like that, it's going to be so tough for the side of Stratford to get themselves back in this game. But one thing we do know about the Spartans, they'll give it a good old crack at the whip, to say the least. They will try and hang in there as long as possible, and they do not give up until the game is quite literally over and they're off the server. But yeah, I mean, I think they just really struggled with the entry points, right? That's what they struggled with. They didn't smoke off Polar Q too much. Every time they did try to do something to counter it, Polar Q or Chromazoni would find the entry kill still on the defensive hold. So as things switch over to the attacking half now, can the side of the Spartans not mimic, but do something to stop the side of Leicester?
Yeah, I mean, taking a lead from their book certainly wouldn't be bad, but obviously in this pistol round, they wouldn't be going with what works for them. They've been comfortable here before, they'll be comfortable here again. Player advantage right now. The attacking side, I think, aware that someone's on that flank, right? You can see the Grieveless is keeping an eye out, even though they have the spike. Yeah, they'll shoot that out. They actually know that there's a player behind right now. Ovation going their way. Melody getting relatively low, but importantly still alive. No molly. So they're going to have to play on site. No post plant, no nothing right now for the attacking side. So shift things around. The teleport comes on through, and you now know that that Fade is slinking around in your back line. Keep an eye on where the rest of the team is going to be focusing as Sammy Pitchford gets taken down. This is a big opportunity as Tiny trades.
Tiny does trade. It's going to be Chromazoni who falls, but Grievous is there to find the refrag before Ryama can find the trade of himself. So we said, can they win the pistol? Rudy has to try and stop them doing just that. He can't. Ryama finds the kill. Checkbox number 1. Check for the potential comeback for the Stratford Spartans.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
Is the first step of many. They've got a lot ahead of them if they're going to pull this one back, especially with the way we've seen Leicester have been playing. I've honestly been blown away by some of the individual outplays we've seen, and I think Polar really has been the head of that one. Now on the attacking side, certainly can flex that a little bit more. Obviously not going to quite have the same impact with that operator, but certainly would love to see them showing some attacking operators, whereas you look towards the defending side, and I think they are going to be more comfortable. I highlighted Ryama. I think the rest of the team, they just like playing on defense here, and things should be just a really good.
Well, the question is, though, is we saw from Leicester, when they do get going on the offensive half on Fracture, we saw them that they can cause this side of Stratford a little bit of trouble. So, you know, that's there's pros and cons to the argument, to say the least. But I think we will just have to wait and see how this one plays out. For the side of the Spartans, though, do you think they've probably given themselves a little bit too much to do here? A 9-3, lead. Obviously, it isn't the worst of situations, but I'm just looking at the way how well Leicester were playing in that first half. They look like a completely different team from the first match.
They really did. They were active. They were oppressive. And, well, they looked like they were really on the same page. Lots of call-outs, lots of good utility uses, just like this. Melody gets that frag onto Rudy Boy. Sets up their team yet again, but the attacking side will still make their way on in. That wall will give them some space. Not a brief reprieve from the kind of pressure they will be seeing. Forrest gets that spike down, and the rest of the team back off, but keep an eye on Tiny yet again. They're looking for the backstab desperately here.
Oh, it's Tiny. He does great. He finds one. It's going to be the Jet of the Polar Q who falls, and Grievous does get a kill. Does need to try and get the rifle into his hand, or the Spectre, sorry, should I say, but Tiny finds 3, and Tiny just goes huge for the squad, man. I would probably make a case that Tiny's probably the side of Leicester's most influential and key player. Every time something goes right for them, it comes through Tiny.
Yeah, it really does. And again, on this stage, you're going to be providing a lot for the team. And oftentimes we highlight these initiators and say, oh, they're doing so much for the team. Sure, they're not fragging, but they're still providing a lot. But Tiny is doing both of those things. Really impressive with what they're able to do in terms of kind of finagling themselves around the map, and what they're able to do with a frenzy as well. I mean, we saw it in map 1. We're seeing it yet again here. Just what they can bring to the table. And finding flags like that sure ain't nothing to sniff at. Now we're seeing rifles in hands for the attacking side. And Leicester, they really want to strike back. They don't want to lose too much here. I don't think they know where Melody is. So this top flash, he's so big to swing out wide. Doesn't know, gets one, but it's a trade.
Yeah, I should have done more than that, really. I think it was more of a bit of a spray and pray, run and gun, hope fest out of Melody there, but the trades do come through. So numbers advantage, though, in favor of the attacking side. Now, there's one player over towards A that could be the spoiler of all things good for the side of Stratford Spartans, and that's going to be Lucarium. But I think they've elected to play the bluff. They've called the bluff. They've got the info that Rihanna is over towards Long. If they clean this up, they probably advance on towards the B site instantaneously. You just decide to relax a little bit before going hunting, but, well, here comes the hunt.
Yes, indeed. And they actually really start to collapse on that one. The spike is in hand on that B side, but look, A side's wide open. They know they've got the chamber there, but they commit to it nonetheless. They're winning some of these frags. He's winning these duels, and that's the most important thing for him right now. Rihanna tries to swing out wide, but Grieveless does not give them an opportunity. Sammy alone. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't believe it all.
See ya.
Sammy does find the first oak with the Spectre, but that's going to be the location revealed on 30 HP. Probably just a dead man walking, and as I say that, Chromazoni finds the kill. 10th on the board for this side of Leicester, and I'm just saying it, Rook, we're going map 3.
Yep, I feel it in my bones, I really do. And again, shout out to Grieveless for really being a great backup fragger over on this controller, delivering a lot for the team. And the fact that they've been able to find such success without Chromazoni really popping off like we saw in the first map. This shows the depth of this squad, and I'm absolutely here for it right now for Leicester. I want them to take it to the map 3. I'm so excited for what a Saint could look like, and while there could be a comeback coming through here, that would certainly be interesting in and of itself. I'm just so glad we're getting to really push this one to the limit.
Well, no doubt Stratford will still want to try and get this done in 2, but I just can't really give them any argument here as to them shutting down the side of Leicester on bind. I believe this is the pick of Leicester on bind, and it was Fracture that was the pick of Stratford. So both teams look like they at least know what map that they like to play. And like you mentioned, Descent could be our third and final map should we need to get there. Orbital Strike available for the attacking side.
There.
Just the Nightfall in the hands of Ryama, and you know what, I've been really impressed with Ryama for the whole series. Every time I've seen him play, it's been flawless from them, to say the least. And well, Lucarium is going to find the first knock before Chromazoni can trade. He finds the second as well, although Sammy does shut him down. Ruby Boy finds the refrag, and the side of Leicester right now, they're just being too hot to handle for this side of Stratford Spartans.
We are indeed, and you could see them kind of struggling to try and make it happen. They get a good couple of frags in this one, but with Rudy Boy so close, such a good position to deal with this kind of pressure. Trades 1 for 1, but that's fine. Again, you're not going to be able to get that defused. They're so happy to play slow, measured, and in their own time that you kind of see the strength of Leicester appear again and again and again, trying to jump out, but Polar is in the right place at the right time.
It's always the right place and the right time kind of comment, right? Like it seems like everything is just falling into place at the moment for the side of Leicester, and they're just 2 rounds away now from us seeing that third map on Ascent. I mean, if you're going to do something to the side of Stratford Spartans to flip the switch and get this game back winnable, you've really got to do it now. I can't see them losing another round and going on to map point for the side of Leicester and then having, you know, the bottle to win round after round and come back like that. But either way, we'll have to wait and see. Lucarium is gonna beat the first point of contact, but not before Melody TPs his way through and unfortunately does inevitably fall. This looks like we could be seeing them go on to map point here as Chromazoni finds the third. It's only Lucarium left alive, and I think number 12 should go up, and it does.
Yep, 12 and likely counting. This one could be over in just a second. Would not be surprised if this closes out here. There's not enough for rifles on everyone. They're going to try one last ditch attempt. They've got access to some ultimates, yes, in Sammy and Ryama. Not even far off 2 of those in Melody and Lucarium. But with the way these initial frags have been going, with the way the pace is going to be set, you've got to be kind of making plays happen on your own. And playing for those orbs, while very possible, is going to be super predictable now.
if you're the attacking side, you look at that and go, okay, well, we're going to contest them too, and we're going to win out. We're going to place a lot of utility to try and deny, and they don't even go for it. That's how wary they are of how this round is going to go. So you can see, just looking to push that forward and take control over the map, because there's no pressure coming anywhere, and you really have to think, well, Stratford, they look a little lost on this map.
Yeah, it's almost like they've...
Satchel out.
They said, no, we're okay at buying, but we're not the best at it. Let's just leave it in and see what happens. And, well, inevitably, they've been absolutely torn apart on the map, is what's happened. So, yeah, they just don't look like they don't look well practiced on it, if that, you know what I mean? If it's a little bit sloppy, the communication doesn't seem to be in full flow at the moment for the squad of Stratford Spartans, but nevertheless, we've seen them bounce back. They'll definitely back themselves to do it in map number 3. But speaking of map number 3, the rotation comes straight over towards this A site, and it looks like the Spike wants to go down as quickly as possible to try and see us head to Ascent.
Yeah, Sunny goes down as quickly as possible as well, and carrying his position completely known. They do have Polo, they do have access to the old craft, but well, whether they're going to use it, they are going to invest it here. Rihanna's position completely known, however, so it's great. You know where they are, but it doesn't really mean anything. 3 versus 3 does mean you're under find something, and baited completely out Riyama, hook, line, and sinker. They're trying to blow through that wall. Slow orb with the flank, with everything coming on in. Sure, Tiny finds 1, but with 3 remaining, does actually get some good damage. Almost takes it down, but takes some of their own. For good measure, you can see the Spike starting to look for a chance to move on up, but Polar denies Tiny from squaring.
You know what? I don't want to beat around the bush too much. I want to get straight into this game, straight into the Agent Select. We're heading to Ascent.
We really are, and oh my boy, am I excited for it. We're getting a lot of kind of variation as well from the kind of standard stuff we're seeing. We're not even seeing the chamber come out from Chromosome here, as they move on over to that Killjoy. I like it on this map, but, you know, I'm a big fan of chamber here as well. I don't know how they feel about this one and whether it's going to be enough to kind of make a big difference, but obviously didn't quite have the same pressure as they did on the first map in this second one. But Polar remains on that jet, and I think that might be the, if you'll pardon the pun, the polarizing part of this one, because they have been delivering time and time again, especially with the Operator, and I highlighted it as a key part of this map. If we don't see Stratford able to deal with that, they're not going to make much of an impact, not much of a splash at all.
Yeah, BRB, just gonna have to pinch myself because I think I just cringed so hard I might have passed out from the polar pun. But I think we've been working long enough to put up with each other's punnery, right? I think we embraced it. Embraced the pun. We've just been told by our producer that if we pun again, our mics are getting muted. I mean, I don't know what would be more entertaining, casting the game without us or the game with us, to be totally honest.
Well, I think it's an idle threat because I know for a fact that Greyheart still works for Belong. So I know that's a lie completely. Context, that is a League of Legends caster, and he is the punniest. He's an old man. He's allowed it, to be fair.
Hey, your words, not mine, all right? I am trying to fight at the next LAN event. I've got a pretty face. Not that you don't.
I know you're the one who with the looks.
But anyway, let's head on into Ascent. We're going to head straight towards the map, apparently, as it's an aggressive storm from the side of Leicester towards the map, trying to continue where they left off on Bind, and Rudy Boy gets things underway.
Yeah, Ryama taking off the board and the aggression coming on through early here. And this is a bit of a turn up for the Bucks. This is actually Leicester picking up those first couple of frags and maybe picking up their first pistol round.
Wait, yeah, they've actually, even when they were winning like 10-4, right, or 10-5 at the half, they still lost the pistol round. So, could potentially be the first pistol round, but in a Melody, we trust. Either way, though, it's going to be a tough task. But 3 players, though, from the side of Leicester, down to low HP, but Rudy Boy's really been the catalyst for this side of Leicester thus far. The right pick should come through. That's going to be the triple up for Rudy Boy. It's all up to Lucarium. Not a lot of time to work with, not a lot of health to work with, as Polar Q is going to find a headshot onto the doppelganger of the Jet. First round on the board, first pistol win on the board in this series for the side of Leicester. And is that a good or a bad omen that you've won the first pistol round and is it going to be a vital map?
I'd consider it to be a pretty positive thing. Generally, winning more rounds is better. And with Polar Q and Rudy Boy already getting off to a roaring start, we were talking about this team as though they do take a little bit of time to get into the swing of things, right? And map 1, we kind of saw that. They lost the map. Map 2, they really started to get into the swing of things after those first couple of rounds and managed to pull off a pretty emphatic victory. Here in this map, I mean, we could see a very similar, if not more dominant thing coming our way.
Well, let's wait and see. We're gonna have to wait and see, to say the least. As Grieveless, he's got the Spectre, of course, in the hands to work with after a successful first round for his squad. They're gonna have the superior weaponry, at least this round. At least, Polar, though, was a real standout player, right, for the side of Leicester on that Jet with the Operator. I always find Operator in on the offense on Ascent is a little bit of a risky trait to have, but I'm really looking forward to seeing him up on the defensive side of things to see if he can cause the same amount of trouble.
Orange is going to get that bit of information for the team as you see the rest of them come through. Rihanna's ready for it, tries to get some damage down, but with some backup, I mean, the Spectre advantage here, it is real. Going to be able to use the alarm bot as well if they try to push through on that one. Lucarium isn't even able to push through because of the dark cover, and this is looking pretty good for the defending side. Unless they slip up majorly here, they shouldn't be able to lose this one, honestly. And Lucarium gets that first frag, which could be the start of something special. With it smoking off these angles, that could be big. The right click doesn't quite land, and the rifle in hand means that this is likely.
Yep, 2-0 just like that. Grieveless taken down Sammy. And yeah, the side of Stratford, I think they're a little bit shell-shocked at the moment, Rook. That's sort of the vibes that I'm getting off. That's the ambience that seems to be floating around the server at the moment. And again, though, if you're floating about 500 million feet in the air on Ascent, I think I'd be on edge a little bit as well at the same time. But can the side of the Spartans do something, though? What is it that we need to see them change? Because we've come off the back now of that Ascent game, and they were looking a little bit ropey. We've gone now into, or sorry, the back of Binary. We go into Ascent now, and they're still a little bit ropey. What is it that they need to try and change up?
Honestly, I want to see more kind of aggression from them in how they take a lot of these fights. Even on the defense, they need to find a way to shut Polar down, and they need to be using their initiators effectively to really do that. Especially this Fade and their ability to kind of nearsight some of those players. They just can't let it happen. Using duos as well, that's a big part of it. They did it right there. They took Polar off the board,
but obviously it was a 1-for-1. It's not the be-all, end-all. They still need to show us that little bit more. An early operator was frankly a shock to see, but hey, if you're investing in it, just go for it.
Indeed. Sammy, first line of defense here on that A side, or as I say that, they have got Ryama set up towards the back of the site. Is going to be a location, has been revealed. It's going to be Chromazoni to find the kill through the smoke, through the wall onto Sammy as well. So could this be a big old bonus round win here for the side of Leicester? The Spartans, they've got to try and rally the troops here and win this round. This could be a dreadful spot that they find themselves in. The jiggle does come through, but that's going to just short. The Swarm Grenade not going to be able to do too much. Grieveless though finds the kill onto Melody. Grieveless finds the kill onto Tiny. The Rio start here for the side of Leicester. And what has happened to the Spartans?
I am shell-shocked by the fact that they have come out swinging this hard. Spartans just cannot seem to make it happen, even when they had the advantages, right? It was the smokes placed well. It was the utility to deny. Ryama was stuck on site, and a player we highlighted for being so strong in map 1 wasn't able to do a thing, completely taken out of the fight. And then the rest of the team, despite the fact that they traded 1-for-1 to take down Polar, I mean, they seem completely unabated by that. They went straight for it and showed that they are not just a one-trick pony.
A one-trick pony. They've got a few jacks or aces up their sleeves should they need to call on it. And, hey, listen, I'm not a gambling man, or I lied, I definitely am a gambling man if you check my bank statements, but, you know, for the record, I'm going to say I'm not a gambling man, but if I was, I'd be putting my money here on the side of Leicester to carry on the momentum and even potentially take this series now. It's a different side completely. The side of Stratford, they look shell-shocked, they look lost. It's almost like they've never played Ascent before at times. But Melody is going to say, okay, John, put some respect at least on my name at least, but it's going to be the headshot with the Sheriff, and although Polar Q's location is revealed, superior weaponry doesn't pay justice, and the numbers advantage for the first time here is in favour of the side of Stratford.
Could certainly find this. I mean, they could upgrade some of those weapons. The lockdown going in, the spike going down, a lot being investigated. They only need to win this, but with the player disadvantage, it might not quite work out how they want to. You can see Lucario and the rest of the gang waiting for their chance, waiting for their opportunity to really strike here. And they're starting to make that move. They're grouping up, and, well, they've got ways to puncture those walls, so they might as well use them.
I think the biggest problem is going to be weaponry advantage, right? Although Grieveless does find Sammy after he finds the first blow on Porridge. Grieveless still alive. It's in a 1-versus-1, although Chromazoni is good for one, isn't good for the second. Tiny cleans up shop, finds the first on the board for the Spartans, and that's what we highlighted about Fracture, right? It was the team play from the side of Stratford that was really the upper hand that we saw on Fracture, and we haven't seen that really in the past, 10, 15 rounds of Valorant coming off the back of that second half of Bind, sorry. Now that was a lot better though. The retake was coordinated. It seemed to, look a lot more comfortable, and it results in them winning the round. So more of the same, please, if you're a Stratford fan.
Yeah, I mean, they just look to be more on the same page in some of these rounds where they're playing as duos rather than as a big group a lot of the time. And we saw it there, right? The communication on that B side meant that they were able to lock down, take down a couple of players as well before they commit into everything, and even managed to mount a really solid offense. But Polar Q will not give a chance otherwise, but gets caught by Tiny. That's so big, so nice. As all that utility invested, and he still lose out on Polar Q. That's not bad. With the defending side here, they can go for this retake. Look at that Nightfall coming through. They really want to make this happen now.
Yeah, they know exactly that all four players are on the site as well. The only issue is, can they try and breach the lines of defense? It's going to be Chromazoni first line of defense, but as I say that, Rudy Boy is going to force, and the retake is looking pretty decent at the moment. Chromazoni finds one, he finds the second, as well as Grieveless cleaning up shop after Ryama finds two. And, well, blink and you miss it, the round is over before it even began. As for the side of Stratford, though, it looks so good on the retake once again, but, minute details really costs them.
It really does, and the fact that players like Grieveless and Chromazoni are able to last till the end and hold down those angles so well is a big part of it, honestly. And as well, I want to highlight, right, that a lot of teams we kind of look at in this tournament, if they lose that initial engage, they don't commit off the back of it, right? Which is sometimes a very sensible decision. But in that opening that your entry fragger creates, there are ways for you to take space, and we're seeing this team right now. If there's an opening, they will absolutely go for it. And that's so big for what is making Leicester a real threat right now. But the threat you may be a bit muted with your lacking in players. Grievous tries to rectify the problem, but is 1 versus 2 now, and your position is completely known. This is going to become a darn sight more difficult.
If he's smart, he rotates over towards B, pops the From the Shadows, picks up the spikes and plants on B. And oh my god, it's like I know what's going to happen before it actually happens, because that's exactly what it looks like he wants to do. But did you know, Heroic, if you actually stand on top of the spike, I think you actually block yourself picking up the spike. So I'm not too sure if that's going to happen. He does get the spike just in time. Although, that's going to be the information revealed. Spike does go down. If you're Grieveless, you've got to try and push out here and separate these 2 players and find the first frag. I think the issue he's going to have is that they're sticking both together. The timing, though, from Grieveless, he's expected them to try and split push from the likes of CT, but it's not going to happen. They're going straight through in towards Market. And this could work out perfectly well. This could be absolutely superb for Grieveless. They've shifted both past him. It's going to be a matter of when the smoke runs out and if he hears the location revealed. He does find the first. Comes off at half. Sammy finds the headshot. Grieveless, although he picks up the triple, Sammy finds the defuse. Second on the board for the side of Spartans.
Yeah, nicely played there, honestly. The fact that they moved as a duo again being so important. The fact that Sammy was aware as well that Grieveless was naturally going to push them. You just got to be ready with that spray. Comes off of it in the nick of time. And Grieveless has to feel bad about that one. But nonetheless, their team is in a solid enough position. They've still got that round advantage. They've still got decent economy in the next round, obviously. This one is looking a little bit kind of lacking. I'm surprised that they're buying up the rifle here on Polar, but I think it's because if they get a frag with Polar to kick things off, they can just go from there. And I don't blame them, right? Because if they get onto site, they've shown what they can do with pistols. They've shown they can have a big impact. But Lucarium will not let them get there.
Player advantage to the side of Stratford. Oh no, Polar. The crosshair placement is superb. Finds the head like a laser beam. It's like a magnet to the brain. You could say that Vandal put it, although Rudy Boy doesn't get spotted from the owl drone. He does hear the steps. That one player is towards CT. That is going to be Melody. Hunter's Fury available. Neural Theft. You've got the lockdown and null command for the side of the attacking team, which is Leicester, of course. With 50 seconds left, this has got to get a bit of a move on. Oh no, Tiny the Rat with the Odin's going to spray through the wall. That's going to be the spike that drops. All the util comes into play from the Fate. Does get tagged up though, but Melody's there to help. Both players are relatively low. No doubt just waiting for the information to be revealed, and with 30 seconds left and only one player, yes, 2 players are down low, but Chromazone is even lower. He's got no health to work with. Third on the board for Stratford. Where are the side of Leicester gone? It was a fantastic start from them, and now that the fact is Stratford are answering back here, we need to see Leicester try and shift gears slightly.
I mean, those first 4 rounds were obviously fantastic for Leicester, but when it comes to defense, they just need to hold down the angle. Stratford know what they need to do. They know how to execute here. They know how to play around each other, very importantly, and it's going way, way better for them. It's not down so much to the individual. If they can take out Polar consistently on this entry fragging role, things are so much more comfortable for them. They have to worry about so much less. And even though Lucarium went down in that previous round after getting that first frag, they managed to get the refrag on Polar nonetheless. And that's what really matters, because the rest of this team, while I say they don't rely on Polar, Polar is that entry frag, is that playmaker, and it can be core to their strategies if they don't get good utility placement or find those initial interactions. But with one player detained there, that's going to be the killjoy going through. It's going to be the spike going down. The Hunter's Fury denying in the nick of time. Teleport tries, but Melody does not let them get away.
Melody is going to shut it down, but Tiny's there, and Polar Q, although it looked like for the side of the Stratford Spartans, they could worm their way back onto the site and deny the spike plant. It's going to be Polar who finds a quick couple of kills, and you mentioned he's the one that's really got to be the main entry point in the fragging department, and well, he seems to be showing up at the moment. Melody runs out of bullets. The right click isn't going to come through, but Ryama's there to trade. PolarQ, 1 versus 1, has found the triple already, but can't find the quadra, as Ryama has been so consistent, stays so consistent. He finds the kill, the spike defuse comes through, and that's the 4th in quick succession for the side of the Stratford Spartans.
Yeah, really well played by Stratford to bring that one right on back, to not let the opponent get away with it. And it has to feel a little bit heartbreaking as well if you're for a Leicester fan, because that's been like, what, 2 to 3 rounds, I think, on the trot, where it's been so darn close to actually picking up the round, in spite of some pretty dire circumstances, and it's just not quite made it, again and again and again.
Too close but too far, I think, is the phrase that we could say. I'm looking across the board though, the force of the eco round coming out now is Leicester looking a little bit worse for wear, and all of a sudden all that early momentum has just shifted here, and it's now the side of Stratford that's, you know, got at least a half in the grasp of their hands. I like the change of pace though from Leicester. They focus towards one side. They have to try and let PolarQ open up the map here with that Blade Storm if possible. You know how much damage that Blade Storm can do. It's not going to do too much damage if you get caught by a tripwire though.
It's not going to do too much damage. He's firing into Sammy as well. Big mistakes here. Again, just not respecting the angles being held, not respecting the positions. And yeah, Polar, you can brute force, sure, but we're seeing that Stratford are proving you can do that, but you lose so much every time you do. And without a way to kind of make your maneuver on forwards, sometimes these sites are unreachable. They still make it nonetheless, and again, that's down to some great understanding and great positioning from the attacking side, but Chromazoni is all but dead, and there are only 2 players left remaining, and holding that site is easier said than done in that kind of situation, especially when there's an Odin rattling through the walls, and you're seeing players rattle shots off either direction every which way. Finally, here in Game 3, an advantage for Stratford Spartans.
A little bit of extra dollar though for the plant on the attacking side of things, but just a few extra ult orb kills towards the ult screen, and really is what the side of Stratford saw out of that retake, and exactly that is, I think that's 4 on the bounce now if my maths are correct, Rook. And Stratford's team, it looks like on defense, they finally figured out what was causing them so much trouble, and I think it mainly comes down to the fact that they're now the ones that are picking up the first bloods and the first frags in the engagement. They're not allowing the aggression, right? Leicester was so aggressive out towards B side to start things off in this first half here on Ascent. Now that they've adjusted and they put an extra player over towards B in the middle of the map over towards Market and Pizza, it's now allowed them to control the pace of these rounds a little bit better.
Yeah, oh, there is that control. There is the pace of the game back in the hands of Polar, back in the hands of Leicester Scavengers. Let's see if they can pick this one up straight through. Ryama, you might even shoot to the wall and you nearly find it. But the heat seeking is there. They can see where Polar is. They finally finished him off, but it takes a lot of time to do so. And while that happened, the spike went down. They lost out on Melody as well. That Nightfall goes in, and that's a big opportunity. Keep an eye on Porridge here. They have to go big. They have to give their team space, and they do just that. They didn't even find the frag. It did not matter. They get it in the backup, and it's 1 versus 3. I think Tiny's looking at this one and going, okay, how do I get the Odin out of this one? As right now, the Zeus team are looking to save one of those. But Tiny maybe offering it up.
He's going to try and find the retake. He just run and gun spray and praise with the Odin. Switches out to the Phantom. Only 2 bullets in the chamber though, so that's not going to be too useful to say the least. And well, he's going to try and go hunting, but Porridge is there to find the kill.
Oh, tying things up 5-5. This is akin to map 1, right, John?
Yeah, it's this. It's literally. I honestly thought that the early rounds in the binds had more of a feel to map 1 than this, but now as the games goes on, I'm starting to see the recurring patterns in the game, right? It's a couple rounds here, a couple rounds there. One team looks like they're going to take a round, and then the other team somehow grabs it out of their grasp. So we are seeing basically, I would say, Fracture 2.0, but in a different way at the moment, Rook. But listen, there's still 2 rounds left of this half. There's still a lot of Valorant to go. Anything can most definitely happen.
And indeed, still so much ahead of us.
away in the gang again, moving forward. Polar looking to be that first point of contact. Set the pace, set the tone of the round. Do not let your opponents get away from it.
No mistakes can be made. That's the statement, right? That's going to be the call. You can't give up an advantage here, not in a key round. Lucario looking to find the first if he can. He has got the jet dash to work with. Peeks out, doesn't get any information just yet. Across the board, you've got the Hunter's Fury, as well as the From the Shadows on the attacking side of things. From the Shadows not really too useful on the afterplan, but the Hunter's Fury most definitely will be. Surprised to see the Sova so close onto the actual site, to be totally honest with you. Polar does find the first, finds the second maybe. Yes, can he find any more? He doesn't need to because Porridge doubles his luck as well. Sammy, you're just a dead man walking as the triples up for Polar. That's going to be 6 on the board for the side of Leicester.
Last round.
And it is again Polar's bitter embrace that wins the round for Leicester. Leicester Scavengers, honestly, I mean, just relying on Polar to be that player to make the play, to kind of be the playmaker more than anything. And right now, when they manage to have it happen, when they don't get shut down, it's all good. It's all fine and dandy, frankly, for Leicester. But when they don't, Stratford, I mean, they come alive on this defense. They find those opportunities to really shut things down. And it looks like it's really on a lot.
I mean, just again, like there, right? Like Stratford, they have this ongoing thing where things start to go right, they just try to do something to make things switch back in the other way. But as I say that, Melody's hearing me talk as he finds 2. Porridge is going to fall, so the numbers advantage very much in favour now of Stratford. They've got the spike down as well. Hunter's Fury to work with should they need it. And yes, Polar does get out with the spike in hand. The damage, though, probably done.
Absolutely, they're already down quite a lot here, and 3 of us gone. Polar is off a certain quick without a paddle right now. Will he be able to take a frag, but with the Prowler telling you exactly where they are? Still manages to find the headshot with a health decaying away. Still finds the frag! And this is again a highlight for Polar. Shows again just what they're capable of.
And this is why Polar is such a key asset to the side of Leicester. When Polar's playing well, Leicester most likely are playing well. But one person who has played lights out this whole series is Rayama. He was the saviour in Fracture. He tried to keep things going in Bind, but to no avail. Can he shut things down here? But that's the ace up for Polar. We said that the tides could be turning, but guess what? The tides have now switched back. And with change of current, as it's all Leicester in the kill feed.
Oh my lord, sailing away with that round. Polar, 18 frags to their name in just 12 rounds. Again, just finding so much for this squad. And that's not like playing the middle player, right? Where you get a lot of the frags, you follow up off the back of your entry fragment. No, Polar has been the player leading this forward. They've taken all the risk on themselves and, well, frankly, have taken all the rewards as well. As they have just been wonderful so far. I think that is basically game of the game for Stratford right now. If they can do it, Leicester will be really unable to have the impact that they need to make these defensive rounds really count, as this pistol round is coming on through, and, well, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not looking at bad so far. They do find the first, though, but that's going to be traded back out. So the defense holding strong at the moment. The defense holding very strong as Chromazoni. How many times have we seen him find 2 or 3 kills in a round? And, well, the pistol round. Can I just pinch myself? Are we watching the right game? Have I seen the side of Leicester win 2 pistol rounds back to back here in this series against Stratford Spartans, or is this the wrong series that we're watching?
It's a shock, to be sure. And honestly, that round looked good for them. They got onto the site, they held the setup. Sure, they traded 1 for 1 to get there, but it looked all fine and dandy. But in the end, again, they don't manage to pin down some of the key players. It's not just Polar, to be fair. Emphasizing the point that Grieveless is also on the flank looking for opportunities. Chromazoni, even on the Killjoy, is ready and willing to go for those kind of slightly out there plays. And it feels like, at the very least, Stratford don't have a way to deal with this. They are going to need to change gears if they're going to be able to make that happen. And I bet you we see a round where someone pushes out aggressively from the defensive side and they just do not.
And you know, sometimes the best form of defense is offense, right? And that's especially on a map like I said, you see so many times people get aggressive in towards B main or out towards the likes of A main, for example, as well. You know, it's something we see quite often on the map, like I said. So it wouldn't shock me, to be totally honest with you. But Grievous does find the first, Chromazone is there to find the second, and well, between PolarQ and Grievous, Sammy does eventually fall, although Tiny is there to find the refrag.
Player standing.
I thought for a second Tiny was going to die to the fragment nade there, but with 7 HP left, he snaps onto PolarQ, but not before Chromazone can jump out to trade and find the frag. That's going to be 9 on the board for the side of Leicester, and it's that coffin that seems to have Stratford lying in wait, slowly starting to edge its way into the ground.
Yeah, it is not looking great for them. But let's see if they can manage to spring back up, rise from the dead, and maybe give their opponents a bit of a fright. I certainly think that they can still pick this one up. I think there's no doubt in my mind. If Tiny and the gang manage to rally their efforts around a really strong push onto one of these sites, then the game really starts to change. Because then the game becomes, is there going to be the flank? Sorry, is there going to be the change up on how that works?
I must wait a moment.
Or
Here.
is it just going to be this execute coming on through that we don't know how to deal with? The question is, will Polar just get the flank working anyway? And with the backup that they've got coming, this is not looking good, but the sprays are there. And actually, it's +2 players for the attacking side. And now, Stratford, they've got all the time, all the space, all the everything in the world. This was a bonus round, yes. But it's a breath of fresh air for them.
Could just be the start of something new, right? As well, it is going to be Rihanna to find the kill, and it's all up to Chromazone. Yes, he's got the Bulldog to work with, and does find the first lockdown available as well. I've only just seen that. He could potentially catch all 3 players here. He spotted the location of them as well. Surely he just pops this lockdown here, and these players are stuck and jammed onto the back of that site.
It's definitely an option. But it looks like they don't want to invest it here. They don't want to mess around. They don't want to lose out in this round, because if those 3 players just push directly onto Chromazone, I mean, this round really could go the other way. Instead, Chromazone is looking for those extra frags, looking for something, looking for an opportunity, maybe to try and pin them onto the site so they die to that spike. But instead, Chromazone goes down. They manage to escape, and those rifles are still in hand.
Still in hand, still lock and loaded, and are ready to use should they need them. And well, again, it was the bonus, so let's not get carried away and pretend that the Spartans have pulled off the unthinkable. But they've got to now turn their attention to this buy round. They win this buy round, it forces an eco out. You see yourself go down onto 7 rounds, then probably put an 8 on the board after the back of an anti-eco conversion. Then we can start to talk about this being a comeback for the side of Stratford. But this here could be the first mistake that they make.
Really could be. The first, certainly many. I mean, we've seen this squad slip up before. The defense here, without the ability to really dictate the pace of the round and of the game. You see many a player moving on in here. The Odin in hand, but falls down to Lucarium. And again, that's the opening. That's the critical juncture. For now, this squad to just execute, get that spike down. But playing for post-plant is still very possible. Keep an eye on that lockdown, because we know it's going to be attacked if it goes down.
I think you could probably use it this round as well. The only issue is they got to try and deal with the 2 other players over towards main before investing it, and it's an easier task and easier said than done, as Melody's going to find one, although PolarQ's there to trade. Rihanna is going to line up a couple, but Tiny's there to help. Lucarium cleans up shop. That's the 7th on the board for Stratford. And oh, do we need to see the side of Leicester try and build some momentum again here? I mean, yes, it was 5 rounds on the bounce for them, off the back of 4 rounds on the bounce for the side of Stratford, but again, it's that same sort of situation where it's like you win a couple rounds, we win a couple rounds, you win a couple rounds, we win a couple rounds. One team has to grab this game by the scruff of its neck and take it away from the other.
They really do. I'm interested to see whether Polar uses the knives in this round. I think that's kind of going to be my big question. Does indeed. Is looking to open things up for their team. Even gets potentially aggressive around the A site, now moves towards that mid. This is going to again be that kind of focus for this one. The knives come, but unfortunately don't really land there. Still has access to 3, still could reload, but has to make it happen. Rudy Boy in such a great ambush position if they push on forward here. I think the attacking side, well, Stratford, they're going to slow down a little bit and push on over to A.
I'm going to make their way over towards there. They have got one player lying in wait, though. It's going to be the Omen for the side of Leicester. That's Grieveless. I think he got a Bucky in hand. This could be huge. This could be huge. Grieveless finds the first. Can't find the second. Does tag one player up though, but Polar Q's there. So's Rudy Boy. The defense has stayed strong and held strong so far for the side of Leicester. And well, in the 2 versus 4, this was the big round that we had to see the side of the Spartans win. Such a key and such an important buy round, and it looks like the retake could be completed.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got the weapon advantage with that lockdown coming through. I love the investment of Ultimates here. This is how you change things, how you flip the script. Tiny gets 1 frag. It is 2 versus 3 now, very possible. Sammy tries to teleport away, does as he comes back, but not in the right position. Polar's ready for that one. Tiny pushes on out. Polar drops as well. Look at Tiny here. Just needs to land. Has 1 shot. Has to go for the reload here. Porridge is ready and waiting. Will try and land them back, but both of these players struggling. Tiny goes for it. Takes it down. Time was on their side, and it did not wait for Porridge.
Oh no, for a second I thought they were going to buy in. They are going to buy in. So, key round here once again, Rook, in terms of the way the economy could set up for the final stages of this game. What team will crack first, though? That's the question, right? So far, they've met each other blow for blow and traded back and forth so consistently. However, one of them is going to have to make the mistake probably that costs them the series and a spot in that grand final. Hunter's Fury does come through. Is only going to find 1 tag up, though. And that rotation does make its way over towards 8.
Does indeed. You can see Grooveless is trying to be ready for this. Has access to the Paranoia, could find themselves something, but you can see that Cyber Cage really cut them away, and with the access to those Cloud Burst, they're going to be able to at least deny some of those angles. Grieveless holds, however, deals with Yama, but the trade is there. They play well around it, and now it's 4 versus 4, but the time is ticking away. They have to make their incision onto one of these sites, and they choose to head right back onto B. Look who's
30 seconds left.
Keep an eye on such a key player in Polar right now. This could be so big. If you've got a player in mid, keep an eye on that as well. These 2 jet players are going to be the crux of it. Polar finds that first frag. Tiny is gone. Oh my god, so is Melody. This is exactly what they needed.
Oh my god, Lucarium though, he lines up too to find a couple of his own, and yes, it's going to be Polar who falls. Sam is going to get the spike down just in the nick of time, and out of nowhere, Stratford, they've kept themselves in this round again.
Oh, that's got to be devastating right now if you're Leicester. That should have been the chance. There should have been the opportunity of a lifetime to be able to pick that one up, but instead, Lucarium shuts out again. Showing up here on this jet, showing up here on this operator, showing up on the final map here to qualify for those finals. And this is exactly what you need. It's, you know, when it's crunch time, you've got to have those players who deliver, and Lucarium and Tiny right now really, surely, truly are.
It's heartbreaking for Leicester because they were looking so strong throughout the start of this map and everything was going their way, but credit where credit is due for Stratford. They clawed their way back into it, and now off the back of 4 successive round wins, answering the 5 of Leicester's, it's now Leicester who's forced down to the eco. This could see a 10th round go on the board here, and should do really see a 10th round go on the board for the side of Stratford, and then Leicester, they're the ones that have to really try and do something to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, indeed. The ultimate's a piece. Lucarium with access to those knives, and we saw what they did with the operator. Let's see if they can have such an impressive impact again. Prowler goes forward. The rest of the team is ready and waiting to push. Keep an eye on Rihanna on that flank, because they could be a playing spoiler. Whatever kind of shenanigans come from the defensive side, we know Leicester like to partake in it. It's a slow, opportunistic push here. They don't commit towards it. They know that that recon bot means that they've got to dip away and play the enemies around the map right now. That's the plan. That's the aim. Lucarium, again, leading their team forward across mid.
Yeah.
Make that push towards the late side and potentially commit. And making sure no one's in wine. Ready for it now.
Here comes the aggression from the side of Stratford. Can Chromazoni try and pull off one of his
Still waiting.
highlight and trademark 2 or 3 Ks out of the depths of despair and out of nowhere. The rotation that probably is going to come through from the side of Leicester to try and get their way over towards it. There's not a lot of time left. Only actually finds one. Chromazone is there. They might run out of time here. No, they do just get the spike down in the nick of time. But in a 2 versus 2, Tiny down to 15 HP. This is very, very winnable.
It really is. Polar right now in such a strong position to maybe try and play spoiler. Swings out wide, tries to get that frag, but no one's peeking out towards it. 2 versus 2. They desperately want to find this. The headshot is their porridge, allows their team to move forward. They get the defuse. They're the one moving to double digits. Can they win this in spite of the last couple of rounds? All they need is a good couple of rounds, and it could be over in very short order.
Stratford, you're throwing it away. You're throwing the game away. You've done so well to get yourself back into the... Leicester, sorry. Not Leicester, sorry. No, Leicester did great. They won the round, of course. Stratford's the ones who throwing the game away. You've done so well to get yourself back into this game. 5 in a row, or 4 in a row. Can't make it 5, sorry. And somehow, I think it was Polo who found the first, and Chromazone, I said he needs one of his highlight reel 2Ks out of nowhere, and he does just that. And now that anti-eco, or sorry, should I say really a poor buy into this from the likes of Tiny and Melody. This has left Stratford on strings.
And it really has. And Polar, I mean, they smell blood in the water. Whipping up a frenzy there, setting themselves and their team yet again ahead. And you can see the attacking side looking at this now and going, well, we don't have the weapons. We don't have the utility to really make this happen. They even invested the Bladestorm in the previous round, so there's nothing for that Jet, for that key player, for a player who's been delivering again and again. Still not enough. Rudy Boy setting up their team, buying time, buying space, understanding what's important here. It's the team again. You see it. Stratford, they're indecisive. I mean, it can work, right, when you play your opponents around the map, but you can see very, very poignantly that it does not matter. Leicester are just happy to hold, happy to wait, happy to buy time. Time is on their side. You're the ones who have got to push forward aggressively and make a potential slip up. 2 players waiting in the back of the B. That looks to be where the push is coming. With Lucarium down, they've got to go. They've just got to go. Only 35 seconds now on the clock, and they're going to be pushing right into the waiting arms of 2 players and Rudy Boy to potentially pincer.
Yeah, this is so smart move from the 2 players lying at the back of Boathouse. They've got them completely trapped on site. Porridge is there to find one. Polar Q doubles his luck as well to find the second onto Melody. And yes, Tiny is alive, does keep the Vandal through to the next round, but has the damage potentially been done? As we have 10 seconds left, it's the 11th up for the side of Leicester. And the Spartans, well, it looks like we know how strong they can stand together as a pack, but have they bitten off a little bit more than they can chew?
May have indeed Spartans muddy cartons more than anything. As you can see, the Leicester scavengers, plucky as can be, right at the very end here, might just be jimmying up a round for themselves. Ultimates available on 3 of these players and still have that weapon advantage. Tiny only on the Stinger here. I mean, we've seen them deliver with subpar weaponry, but it's going to be easier said than done against players of the caliber that we're seeing right now. Throughout the entirety of the season, they have delivered, but can they do it now? When it counts, when it matters so much. Polar's down. Can they still go?
Yeah, Rudy does trade back. Here comes Tiny. Rudy has to go huge. He does find the first, although he is going to be revealed. That location has been found. The null command available in the hands of the KO, though. That is Rudy. 15 seconds until that 0 point is back online. The suppression blade so vital to reveal the location of players. If he pops that on site, he's going to know all 3 players lie in wait. Here comes the null command. Just 3 seconds until the knife is available. Chromazone is going to find the first. Sammy's there to instantly trade it back out, though. 34 HP. How vital could this round be, Rudy? He's going to find the triple. He spotted Sammy, but Sammy just danced with the devil, my friend. Do the can-can, the chucker slide, Macarena, but Rudy finds the headshot. We'll see you later. We're going on to match series and grand final point.
Oh my lord, all the way here. Can they pull it back? Can Stratford Spartans do it? It feels so far away, yet so close at the same time. Polar and the gang. Polar hitting 31 frags here. So comfortable, so calm, so collected, so ready, so prepared for this round here.
All or nothing right now for the attacking side, for Stratford Spartans. Well, Leicester Scavengers. They're so ready for this one.
Yes, the whole of Leicestershire literally quite relies on Leicester right now.
Bring them down.
I guess, yeah, technically. That's correct. But here comes the side of the Spartans, though. Leicester, they've held on for so long. Can they hold on much longer? Chromas only finds the first. Lucarium is going to get spotted. Grieveless finds the second. Sammy's there, though, to instantly find the refrag. Melody, he's going to pull his Chromas only. All of a sudden, it's up to Sammy. Rudy Boy finds the kill. And for the side of the Scavengers, well, from the bottom of the food chain to the top, they're heading to the finals. Leicester City. Sorry. I mean, I don't know how. Listen, let's get it done. Let's get my boy Jamie Vardy up on the main stage. All right, why not? Leicester Raptors taking on Maiden City in the grand finals this weekend, Rook. Oh, I'm excited, man.
Going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. Obviously, we've had some dominant teams, we had some less dominant teams. So I think the fight in the midfield is going to be very, very interesting. And ultimately, whoever comes out on top hopefully can bring the fight towards our dominant team of the season, Birmingham Bruisers Saracen.
Yeah, that's right. Like, it might seem a bit like unfair to say it's all about them, but when you see that caliber of talent, it basically is who is going to be the ones to not just forget taking them down, just to actually give them a challenge where they need to start playing their mains, because most of the time they've been playing secondaries. And there's a lot of talent in Birmingham, and we can see here, speaking of talent, we've got Cuppa, Noodles, Badman Fresh, and Sin representing the Bruisers, and they're going up against the Kestrel, Smoke McKenzie, upper management, and that person's name, I can't.
100%, and we're going to see Cuppa Noodles as the first player for Birmingham, and Smoke McKenzie as the first player for Craigavon. No, I don't think I'm too surprised here with any of the picks. Cuppa Noodles, Trademark Law. I'm pretty sure I've seen Smoke McKenzie play the Ling as well, so nothing too surprising. Nice, good start as well. Getting those schmixes in already on the Ling. Good punish. Up forward 3-4-4 is great strength below. Great with punish.
Went for the slow low there. This won't kill. Right, he's got rage now. Oh, nice duck under the throw attempt. There we go. First blood goes to the Kestrels.
Yeah, Small Mackenzie doing really well here so far as well. Definitely seeing a lot of improvement since we've seen him last time. I mean, they did really solid last time as well, but you know, it's good to see improvement and confidence grow in their play as well. Nice! The Dragon Cannon coming out, though.
Double flip kick. I like that little weight this time. Did he press? Oh, he did!
Oh, that's just about live thing. Yep.
1 minute up. Goes low.
The low into flip kick as well. Captain Noodles feeling himself as always. And it's like Captain Noodles has a very, very aggressive low. So you gotta be very mindful of that when playing against them.
Good punish from the get out there. A nice sidestep with the 3+4.
Yeah, it's such a good whiff punisher, honestly. 14 frames, it's crazy.
Bang! Nice work. And like you said, Cup of Noodles, very aggressive player, but we saw in other matches that when he put on the back foot, he will change his playstyle depending on who he's fighting. So you're gonna have to earn his respect, really.
Or maybe don't even give him the respect, honestly. Just go full out and stop him from doing his things. As kind of Smog Mackenzie here tried to do. Nice, good low parry as well. We saw the counter hit come out earlier. Unfortunate drops that could potentially cost him. Oh, the punch parry again. Gotta be very careful. Actually pressing into these situations where Cup of Noodles is safe and just has enough frames to parry. This should be enough to take the first game for Cup of Noodles as well. But honestly, Small Mackenzie putting up a really, really solid fight.
Oh, great. Starting off with a low parry straight off the bat. That is how you send a message. Boy, there you go. Dragon Pen against the wall.
Oh, yeah, no launch on the flip kick as well. Again, not broken the throw, and those kind of things are going to cost you.
You're seeing that aggression that you mentioned, Pun. Look how quick that round is. Cup of Noodles is being very aggressive, just ready to take out his opponents, and not even waiting for any AOP mix-up, just straight interruption.
Yeah, just pure aggression, but he's a really skilled player as well. He knows his timings, he knows what kind of things he can rely on, and he makes the most of it. And again, nice reaction as well, dealing with the lower, getting that hop kick. Not gonna be enough to kill just yet, but it's gonna be a lot of damage.
Go away. That was the same situation. Combo against all, little weight, then go for the down forward. And as he said, Pun, intelligent, when he did the hop kick, that wasn't like I'm just throwing out random hop kick. You can see, right, AOP, I see what you're trying to do, launch, and there he goes again. Bat. Right.
Oh, dropped the DSS this time. And the Dragon Hammer at the end. Cool, and we have our first scores in as well. So you know, two all on twice on the left side for the Bruisers, but Chaos Demon picking up his set.
We got Chaos Demon. I mean, going up against Batman Fresh.
A bold move, starting off with a down back one. Not charged, but still, you know, that's still a bold move. You're still testing the reactions a little bit, because it's a move that's fairly fast. Once you're used to it, it's not too bad, but when you're not used to it, it could be a bane of your existence, especially on certain stages.
Oh, that's going downstairs.
Nice. Knee break. Gets a little bit for it.
Alright, now we're going to see, there we go, just like that. Fang's back in it. Oh, nice work. Okay, he was working on coming back. Nice little pokes there, but good to close it out.
Oh, basically the same move.
Fang just did it a little bit more kung fu style. This is how you do it, not your rough, uneducated, style.
No dodge. Oh, the hop kick just coming through afterwards. To be fair, using the frame data there.
Oh, no. Okay, good adjustment because of that wall. Very well played and quick 2 rounds.
Nice, a flip over as well. Down back quadic as well.
Oh, he was backdashed and then went into it. Nice. Uses the 4-3-4 for Oki. They trade. Oh no, that is going to be a big punish. Can't do that. Back, delayed. Nice work. Delays it to get that full damage and just goes with the back turn elbow and saves himself. Still in this.
Got spacing out as well. A lot of spacing between them. There's no way any move would reach in that distance. So, you know, if you're that far away, you're kind of losing out a little bit. Unless you're trying to time scam. But nice Kempo free connecting there.
Oh, one too many jabs. Just does it again. He's gonna have to start thinking about blocking that, and he just stays blocking. Stomp. Damn. Okay.
Nice. No break on that throw as well. So back in the game, Infinite stage. Miguel versus Fang. Same as earlier.
Right, what intro? No delay, straight into the game. Is he gonna get up the back take? Oh, he delays it. He could might have got him if he done that.
That was a beautiful sidewalk, by the way. That was fantastic. That's the kind of sidewalk you really want to make.
got him with the setup.
What? What is going on?
Oh my god! Like you done the setup that would have just deleted his life, and I was. All right, there you go. You charge into me, have a shoulder back at you.
Yeah, the shoulder is surprisingly good with punish at certain ranges as well.
Yes, there we go. All right, life of his own. We've seen the adaptation, seen the changes. No punish
no
on
launch.
that.
Yeah, it is minus 15. You got to make the most of it. Nice 1-1-2. Again, getting those whip punishes in.
Oh, too slow. Duck. Okay, what's the mix up after this? Got a lifeline, doesn't really need to do much. 30 seconds. Oh, might have been a shoulder attempt. No.
Oh, nice duck! That's the kind of duck you want. Beautiful reaction.
Round 3.
Yeah, look at that, Batman Fresh coming back. That's what we've seen before previously. He loses the first game, but then just comes back. Okay, he goes for... He doesn't go for the optimal launch from that blocking on the low.
Nice. Not dropping the combos this time. Yeah, making really good use of the Aoki as well. Batman Fresh has been really using the Aoki where he could. Right, not opting for the Rage Drive extension into our combo.
Oh! Just... Oh! If that was intentional, that was smart, because after that hand sidestep 1+2, he either like plus or like 0, and he just went under that. Most people are going to jab after it. Good work. Alright.
Nice.
Set up. Cross frames, and he tried to press after that. This is where you just see that thing flow in, and you see it again.
The charged launcher as well.
Okay, decides to spend the rage. The all the time he's gonna think, what's he gonna do after this?
No real Aoki potential here. Taunting. Okay.
Oh! Imagine that! He just taunts and then you get launched. Alright, we just got a little bit more interesting.
Nice, good low parry. Batman Fresh definitely wanted to send a message here.
That's right. Oh no, he's not punishing that.
Good duck on the Parker as well, just wasn't quite in time to get the punish.
Parry setup, yeah, he's got so lucky that he...
That's such a common parry setup as well. That's such a ranked parry setup. Gotta be careful, because it's so known. You know, if an opponent starts responding good to it, you're gonna be in trouble. Ooh, off axes.
Punish that! Yeah! The scaling was
that
quite
should
a bit.
kill. That was big scaling, but should still kill, right?
I think so. He's got that much less life.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Ooh, there you have it.
It's...
We got the second page as well, just to get the full result. So we see quite back and forth. You know, we got confirmation that there was a DQ earlier because Sin, unfortunately, being unwell. But again, it makes it it makes it a bit more interesting.
Yeah, so we got 3 games left. So I think right now, if Kragabon win every game in this upcoming last 3 games, they will win the first round robin.
I don't mind it. Certain thing, if you can, anytime they go in AOP, you're ready to shoulder them. it hits low, you can really put them on notice, and it deters them from doing a lot. And you don't want to get in that battle of trying to, you know, when I play it, I'll space, let her try and come to me. Then when she tries to do any AOP, shoulder. I beat someone by just purely doing that, using back four, just putting them on notice. You don't really need to engage with them in this up-close battle when you get Cali rolled. Nice work. Just doing that solid play, using the power crush that's actually made useful now.
Yeah, but it's only a full charge up.
Yeah,
Which,
at least it's got...
I mean,
better than what it...
guess-
Not better as good as it was when it used to give you like a full disgusting combo if you get full charge, but...
yeah, let's not go back to that one. That was a bit grim. Feng doesn't need that. He doesn't need half the things he has, so, you know, yeah.
That charge
Gotta
though,
remove it.
that forward charge, when you hold it, he's stuck in position, so it's linear, so you just sidestep and nothing will hit him. Anyway, nice work. Gets the trade, run
do
up
a counter hit
shoulder.
low. Counter hit low from Link could potentially work in this instance as well. You know, down back two or another low could potentially be the answer as well. If you know it's charging and you know it's coming, you could go for the risky of option of trying to beat it that way.
Yeah, very true. Right, here we go. He's gone low quite a few times, especially against the wall.
Nice, good option of dealing with that AOP. Oh!
Oh no. His option. Down forward one, whiffs in. See, that's where a shoulder would have worked. I know it's a bit risky if you with no life, but if he's ready, then he can just shoulder a lot of stuff that she does. Nice! Jumping low, and he low parries it. That's bad.
The thing you gotta be super aware of as well is the fact that in this matchup, if one of your mids whiffs, you just need to stop using it.
Definitely sound advice, Pan. Like you said, you have that move, couple moves right. This is what I do, and it works. It puts them on notice as well. Oh, nice work there. Parry. No, it doesn't ever parry set up.
Good patience versus that Kali roll as well. You gotta be so mindful of those Kali rolls. Both on Xiaoyu and Chloe. They can evade very easily, and the answer isn't always the same. Nice! QCF1. The bane of my existence, that string.
Decide what to start off. Going low for the options now. Oh, good whiff punish, and that when you whiff punish, that's so satisfying. Max damage, doesn't go for a shoulder. Oki set up, and I think he's just pressing too many buttons at the wall now. Like all 3 hits after the wall hit, he was trying to press something.
Yeah, it was quite it was great comedic timing as well. The shoulder hitting, as you said, doesn't go for the shoulder. Just afterwards, it's just raw shoulder throwing out. It shows a lot of confidence.
Okay, nice. Loki set up at the wall. Good, right. Fighting back in this. There we go.
Yeah, Smoke definitely not getting up. You know, those kind of answers are what you're looking for, and it might be a little bit difficult for them here, but definitely gotta keep going.
Nice. Good use. Brilliant. Just has the damage on the table. Oh, he gets the launch. Right. Here we go. That, bam. Into the corner as well. Oh, underneath the high. Spikes him down.
I don't know if the spike down was a good decision. That might cost him. But just like that, it seems that Birmingham will be taking it after all, managing to clutch it out and get the 2 games that they needed to keep alive.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4. Good pickup as well from that blow.
Oh, blocks the low. And you see that's the difference now. He's blocking, but he's not punishing, and that's going to cost him a lot. It's still not broken. Someone break the wall.
Yeah, still just about alive. I mean, it felt like there was few opportunities there for Doniega, but didn't exactly use to break the wall, opting for more damage instead.
And actually, earlier what you said, Fun, you want to see more hat-trick kick from him as well. We didn't see that in other games, so we'll see if he starts to use more of that low.
Yeah, definitely, a hat-trick kick is a really good tool, but you just gotta be very mindful of it. Some people are very good at predicting where it's gonna be placed. You know, it's a good tool, but you gotta use it in moderation, much like all the good things in life.
Okay, and you know, Doniega is kind of starting off really strong. Don't really any warm up, just going straight in it with Anima, just dominating fashion, working on a perfect. This is just bullied now. Okay,
I did say he's the kind of player that can really easily shut you down if you go in with a little too many expectations. And even he's getting some things a little bit wrong in terms of his combos, but overall the neutral was pretty supreme there. Doniega really setting the tempo and keeping the pulse high. The switch to Alyssa as well, coming over from Chaos Demon here. Honestly, not a character I would expect a Miguel player to go to. A little bit of a different archetype.
Chainsaws. Seeing this kind of change of character and pace is working out at the moment. So we see if Doniega can actually adjust. And again, on Wake Up, he does a lot of these get up lows.
Gotta be careful with the spacing of those moves as well. Nice punish on the Power Crush. The Power Crush used to be almost like a soul move that a lot of people used to rely on back in the day because it was a 6-frame activation, but now it's 8. Same as every other Power Crush as well.
Nice.
And this is one of those characters where her death stance has a massive source of her damage. Her combo damage is a little bit on the lower side, but the death stance has a lot of damage on it. A lot of pressure as well. Even when you know what to expect from that stance, it can also be still very difficult to deal with. Because in some cases, you just gotta guess.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, I'm sorry, that was just complete shutdown. Okay,
yeah.
Gets the hop kick, but still got a long way to go. He got the rage, spends the rage drive early. Oh no.
Ooh. Big risk. But yeah, no, Doniega responding really well to this as well. We saw some option selects versus that fly after while standing too. So good awareness.
Gets the wall carry. That wall splat again. This is just complete control.
Again, good option select. Knows how to deal with that.
Oh, bootleg perfect.
Let's see, we're going to be seeing some scores. Ooh, well,
okay.
That's a strong start for Birmingham. Only needing 2 more games in this round robin to take it.
Yeah, could not agree more, man. Good to see the development. Right, here we go. So we got Feng again. Armor King.
The Armor King. A character we always enjoy watching. Very stylish, very cool. Lots of combo potential, lots of tech potential. Let's see if that potential is going to be utilized today.
Oh, Tombstone!
Oh, no, break. The rage damage adding to that as well.
Oh! No one succeeds with landing the rage drive. Oh, a bit slow on the palm. Funny.
To be fair, punishing back 1 is hellish. That move recovers way too quickly for what it is.
Yeah, it is difficult to punish. Oh, he could have got launched there, but doesn't commit to anything big, but gets a giant swing anyway.
Oh, interesting option.
Nice, just goes for the kick. He saw the down 4-3. I'm not getting parried, and he gets dunked. Nice work.
Round 3.
Definitely a good option. Listen, if you're feeling confident and you got the raid, you might as well use it. Oh, shoulder of his own, brave choice. And gotta be careful. Most things are usually less punishable. Most of the shoulders are less punishable. Minus a few exceptions.
Nice, dunks him right into the corner as well. Oh no! Oh, he drops the combo. Right, he's got a lifeline. He's got the wall behind him. Nice punish that while standing. Counter hit.
Okay, probably a decent option given, you know, the health is fairly low. Not that many hits in that combo as well, so this should be a decent amount of damage. Yeah, that's okay. Probably more than the wall combo would have netted. Oh, the drop kick. Need something else. Nice. Good down forward one check.
Round 4.
The down forward one is one of your best friends in Armor King as well. You really got to be using that to check well. It is a pretty okay down forward one, even if the range is a little bit stubby for some players.
Yeah, I agree. Upper management playing really well. Again, conceding improvement from what I've seen before. Oh, yes!
Oh.
And that's another sign of the improvement as well. Good work.
Yeah, beautiful read. Dealing with that pressure over parry. Get away from his wall bow. Feng is merciless.
No, he blocked the crouch dash 1+2 and tried to press your crouch and you're at minus like 5 or 4.
Dark.
Nice.
Oh, the
Shining
wizard.
Oh, he's trying to back tempo, nowhere to go. My management should keep him there, keep him close to there. Yes, again, using the option to deal with that sidestep 1+2. Oh,
Sidestep 4. Should still be alive, no ult. Oh, nice, the fish hook. That move is crazy good as a mid check. It's I don't know. I think we could argue that it's a little too good. I think we need to nerf your character now.
You don't need that. Doesn't need nothing. Like it doesn't do much damage. It's just like
That's not the point.
I know, but it's got the control of being the mid. But your turn is ended. Once you see back 4, then the Feng's turn is ended. Then you can go and advance.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation as well. I mean, that power crush was really weird because at the end it actually finished before the final hit. So it was actually a lot more damage and retaliation than the power crush normally would have netted. And I'm sure we're not too surprised about the stage selection here as well. King players do love the infinite as well. A lot of the pros become basically a launcher on hit, so definitely worth using them.
Yeah, definitely. And breaks the throw now. No punish to the shoulder. Doesn't punish the 1+2 from Feng. Oh! Yo, that was sick. The hardest of reads. Went low, he just cartwheeled. I didn't jump over your low. I didn't low parry. I cartwheeled over your low kick.
I definitely haven't seen that option used as a common low crash, but hey, that's it gives that individuality a nice dark upper. Drops the combo, so unfortunate.
That's what I imagine playing really well. In control of this match, Tombstone Power Driver.
Going downstairs. Sidewall. Oh, yeah. Couldn't go downstairs here as well. Oh, not quite getting the drop.
Unfortunate there. He had the corner pressure, he backed away, and he let Feng jab, 1+2 crouch dash. Now you're in his territory now. Cool. Nice option for going to low parry. Yeah.
Good conversion here. Downstairs again. We have to get the wall quite easily. Yep. There we go. Oh, dropping the wall under. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's another floor gone. And that'll be the last one.
Okay, right. Is he going to make it? This? He's got Feng and Rage. Don't want to back off too much and give him too much time to think. There you go. Stomp. No. Oh.
There's usually a guarantee hit after that one. It's usually that massive kick coming from above. So just gotta be mindful of don't waste the damage you've been given.
Yeah, definitely. You got the lead now. You got no more floors to get you that extra damage, but you still got the throw because he hasn't been breaking these. Is he gonna back tech? No. Rolls on the ground. Interesting. Oh no.
Beautiful whip punish, honestly. Beautiful whip punish.
Back turn low. Oh, that might have worked. Tombstone again.
That's dead. Oh, okay. Almost dead.
And because he has never used it, I would just throw it out. You haven't used it. It does mega damage, so he's gonna at least take one time to break it before he starts to catch on. So, you know, good option there. And there we go. Now he's opened up the mix-up for the other throws. All right. Oh, nice. Donk.
Chunk
No!
of damage. Oh,
I say no as a Fang player, but I say yes as a Fang player. Yes, because that's how you used to steal rounds from them. Because it's slow because he goes up, but it's still weak. Huh? What's he doing? By that time, it's too late. You're getting launched.
oh, and the back turn sweep as well.
Nice. Look at the damage. Good wall carry as well. Keeping him close to the wall. Down back 1-4. Perfect. That's what you do. Back away. Wait for him to press. And that move covers so much distance. Wall's flat. This is how you answer back.
Yeah, for sure. No, this is definitely a kind of answer you're trying to employ and use against the opposite player, because like that's so much damage, and that's so much damage so quick.
No punishing that string there. Dark upper, but no. Okay, tried to press it. He got punished and he tried to press, and then he gets launched and he loses almost like 50% of his life. Counter hit. See, he got punished. Unless you're like a Ling or super evasive. I know King's got that one evasive, but that was kind of like take the damage, take the mix up, because after that you pressed and then you just lost all your life because of a jab punish.
Yeah, we've seen the scores, and it seems like even with the tough fight put up by upper management there, Birmingham will be the ones to take the second round robin.
There we go. This is a little shot of the playoff format, and you can see that leads us to a Birmingham versus Birmingham match.
But speaking of stepping up to the plate, these are our challenges today. We have the Rise squad on one side of Birmingham, and then Cup of Noodles, Stone Jaeger, and Badman Fresh on the other. It's interesting to see as well. So Don Jaeger, we saw him last week, stepping into sub for Sin. He will be returning here as well. But yeah, we have A Richie and Cup of Noodles starting off, and that's gonna be an unfortunate drop. You know, when you get a big read like that and you trying to go up for the big damage, it's always gonna suck. Oh, little too slow on that wall stunning too. It's the wall.
Round 2.
Very clean.
Fight.
All right, nice work. So yeah, first blood goes to Richie. Nice duck on the legend kick as well. Right, good wall pressure there. Just keeping there, jabbing him there. Little backdash is just trying to wait for something to whiff to look for the wall splat.
Yeah, a little bit slow, not capitalizing on that whiff as well. So again, Richie staying patient here. Again, no punish. Still a massive health lead though.
Solid play from Richie. Just kind of block punishment, just waiting for the right moments. A lot of movement from Cup of Noodles, a lot of buttons, but not a lot of damage getting, you know, on the table for him at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like Richie's warming up a little bit here. Trying to get into the spirit of things. Nice while standing forward. Again, that movement coming out. Ooh, really nice punish from Cup of Noodles. Could have potentially gotten a little bit more. Nice punish. Oh, didn't quite get the wall. Still alive. Toe kick. Oh no. Wow, that's still actually. I knew Sidewall was gonna get into play, but I wasn't actually expecting that to get fancy like that.
Wow. Yeah,
Richie
well
taking the
played to
first game.
Richie. That even the little toe kick that Couple of Noodles do at the bottom, I was like, he's optimizing every little bit, little kick in the shins, and all you need is one launch. Oh, speaking of launch,
The flip kick again? To be fair, that had Cup of Noodles written all over it. That's his style. He loves the flip kicks. He loves the high risk plays.
punish.
Quite a punish.
Alright, this time, get something off it. Brilliant use of the jab from Richie though. Just single jabs, just really dictating the pace. Looking for that whip, looking for a wall splat. Good patience there for Cup of Noodles, knowing that he was trying to get that wall splat to get that big damage on the table. Cup of Noodles just staying patient.
I mean, the down forces have been, as always, working out really well for Richie. Patience again. Richie not really throwing too many things out, but nice low parry. Beautiful. Good optimization as well, getting a bunch of damage. What's the follow-up here after the balcony break? Oh, doesn't get the 2 hits.
Mounted to climb now for Cup of Noodles. He's got rage. He's got the wall position behind him. Oh, but just look at the side step as well, and making sure that the whiff was confirmed before he just punished with some jabs.
Yeah, it's always hard for a lot to make a comeback as well, because, you know, you don't really have Rage Drive as an option because it's not the best option, really. Even with the recent buffs, I still don't really see people relying on it too much. Oh, side switch!
Oh, nice slide. Gets the counter hit. Oh, it gets the fake flip. Boom. Dragon Cannon. Oh, Richie just been scouting those lows so well. Oh no.
Oh, big trade. Flow damage though. Oh, no, drops the combo. Just bend it. Oh.
Punish.
Nice.
Round 4.
Couple of Noodles not giving up. Great to see. It was looking really close for. Oh, nice wall starting too from Richie.
Look at that damage, man. Not even 10 seconds gone, he's already dead.
Richie's just going to be so patient here now. I mean, he doesn't have to do anything, right? With such a massive health lead, Couple Noodles has to do all the work.
Just got to wait for him to make that mistake. Wait for that 10 frame punish. Wait for that interrupt. He doesn't need to do really anything. And there it is.
There you go.
Final round. Fight.
Starting off aggressive Cup of Noodles, but then just walks into a low and already. What is this, Tekken 2?
Hey, 2D jumps are a thing now, right?
Cancel
Patience from both.
2-string. I like that use of the jabs. Oh, good. The timing of Richie to get the counter hit. A little bit too aggressive from Cup of Noodles.
It does probably help that move's been sped up a tiny bit. Oh, the wall starting free pickup for Oki as well.
Oi!
Oh, there's the Rage Drive. Oh, wow.
Oh, what? Oh, no, he's dead. Oh, he's not.
Do punish.
Oh, no.
Oh, fell the slide, still alive. Oh, try to punch parry as well. Cup of Noodles still alive. Oh, Trey taking him out, but that comes. that was a actually pretty good conversion. Actually using that raise drive. I mean, I didn't see it coming, so it was a nice option, and it was definitely very interesting to actually see it come out on almost come out on top of that raise drive. And we do have scores as well for the first two games. Richie and Dante both taking 2-0. Anyway, kicking off into Dante versus Batman Fresher. Nice. Big counter hit. Good carry as well.
Okay, nice. Ends it with a shoulder. Nice. Use the headbutt and then just back away, plus frames, and then gets a launch, but doesn't get a good combo there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those drops already. Gotta be very careful. You can't be leaving out damage on the table, especially versus a player of Dante's caliber. Oh, just within the throw. That's so close.
Good patience
so patient
on Dante.
here.
Yeah. He's playing. Oh, God, that patience is so good. Oh my God, that was clean from Dante. The sidestep 1+2. All the Fang setups that not necessarily like going to kill you, but you're going to get a couple chip hits. He was just waiting and waiting. You know, after getting hit from back 4, doesn't do nothing. Just wait.
Yeah, just got to be very careful whipping that down forward too. It's got a little bit more recovery than the down forward twos we saw from Leo. Can't throw it out as much, but still got massive range to work with. Nice, seed planter guaranteed. Good patience from Dante. Oh, the back one as well.
Oh, yep, he's dead. I don't, you know, that move is death on launch, but Batman Fresh thought he saw a whiff, but the move's just quite slow. You have to really scout out a big whiff to be able to get that in the open.
Dante already trying to aim to get that health lead. Even a small whiff punish, nice. Oh, takes him up while standing free.
Punish. Damn, Dante with the NFL charge there.
Nice, good conversion. Should be able to get the wall here. Oh, doesn't commit to the third hit. Good delay as well, wearing him down now.
KO.
Nice. Good work.
Round 2.
Step 2 there.
Fight.
Yeah, very good return as well, but that's the kind of round you want in return to a Freo. Gotta break that momentum, gotta work yourself back in the game.
Dante trying to chase down the back Kempo, but the auto block is blocking him. Oh, he tries to punish, but he still lets it rip the second time and gets a bigger punish this time.
To be fair, trying to punish back one is a nightmare, genuinely.
Solid play from Dante. Look at that, and with really close to him. Good punish with that shoulder as well.
Ooh, just out of range.
Boot.
Oh.
He's going to run up and just go for a mid-kick.
Round 3.
Solid play. Batman Fresh doing a little bit better this time. Oh, no.
Oh. Yeah, people are not used to punishing that sometimes, but could have been a little bit faster in the punish.
There we go. Making use of that down 2. Oh, my God. What? Alright, that's a gift from the gods. Dante was probably too early with that punish. Way too early because the move's got 2.
Or maybe just didn't expect him to you know, finish it, considering it is definitely blocked.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, nice. Chunk of damage here, sidewall. Dante realign and keep the pressure up. Wow, what a trade as well.
Oh, no. Even if he launched him, the wall's there, so he'd have to adjust on the fly to kind of really get the most benefit out. Oh my God.
As Josie said, get ready to fly.
Now, okay, different moves. Nice. Is he going to go low? He doesn't go low this time. He's still not committing to riskier things with Fang. I can see why, but he's not opening up Dante.
Those mid checks are really working out for Dante here as well. One more hit will do it. There we go. And again, the mid check.
Oh, Don Jaeger with the 2-1 against Ayo Richie. Interesting.
Yeah, no, good stuff from Don Jaeger. I wonder if that was Steve or Zafina or Nina potentially. But let's see. We're going to be going to page 2 in just a sec as well to see if Birmingham have managed to clear the bar. But you only need one more game because best of 9. There we go. That's 5 games.
All right, we're back. So, second round robin coming up. We've already seen Birmingham dominate against Birmingham. You know, you could have said it would have went this way, but both Birmingham teams are strong. So we've seen them put up the Bruisers Jets have been trying their best, but look what they go against. This is a beastly team, and it's not just about this team. The Rise boys, they train together. They're solid. They've been traveling a lot. They've been doing work. So yeah, second round robin now.
Immortal Soul versus Badman Fresh. Again, no surprises on characters. We're sticking to mains here. Everyone's as serious as it comes. Nice, good punish. Catching the step there as well. Raven's one of those cards as well that's quite difficult to play against. You need a lot of knowledge on how to deal with different moves. You need to be really aware of where you can step and how to deal with back turn. Coincidentally, Immortal Soul does have a 2-hour tutorial on YouTube, so let's see if Badman first studied before.
Nice, gets the down for the one run up and goes straight into the rage drive. Rage art, sorry, good option. And that is that sort of level that you want. You know, don't overcomplicate it. Too many jabs, it might have whiffed. Just go for that damage at that life lead there.
It's a snake dash under the jab as well. Good spacing so far for Immortal Soul. No break either, it's gonna be a lot of damage.
I was just saying that the backdashing after the headbutt is, you know, a solid option. Just backdash, you know. The pushback was increased. So
yes, especially considering you have the infinite stage, right? So you really got to make the most of that space. Really use the space to your advantage. What about even here in health? Oh, nice hop kick dealing with that.
Nice. He goes for the setup. If he'd have got up there and hold back, he would have been launched fully. Oh no!
Oh, drops the cut.
Great.
Oh,
ooh,
no,
he did not expect it. You can see he was just holding back. He thought, I'm dead, but oh, I'm alive.
Might have been trying to like either smash into it like a jab or something, or even a low. Maybe a low that wasn't doesn't high crush.
Perfect.
Damn.
Nice.
10.
Guaranteed to counter hit.
Round 4. Fight.
Immortal Soul looking to run away with it.
2 backdashes out of the pressure from the headbutt, even on hit. So just tease in there from the range. Good, back one. Just pressure. There we go. Nice play. Just scout out the whiff. Oh no.
Yeah, it was a float, unfortunately, so didn't get as much for it as probably could have gotten normally.
Interesting setups we're seeing. Okay, but they're working. I think because they're not conventional, is they're working with Mortal Soul. 2-2. Batman Fresh keeping himself in the game.
Definitely a little bit lucky, but to stuff out the rage drive, it could be very dangerous for Batman Fresh. Oh, the neutral block. Sorry, neutral hop kick.
Another trade. Underneath the jump. Doesn't commit. I like the delay because he went to Dr. Low. Nice. There we go. The first kind of big risky launch there. Oh no, what was that? That was not the combo.
Oh!
Oh no.
Still alive. One more hit.
Oh no!
KO.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Whoa.
You win.
Mortal Soul has been playing against the thing really well. Backdashing after the headbutt. Just low risk options to deal with Feng.
Yeah, especially considering, you know, on his team is the best thing in Europe, so hopefully should know the matchup pretty well and has been doing so pretty well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see he's looking for the wall bounce there, as you do with Feng. Go for it.
The dash guard as well.
Oh no! Doesn't get the down 4. Even the down 4 would have killed him, but
Round 2.
gets the last done in 1, still kills him.
Fight.
Nice, big down 4 trigger. Beautiful wall carry.
Damage, 50% gone already, man. The sidestep of the back 4. That's what I mean, like just the movement. And even that's like a tracking move, not really a homing move. And you know, at certain ranges, it won't stop stepping. So good work from Mortal Soul. Oh, nice. Oh no! Standing forward, that was a misinput. Oh, we're getting a couple misinputs now. Oh, in the back.
Really good punish.
KO.
Good.
Wow.
He recovered nicely from that. He knew he got the back turn, just went
Fight.
full string.
Yeah, Batman Fresh doing a really good job here so far. I need one more round.
Oh, he
It
went
feels
for the
like,
punch parry.
It definitely feels like Mortal Soul is trying to condition him as well with the up 4.
Get away from the wall. He side walked out. The back one not punished. Good block in the low. Oh. Wasn't able to even utilize the rage drive to create some distance either. Unfortunately, dying with that.
Nice. Oh, nice. Big parry from Immortal Soul as well. 10 seconds in, Batman Fresh is already at half health here.
Nice!
Oh, no! Oh, that's so unfortunate. No break either. He's in rage now. So close. Oh, and Immortal Soul taking that game, making it 1-1. Yeah, let's see. Nice, good patience. It is 1-1 as well, so stakes are high here. Definitely want to get as many points on the board as possible. Kenpo working out, but no option from it.
Oh, nice. There he goes. Gets the wall. Bang! Look at the damage on that. That's what he was looking for. When you're playing, just gotta throw it out there, man. Just the motion of the move. You're gonna catch someone and safe on.
What a whiff punish! That was such a sick whiff punish for Immortal Soul.
Oh, I don't know if that was intentional, but either way, he gets a snake edge. Nice side, yeah, just sidestep into down 4-2. Again.
Fin Rage here.
Make him square. Rage. Mix up time. No. Oh, wow. I don't know what that was. That 3-3. That's an interesting... if it hit, it would have killed him.
Oh, that's... Oh, I don't think Raven can launch that. It's -15. Oh, the slide coming in, though. Nice. Even if Axie's getting a chunk of damage. A little too slow on the whiff punish for her.
Again, the throws have been working out from the command throws.
Still alive, got a rage available, 20 seconds to go. Nice, coming in.
Round 4.
Just like that. Immortal Soul bringing it back and 1 round away from taking the first set of this round robin.
Good, gets the proper splat. Goes for Oki. Look at the mix-ups. 50% gone already. Side walking out there, Badman Fresh trying to get back to the center. Just clicked on the back tempo.
Nice hit confirm. Very nice punish on the side step forward. Immortal Soul clearing the set. And we're going to see some scores from that first round of games in the second round robin. And again, the Birmingham A team coming out on top so far. Badman Fresh, the only one to be able to pick up the game there.
Dawn Jaeger against Dante. Dante's super solid in the last game that we saw against Badman Fresh. They're going up against Dawn Jaeger, the Nina.
Yeah, Dawn Jaeger's I would say he's probably the most solid person on the team in the absence of Sin. Hard to rate him against Sin. I know they play a lot. So it'd be very interesting to see how this actually plays out. Dante already checking a lot of the down forward ones. Nice duck as well.
Good option of Dante. Just went for the throw because he knew the move was safe.
Nice. Dawn Jaeger got the rage. Plenty of time to go still on the clock. Gonna be difficult to beat the turtle that Dante is right now.
KO.
Wow. I was just about to say he was not going low to chip Dante, but both times he went low, Dante interrupted, so he wasn't even able to get his offense off. So just good use from Dante for putting up that wall of defense.
Break as well. This is gonna cost Dawn Jaeger here. Oh, could have gotten a much bigger punish for her. Spacing out. Again, rage available. Seed Planter is still alive. It's gonna be difficult to come back into the game again. Nice, checking him low. Dante looking really confident against this Nina.
Fight.
I like how all this team, once they have the life lead, they really don't commit and overextend, but they don't just sit there passive. They're always active and moving around and knowing when to interrupt. So great use of the time and then the health as well.
Nice CD1 coming through on counter here as well. Chunk of damage here. Using the big body combos. Again, pushing for that counter here again. No duck.
You can see Dawn Jaeger looking for the move with pushback. Dante creating some space there with a rage drive. He's throwing out that jab as well just to try and catch him. Oh, duck went no launch.
Whiffed. No, the punish!
God.
Oh, the slide taking it for Dawn Jaeger. That was looking very dangerous.
Fight.
Using the high sheet to slip a little bit, gives themselves a little bit more space while moving. Dante trying to wear him down a little bit.
Okay,
nice, very good duck.
Jeez, look at that one moment. He's back in this game. Life lead as well.
Yeah, huge moment for Dante. Really making the most of it. But it's still Nina and Rage with wall. This could kill. Never mind. Dante sealing the deal. But we are going into an infinite stage as well. Same characters. No surprise picks coming out. Let's see how the floor breaks are utilized here.
Nice. First floor blow. No, takes him to the wall. But he's got the corner pressure there as well. Dante just losing all that pressure. Keep him
Yeah,
there.
he's really been making the most of the walls every time he gets to them.
But now we've got the complete wall beat the floor, big space behind for Doniega to get combo not impeded by the wall. Pressure goes. Oh, downward ones. Back in it, the sidestep.
Still alive. 15 seconds to go here.
KO.
Damn, Dante is a wall of just
Fight.
defense, pressure, like whatever you want to call it, like, all the above. He's just so solid, man.
Big punish at that 4-2 coming from downtown. Not quite getting the wall, but still got the wall pressure. We've seen this pressure from Dante earlier, using the new tactics as well, looping it.
This is just so oppressive. Nice. Okay. Breaks. Oh no, I was gonna say he breaks the pressure, but Dante with the low parry. Boom. Boom. Oh, he's not dead.
Again, the live deficit is stacking up, and Dante again checking him with the low. Just like that, Dante 1 round away from taking the game. Looking super, super dominant, super, super well aware of the matchup and what to do.
Nice little poke, back away, look for what they're going to do, and then respond.
Nice, Doniega trying to stay a bit more patient here. Got 35 seconds to go on the clock.
Punishment of
Big.
Dante was launched.
Not quite getting the wall under. Doesn't matter. Still gets the round. Could have been dangerous again. Needs to bring this home. It's going to be very uphill fighting, but sidestep 2 coming out.
Nice.
Oh, that's
Good
as
combo.
well.
Bang, look at that.
Guaranteed.
150% gone. This is what he needs to get back in this game.
Going the stairs again. Shouldn't be enough to kill even with the wall here. Oh. Damn.
Round.
Now back to not in reach, and just that Doniega equalizing in 2 rounds apiece.
Oh, jump elbow.
Could potentially getting a bigger punish on that down 4-2 as well. Definitely gonna take all the damage that's on the table. Dante's starting to run with it.
Waiting for his moment. I feel there's a big launch coming.
Let's break.
Oh, good throw break.
29 seconds to go. 30 big health deficit here for Doniega.
Nice interrupt.
Oh,
Damn.
Not quite getting the whiff punishes there, and Dante making sure to get that wall and end the game. Okay, let's see what the scores are like. Damn. Clean sweep from Birmingham A team, and you know it was always going to be an uphill battle, and we've been hyping up the Birmingham A team ever since the season started, and it was going to be difficult for everyone involved. But it's a dominant fashion. I think they dropped what 2 games, 1 game in the last round robin and 1 game in this round robin. So definitely showing the world class, and considering this is going to be Birmingham versus Bradford. It's really weird not seeing London anywhere in the bracket, and this is definitely a sorely missed absence from London, but it doesn't matter. They're not here, which means Birmingham and Bradford will be fighting out in the finals this weekend.
we're in the playoffs. It's the first day. We got 6 teams that made it out of our 12th team group stage. Humber Hunters, Bane, the Leicester, Raptors, Cretaceous, Humber Hunters, Spike, Bristol Smugglers, Budgie, Stratford Spartans, Ares, and the Bristol Smugglers, Smokey. As you can see, in the first round, there's only 2 matches because the Humber Hunters, Bane, and Bristol Smugglers, Budgie did so well. They're getting a bye in the first round. So we're going to see those other 2 games tonight, starting tonight here with, if I'm not mistaken, the Spike versus Cretaceous. There's the Leicester Raptors Cretaceous and the Humber Hunter Spike.
Oh, we're heading over to Oasis. What a way to kick things off early on. Just taking a little look across in terms of what heroes we got kicking things off here for the side of this defensive side to kick things off. You've got the likes of the Winston out and about. You've got the Genji. Gonna probably working alongside that Reaper to do and deal the majority of the damage for his side. You've got the Ana behind as well with that Baptiste. But either way, they're gonna head up over towards this high ground. Always important to control that high ground, especially on Oasis.
A little bit more of an unconventional comp coming out here. Not completely weird here coming out on from the side of the Raptors, but a little bit more meta on the other side. They're fully on to this Roadhog, Kiriko, Lucio, Reaper, Sojourn, but they just get absolutely decimated by Mr. Popo dashing through. That's a proper dive execution there with the anti-nade from Flea Shower. Oh man, that name always getting me. And so the Raptors take first fight here in a very convincing fashion. And you can see basically nothing happened. And the big indicator of that is that the highest ult charge that we have is 50% on the Ana Flea Shower. That's nothing.
Yeah, not too much to kick things off early, but Team Number 1 on your street definitely holds the upper hand, at least in the early engagements. And a bit about Mr. Popo, more like Mr. Pow Pow on that Genji. You know how much work Genji can get done, especially when you pair it with the likes of a Reaper on the side of the DPS. It's just such a hard task to try and deal with, but for the side of Team Number 1, it's just ruthless aggression, and this Team Number 2, they can't do anything to try and break their way onto point. It's just nothing but a wall of blue. And for the side of Team 2, they've just got no answers at the moment.
Yeah, Cretaceous really in a bad spot here at the moment. They really need to find a way. Actually, Spike, sorry. Cretaceous is actually a great spot. Spike's trying to come back in here with, again, it's a very conventional comp that we are seeing in this current meta. But the Genji from Mr. Popo fighting so much value even though the nerfs have come through, that's really impressive.
Yeah, impressive indeed. And well, for now, again, Mr. Popo and Wholesome on the Genji and Winston seem to be the ones that are dealing the most damage. And well, although Cleggy is there to eventually take down the Winston, it's just for this red side again, they can't even break out of where their spawn point is at the moment. It's just non-stop aggression. If you look at the ult charges now available as well, 4 out of the 5 for the side of Team Number 1. But here come this red side on towards the sleep does come through. It's going to be Kalegi who pops the Death Blossom, but well, Death Blossom more like we're blossoming you to my death, my friend, as Ivy's there to find too.
A very, very big Bond Chef hook on that Roadhog first on. Very important that Roadhog gets the picks. That's kind of what this entire comp relies on. The problem is that when the entirety of Cretaceous, the Raptors, just jumps in there with the dive, they get so much burst off on multiple members that just one Roadhog that gets a hook every 6 seconds is not going to be able to keep up with that amount of kill count. So unless he's able to also tank a lot of damage as well as sustain, as their team sustain through it due to the healing of Muj and Flux, then they're just going to lose the overall fight. They lose too many members early, and they can't keep up with the picks. So the switch from Bond Chef going over to the Winston on this particular point, not just because it's open, but also because they might be able to do some more consistent damage and do more kiting as well as initiating with their team, is going to be a very good move here for the side of Spike. Problem is the Cretaceous, they haven't really looked to be slowing down, and there isn't really a reason for them to slow down, so the Winston swap might just not matter. They might just get annoyed a bit more in their backline, especially if they can block off that Baptiste and Ana healer.
Always important to shut down your healers, especially with the likes of an Ana and a Baptiste that can not only heal from close range, but they just snipe the health back onto their teammates when asked to do so. But again, Mr. Popo going to open up things early on here, and a bit of a similar start in this round number 2 to what we saw in round number 1. However, it is going to be the side of the Spikes who seem to have the early advantage, but Well, when you need someone and need to call on someone to do the dirty work, what better hero to call upon than Genji, as the 5 players should almost instantaneously back on board for Popo. And for the side of the Creatious, it looked like it could have been Spike's turn to grab the point and start rallying up the points, but they answer back, and it's all waves of blue.
It's really nice to see as well, like the combination from Wholesome and Mr. Popo. They're really just diving around the map, and because they both don't really have enough damage to instantly finish off a target on their own, the combination, which we used to call a dive, obviously, is the one that's really making it work for them currently. Bonchef already out of it. Missing that tank in the front line is huge, especially because you're losing so many tools, not just for distraction, but also for blocking out of the bubble. Mr. Popo just gonna clean that up. Going to make sure that they're going to be ready for the next fight, but they might just chase them into spawn. I think at this point they're just ready to do that, especially with that nano boost ready. And the blade for Mr. Popo is really close.
Yeah, no doubt we are going to have the nano popped onto the Genji, and it'll put out the blade and just the absolute death destruction. But so far, Ivy on the back doing a lot of damage, has got the window available to pop up should he want to just offer a little bit more reinforcements to the troop. Does pop it straight through. The Winston on the side of Spike. That's going to be Bonchef and wanting to try and dive their way in, but they're just going to dive their way into their death and into a wall of pain. As for this side of the Creatious, they smell the blood, they smell the fact that the side of the Spike unfortunately don't seem to be too sharp and dangerous today, and they're taking full advantage of it.
Nothing really much to be done. Currently, Spike, Humber Hunters, they're just not getting anywhere close. They got a bunch of ultimates already in the bank, but so do still Leicester Raptors Crustaceous. It's going to be a lookout fest. Everyone's going to press Q, but who's going to get the value?
Here comes the Genji blade, and when you have it in the hands of someone like Mr. Popo, you'd usually think that it would be very destructive indeed, but finally Molly and Cleggy, they're going to do the damage to shut a few of the players down from the side of the Creatious. And for the first time here on Oasis, we see the point going control of the side of Spike, but for how long though? Oh, popped instantly back through in the hands of Monkman's going to find the first, looking to try and tag up and secure the kill onto the Winston as well. Winston's going to fall. The point ticks on over, and as the overtime ticks its way down, I don't think that the side of the Spike can hold on for too much longer, or can they? Cleggy Death Blossoms out. Mr. Popo's there to shut down too, but not before Moosh can swing his way back on into the point as well. And somehow here, Carsey, the side of the Spike, they're still hanging on.
Still hanging on. They had ultimates left in reserve, especially the Death Blossom being really big. Flux still coming back with the Kitsune Rush as well. They're going to flip the point here, and it's not quite over for the Humber Hunter Spike, as we do see the Leicester Raptors having to regroup and re-engage into this without any ultimates remaining. I mean, they have a bunch of time to work with, like over a minute and a half at least, but it's not it's going to be as easy as the last round at least.
Yeah, I mean, you've probably got, what, at least 2, maybe 3 bites at the cherry if you're the side of the Leicester Raptors Creatious to try and get this done and get the point back in your control. And the ult terms of thing, we have got the High Noon out available for cash. You've got obviously the newest hero, or one of the newest heroes, Kariko, got her ult available to burn too. The High Noon does find the kill, and what better person to find than Mr. Popo. Flux doing some damage, showing that Kariko not just great in the healing department, but can pick up a kill or two when needed. And I love this so far from the side of the Humber Hunters Spike. They have met the side of the Leicester Raptors head on head. They say, listen, we know the Raptors like to strike and bite, but we believe we can go toe for toe and trade blow for blow, and they're doing just that.
That's going to be a rough one, and Flux has been holding on to this rush forever as well. It's finally going to come to fruition, and with that Sound Barrier as well as the Primal Rage, that's a lot of sustain and empowering tools they can use to get away with this. But there's another Nano Boost, there's another Primal Rage, and there's an Amplification Matrix, so it's not as easy as just saying the ultimates of Spike gotta win them the fight.
It's gonna be absolutely vital, but here comes Wholesome. Molly is gonna fall, still got that Primal Rage to work with should it need to be popped. I think somehow Mooj manages to get himself out of trouble, but the ult again, the blade in the hands of the Genji is gonna be popped, and well, as 99% ticks across the point for both teams, the overtime creeps on through, and it looks like the point's gonna be stolen out of the grasp of the Humber Hunter Spike's hands, and it's the side of the Leicester Raptors who steal away that number one. You know, I have to wait and see now as we head into map number 2. If the side of the Humber Hunter Spike can kick things off, we are going to be heading over to King's Row. If my knowledge is correct, it's been a long day for me, so if I get any maps or call-outs wrong, I'm going to use the old tired eyes as a bit of an excuse this evening. But either way, we are going to kick things off back up into this game. Can the side, though, of Humber Hunter Spike slow down the momentum that is the side of the Leicester Raptors Creatious, or will the Raptors just continue to strike?
Raptors currently on the defense, so they have to be the ones holding off this push. Nice anti-nade coming in from Flea Shower, though, as Wholesome instantly gets that elimination. They do trade it out, though. The Mei has always been a very valuable tool on a map like King's Row with all these smaller corridors, and they do get Mr. Popo as a result. So this fight is not over just yet. Might have lost your tank, but not your fighting power. But there, with Wholesome taking out both the DPS, this looks to be the end of that push, with the steam being completely drawn away.
Early aggression from the side of the Spikes, just halted ever so slightly by the side of the Leicester Raptors. And you mentioned that might have been always don't want to say a pocket pick for a few players, but a very favourable one indeed. Of course, the likes of a Moira can work so well. We've known for the early stages of Overwatch 2, the DPS Moira meta does so much damage, as well as keeping your team alive in the most dire spots. But for Bonchef is going to find one. It's going to be Flea Shower who falls, although Monk and Mr. Popo there once again. And well, as the Trans is going to be popped, there's going to be no chance in hell at all that the side of the Spike are going to be able to do anything early on here in this early engagement on King's Row, rather, sorry. And at the moment here, Classy, what is it that the side of the Leicester Raptors are just doing so well to just completely control this point?
It's going to be a look of an attack. They're going through the hotel here, which is a very nice route. But unfortunately, the entire team is ready with that, both of them dropped their shot as well as just with anti-nades and general dive. And we're getting the same thing that we saw in Oasis. There's this coordinated dive that's coming out from Leicester Raptors. It's really hard to stop for the likes of the Humber Hunters. So they need to figure out a way to not just get absolutely decimated as soon as they make a move. And a big part of that's going to be Bonchef using their shield at the right time, because they were not with the team at that point.
Always better to try and fight in numbers if possible. We have got the ult available in the hands of Molly on the Mei should they need it, just to try and slow down the aggressive defense from the side of the Creatious, but they're not even going to get a chance to. Instantly falls 3 ults online in the hands of the side of the Raptors. That's going to be Anna Winston and the Genji available to work with. The Trans not too long ago popped out of Ivy, already back up to the 55% area. And you look across to the side of the Spike, yes, you've nearly got the Coalesce available for Muji. You know how much damage that can do. Not too long until the Lucio of Flux pops the ult online as well, but you got to think with 1 minute left, this side here of the Humber Hunter Spike, they've got to get a move on. They've got to go now, and well, they've got to do it within the next sort of 30 odd seconds or so.
50 seconds to go. They got a bunch of ultimates to use, so does the defense, though. Bonchef already going egregiously low, but does manage to stay alive. They do take out Mr. Popo. It's a good start to this fight, with the Coalescence pushing back the back line. It's just the nano boosted Winston that's in the way, and Wholesome is just going to take out 2 together with Monkman. That's 3. This push looks to be over again already, and with the complete domination of Flea Shower versus Bonchef, this Roadhog is once again finding essentially no value.
And that's the pros and cons, right, of having the Moira in the hero comp. That yes, the Coalesce is so strong on the attacking front to do damage and push back that first line of defense for the side of the Creatious, but you can also use the Coalesce obviously as a healing ult these days. A lot of people opt to have the Moira available just for that, and you know, I'd like to have seen them probably play more around their team and opposed to try and force the backline out of the choke point. But just like that, easy as you like for the side of Leicester Raptors. Creatious, a flawless round number 1 here in map 2, and it was absolutely beautiful at times, to say the least. Again though, for the Humber Hunter Spike, things just seem to not be clicking here this evening, Manny, and I don't know why and what they can do to try and fix it. We saw the hero changes out on Oasis, of course, but when you're playing 2 different game modes, obviously the heroes cater to each game mode specifically.
It's a lot to do. So a lot of the problems that Humber Hunters are having has to do with their it's not an inability, but their struggle with the diversity in terms of where they play on the map, right? So you have a front line, you have a back line, you have some middle ground, and in Overwatch 2, a lot of it has changed in terms of where every hero was supposed to be at what time. And especially with this Winston being in the mix, Winston can be a very annoying hero to just jump on or between you and your backline as the other tank, deny a lot of healing, deny a lot of DPS follow-up, and just be a nuisance without actually taking a lot of damage of their own. So while that Winston of Wholesome is just jumping on or in between that backline and the front line, the rest of the team of Spike doesn't really they can't really play as a team. They're just sort of being split up in that sense. And until they find a way to either really quickly eliminate the Winston or sort of circumvent that from happening, they're going to be in trouble throughout the entire series, if I'm being honest.
Well, what can the side of the Raptors do now as they head over on the attacking half? And already it's going to be started off with an aggressive dive out of the Winston to try and gain control of that high ground, make sure that there's no one being a little bit sneaky peeky like. And although the Rhine is out on full force, of course the shield's such a useful bit of utility and arsenal to have on a map like Kings, where it allows you to really lock off any type of choke point and aggressive push. But when you've got someone like Wholesome who don't give a whole lot of dams and just flies their way through, it's, it's so hard to live with. It really is here, Classy. And I think it looks like we've just got that good old saying of, I think the better team on the day are just having the slight edge here, unfortunately.
It's what it is. And of course, in these first rounds of bracket play, you often will get this dichotomy between teams where just you get the number 1 versus the number 6 and the number 2 versus the number 5. This is one of those more closer matchups because we have the number 1 and 2 being split off. They're getting a bye, so we don't have that first versus 6 matchup, but we are still getting the third versus 6th. Again, the problem is very clear. There's this split between the front and the back line that they don't know how to solve, and that Leicester Raptors are just taking very well advantage of. But solving that problem, it's one of those things where sometimes it just clicks, and it can happen in this series. So if they all of a sudden figure out a way to either disable Wholesome or just ignore them in some way, shape, or form, it becomes a very different dichotomy. And it's something that has always played Overwatch, or at least teams in Overwatch sometimes, where it can be a Pharah that's just annoying and you don't know how to deal with the Pharah. Sometimes it's a Winston. There's always there can be that one hero that you just have to figure out, how do I deal with this in this situation? And once you do, you take away all their power, you download the comp, as they call it.
And well, Monkman back onto the familiar Reaper pick and is going to just dance with the devil ever so slightly, manages to find the first. It's going to be Bonchef who eventually falls, and as the Winston aggresses through, not going to find any sort of advantage in terms of picking up the kill. If anything, he just walks his way straight into his death, and Monkman turns and burns and finds the kill eventually anyway. And, we was great kill, out of Ivy for a second. I thought that was Diana finding a sleep out of midair, but of course it was the Widow to find the kill. But it's neat, the revive does come through in the hands of the Mercy, and again, I just think the overall team play here for the side of the Creations is just slightly a level or two above the side of the Spike. But let's not talk down or be too negative at the Spike. We did see that for a while, especially in map number 1, in round number 2, back on Oasis, they can hang with the side of the Creations when they turn blow for blow. I think the biggest thing and the most important thing that we always talk about as casters here, Classy, is that consistency of being able to do it over a longer term basis. And unfortunately, I just think for the Spike, they're not doing just that. And more for Wholesome, this is going to be a little bit of a firing line for Fluxy and Molly to find himself walk into, and with a Winston and Reaper there to dynamic duo you do not want to walk your way on into. And yes, the Orisa can be quite strong, but not when you're facing the full 5 of the Raptors. They hunt in packs, they hunt successfully. And with 2 minutes left for the side of the Spike, they're really going to start to struggle to find things and ways that we could see the Spike getting themselves back into the series.
And after 2 minutes, still barely any progress made on this card. Like 34 meters is sort of what it automatically goes by just walking out of spawn. So they need to get something done in there. Is a Death Blossom coming in from Monkman almost? Nope, they got pushed away by the Orisa. Still trying to do it in this hallway, and no one can take them out. The healing is just too much. Beautiful nade as well from Flea Shower. Keep their Reaper alive, and it's going to be another team kill just right there. Nothing to be done. And now Ivy is just setting up for the Garage into spawn. Gets another double kill most likely. There we go. Not even taken out. One of the most suicidal ults in the game. Not even able to be stopped here by the Humber Hunters. They need to find something. And currently they haven't done anything. Like switching around roles is not the solution, it seems, that they were trying to hope it would be.
Well, when you've got a Pharah on the other team literally above your spawn point in your own base, just popping the ult for fun and picking up double kills left, right and centre, odds on is you're not having the best of times in that map. 3 ults back online and available for the side though now of the Raptors. Just the 2 in the hands of the Spike Hole. Sam, the Primal Rage, comes through, swinging his arms about like he just don't care, knocking people off the map for fun. By the looks of it, Ivy's there to find the kill. It's going to be Bonchef who inevitably falls, and one player who I've been so impressed with today is the person on your screen right now, Monkman. Although he does eventually fall to the Lucio of Mooj, you cannot count out the amount of damage that the Reaper has done. He's a damage and DPS for a reason, right? And he's living up to expectations and surpassing those expectations. Ivy already got the ult back online with the Pharah. I thought for a second there he was going to see it pop, looking to reposition and probably try and save it to help the fight out at a little bit of a later date. And even now, look, for example, you've got 3 players trying to fight just the 1 tank of the Raptors and nothing just being successful at all. The ult is inevitably used in the hands of the Pharah. It's going to be Ivy to find a kill onto Molian, although he falls from the hands of Flux. It is absolutely dire spots that the side of the Spike find themselves in, and with just a few minuscule seconds left, that is going to complete round number 1 for us as a solid hold from the Raptors.
Raptors showing up big here again. I mean, it's not surprising anymore at this stage. Like, we've seen them do really well. And there are some small things. There's small, like, beams of light, little bit of hope, some silver lining coming out here from the Humber Hunters. But, you know, it's just not quite coming together again. And it's these small things. It's like, it's macro. Like, it feels like a really big thing. And, like, it feels like they're not really getting anywhere. But it's like this small little thing that they're just not as adept at as a unit just yet, and maybe with some more time together could give them that. Of course, we're in the playoffs, so if they lose this map, then it's kind of over for at least this stint. But if they keep on practicing together, you know, there's a really good chance that all of a sudden, like a month, maybe a week, depends, maybe even 2 days, all of a sudden they can win these maps. Because there's these small things that happen in each fight, that the clutch potential is just not enough, or the small macro plays are just small. The macro plays aren't quite there. It's not even the individual skill of the players. That's not even the problem. It's just the execution of team versus team.
It's the finer details, right? And we speak about it from the lowest levels of Overwatch to the highest, you know, of highs all the way up to the Overwatch League, for example. That, you know, it's the finer details that can really change the tides and cost or win you a game. And at the moment, it just seems like the polished article is that of the Raptors just a little bit more than the Spike, unfortunately, at the moment. Of course, not too much needed here for the side of the Raptors to secure the 3-0, and immediately they've just charged their way straight through and forced the side of the Spike instantly back.
It's again a disconnect. You see the Torbjorn be all the way up into their spawn, the rest of the team holding far back, and when the cart only has this short of a distance to go, you want to fight as far forward as possible. It's like a disconnect between the team again, and with the victory coming through for the Raptors.
Of course, we are going to see the Leicester Raptors Creations advance through to play against the Humber Hunters. Bone, if I'm correct, if I can read that correctly.
It's Bane, actually.
Bane. So there's a reason why I should wear my glasses, all right? There's a reason why my mum's been screaming at me for my appalling eyesight. But yeah, well, can the Humber Hunters be the bane of existence for the Leicester Raptors Creations and avenge their sister or brother team of the Humber Hunters Spike? And well, what a derby showdown that would have been, right? If you had the Humber Hunters Spike and Humber Hunters Bane play off against each other in the later stages of the competition, but it's not meant to be.
Welcome back, everyone. It's still week 1, day 1 of the playoffs, and we have match number 2 coming at you in the first round. It is going to be the Bristol Smugglers Smokey versus Stratford Spartans Ares.
Let's head our way in to our map number 1 here between these two sides, and already you can see the Pharah going to town.
Pharah is already out from Faye, hitting quite a few shots, already 50% up into that ultimate, and it is a very damaging one. Gets the first elimination on the Peaches, exactly where you want it, as the Spurs gets taken out on the front line. Younger Queen, not the most traditional tank anymore in the current meta, and as you can see, it is not really working out, but it's a slugfest, back and forth. Both teams getting elimination after elimination, and with this chaotic map of City Center, it might very well just keep dragging out, but there's the final elimination from Jaru onto Meryl Strife. And we know that the Kiriko can do a lot of damage, especially Reaper, a very easy target with the limited mobility that he has once he's used his Wraith form. But still, winning that 1v1, not the easiest thing in the world.
Not the easiest indeed, but one thing that's, don't want to say the easiest to do is just pop your way up into the air and open up the almighty Pharah from the heavens. But either way, this has sort of got a similar affair to what we saw in map number 1, right, on Oasis back in the first series, where one side gets early control, the other team tries to break on their way in. But the only difference is it looks like for our side, team number 2, the side of Bristol, and it looks like they just seem to be fighting fire with fire here, and well, they're not getting burned just yet.
No, the point flipping this early is very unusual for a map like this, where it's usually very stallable. That you can kind of keep fighting on this point and constantly keep the pressure up, which is exactly what you're going to be seeing right now for the Bristol Smugglers. Going to be the whole hog from the Spurs to try and disperse the enemy team, try and get them out of the way, get them a little bit of space. But you can see it constantly, that stall. They can walk around this little pagoda in the middle. They just don't have to worry about anything. Constantly, the percentage is ticking up.
It's ticking up slowly but surely, and that's all that matters at the end of the day in a game of Overwatch. And, well, the ticker now hitting at the 50% mark relatively soon as well. I say that, just might have bit the bullet a little bit early, but Fate gonna go back up into the air, of course, working alongside the Mercy to keep themselves alive. The ult's gonna be popped. That's gonna be 2 for the price of none. Can they find a third? I think they are trying to look for the Winston, who's relatively low. The Death Blossom does come through, but Meryl Strife's gonna be dropped almost instantaneously. That's gonna be the Roadhog of Despair. Faye working again with the Roadhog to do the damage. The ticker's gonna go over, the point switched, and we have Stratford back in control.
Stratford in control, 35% and ticking, and now it's going to be all up to them to just try and stall all the way to 100%. They can lose a fight, but then they have to come in relatively quickly. It's always going to be a little bit dodgy, a little bit chaotic. And with that Mercy and that Hoggle, they should be able to hold on for at least one fight.
At least one fight indeed. They've now gonna have the ult popped out on the Lucio. That's just gonna speed things up and make life a little bit more difficult for the side of Stratford. You've got Disperse, I believe, has got the ult available in the hands of the Roadhog, like mentioned. Tread got the ult on the Mercy. Pharah got hers back online also. So for the side of Stratford, they're building up that ult economy relatively well. Nearly 5 out of 5 to work with. They should be looking at least 4 by the time the side of Bristol work their way back over towards the point, and this could be the start of something pretty damn good here for the side of Stratford. They've got complete control. It looks like they've got the ults to work with. Can they deal, though, with the tricky customers that are the side of Bristol?
The Bristol is coming into this point right now, trying to get a little bit of damage done, but there's the whole Hawk trying to push at least the Winston away. Now he's taking a lot of damage here. We'll be able to push back, at least to deny the Sombra a little bit of entry, but that EMP is ready, and there they go. 3 at least hit. There we go. Peaches and Rep awfully low. Can't be finished off, though. Be a little bit more to finish off this fight, though. Just the EMP wasn't enough. Do find the eliminations in the end. It looks like with the percentage ticking up and the numbers in favor here of Stratford, they are going to walk away with point A, but it's still not over, as they do still trade back and forth. It's what this point is so good at. The fight's taking place everywhere. The stalling is going on constantly, and it's not as easy as just saying, oh, they've won this fight, because they're still going to chase down these last kills. Both teams do, because they're still fighting at these very even numbers. Low numbers, but even nonetheless. And you can see it going back and forth once again.
think though it is going to
Just stepped
be
up the
100.
points.
I think I don't know. Does that qualify as a
It's
bit of a
it's
C9?
it's not quite a C9.
It's
No,
it's
no,
like
no.
a C4.5 maybe.
I mean, I'm not going to go into the whole definition of a C9 again. I think we've heard it enough over the last few years. I wouldn't qualify this as a real one, but it's definitely one that it's possible to count it as one if you really wanted to. That being said, that was round 1 going over to the Stratford Spartans. So currently your favorites winning, but Bristol looking awfully close there, and especially it's a hard point to judge off like what the real power level of these teams is because you get to fight so all over the map, and you have that little structure in the middle that just blocks off a lot of sight lines and fighting. But currently there is a hope still left. It's not a complete dominance, as what you like to see for a series like this. In the playoffs, a simple 3-0 sweep, not what you like to see.
I mean, some people like the fast-paced and furious games. Some of us like a closer affair. Us as casters, we do like things a little bit more competitive, to say the least. But you've got to say that first round was a lot more competitive than round number 1 back in our first series of the day. So looks like a little bit more probably of a closer affair between these two sides. So Moonsong, but on the Sombra, they did a decent amount of damage. Faye does find one. It's going to be Meryl Stripe forward, and Faye makes it a second. Can they find the third? Looking for the Kuriko. It's going to be Peaches who falls. So early aggression, early dominance here for the side of Stratford.
Stratford currently looking to be doing very well to start off with. Not as chaotic as the fight on City Center started off with. More indicative as well of this map. That's what you really got to keep in mind. It's not just that they're able to win this fight more cleanly, it's that the map allows them to. Not a lot of stalling, not a lot of spreading out of the fight on this particular one. Jaru stretches out a little bit too far forward, will taking out Soul, Faye, and their ultimate, but will taking still one down, and Tred can't get the res off. It looks to be a very convincing fight here coming out from the Bristol Smugglers to go onto the points and look to be taking their percentage.
Well, first little tick of positivity through for the side of Bristol. Now, the question is, can they hold on to the aggression from the side of Stratford and hold down the fort strong? Done a great job of doing it so far. I'm just looking across the board in terms of what ults we got up and coming. The Primal Rage not too far off. We've got the Tactical Visor available for Meryl Strive. Now, Arcadia has the ult to work with too. However, on the other side of things, though, Stratford, they're pretty good for their own. Here comes the ult out of the Roadhog. Going to do so much damage here, forcing the players back. Jaru's going to find 2 off the back of that help as well. And well, just when you thought the side of Bristol might have a few things steering in their direction, it is going to be Stratford who just storm their way back onto point, almost flip the switch, and the tick of the point over instantaneously. You blink and you miss it. They're up to 50%.
50%. That's what it's going to keep on continuing. Stratford now back in control. A lot of ultimates online for both teams. Really can come down to the execution of both. And the rush is going to start it off here for Peaches.
Here comes the aggression. Faye pops the ult. That's going to be 2. The Tactical Visor back into play. It's going to be Tred and Faye who fall. But Faye's done a great job of finding 3 of their own. And now can Meryl try and drop the Roadhog? The tank does just about stay alive. Catch the uppercut, Mr. Moonsong, because you're not singing a sweet old tune this evening. As finally, for the side of Bristol, they do manage to get the point back under their control. But has the damage been done? 77% of the tick up for the side of Stratford. One more clean break or so, and you'd like to think that that's them creeping over the line here in map number 1. And here come the side of Stratford. The first 2 engagements do go in their way. And Faye, how much damage have they done on the Pharah? Almost fantastically beautiful so far. Can Despair, though, help out the squad? Been a little bit quiet on this Roadhog so far. But when someone needs to step up, can the Roadhog do just that? Here comes the side, though, of Bristol trying to work their way back in. But Faye has the ult back online, looking to try and find a little bit of damage and some engagements. But they do manage to grab the point.
Lights out there for Bristol Smugglers, literally, because all their ultimates are gone as well. Still going to be another barrage and the whole hawk from Disperse as well. So very hard to push on through this without getting completely blasted. Jaru once again taking a risky position on the Kiriko, getting taken out early. But the concussion blast as well as the barrage immediately denying Nawe anything. Faye does get taken down. by Meryl Strife as a result, but with Disperse hitting another shot, hitting another hook, and then getting the whole hog out, they might be able to push everyone off the point or at least get a few more eliminations. Boonsong tries to get something done, but it's Peaches that gets taken out by Disperse. Once again, another hook, finding their targets. That's really what's the difference between what we saw in the last series. The hog is actually hitting hooks, or gets to get the picks with the hook, and that's when this comp actually starts to work out.
Yeah, hook does get missed there though. How is that going to be costly? It's not, because unfortunately, Mr. Soldier 76, you're a pretty decent damage output, but you can be a little bit squishy at times, can't survive in the 5v1 on point. First map goes to the side of Stratford.
It's going to be Faye instead on the Ana this time. Shred on the Brigitte. That's what they're running out of spawn with. Not really a big chance that they're going to change anything. Brigitte, not the strongest hero currently in the meta, so I'm a bit surprised that it's coming out. But Stratford Spartans have always been a confident team. Picking out the Zarya after she's been nerfed. Also, again, a strong choice, bold choice. We'll see if it works out for them. As we do see the side of the Smugglers currently coming in with the Bastion Reinhardt. Very strong to just attack this point, burst open a defense if you wanted to. They're going to indeed commit to it.
Well, let's see if it pays out or not. Jaru. Oh, Jaru, so sneaky. Immediately tries to target the Mercy, trying to get the healer down and out almost instantaneously. Definitely is something you want to try and do, but for Moonsong, they are, obviously you mentioned playing Zarya, not too meta as of late, but unfortunately for the side of the attacking team, it's going to be Moonsong and Jaru met there with the aggression to find the first few, and this is just nothing but a wave of blue in our kill feed.
Another wave of blue, not necessarily unexpected, of course, but there is a little bit of surprise coming out of this, because with all the bursts that's coming out from the attack heroes, you should be able to at least get a couple of targets down. It's not happening at the moment. A nice sleep dart on the tank of Navi once again. Gonna put a bit of a wrench in their plans to try and contest this. Very aggressive position for Jaru. Jaru, of course, a very confident player, so not at all surprised. We saw the Kiriko already, another on the Reaper, crying out loud, but a good pick on Tread from Arcadia. Might break this open.
And again, it's the Pharah who seems to be the difference maker. It was, I believe, Faye on the Pharah last time. They're not going to be picking it up this time. They're going to be playing the Ana on the opposite team, but the DPS has really been the probably difference maker here across the two sides. When one side seems to pop off, there's not much to answer back from the opponents, but for the side of Stratford, they do hold strong as of now. 2 minutes left, and not even a single first tick of the third on the point for the side of Bristol. How long before we start to see a little bit of desperation kick in here, Classy?
I don't know if desperation would be the right word. Like sometimes we talk a little bit about like keys or the desperation swaps or something like that. I think it's a little bit too early to talk about that. I think with the roster they currently got going, there's no need for it just yet, especially with all their ultimates. But after this next fight, if they use all those ultimates, they need to find value. If they don't find value, then it might be time for some swaps, for some Symmetra shenanigans, maybe some Mei play. There's a lot of different options they have there, honestly. And the swap over to the Winston from Nawe is very logical, if you think about it. Does very well against Asaria usually. Just has to be a little bit careful about the Reaper.
Ults available for 2 of the 3 players. The Death Blossom is going to be popped. It's Jaru who finds 2, but it's going to be Arcadia who opens up with a barrage of her own. And although with 1 minute 10 seconds left, the side of Bristol is very much stuck on inside of their base. And I can't see them breaking out or breaking this line of defense anytime soon. They're still pushed all the way up to the first choke point here at the side of Stratford. Finally, the Winston is going to be brought into play by Nor. Does manage to push one back, and is that first tick and the point going to successfully come through with 40 seconds to spare? I think they might have just pulled it out.
And Mike will be able to catch this first point, but there's a good grab on Flux that's coming in here for Disperse, and with a nano boost on the Zarya as well. Not the highest of charge, but should be able to get at least 1 or 2 more kills together with Jaru. They find the Soldier. They might also find the Mercy and the Pharah. And this defense looks to be holding after 66.6% did get capped. They need a little bit more in order to cap the full points. 20 seconds left.
Not a lot of time to work with if you're the side of Bristol, you put your back's firm, shut to the wall, and you try to push off and gain any momentum, but every time you do so, it's just a haymaker and blow into the side from Stratford. But here come the side of Bristol, dispersed though, gonna be dispensing a few shots into the bodies of the lonely players from Bristol, and just like that, the team kill comes through, and round number 1 goes in favour of Stratford.
Route number 1 for Stratford, stopping the defense from the attack from even getting the first point. 76.7% though is not nothing. And with Kings Row being a holdable map, this could very well go into a draw, or even, well, not a draw anymore, but a victory for the Bristol Smugglers. That being said, it is also a map that often goes all the way into the last point, goes into overtime rounds a lot. So a double first point hold is very unheard of. It is just because this map's so familiar to everybody, both on attack and on defense. There's always something you can do, and the attack will usually be able to break through eventually, especially because of the distance of the respawns, the speed of respawns, as well as just the availability of specific geographical points on this map. Like, it's the high ground that you can play around with, the statue, the hotel. Like, there's so many different angles that you can take that eventually you'll find these random picks, or almost random picks, just these pick-offs that you need to overwhelm the enemy eventually with the respawn advantage.
Sometimes you can just muscle your way onto the point, right? And we see
it's kind of how it works. Like, we see, this is one of the maps where we see the classic just keep diving on them strategy, where you'll pick a high mobility comp, and eventually you'll be able to sort of outnumber the enemy team because of the amount of respawns you get, unless you keep getting team wiped without getting anything in return. That's the only way that strat doesn't work out.
Well, let's see if Bristol can hang on to the point, or if the hustle and bustle for the side of Stratford is a little bit more than the side of Bristol can chew. Merrill, though, doing a great job to find the first two. The revive instantly popped, though, from the Mercy. This is a big old engagement. It's going to be dispersed who wins. It's a tank for tank, and the Rhine comes out on top. Now the Reaper can really go to work, call his name, and he should take people to the grave. There's already the first tick, 33% up on the board for the side of Stratford. You blink and you miss it. This could be almost done and dusted instantly here, Classy.
Yep, and it looks like it's going to be just a wrecking ball of Nawe in the way. This can't touch in time. That is the point ticking over. And the Stratford Spartans Aries taking a 2-0 lead in the series, match point to go into the semifinals.
Oh, well then. They've got what, 2, if not 3 lives left to try and get over the stumbling block. Can they do it? You if you're a betting man, which I hate to admit at times, I most definitely am, you'd be putting your money on Stratford to get the job done. But let's not count out the side of Bristol. And I think one thing looking at this game, it looks like one side is playing with their sort of their tails up, and the other is playing with their tails between their legs. And I think at the moment that's probably the best sort of way I could describe this game, that you've got the side of Stratford who are just coming out with so much confidence. No matter what situation they find themselves in, they back themselves to find the problem and the solution to any questions that the side of Bristol are throwing their way. And for the side of Bristol, they just cannot catch a break at them. And the constant aggression, the constant holds on choke points from the side of Stratford is being a real tough task here for this Bristol side to hold on to.
Yeah, Bristol currently looking in a very rough position. They need to win this map and then 2 more to drag out this series from out the fire that's currently lit up under them. But if they have a fire lit under them, they might be playing even more aggressive. Technically, they almost have nothing to lose anymore, because, if they lose, they're out. But it's one of those where if you already feel like you lost sometimes, you might be playing better with your backs against the wall, as they say. So I really hope that that's something that we're going to get out of Bristol at the moment. We start to run into Dorado here. Going to be the same team on the defense, same team on the offense. The first attack coming out here for the Bristol Smugglers. Smokey. Arcadia on the Widowmaker could get a few good shots off. I mean, it's a long sightline map. It's very much a Widowmaker-centric map sometimes. So if they can get a couple of picks, that could just open up everything.
Yeah, and I think with Overwatch 2 coming out, I think Widow's been probably put back into the meta a little bit more than she was back on Overwatch 1, but especially on a map like this, the longer sight lines, you can charge up that rifle and click heads, you're going to do nothing but have a success story on your hands. But so far, this is looking a little bit better for the side of Bristol. They've come out. It's almost like they're not giving too much respect to the side of Stratford, and they've already pushed that payload halfway up into the first checkpoint.
First checkpoint not going to be reached just yet, but they are at least starting to make some progress here, taking out some key players. Faye and Tread going awfully low, being taken out. We still have Jaru in the way, who gets one pick, but is awfully low with the Wraith form. Might take out one more. Nope, they're going to be not taking anybody with them anymore. And while there's still someone to stay on the point, I think it's dispersed just around there on the Ana. They'll be able to continue. Meanwhile, Arcadia did actually get taken out on the front line. That's not good. It's not your Widowmaker on a push like this, but they might be able to push it in before anyone gets back. So it looks like Stratford is ready to re-engage.
Well, here comes that re-engagement. Jaru gonna be the first line of defense on the Reaper, joined by Faye on the D.Va. So much damage done. It's gonna be Jaru who goes hunting here, and I think the story of the day has been those key DPS battles, right, between the likes of the Cassidy and the Reaper, or the Genji, or whatever it is people are bringing to the equation. It seems like so far Reaper definitely coming out on top, and so is Jaru. But it's going to be the primal range available now for Nor. You've got the Widowmaker ult nearly up and running for Arcadia. For Moonsong, got to try and keep himself alive here and help his squad out. He's going to be dispersed though. Pop onto Red. Zen doing a little bit of dirty work, to say the least. The ult from the Lucio has been burnt down to 1%, but that ult now in the hands of Widow is very much available.
Very little use of the Suzu there from Peaches, but we'll keep Nawe alive. Nawe getting a fair bit of value from that Winston, pushing back a lot of players. But unfortunately, if Nawe pushes them out of sightlines, they can't be eliminated by the rest of their team. So the juggling was going in the wrong direction, as they say. Faye gets the mech though. Self-destruct will get Reb as a result. And Reb needs to be careful. I think they've got like 5 deaths on their round so far compared to the rest of their team. Beautiful Death Blossom will not get Eatum anything because there's no Matrix in the way. Meryl's creep, and now it will fall to the Arcadia with the Widow trying to do a close range battle against the Reaper. But most of the time you'll just lose that. It's hard to hit that head at that close range. If you think if that head is so big, it's going to be a different thing.
And the Death Blossom pop there is great for many reasons. Not okay, does it? It doesn't get, well, I think got 1 out of the 5 players that were there, right? But what it does is it forces those players off the payload, off the point. It doesn't allow them to advance any further, and complete control goes back into the hands of Stratford. And well, if you cast your mind back to about 3.5 minutes ago, that payload was pretty much exactly where it is now. So it's been solid defense since then, and then on out for the side of Stratford. Jaru is going to find his doppelganger Arcadia on the Reaper on the other side. Meryl Strike's going to fall, unfortunately, to disperse. There's Zen doing so much damage. They've got the trans to work with as well. For a second, I thought the trans was going to be popped if the self-destruct did come through, but disperse, he's going hunting. He finds the kill. 5 seconds left. The side of Bristol in absolute disarray, and it's going to be Stratford to probably put themselves on to match point.
Well, they're already on match point. This might just be the completion of that match point in 78.67 meters. Well, they'll have to push the car to get there. It's once again, it's a good defense, and Dorado is one of those maps that is, again, very holdable. It's very tricky to get through that first choke sometimes. They got through there quite okay, did Bristol Smugglers, but it is a problem that we are not getting the finish on some targets when they're close to that endpoint. We saw that Primal Rage coming out from Nawi. That was one of the things we highlighted as well. We're saying, like, well, if you're bashing them away, but you're bashing them away from your team, they can't really get taken out unless you finish the job yourself. And Navi wasn't quite able to do that. So in the meantime, the rest of the team was just kind of waiting till they saw targets to shoot. They didn't see any. And then it means the Primal Rage, I would say, goes to waste. But if they can't push in the cart in that same amount of time, they can't punch their ticket to point B, then, yeah, the Primal Rage just is a time waster rather than anything else.
Well, 78.66 meters is all that separates Stratford and their spot in the next stage of this playoffs. And for the side of Bristol, they know that the task is daunting. The world is very much on their back. And their back is very much firmly against these beautiful coloured walls here on Dorado, but we've seen crazy things happen. It's Overwatch at the end of the day. Anything is most definitely possible. But for Stratford, surely they've got a foot, even maybe a hand or two, into that next stage of the playoffs.
Good positioning from Nabe on the high ground. Immediately jumps to the Zenyatta. They don't get healed. They're going to get taken out. Dispersed, gone from the map. That's how you play Winston on Dorado. But gets charged almost off the map. Yep, we'll get charged off the map. Actually, no, takes Faye with them. Faye actually being taken out. Probably a good Suzu coming out there from Peaches. And so far, this defense is looking really good for Bristol.
Yeah, where's this Bristol side been throughout the whole series, right? Looks like the communication and everything seems to have just fallen and clicked into place at the moment, but then again, still a long old time to go. 3 minutes 14 to be precise, and already that payload over halfway towards the required destination, up to the 50-meter mark. And this is where Stratford are so good. As soon as they do an ounce, a tad of damage, they just storm their way forward. Jaru, Faye, Moonsong, it's a party on Dorado. Get the Sambas out, because we're heading to the next stage of the playoffs.
Oh, not just yet, Arca. Oh, I was say Arcadia maybe can do something here on the Reaper. It's
close.
Not gonna happen. We gotta see in these the Stratford Spartans. Ares take away the victory here, the 3-0. Bristol loses a team, but they've got one left. And they've got another team to get through to the Stratford Spartan, another Bristol squad to try and defeat if they want to get to the finals. So we're gonna have the semifinals decided now. This is the playoff record that we're looking at right now. It's gonna be the Humber Hunters Bane versus the Leicester Raptors Cretaceous, who we saw earlier, and the Bristol Smugglers Budgie versus the Stratford Spartans Ares, who we saw just now take the victory over the other Bristol team.
Exactly. Ilios it's a strange map to begin with, not to mention the current state of Overwatch 2. There isn't exactly a defined meta, but there are definitely some heroes that can be considered highlights. I mean, what I'm seeing from one team definitely looks like more of the meta. You've got Mello on the Winston with your traditional Kiriko Lucio backline, and a mainstay in recent gameplay.
Yeah, going to be seeing a very meta composition coming out from that side. The other side, though, they are going to potentially pull out Ivy on the Pharah. I was kind of expecting this with J-Lop on the Mercy, because they do like to run that duo. And Ilios is a very good map for this. And it's going to be tricky for the other side to really do anything about that, because the Pharah Mercy Hitscan would be very preferable to play against that. They don't have any.
And they got nothing. I mean, Ivy already putting a lot of pressure on these players in the sky. You can go in. You need to be careful. Playing in this small room, Ivy's happy to just kind of sit around, fly, hover around the outskirts, just put in the damage. But Charlie will be the first casualty of this match. That's why you have the Sojourn on your team. That one-shot potential is absolutely devastating. Ivy now feels more free to move on in. Monkman as well. Might not have had the objective first, but the positioning and taking the time to wait for their poke comp to start to evolve really paid off.
The Leicester Raptors starting off with first point control here on the Ilios Lighthouse, and this Fire Mercy is going to be the bane of the existence over the Humber Hunter's Bane. That was actually not even a pun intended, but it worked out, I guess. Going to be seeing whether or not they can do anything about this Fire Mercy combo, as Ivy is getting awfully close to that barrage.
And Ivy has that barrage now too. Waiting to see there's a couple options that you have, and it is just completely one of them. Go after Ivy. Put the pressure on them. The resurrection is there from J-Blob. That bar is going to be back in the sky. They did, however, lose the barrage, and now the Winston shall fall shortly after. No tank on the field. Leicester looking to try to hold on to this point. They do manage to pick off, or they do lose two of their own players, but Ivy is just in the sky, sitting pretty. Zero congestion.
Yeah, so far, so good as when you're looking at the Leicester Raptors. The J-Blob with the Valkyrie as well. I mean, they really only need to extend the barrage in that fight. They are going to get a couple of ultimates online, but just the Pulse Bomb is probably not going to be enough, so the support ults are going to have to make a difference in the attack speed and movement speed that they provide, especially from iBroughtwell on the Kiriko.
You have to. I mean, those support ultimates are absolutely massive in trying to break these points open. Wholesam is forced to use the Primal Rage, gets low, has to lead out. There's that sound barrier as a recovery. It hits 4 members of the Bane's team. They do manage to get a couple eliminations. Charlie will fall again to that railgun, but it's all right. A 3v4 or 2v4, excuse me, is much better favored. The Bane will eventually find themselves on the objective, but it cost them a decent amount to actually get there.
Charlie on the little Tracer hero, putting on the backpack, carrying the entire team. Not easy. They got a giant monkey on them, but they did have to use the Primal Rage. And they still got a couple of ultimates in the back. Ivy already up on the second barrage, so they got to be careful about that. And they don't really have anything to protect against it. Like the Suzu of iBroadwell's got to have to basically protect them until they can kill the Fire and barrage. And they need to be quick about it. They're going to be quick enough. That's already Mellow gone.
Super quick. Mellow was already low, trying to escape the grasp of a Reaper. Just couldn't. Walk straight into the barrage of Ivy. This is looking really good for Leicester to take this one back, putting it in a one-fight territory.
Very good control, though, from the Humber Hunters to basically make sure they don't use any ultimates of their own. Yep. Still have that Kitsune Rush. Still have the Death Blossom. It's a very good combo. It really brings us back to the old days of the Nano Blossom. But not going to be a guaranteed fight win whatsoever. They still need to execute. They still need to get to the point and contest within the next 4 seconds.
And they have to. They're going to just straight up Kitsune Rush, let the Foxes lead the path to the objective. But you need to be worried. Monkman on the high ground with the overclock. J-Blob already down. It's a great start. Mellow recently slapping over to the D.Va to try to contest this objective for just a tad bit longer. They're going to force them out. You know, losing your Mercy that early on, it's good to see Leicester want to take a little bit of a break, try to get some recontest, but pressure onto the supports as well from either side. The counter dive, however, is successful. Mellow managed to take away the Fleece Shower. Charlie swagging up another 2 as well. 45%. Still 99 on the board for Leicester.
So far, the trend of this game has been very old conservative for both sides, especially from the side of Humber Hunter. Still have Peacock with the Death Blossom. Hasn't used it once. Going to be careful with that one. Monkman is switching over to the Reaper of their own. Want to get a little bit more up close and personal. Couldn't hit the real shots with the Sojourn. Not surprising with the way that Mellow's been playing that D.Va.
No, not at all. I mean, it's been great how well you're seeing that. Fleece Shower going down incredibly early in this fight. Peacock manages to work their way through the backline. Both supports will be their reward. Monkman just doesn't even want to take the battle. Goes straight off the map to attempt a reset. And that's good enough because you have one more shot to try to flip this point back.
They'll easily be able to recontest as well. Usually the guiding line used to always be sort of 86%. They already said at about 75, so they're fine. And this fight is going to be explosive. We're going to have another barrage, even a nano boost almost from Fleece Shower. They have to live to get that off, though. And that's going to be tricky with all the ultimates coming from the other side. Another rush close for iBroadwell is going to be the most dangerous thing.
Yet another one of these barrages. You got the sound barrier waiting for that to go down. Eventually the barrage will be unleashed, but the Matrix very nicely placed from Mellow, but it isn't simply enough to keep Megalodon alive. Red team able to get themselves onto the objective now, looking to contest. The nano boost from Flea Shower unleashed. Wholesam powered up, fired, and ready to go. Only a Tracer. Charlie needs to be the hero here, but it is looking unlikely, nearly impossible to turn this one back over as a last-second flip, conserving the resources. Leicester managed to take this point back in their favor.
Really need to be able to use ultimates on both teams. The biggest glaring one, obviously, is Peacock with that Death Blossom. It didn't go off once. Not to confirm a fight, not to start a fight, not mid-fight. It just didn't happen. And that's a really big testament, kind of how, especially to how the composition of the Leicester Raptors works. With 2 units constantly in the air, the Winston being hard to catch with a Death Blossom, then you really have only the option of maybe going after the Ana or the other Reaper who has a good escape tool. And that's just not really something you want to go after with an ultimate most of the time, like a Death Blossom. Pulse Bomb, sure, Charlie did it before, but Peacock is really struggling to find a moment where that Death Blossom will find the value that they want from it. And it's not just like a deterrent. That being said, at some point you got to use it, because you could have built up 2, maybe even 3 in the entire map.
You know, it's just that Death Blossom is one of the more it has a higher win condition than a lot of the DPS ultimates in the current state of the game. Monkman, though, getting really hard pressured. I do like to see that Peacock is starting to be a bit more aggressive, really work with Mello, their right-hand man, if you will. Mello's actually going in really deep. You have to see how these supports are pressured. Literally, their backs are in a corner. There haven't even been any eliminations so far, I think. The point was just unlocked because Bane walked forward with just sheer force.
Very much a lot of pressure. I think one elimination may have gone off, but J-Blob may have gotten the res off. Very close to that Valkyrie already on that Mercy. It's a really powerful tool for initiation if the other team doesn't have anything to work with. The extra damage and the extra healing is going to put a big spike into their performance. And they already get the first elimination of the Peacock.
Yeah, Monkman has been doing a really good job consistently through this series, just hitting the railgun shots, as simple as you can put it, with a Sojourn on your team. They're getting another one onto Charlie on the back, now on the Soldier 76. They'll be rotating the objective now, and it's a little bit of scramble time, but the Primal Rage is available for Mello to, at the very least, stall out this objective. After Megalodon goes down, it's unlikely that this fight will be win, but any percentage points that you can get will be taken. Raptors now have to force out the barrage just to try to get this one back in their favor, turn it around, and it is Ivy being the hero to win condition on the Leicester team.
I really like as well using the barrage. There are some teams might be like, oh, we don't really need it, we're already winning the fight. But confirming that that point cap quicker, just puts you in a position where they can't come back and stall for another half an hour, and you get to a 99% situation already. Especially with those support ults coming up from iBroadwell and Megalodon right now, that could have been tricky if you don't finish that fight off fast. And they're going to be in a rough spot regardless if they don't get some value against these support ults.
Yeah, you already have to force out the sound barrier with the nanoed Winston. The pressure on the Broadwell is reason enough. Now it's the Kitsune Rush. Comboed up with the Tactical Visor is a great combo. An insane fire rate on that one. Managed to pick up 2 before taking a dive off the cliffs of Ilios. Get some nice scenery in there. Monkman, though, comes up with another Wholesam. The Primal Rage. All the ultimates that it was there. The Tactical Visor was massive, but just the recovery was even better.
Very nicely done there for the Raptors. Like you said, ridiculously close to potentially flipping over that objective. Monkman does go down in the end, but does get rezzed. And now they can go for a full team fight. Both teams having to reset, but the point was in control of the Leicester Raptors. And about even this percentage now, this is where the late stage of this game is going to start happening. The ultimates are going to matter even more. Charlie really with the pulse bomb, Mello close with its self-destruct.
I mean, we're seeing that Peacock even went over to take the Tracer from Charlie, so they did a bit of a swap in that department. But you're hunting with a pulse bomb, you know, the sick. Oh, the jump! Oh, he's got eyes in the back of his head. Flea Shower leaping right over that pulse bomb, but supports will be traded out on either side. None shall be available for Leicester on this objective. Mello needs to be responsible with this cleanup, and it needs to happen quick as the clock continues to tick up and up towards the final completion.
There you go, 88% is where it will stop for the moment, but that was again a lot invested from the side of the Amber Hunters. They're coming in with a sound barrier soon, so Megalodon will have that tool to work with. But with Ivy with the duplicate, could potentially start trying to match that. They'd be like, oh, let's copy the Lucio. We both have a sound barrier. Who knows? But they're probably going to go for either on a DPS or maybe even the Diva for the self-destruct. Tanks have been the most popular copy targets ever since the inception of Echo. And for good reason. They're good ultimates. And if you can charge them really fast, then they might be game-chasing.
Yeah, and Nate, just like you said, Ivy picking up the D.Va does only have half of the health pool to mention. And the tank ultimates, much of the stronger ones in the game, just having an extra tank presence on the field can be devastating at times. The sound barrier will be forced out as a result of several ultimates going down. Leicester, it's Kitsune Rush that really is going to matter. The biggest one on the objective, zoning these players out. Bane have solidified themselves on the objective, 98%, 99. Overtime has begun. Monkman finally deciding this is the time to get their Death Blossom. Managed to catch Melo's mech on the very, very edge of it and giving themselves a chance. It's unlikely. We're not going to see a full recontest.
No, we're not going to see a full recontest, but they're definitely going to get there with a fair amount of members. Peacock already waiting on the Tracers will definitely be able to touch, but the sleep on the Reaper is really good. Charlie on the ground will get away with the Wraith form, but they already lose 2. This is not going to be a fight that's going in their favor. This Death Blossom is huge. Gets at least the Ana.
You got something. We take that. You need a bit more than just one to try to make this fight worth. Actually, that's both supports down. J-Block goes down with the Resurrection, but Fleece Tower being back in the fight. You have the self-destruct to try to get back in the mech, but with so many players looking at you, it's an impossible task to complete. And Leicester putting themselves up in a confident 1-0, 2-0 on Ilios.
Very nicely done in the first map, and this is what we're saying, right? Like, we're not coming in here the first versus the 5th seed. We're just coming in here for a good semifinals where both these teams are very evenly matched. And this is not an upset at all. Leicester Raptors are a very, very competent team. And Ilios was a map pick that was very well working for them.
I mean, heading into this, I don't believe we have any substitutions. I do think that one thing that was kind of interesting was Melo swapping over to the D.Va. Because we haven't seen too much D.Va. At least in kind of more
it is the
level.
logical choice against the Pharah.
Yeah,
and like
it
that's what I'm saying, right? Like certain hero picks, certain situations that are going on are very much just because the Pharah is there. Like the D.Va would probably not have been picked up by Melo if there wasn't a Pharah Mercy on the other side. Now, starting here on the defense, I wasn't expecting Ivy to pull out the Pharah. It doesn't look like they're going to.
Yeah.
They're going to be on the Ashe instead. But they're still going to have the J-Blob enabling them. They're still going to have that damage boost. They're still going to be able to get one-shots. And if their accuracy is on point with the hit scan as much as it is with projectiles, this might be even a more successful pick. You can actually one-shot low-health heroes, the 200 HP heroes with an Ashe, which is damage boosted. It's still a thing. It's still in the game. It's still going to be very valuable. Not to mention the Dynamites just being atrocious. It's so annoying to play against at times. What I'm really looking forward to, though, is seeing some Roadhog. It's finally in the meta. It's Roadhog being meta hasn't been a thing since we had Quad Tank. It's been absolute years. 2016 is the last time we've seen a proper Roadhog meta. We had a little bit of an interim when the Orisa Hog meta was around, but it's not the same. It's just not. And now, with it being the only tank, it's even more impressive.
It is. The Roadhog just has the ability to flip the game around on its head and makes it unpredictable and chaotic, which is something that organized teams don't really like, and neither does a Winston. Wholesam needs to be cautious about where they're deciding to place themselves. So does Fleece Shower. Peacock spots them out in the back. To mention, now, Bane is taking a play out of their opponent's playbook, pulling out the Pharmacy of their own now. They do lose their supports. They're forced to use the Resurrection, but they very much secured this objective with that early elimination onto Fleece Shower.
Yeah, very nicely done. And the Pharah on the attack here is a lot more helpful than she is in the defense, just because of the way that the map is laid out. That being said, yeah, they're kind of saying, well, anything you can do, we can do better. And now Ivy's saying, well, if you think you can do better, let's see if you actually can. Of course, there will be a little bit of a barrage advantage for Peacock. We've seen how quickly Ivy can build them up. Maybe they'll even do it before Peacock gets a chance.
And look at that, they're going for their other Pharah. Like, they're taking this duel to the skies, gets one direct hit onto the Mercy. Oh, these are so insane to watch. These duels mid-air are just crazy. But in the meantime, J-Blob, gets hooked out of the sky. Oh, this guy should play like competitive fishing or something, if that's how that works, and if accuracy is a thing in that sport. Wholesale does manage to go down, so Peacock still maintaining that barrage advantage as well as the ultimates. You don't have that Mercy, you need to back off.
That's going to be a beautiful attack so far from the Humber Hunter's Bane. Taking up a very aggressive positioning here. I want to make sure that they get as much space to fight with in the cart to move, especially as they can. And it's nice to have Ibrawlwell on the cart here, because they can just teleport to the front lines if they really need to. And that means they don't have to compromise either way.
They don't have to compromise.
Oh.
They have to deal with the Nano Winston and Charlie. Oh, poor Felicia, but no! Ivy and J-Blob just decided to fly right into the range of that Dust Blossom, the very tip of the flower. That got 3 when really it should have only gotten 1, and the cart is not going to stop here.
The cart is going to keep on rolling 4 minutes and counting, and when they get to that checkpoint, it's another minute and a half on the clock. They could very well go in this to the last objective with about 5 minutes if they're not stopped really soon, but it does look like there's going to be another re-engage, and now the ultimates are definitely online for the side of the Leicester Raptors.
And they got the ultimates, but it's the execution that's going to matter. You know, all the resources in the world, but the barrage mid-air! Peacock gets Ivy just before those direct hits are able to come through. Now ended up using the whole hog, yanking Whole Sam away, keeping their Kiriko up in the fight. Eventually Whole Sam will fall, having a hard time against this Roadhog so far. 5 minutes will be the time to complete this 3rd objective that has finally been unlocked, but the bleeding has got to stop somewhere.
Peacock trying to get the angle here, will be taken out by Ivy. You know, this card is rolling into 3rd, obviously, as we've been seeing. Ivy already with the barrage, but they gotta be able to hit anybody, and with Broadwell's Kitsune Rush, they might be able to just run away from the barrage really quickly.
And that's what you're hoping to do, but the Kitsune Rush actually is going to be much earlier than they thought! Oh, Charlie had the faith that they would be able to get Monkman, but the Wraith form still in their grasp. The Kitsune Rush in the front line wasn't giving them too much help either. What a Javelin, too! Really saved Monkman's life. In the end, Whole Sam taking over this Orisa, and pretty decent counter to Roadhog if you can time these cooldowns correctly. You need to be cautious. The burst damage you can take. Man sniping Peacock out of the sky. All of the meanwhile, it's been the game of the Pharahs, and that is definitely something I didn't expect to see today.
I really am loving the Orisa pick as well. I mean, if there's one thing that Orisa's doing really well, is really good at, it's messing with Roadhog and Doomfist. It's just the constant stuns and the blocks of the hook and the fortify. It's great. It's just everything you want out of a tank versus the Roadhog.
Ooh,
And then you get that.
I mean, Orisa arguably is one of the worst tank ultimates in the game, or maybe even the ultimate, but coming up with 3 off of a nano boost is something basically unheard of. Whole Sam, this is why you play the Orisa.
I mean, a lot of what's good about the ultimate isn't the ultimate, like the damage that it does itself. A lot of it just comes down to, well, maybe you can pull everything in, and then the fire that you have, or your TPS, or anything else can just like, do damage onto the things that you pull in. So it's more of a, if you play in a team, it's really powerful, but on your own, you usually don't get that much value. But there's even that being said, there are some cool combos you can do with it, which we might get into later. As Whole Sam gets blocked by their main counter, which is Zarya. They've gotten nerfed, but she's still beaming with the enemy team, and Mello is just not letting up. 2 minutes 50 on the clock as they get a team kill with the instant swap, but now Whole Sam's back at the Winston. We've entered rock, paper, scissors territory, people.
It's just a constant swap to see who's gonna counter who. That's what this game has been.
It really is.
These players, they know what they need to play, but how well can they play it? It doesn't seem like a team's being dominated because of that exact reason. The Wraith out, but the overclock is gonna be the main distance denier. Peacock as well, sitting in a Kitsune Rush. That Deadeye charges up much faster. The payload's so close, and I think it's gonna be another team kill to seal this point away. 2 minutes 19 for the Hunters, and that is a great time to have on Kings Row.
There was a little bit of a stall there on 3rd before that. That payload load was just steaming through, and now they've got to show themselves if they are as good at the attack as the Humber Hunters were. Leicester Raptors in a bit of a precarious spot here. 2:19 is a very decent time on Kings Row. But we've seen that they're pretty good at attacking themselves. Just standing back and sort of being passive is not what this game is about. And you do see a lot of teams sort of struggling with that dynamic of attacking is always better than defending. So being proactive, being like not reactive to whatever the enemy team is doing, that's way easier to do when you're on this attacking side of things. So aside from like all the hero swaps that came through, it's also just carrying that momentum and having to stop the momentum as the defending team that can be tricky. And while they succeeded at it once, they couldn't really consistently stop it for more than 2 fights. And that is really what Humber Hunters Bane are going to hope to be able to pull off, to show off that they can do. While we are going to see Peacock on the Fire Mercy again with Mechalodon. It's going to be a bit trickier to pull off on the defense. Like we said before, it's not the ideal situation to be in. But Ivy and JJ Blob going to come out on that Fire Mercy themselves again, it looks like. and then you're gonna have Monkman on the Widowmaker to initially just dumpster on that flying duo.
That's the goal, isn't it? Oh, that was dangerous territory, and that door opened just a tad bit faster. We might have seen
2 shots and then I swap, I swear.
Oh,
2
no!
shots and I'll swap.
Yeah, it's the thing that you dread hearing in Comp Kings, because you know it's not going to happen. But Monkman, we have faith in you. He's taken the 2 shots and will now be transitioning over to the Reaper. Pretty expected based on what they've played with lately. And a lot of the attention is going to be on Ivy, however, up in the sky, taking out Peacock, just laying these rockets down, and Olsam so low, thankfully able to leap back towards their Ana, get the bio grenade healed up. Peacock does lose that Pharah duel, however, the resurrection, it seems unlikely with the position in which they had fallen. The Zarya, unfortunately, is just not going to work out, playing into Wholesam's Winston all the way up. They can push, have no fear at all. The objective is going to get those 2 ticks. We can see a recontest, it is possible, but it might just be better off to hold back. Unless you're actually confident you can win the fight, Charlie going down might be the nail in the coffin.
Charlie tried to touch, but it's just not going to be enough with just the Tracer. Peacock super low on that fire. Will win out the duel against Ivy, but will not be long for this world after if they don't get healed. And I brought Megalodon seem very occupied. They're not going to be able to help that bird out. It's going to be a chase down the streets of King's Row, as we often see from teams playing a King's Row attack.
I mean, every time, the Staggers, they're just brutal. And I'm glad that we're able to see a bit of Hunter's Bane. They're able to kind of regroup, play around these corners a bit more. But had anybody else gone down there, we might see a different story.
4 minutes 50. It's it's a very similar story. You know, they're just going to kind of push through the street space. If they get win fight after fight, they get the momentum, and they keep on pushing. And then on C, they get there with like 5 minutes. Gonna have to be a little bit careful about Peacock. They are fairly far forward, but if they catch out the Pharah, it could instantly land them a fight win. It's gonna be Ivy falling first, though.
Yeah, Ivy going down, to trade it out after the Pharah duel. J-Blob to follow needs to take out the whole thing before they actually feel the glory that they have of taking the 1v1. And now it's going to be a back off. Wholesam had their sights set on iBroadwell, and that's to mention, think about where is Wholesam really going to find these targets here? It's very difficult as a Winston to find that value.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do. Currently, Mellow with the Zarya ready with a Graviton Surge, going to be able to combine that with either Peacock or Charlie's ult. Could also just throw it in naturally, and they can then follow up without using any ults. Charlie's looking very dead set and doing some sort of flanky thing with this Death Blossom, and there he goes straight on the Flea Shower. Will get slept. Not before the elimination comes through.
Flea Shower's been having a hard time with these Death Blossoms. They're just on the Ana player the whole time, the least mobile player on that team. But Wholesam able to clean this one up. Caleb will keep moving. Very close to the corner. I wouldn't say it's impossible to see a complete recontest, but with the time bank, you might as well go for it.
Oh, they definitely have plenty of room to try and recontest their Peacock also ready with a Barrage, so if they can get a good entry, they could get that off straight up. They're going to at least try and find the angle here, as we have Mellow going very aggressive too, but there's a Death Blossom from Lester.
Yeah, and wait out those cooldowns nearly in time, and Peacock's Barrage goes down with nothing to show for it. The Valkyrie almost available from Megalodon. Maybe that can give you a chance to get the res up, but Mellow falling, no tank available. That frontline presence has diminished, and Monkman free to move around as they wish. Do as much damage as possible, cleaning up these players from the last point. 418, very similar time bank to what we recently saw from the Hunters. Lester, are they going to be able to get the snowball? Are they going to get all the way through, or are they going to be stopped?
They have some ultimates to do it with, especially the chaos that Wholesam can sow with that Primal Rage will be very valuable. But they got to be a bit careful that they don't overextend and die before they get there. It's going to be a bit of poking and prodding as the Kitsune Rush comes out from iBroadwell, and a bunch of ultimates are getting close there for Humber Hunters.
I mean, this Kitsune Rush isn't going to get too much value.
Just wait it out.
They're respecting it, and that is a great thing to see, that discipline. Sometimes it's difficult. You see that ultimate, you think you can force him out, but really, it's not the wisest decision you can do. The Barrage on the high ground, Ivy comes up with 2, the Nano into Wholesam as well, giving them that extra boost to push forward, find that success. You do lose Charlie, but Charlie loses the Death Blossom, and that one really is going to hurt moving forwards.
Especially because the risk could just come out, so it kind of feels like that Death Blossom and their life was just worthless. stalled the payload for a little bit, so they're going to have a little bit more time to properly recontest here. But they're just being pushed back into spawn. The Primal Rage is ready too. If they want to come out that door, they're going to be in big trouble. Big Bastion swap here coming out from the defense. Charlie on that hero. But meanwhile, the other corner is completely being countered. Kiriko off the map, maybe. No, teleports back up as we see the defense try to desperately hold on to this objective.
The defense are scrambling, and you absolutely have to. Wholesam comes up with a 3 as Monkman forces them all into the Tesla cannon, make it a 4th. Mello, the only one remaining for their team, and why not finish it off with nothing other than J-Blob in the kill feed? With that, very, very close, but that extra time banks will be diminished just because they were both finished over 2 minutes. Slight advantage.
About 19 seconds decrease for both, so we're going to have a 24-second difference between the teams in total. 2 minutes versus 2 minutes 24, and it's going to be the Humber Hunter's Bane on attack first again. I have to figure out a way to get through that first point and beyond as far as possible with the remaining time. They're not going to get any extra, not even when they kept checkpoints. And that's going to be a tricky one to do. I mean, this is honestly usually where teams either show up or they just fall off. We did see both teams have a fairly papery defense for a while until third, really. And I think there's a good chance that we might see both teams just go all the way through the street space again. Might get even for a second completion if they're lucky. But the defense improvements is where really the improvements have to be made. The attack is good for both teams. That's not where their issues lie. It's about how do we stop them from coming in? How can we be proactive on the defense instead of only being reactive?
And that's the question, is how long are you able to keep that up? Ivy is back on the Ashe once again. So extra damage, more pressure onto Peacock, but again, needs to be mindful of where they are playing. Nonetheless, you don't have the Pharah in the sky to be an extra threat. Mello on the Roadhog. Once more, I do like to see the Roadhog pick. Landing these hooks is going to be big, especially if Peacock is able to force these players out into the open or vice versa. Oh, but Ivy, that's why you're on the Ashe. If you can hit the shots, you can deny the Pharah. Resurrection will be there, but a lengthy cooldown expended, and the time bank has gone down quite a decent amount. Throughout all of that happening, Mello coming in with the hook, gets it onto Monkman. A lot of less damage for them to face, but needs to retreat while the Bionade remains in effect. Wholesam falling as well. Peacock in the sky return with a vengeance. Has the barrage available. Likely won't need it in this scenario. So we're gonna see that first point capture once more. The defensive stance really yet to be found.
Luckily, there's the return of Monkman just in time before the supports get overwhelmed by the DPS of Humber Hunters. They're going to be able to recontest, but at least they'll pick out the Orisa this time around. Not a lot of ult charge lost as well. That's a good start. Ivy on the Ashe also really close to that bulb already. It's really impressive the way that they've been able to build up that ult charge. A Flea Shower with a Nano Boost too. J-Blob with the Mercy. Plenty of ults to go off. And technically, they only really need to win one fight. They need to win the fight when the time bank goes into overtime. That's when they need to clear them off.
Yep, exactly. Wait those 30 seconds to really check that engagement unless there's a wide open opportunity, such as Mello overstepping their bounds. Nano boost onto the Orisa. Wholesam, a charging horse straight into the battle. The cavalry has arrived. And gets another one off of that, but losing Monkman, and now the Orisa themselves is too far up. This is just completely backfired. Hunter's Bane, they're happy to work with it. Peacock was just hanging back, waiting for the moment to strike, and this is it. These staggers are going to be brutal onto Ivy as well if they can snag up J-Blob. This cart is going to get much farther than it originally should.
That's what I mean, right? That's what I mean with these situations. This is where teams really fall or rise. It's one of those moments. Yeah, you get the first elimination onto Mello, but after that, there's no reason to expend anything else. The Nano Boost, the Bob, they don't need to come out. Yeah, you'll have 3 other ultimates this fight, but so will Humber Hunters. You could have had 4 or 5 ultimates in that situation.
It's going to be tricky. One fight is all they need for Leicester to take this map away, or just halt the payload. That's all they can do. This barge keeps going up and up. Nice pick on Broadwell. I don't believe they got the Kitsune Rush off there too. That was canceled. Peacock up in the sky with a barrage. Gets their counterparts. And the Pharah Charlie on the objective doing a little tango. Stands up Monkman. And eventually
the Javelin spin pushes them off, and they use the Terra Search to dislocate them even more. A lot of boops, a lot of bops coming out there for the Leicester Raptors, and they make it happen. They stop it there without actually winning the fight. That was the thing. They were actually losing it, but somehow they make it work.
Yeah, that's just Orisa right there. Very, very good at the crowd control in these overtime scenarios. Even the Terror Surge, I was a little questioning about that because that dragged the players right back in. It doesn't matter. The payload has halted. The bark
it
has been set.
almost ruined their success of pushing them off, but it didn't quite. Well done. And I wanted to get back a little bit to that pick for Mellow on the Roadhog. A very big deal of what makes Roadhog work in the current meta is the ability to move Roadhog around within hook range. To unpredictably be like, oh, he's all of a sudden closer than you thought he was. And what obviously is the hero they use for that is Lucio. But the reason why they can't use Lucio is because Lucio Mercy just doesn't quite output enough healing in the current environment. So you'd either need to go for the Lucio Kiriko or the Lucio or the Mercy. The Lucio Kiriko is kind of what you need to go with, but then you can't really run the Pharah anymore. So they're kind of in that precarious spot where we really want to run with this Roadhog, but we kind of don't really have the exact thing that we need to make the Roadhog properly work, because they can't just run at Flea Shower. Flea Shower just keeps backing off, and they keep outside of hook range. They're kind of fine. So we'll see whether or not that's going to change in future maps, but for now, for the Monkman going back over to the Reaper, and a full-on attack with Ivy back on the Pharah. Wholesam instantly going to the Orisa as they see the Roadhog.
It's a counter match in the tank department.
It
Every
really
time.
is,
Like, seriously,
yeah.
if they lose this fight, I guarantee Mello is going back on that Zarya. I'm calling it now. But they don't have to worry about that if they don't lose the engagement first. Hook has been out. Slight whip. Going for the Pharah. I give you credit. You have one of the largest counters on your team to that hero. But just so much pressure from Wholesam under that Roadhog has given them the opportunity to try to wrap around the back. Peacock comes up with a couple eliminations in their favor. Mello has just been a CC sponge this whole game, creating a space for their DPS to shine.
Yeah, and there was one of those rules that that came out already early in Overwatch 2, is if you're playing tank, just 1v1ing the other tank is not really your job.
Yep.
Like, you really need to be able to also deal with the enemy backline with their DPS, deny them a lot of value, while not giving the other tank the space to work with. So just looking at this Roadhog is not what Wholesam needs to be doing. They need to do a little bit more. Nice sleep dart on the Pharah, though. But they will come up instantly. Peacock, so low, that's eventually taken out with the counter barrage, but at least they got him.
They got him, but Ivy will be falling down right next to them, ironically in the same spot where they took down the counter. The Kitsune Rush will be the story of this game, and it will end it just like that. 48 seconds now. Hunter's Bane looking good to hold on at this point, but the ultimates are starting to charge up.
Both teams having quite a bit to work with. 4 ultimates in the bank for both. Really big is going to be what happens with that nano boost. I mean, that's really the difference maker between these two teams right now. As long as Peacock doesn't get a good barrage up, they already take out Ivy.
Ivy is just... Peacock is dominating the far 1v1s. Now you're set up perfectly for the barrage right into the Ana. The only one that can actually counter the Wraith out will go through. Peacock managed to keep their life. It was honestly as a win with that ultimate to begin with. Charlie, now with the Death Blossom on the field, absolutely negated. Has to run away from the Wholesam, who committed their own Terror Surge. 10 seconds remaining. Basically, all the resources expended.
No one can touch. It's not going to happen.
No one's going to get there. Blue Shower, unless you can somehow teleport through walls now. This one is as good as done. Mellow, the extra cherry on top with the whole hog, because why not? We got ourselves a tie series.
But now that we're going into Watchpoint Gibraltar, into the actual map, going to have Leicester Raptors once again being on the defense. They're going to start in the blue. Have Humber Hunter's Bane coming out in the red on the attack first. And as they come into this, like I said, I'm really expecting a lot of, the Winston, maybe the Divac to come out tank-wise. But DPS, there are just a bunch of different options they could go for, and Fire Mercy just doesn't seem the most logical to go with. Not impossible, just not the most logical.
No, not really. And from what we're seeing from either side, that doesn't seem to be the case. Ivy will continue to go on this Ashe Monkman, returning to the Sojourn. Very similar to what we've seen. And one thing I do want to point out that I like to see the flexibility in its support lines. Out of all the heroes in Overwatch play, I guess support has been the most rigid in terms of what's been available. It's just been Lucio Kiriko, because it's a really good composition to run. I like the variety. I like to see the Ana Mercy. But can it be pulled out?
It's always the question, right? Can they do it? Or can they not? Gonna see Mellow potentially come out on the Roadhog straight up. It's not the worst map for Roadhog as a whole. The main advantage, though, that they're going to have on the side of the Leicester Raptors is they're going to be able to control the high ground a lot better. They have the mobility to get back up and down from that high ground. And especially for Wholesam, that's going to be a huge deal versus Mellow.
Mello is waiting for the moment just to see a player out of position to capitalize that, and so far it just name of the game is bully Wholesam, yank him off the high ground as much as possible, displace them, and take the initiative, if you would say. So Mello is going to be the one on payload duty. I don't really blame Hunter's Bane for not wanting to take the high ground. They're going to want to force their opponents to come down. Leicester ideally are going to want to contest under this after the car starts to move under the overpass, but we haven't really seen too much, and they're going to have to drop down in a rather precarious position. Well, Sam, nice pressure under the Roadhog. These antis are going to be the bane of Mello's existence as a Roadhog in this time. It forces out those protection Suzus much, much sooner. Flashfire,
Can't
though,
resist
nice
the pun.
Yeah. You did it before too.
I know,
so
but I didn't do it on purpose.
I
I didn't do it on purpose. This has slipped out. All the things you said, I mean, they're running back and forth here. That Winston just constantly jumping up and down from the high ground. They do it to eventually stop this cart. The only one that's there is Flea Shower. They don't want to have a 1v1 against the Reaper if they can avoid it. Got their tools ready though. They could sleep and have an anti-nade, but luckily the rest of the team's coming back to help them out as they evict them from the high ground. And we see ultimates start to come online a little bit. It's I brought Mechalodon support ults, both with Mello on the DPS with that whole hog. But there is going to be something interesting coming out here with the Bob potentially.
Yeah.
I want to see what the Bob's going to do.
The Bob is going to try to counter out the Kitsune Rush, I guess you could say. Well, Peacock takes a dive at Ivy, who will be going down, followed by their Bob. Mello, slight whiff. I think that extra speed boost from the Kitsune Rush managed to make them miss just a tad bit more. It does buy time for the Resurrection to go through. 5 players available now. Peacock is going to get a lot more done, though, on this Genji than they were originally. Mello slept up with the Roadhog, but Charlie gets in the back. The Death Blossom finally coming to fruition. And likely the point to be gained off of this. It's so much used, and Wholesam able to leap away, but yeah, hopefully keep their life in the process. And we thought we would go this whole match without seeing it, but here we are. Look where Ivy's going.
Ivy's gonna already be going to that Pharah. I mean, in here it's not the worst. Again, it's not the worst idea to play in general. Yeah. But with the diminishing of sightlines here and a little bit more obscurity because of the map geometry, it's a good place to try and pull out the Pharah. It will be a little bit less effective on C if they get there. But 340 is plenty of time to try and get through, but also a very good time bank to hold through. Charlie teleporting up to the ship is going to be met by 4 enemies. They're likely not going to stay up for like too long. But they're actually going to be able to evict them from this drop ship, it seems.
I guess Charlie's just that scary to force 4 players off and gets J-Blob too. Oh, Charlie is a force to be reckoned with, but so is Monkman, especially with an overclock in their possession. Comes up with 2. The Roadhog, rather lonely on the objective, does manage to get Ivy. Peacock committed the Dragon Blade to this fight as well. It likely is going to be in vain.
What a good start to the defense here so far. I mean, point A was already fairly good, well contested. Now point B, they're going to be able to drag them all the way back into their spawn. Leicester Raptors really... you know, they look like a good choice, at least this map for them. I mean, if you think of all the escort maps that are out there, this does seem like the logical one to go with, especially with a couple of them being absent from the pool at the moment. So we're not having Rialto, we're not having Havana. Would be the one I would have picked for them if I had the choice. That being said, though, J-Blob going a little bit low will be able to heal themselves back up with the pass up, the Mercy, and the support as a whole. But so many ultimates online for both teams, this is really where it's going to have to start exploding.
It does. I mean, the Pharmacy has been taken down. A 3v5 is the current situation. Hunter's Bane looking to capitalize on it, keep the momentum going while they have it. Wholesam, though, beating Broadwell in the corner, able to whip step away, but Charlie again on the objective. Death Blossom clearing the path for the payload to go all the way through to the 3rd point. 3:30 on the clock, and I gotta say this point, probably a bit less favored towards that Pharaoh, and there's the switch we've been waiting for. There it is, Wholesam.
What a decent run through on the attack so far. I mean, 3 minutes is plenty of time to go through C, but this is usually where those time banks really evaporate. It's very tricky to get through that long stretch here on C. Ivy still being on the Pharah is would be surprising if but there's just no hit scan on the other side to really deal with it. And Peacock on that Genji. I mean, is that blade going to find value? That's the real concern I currently have, because while Genji has been nerfed in its entirety, the blade's still the same. But without the Ana, it's going to be mellow blade, vanilla blade, because I don't think that Megalodon's really going to be able to go forward. But they don't even need the blade. They can just walk forward with the Roadhog. It's all they need. Almost get the Ana into their spawn, but it's going to be J-Blob instead. And that payload's just been rolling through. They haven't stopped it once.
I don't know what in the world has been happening this round, but it has just been a walkthrough. That payload did not stop once. Peacock Mela was holding down the fort on the point, got a lot of nice hooks in, and they just had the follow-up. Their damage players were there. They were able to dodge the antis. The only thing that was really kind of doing damage, and overall, the Hunters just kind of backed off. They were scared. They tried to take the contest because they were constantly down a player. They couldn't put a band-aid on it and get themselves back in the fight. No, they just kept losing players one after another. And the straight roll through 2.5 minutes is where they will stand in a tall task ahead of them.
It's the same issue that we kind of saw come out from both teams, in honesty, on King's Row, where they're really good at the attack because they can keep the momentum, they can be proactive, etc. But they both haven't really figured out how to do that on the defense, how to make their own moves, how to force fights, how to initiate. And you saw it happen on point A already, where Wholesome, like, yeah, they jump down, but they really jump away quite quickly. They just poke a little bit. They don't actually make a move, and they're not able to find these pickoffs in the same way that Melo does with the Roadhog. Like, that's why this Roadhog is working out so well, because they just find these almost random picks here and now. Like, of course, it's not random. They do have to hit the hook, they have to be in position, etc. But it's more than that. It's that constant threat. It's the almost palpable danger of the Roadhog being around that the Leicester Raptors are not able to deal with. They just constantly are waiting until they can do something.
And while waiting is often a part of Overwatch, being patient for that moment to strike, you can only wait so long. At some point, you need to start taking that initiative. It's going to be their downfall. Ivy now is going to be on the Echo. On the attack, still has the Murchie in tow, so an extra bit of support. Wholesome, not really wanting to contest the high ground against multiple players. The hook has already been utilized, so maybe willing to get a tad bit closer, deal some extra damage. It's going to be a poke game until one team is forced down onto the other, and ideally it's going to be that low ground battle, similar to what we saw from the Hunters attack. Oh, but Peacock's so low, you cannot deflect that beam, but you can't deflect a hook either when you're flying up high in the sky. Caleb still has gotten under this archway, which is a really good spot for Leicester to be in, but they need to have the players to back it up. It does seem to be the case right now. It's a Reaper 1v1. Charlie versus Monkman. Losing a player. Neither has the Wraith form. Having to walk away is Charlie, and that was a crucial mistake. Had the health advantage, but it just went away as soon as that reload animation was forced out. Caleb will keep rolling forwards. Nano Boost had been unleashed. Wholesome powered up. Megalodon unable to escape the tendrils of electricity, threatening them throughout. Even as the Primal Rage to get through as this payload gets nearer and nearer, and a full recontest is impossible. It's a whole hog to try to force these players off, but so much focus out of them, and the Primal Rage denies the Death Blossom. Can't get to the cart in time. The ultimates are there. Wholesome, insane juggling mechanics to really push this payload all the way through.
And you can see why Wholesome wants to be on that Winston most of the time. He doesn't want to go into that whole rock, paper, scissors battle. They can just constantly play this Winston, get the juggle mechanics out. They're in general doing a pretty good job of chasing. They just have to be very careful because both the Reaper and the Roadhog do so much damage to a Winston. It's such a burst mechanic that comes out from those two heroes. We will see whether or not they can keep this momentum going. They've now started their roll properly, and it is still moving. They are still getting the eliminations.
It's still going, no, it's still going forwards as it is, and it just staggers out. The fights are starting before they can begin. This is the initiation we're talking about.
Very nicely done. And it's the initiation again that keeps happening only on the attack for both teams. Nice Kitsune rush to come out, but it's only the Death Blossom that comes through. There's no one else to help the Reaper out. And unfortunately, it's not going to lead to any eliminations aside from the duplicate shutdown. They will get a little bit more though. Both supports going down. There's finally the Death Blossom coming out from Monkman. Won't find any eliminations unfortunately though, and that is going to be a fight over. Momentum stopped with 340. They're going to still have to capture B.
That was cutting it close, though. If we didn't see that Kitsune rush from our Broadwell, I believe we would have seen a much different story of how that panned out. Forceful Ops swaps over. Mello still doesn't have a mech either. If we're able to see a quick re-engage, we might not even see that in the beginning. So taking advantage of that is what we need from the attackers, Leicester, to identify where the win conditions are, especially with that nano boost in their hands.
Maybe a very, very tricky one to get through unless they start getting some elimination straight off the bat. Good attack here from the nano boosted Primal Rage Winston of Wholesam. They go straight over to the Kiriko.
Yep, straight on the Kiriko. One support down on either side, but the Resurrection is only available for one. Monkman, though, gets in there with the Reaper. Oh, those shotguns are deadly up close. You don't want to be anywhere near them, but Charlie has the exact same resources at their disposal. Uses the Death Blossom, the Matrix, negated most of the damage from themselves. And that's the D-Mech and the Self-Destruct trying to get that. Mech back in full health will not be the case. The Resurrection, Mechlodon, all right, I get it. You wanted to go for it, have a chance, but that was a little ambitious. Eventually, Monster will claim the second objective, have a bit more of a shot. And getting these staggers, these players to get the early respawns, it's going to be huge.
It's why I really like seeing the Primal Rage and just the Winston play from Wholesam. Because in that fight, they started going after the Kiriko. Then Kiriko uses Suzu, teleports away. Then they go after the Mercy, and then they go back to the Kiriko because they know they don't have the resources available anymore. But it's the constant target prioritization, the target selection that makes it so valuable and so effective in the way that Wholesam plays that Winston.
It's gonna work out. Oh, we got another hang up the field. We got a Roadhog now. Ivy wanting to take that role. It's a mini old Roadhog. It's a much weaker one, but it still will have the whole hog to pull out. Doesn't get too much, just a bit of zoning and you lose your tank in the process. Thankfully, the Reaper, Charlie overextending themselves buys time. J-Blob getting the Resurrection. Wholesam back in the fight, very, very close to the Primal, but needs to dodge and weave through the Kitsune rush. The Bob amped up, firing on all cylinders, even more than that, if that is possible. But for the first time, we will see the payload halted on the third objective of Gibraltar. Let's see another swing taken at it.
It was really nice to see, though, that Kitsune Rush got dragged out as well as the Bob just by the sheer presence of Ivy on the duplicated whole hog. They got the elimination on Wholesam, yes, but because the space that Ivy created, they could get the res off, they could push further forward. Now they're gonna have 4 ultimates. I say that 4 ultimates, it's technically 3 because Police Shower just went down. They gotta instantly get taken out. Unfortunately, the active initiation is not working out quite as well anymore for Leicester Raptors, and they're already down in time bank. They do have to finish this map. Of course, overtime doesn't matter because they will always get another chance. They still have only 2 minutes to finish.
2 minutes, all that will remain of this objective. They have the resources to do it. The only thing you need to be cautious of is the whole hog from Mello. We're going to see another Nano Winston, or maybe switch it up a bit. Nano the Reaper and Monkman has the powered up Death Blossom. Might be something to look at, but no, it'll be going on to Wholesam to increase the pressure forwards, but force straight back. The whole hog, a great counter out to that ultimate, buys the space right back. Peacock building up yet another Bob in this fight. Crazy how quickly they're able to get them up. And Ivy won't be in the sky anymore. Gets their wings clipped. Just Peacock comes up with 3, making a 4th. Give him the 5th. Oh, an ace from the Ashe player, taking the same role as Ivy. I really do like to see this.
I really love seeing all that value coming through. Peacock finally getting some more things done on the Ashe. I mean, we saw the Ashe earlier come out from Ivy as well. Unfortunately, it wasn't always as effective as you wanted it to be, but Peacock showing how effective this can be. And it continues to be that duel between Peacock and Ivy to show how good they are on their respective heroes.
They have to. They're trying to one-up each other. Another Soul Blossom. Poor Flea Shower. Ain't having a good time. Wholesam wanted to leave for the safety of their Ana just to be met by the Bringer of Death. In that department, Ivy does get a nice hook on the exit of Broadwell, but the ultimate isn't going to get much other value than that. 45 seconds. You need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a successful project. This will likely be your last shot.
We haven't really talked about Flea Shower on the Ana that much. Just because, you know, they've been doing a fairly decent job. The problem is that because they're the only hero on their team usually that doesn't really have any mobility or just tools to be peeled for really effectively, they're constantly sort of left alone, and they're being picked off so easily by things like a Death Blossom. Charlie just dropping in and getting them. Primal Rage, though, again, focusing on 1 or 2 targets exactly that can go after. Back on the Ashe will eventually be able to maybe take them out. Nope, the Mercy's in the way. Did occupy 2 heroes for that entire fight, but unfortunately the Reza Monkman's not going to be able to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Death Blossom, you got 1 elimination onto the Mercy. You're facing so much pressure, and the Roadhog hook straight to the Bob. It's a 6-man if you include the Bob on the point and the whole hog. Just at the end, because why not? A bit of extra flash. Bane taking up this series as well. And they're on 2-1, match point.
Exactly, and going into this, I mean, I'm going to expect more fire shenanigans. It's a very good map for it. There's a lot of cover. This tower in the middle of the map is even worse than that tower that we have on Eichenwalde, which fire uses really well to do it. I did say the problem with the tower being this wide is that it's harder to really navigate around it, but it does provide a lot of cover for when you do need it. So that's a really nice thing. And then the bridge in the way, the buildings, the corners, there's just a lot to hide. And Reaper will still come out, so we might still get a mirror match between the Fire Mercies, and then we get the whole Roadhog versus the Winston, unless Wholesome predicts it and just starts on Orisa straight off the bat, because I don't think Mello wants to do anything else. Maybe they do. Well, I mean, they're not off the spawn yet. I'm not. Let's not call before. Let's call the chickens before they're hatched. There might be roosters after all. But looking at it, it's going to be Charlie on the Reaper. Mello is currently hovering. The Junker Cube is indeed going over to the Roadhog. Yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting. Peacock on the Tracer is a little bit of an off. I was maybe expecting the fire, but Ivy's going to be on the Soldier. Monkman back on that Sojourn that we saw on Ilios. We haven't really seen since. Flea Shower still on the Ana. J-Blob still on the Mercy. So is Mechalodon. So Mercy is at least a constant that both these teams are working with. No Lucio, which is very surprising because Lucio does seem to be like that one constant that's almost in every meta a viable pick.
Especially on push maps, not to mention. You need that tool to disengage your speed. But I guess if you're on an even playing field, neither team having access to that resource, it might just be A-okay. Something to consider, though, for the future. Broadwell having to use a lot of resources, the pressure onto Mello, really feeling it from Wholesome, who actually gets incredibly low themselves, forced to use the cooldowns, but the amount of damage that can be thrown at the Roadhog from a longer distance, you're able to play farther back with the Sojourn and a Soldier 76 to just lay down the damage into these heroes, and the front line, it just simply doesn't exist. You can't afford to peek the corners nearly as much. Sleep down onto Charlie. Nice thing from Flea Shower. Been very good about hitting them onto Charlie. Hasn't had enough with the Death Blossom shenanigans. Peacock managed to get one on the way out. Nice pulse bomb as a carding gift, but J-Blob, you have the resurrection there every single time.
That's going to be a very nice first fight win here for the Leicester Raptors. Cretaceous coming out here with pushing the bot as far as they can before they get re-engaged. You obviously want to get to that checkpoint if you can, so you get forward spawns unlocked, and also keep resetting that bot before it gets to the middle. It's a very nice momentum pace that you can get on these push maps, as Mello is getting pushed away by this Orisa. There is the Attack Visor with the nano boost even from Flea Shower. It's a very hard one to fight against. So much damage coming out. No eliminations falling, but a lot of damage coming out. Oh, they just not getting eliminations. They're getting pushed back by the Kitsune Rush and the Symmetra. This is too much damage to deal with. The bot's been moving the entire time. They almost got into the checkpoint, but not quite. They saw Flea Shower just giving up there. That's tragic to see.
Yeah, it's at that point you just want to get the fight over with so that you can come in for the next one. I mean, Mello, or just swapped over to the Zarya, already has that grab. That shows you how much they did in that previous fight, and that's going to be major coming in. They need to make up for this distance. About 2 fights is what we'll take to get those first spawns.
A good time before this bot finally makes its way over to a point that matches the distance. 20 meters still away, 23 to be exact. There's going to be a Death Blossom attempt from Charlie. Going to take out Flea Shower once again with their Death Blossom. Will get cheered by Monkman. And they do get the resurrection off. A beautiful Graviton Surge will only get Wholesome. And the trades are still in favor of Leicester.
They're incredibly in favor of Leicester. They've committed a lot to this fight too, so whoever team wins, it's just going to be huge. The spawns, the robot, nobody is there to contest it. The lead will be gained, and likely the spawns to come with it. Wholesome isn't going to be able to go in with the rest of their team in that amount of time. You just put yourself in a major disadvantage. You manage to snag Broadwell, so turning this around is incredibly practical, especially if you do not allow Mechalodon to get the res. A nice bio nade to throw in as well. Ivy and Monkman taking this high ground early, put them in a great position, and the robot will be on the move again once more.
Once again, Leicester finally coming out on a fight win, but that forward spawn was activated by the side of the Humber Hunter, so they might be able to re-engage before this bot gets to the checkpoint. It looks like they are in that position with their forward spawns. Be able to try and stop this before they match or even beat the distance on the Leicester side. Nice teleport up to the high ground though behind them.
And this is why you run the Symmetra. You want to close the distance between these players before they do it. But you got a Nano Tac Visor. Ivy's not going to be missing anything. Just laying the damage out in players. And that point will be going over. I love this concept of the teleport, but probably swapping off that Symmetra as you move into this point. Now on an even playing field, like I said, this is either going to be a really close one. It's going to be very one-sided. We're looking at a close match.
A very close match between these two, with Leicester Raptors taking a very big leap in distance forward at the moment. 66, 67, 68. Vidrage is building up as Charlie gets awfully low, and Wholesome has to pop the Primal to keep the spike going for themselves.
They got to keep themselves alive. It buys time, because no one's going to be able to contest the robot if they're all looking at a 2-ton gorilla in their backline, swinging away. Wholesome does need to be cautious and make sure they can actually survive through all of the chaos. Monkman just managed to find Peacock is down for Ivy. However, both teams down a damage player. The Graviton Surge on the point only does hit the tank player trying to stay alive. Simply doesn't have the support to do so. Losing the tank will be very costly, and the wrong one not wanting to give up this fight. Fleece Shower, though, is happy to give up. Stand nice and still with this fight to end sooner than it can, so with the likely a recontest at the midpoint.
They will be able to get a recontest. They will be able to stop this forward spawn from being there. I don't think they can get there in time, so forward spawns will disappear. But they will all have spawned a lot closer. They can take the fight sooner now from the side of Leicester Raptors. Cretaceous. That is Monkman already in position. Nice pulse bomb. Doesn't quite hit anybody, but it still distracts them a little bit. Pico goes down. There's a Death Blossom in the corner. Triple kill for Charlie. Make it 4. Well, maybe even get Wholesome. I think Wholesome will be able to get away from the Reaper in time.
Yeah, Wholesome's going to be able to get out, but those players weren't trapped in those narrow corridors. I liked that they were trying to take the high ground, prioritizing that, especially with your Soldier and Soldier 76 as your DPS line, but you cannot escape Charlie and Peacock zoned out between a Pulse Bomb or a Death Blossom. Now having to come back into this fight, Charlie is already playing very close, wanting to sneak up behind the supports, take them out. J-Block goes incredibly low, but Ivy has them in their sights. Tracer already forced to recall out, so Peacock is going to play much more safe. Monkman has this overclock at their disposal as well when they opt to use it. Mello is going to be pressured hard down in the front lines. Megalodon is hanging on to them for dear life. Still, the lead remains in the favor of, Leicester. Are they going to be able to keep it, though?
Always the question. See whether or not they're going to be able to get more distance on, or whether Humber Hunter is going to be able to contest a little bit sooner. Charlie is hiding below that bridge again in a little hallway. It's easy to scope out a Reaper in there, but Reaper can also do a lot of damage because there's not a lot of range for that shotguns to miss. We'll be able to get the first elimination on the Megalodon and Peacock already, though, so this is likely going to be a little bit more of a push than a hold here for the Humber Hunters.
Yeah, you can't be losing those players.
They have to regroup. They have to get there, and the ultimates are online for the Leicester Raptors, so they're in a really good place here to almost, if not fully, finish out the map.
You got the Nano Visor too. You have to get around the corner in time, but it's all going wrong for Leicester. They lose 3 players. Ivy only has 1. The 2v4 seemingly unwinnable, especially with no support. You just gotta buy the time and a tiny bit of extra distance you've been able to gain. Hopefully, it remains to be enough.
Be enough for the moment, but now the ultimate advantage is going to be there for the Humber Hunters, because all those ultimates invested for Leicester led to absolutely nothing. Monkman on the Sojourn, though, we know how that ultimate works. If you can get a couple of 1-ticks, then all of a sudden there's an entire enemy team that's just not there anymore. And J-Block will not be witness to that for the moment, at least. Once again, Mello and Peacock chasing down the supports, being very successful at that. And this bot is going to keep moving for the Humber Hunters.
I'm impressed with how much value. Oh, I was going to say I was impressed with how much value Peacock has been able to get, but you overstepped yourself just a tad bit there. Monkman barely able to slide out of the line of danger. The resurrection will come through. You got to keep an eye on Peacock. Losing the lead now would be absolutely devastating for Hunter's Bane, and it might as well be the winner. You have to use the Kitsune Rush, and it zones it out. This robot's going to get so much space. Monkman is afraid to peek with the overclock as well. You're not going to find the same value as you would without that ultimate being in place. Ivy has utilized the resurrection for their team already, but the hook in sends him straight back to the grave. This lead is looking well to be lost. Charlie, another Death Blossom in their hands, found so much value within this map. If you see another heroic play here, it could mean their victory or their demise. Hunter's Bane to get themselves all the way through. The finals are in their sights at this point. Charlie going all the way in with the Death Blossom, finds one, will be taken out. Received a lot of damage through the path to get there. I don't believe the resurrection will be up in time, but if they get the stagger onto Monkman, it will all be worth it.
Yeah, they get the lead here in the distance, and with Leicester Raptors leading the entire game, it is almost inconceivable that they're now over 30 meters behind. But it's exactly what is happening. A little bit of poking from Peacock on the Tracer, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of hooking on Whole Sam. A nice sleep dart onto Mellow, but it's not going to be enough to really eliminate them. Another Nano Visor. Will it get any eliminations this time around? Once again, the complete kites coming out from the Humber Hunters.
You're not going to find the eliminations with it, but you're sure going to find the damage. The kite forces them into that small room just for Winston. That's your ball game. You want to take these players in a small room together for you to start to laser them down. But Mellow with the whole hog. Charlie coming in with two. This one might just about be over. Hunter's Bane know that the grand finals, they can do it here. They can do it now. Whole Sam, Primal Rage, the last hope for their team, but it's burned down immediately. 2-1. This one is over. Hunter's Bane have put themselves in the grand finals. We are back with some more semi-finals action. Time to get back into the tournament after the conclusion of our exciting first match. The Arena Clash is back with another one to give to you. Our second two teams ready to go at it. And I think it's going to be a very similar tale to our first series. Nope, they have not met Sabo Tabby, and I like to see the Widowmaker on this map. And we actually have something else for the first time. We got a Lucio on the field. Something very good you talked about in our previous series, working with the Roadhog together. I do find several of these hero selections interesting, and I'm curious where Kay is going to find the value as the Torbjorn. That turret can be a thorn in the side for several players, primarily those DPS. We're able to do it. Sabo Tabby's getting pressured by the Moira of all players, forced to grapple down to a much less safer position. Faye, however, gets right up behind Munter. Rockets, it's impossible to miss when they were that close to the player. Faye does manage to get a couple more done, and point has gone over to the favor of the Stratford Spartans.
It's funny that you talked about the Torbjorn, like why is the Torbjorn there? What we saw on Monday is that what Stratford, Bristol really likes to do, what other teams also have liked to do in the past, is you run that Torbjorn to sort of protect your backline. It's not really there to actually, you know, be a. I mean, it still does damage, obviously, but the turret really helps the backline to have that extra peel, that extra little damage that constantly auto-locks on your DPS that come behind you, or the flanking Moira, or the Tracer, or anything that really comes. Okay, does switch over to the Tracer of their own, so not going to be a Torbjorn anymore. And they immediately are starting to push back a little bit. They took over the point, so now there's going to be a little bit of a skirmish to see who gets the point control back, with the Lucio and the Moira still remaining.
Skirmish, chaos, complete deathmatch, something along those lines is what's going to come up. But it's Moonsong with the Coalescence to really put this point down in their favor, to actually nail it down. Something more consistent and solid. Moonsong, though, it's very... Such different compositions are being run right now. The only things that are really consistent, the Lucios and the Roadhogs, two key components.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge bit of pressure coming out from Jaru on that Widowmaker now. Just being there is already enough a lot of the time to create so much space by the enemy team having to worry about the Widow shots. And then the Pharah gets an ultimate positioning for our enemy team to get the barrage off, gets the elimination. They do trade back and forth a little bit with K on the Tracer going rampant though.
K has been doing great on the Tracer. I'm curious why they started out on the Torbjorn in the first place if they had this player up their sleeve. I mean, Jeru's getting a lot of pressure themselves on the Widowmaker. The point still is in the favor of K and their team. The sound barrier, just too late to see them, and it only hits Noya and Silent. The supports, only ones that will benefit from such an ultimate as Bristol Red. They're going to lose the point off of that too, even after using the sound barrier. Eventually, a hook will come through onto Noya. Disperse will be sent clear off of the map. Munter clearing the path for their team, but they simply don't have the follow-up. There's so much chaos happening in the process. Sound barrier leads from Alisu. From this time around, Disperse moving over to the Wrecking Ball, just trying to get a quick recontest. Sabotabi is doing their best to delay this damage down, confirm the eliminations, and Sojourn does so very, very well. Eventually, they will start to see some more consistency, more of the red in the kill feed than the blue. Stratford Spartans sent reeling as Bristol back in control.
K really in control of this Tracer. The way they're playing it is very effective so far, finishing off low health targets, singling out, going for the duels. Not really in the mix anywhere that they can really be threatened by more than one player at a time, and that's really rare that you see that nowadays. Is with the amount of peel and damage that goes around the map, Tracers have a really hard time finding their openings. So far, K has been able to do so.
K isn't just the one opening these doors. You're just harassing everybody, and now your job is gonna be chasing this Wrecking Ball. Don't let Disperse get away, especially on such low health. You're gonna have to let them go this time. It's Coalescence in the small window, but you're walking straight into an Ant Matrix. You can't do too much other than dodge and weave and hope that these shots don't land. Disperse takes out Silence. The majority of the healing will not be present for the side of the Spartans. They are, for the side of the Smugglers. Spartans are back in control, 95%. Continuing to count up with Noya going down, there's no possibility of a recontest here. They'll be taking round number 1.
And now round number 1, going to the Stratford Spartans. Ares in a not exactly completely convincing fashion. That being said, it does feel like the Spartans have a little bit more value coming out of each and every player individually, as opposed to Bristol, that is really looking to like 1 or 2 players to really make those plays. And Munter, for example, has not really been showing up as much as Disperse has on that Roadhog. So now that we're going over to Well, which has always traditionally been a very effective Roadhog map, we see whether or not they're going to stick with it, or they're going to indeed pick out this Reinhardt and this Wrecking Ball, which would be amazingly interesting. Like, I really like seeing these heroes come out on a map like Well, but not just because the ball can really get a lot of specific value, but also, it's actually going to be the Doomfist, to be even better. Okay, now you're going to really have to hide your back line, because the Pharah and the Doomfist and the Lucio and maybe even the Moira coming for them, they're going to get away with much. The Sabotabi already finding that.
Sabotabi on the receiving end of the damage, not prepared for the Doomfist to just fly out of the sky. But Munter and Silent managed to put on work, and Munter gets another one just sort of rolling around like a bowling ball on the objective, which is crazy for another one from Munter, all off of these grapple shots, has barely come out of the ball form, hasn't needed to. If you could just knock them around straight into the sightlines, okay.
But a annoying place to be. I mean, it's just so there's been this talk, like people keep putting out their tank tier lists and all that stuff. Every single time Doomfist just ranking one of the dead last tanks. But if you see Disperse on it and you see the reteam playing around it, you can see what the value of a Doomfist can be. And there might even be some buffs coming in for Doomfist with Season 2, so you gotta hide your backline even more then. If good Doomfist players know what they're doing. Disperse, looking for another punch, looking for another angle, and setting their sights on the backline.
Disperse has managed to stay alive, and that's a feat on its own, but the rest of your team hasn't. A lot of Disperse has just been practically ignored this whole time. Silent picks up 2 eliminations in their name. Moonsong has been down the objective, trying to hold it down, but the constant touch in from the smugglers, it just made it impossible to get the flip. Sabotabi, another 2. Faye finding them for the 3rd time this round alone. And Faye's not going to be able to recontest either. Jeru has to swap over to the Sombra just to try to put some thorn in this Wrecking Ball's side, make him stop.
The 60% and counting, and as much as there's been a lot of value coming out from the side of the Stratford Spartans, they haven't found that point control just even once. And they got to start with a fight win. These get a couple of pickoffs without dying themselves. The barrage is ready. It's good to go. Already the kill from Disperse onto Sabotabi. It's a good start to this engagement. Oh, the pulse bomb. Nice. And the immortality field. Moonsong won't live, but it's at least an ultimate almost denied.
It almost was, but Munter is yet to be denied, even with the swap over to the Sombra. This guy could care less. You can get hacked, and eventually the barrage will seal their fate. But your team, you basically already won the fight. 93% and going up. Disperse needs to find a hook onto one of these players because they're just the touch in over and over again. You get a hack, but the huge immortality field doesn't manage to save Sabotabi. The placement, however, was there from Silent. A nice hook off the high ground onto Silent. This one might not just be over yet. Disperse is giving Stratford some hope of coming away with this map, but they have a tall ask ahead of them to get this all the way to 100%.
And 99% is often where a well goes for either team, just because of the nature of the stall that you can do on this map. It's like really tricky to really try and finish off a fight because you're always worried about the environmental hazard. That being said, they are in a pretty good spot to defend this. And now Disperse is on the Roadhog, which is that ultimate defense against throwing them into the well. It's going to be a pretty good attempt here for a hold, I'm assuming. Faye does go down, doesn't have the mercy to really keep them up as consistently. Be a bit more careful. Now there is another attempt to cap this point, and they got to be careful because if this flips over to 100 and they just lose the round, they got to go next.
You know, it's not over until it's over, until all these players are off the point. Oh, it is amazing. Moonsong able to dodge and weave through those railgun shots. Maybe call it luck, if you will. Jeru is managing to come back in. The EMP, unfortunately, didn't get as much value as they would, but when returning to this fight, the mental hacks will just simply have to be enough. Munter, last player standing, despite getting it back over to 99%. Will be flipped back over. We're going to see a bit more of well, for better or for worse.
A little bit more of well, 40%. They're going to be picking it up. Moonsong coming up to the amplification matrix is Faye on the barrage. If they manage to combine that somehow, that will be a devastating ultimate combo, but they don't need to. Even just Disperse or Moonsong themselves with the amplification matrix can do a bunch of damage. You have to be a bit careful about this ball because Munter has been on the warpath, and successfully so. You're gonna land on some mines here, Moonsong? No, you can evade them.
You can evade them, but Sabotabi can't evade the rockets of Faye's barrage. Moving all the way back around, rotating K, forced to recall after the pulse bomb. Managed to snag Alisu off to the side. Moonsong goes off the map. Noya snagging them straight into the immortality field. You can't dodge that one. Munter might be hacked. They're going to receive a tad bit more damage, but they're okay. They're going to roll away to safety, forcing to take a breather cooldown out of Diverse, making them much more vulnerable. The focus fire will come through. K putting pressure onto these players over and over. You need to keep it up. You can't let them go. Munter returning to the objective, hanging on for dear life at the edge of the well, but very, very low. The Amp Matrix down from Silent will be mirrored exactly. Who's going to have the fire through it? It's only Moonsong right now. The extra healing has been great for Munter trying to keep them alive. 99% to 94. Whoever wins this next fight will take away Ilios well. But it is do or die for Bristol. as they need to come up with this in order to keep in this map. JRU returning with the EMP in hand. They know that the sound barrier is already out. They're not going to have it tapped up. It's on to Munter. They've gone down. JRU will be traded out to the tank stall. Don't have to worry about a wrecking ball rolling around like a little pest that they may be. But Faye! Lexington isn't well! That's devastating! That could have gone completely the other way. You don't have your Tracer, the main person, searching the first elimination. It's only your tank, who's a Reinhardt, trying to desperately swing around with the Lucio to escort them. Maybe the hammer will land on something, but wisely staying away. Bristol Smugglers will be. Overclock onto the point. Sabo Tabby gets both supports. They are down. This is looking very difficult for Disperse and the Stratford Spartans to come back from. And I have a feeling we are going to be heading to Lighthouse round number 3.
It's incoming soon, and oh, that was so unfortunate. And there were a couple of those little interactions there that go to the way of the Bristol Smugglers. One of them was that EMP. That EMP was very well. It was a good EMP. It hit a lot of targets, but it was a little early. If you could have held on to the EMP for a little bit longer, wait for Noya to pull up the sound barrier, then you could deny the sound barrier and do a lot of damage, because this way they had to eliminate the Lucio once they were hacked through the EMP, and they didn't. So Noya comes back in, gets that. Of course, Faye also walks into the well, which didn't help. There's again that EMP timing could have turned everything around, and they get absolutely nothing out of it. And worst of all, they just enable Noya to have a free sound barrier right after, which was a really big deal. So now they're going to go to Lighthouse. Disperse starts on the Roadhog straight off. That was a good pick on the last map. I think it's a good start off with them as well here. As we're looking for a Symmetra pick from JRU here. Goes straight up to teleport to the point, puts the turrets down. This is what you want to see from your Symmetra players.
Yep, that's exactly what you want. You want to play on the point, you want to play close, as does the entire composition of the Spartans. They need to play close, they need to play on the objective. Munter's job is to dislodge them, and dislodge them they shall. Both supports fall simultaneously. Sabo Tabby, the sniper in the skies. Faye has 0 support and may want to reconsider the Pharah selection.
Maybe just a little bit, but it's not done. I think the biggest problem for the Pharah has so far been that they haven't really run the Mercy with it as much, but they are running it now, so that could be a little bit more healing that's coming out. The Spurs does get taken out, but it takes Sabo Tabby with them. And with the Mercy around, they could maybe go for the risk. Nope, they can't, because that Mercy's on the other side of the map.
It was just dispersed, incredibly out of position. Honestly, I'm surprised that they managed to stay alive for that long. It does work out for the people that are in charge of the objective, because the Smugglers, they're just going to be in the sky, and Faye, honestly, Silent has been putting most of the damage into them, but the glory has gone all the way to Sabo Tabby, because they have the final blows. Hunter will eventually stay a little bit too long into that fight. You can't roll out of it if you are dead. Moonsong moving all the way up. A nice hook onto Silent, sealing their fights, trying to get on the point. JRU simply won't. They'll be going off the other side. Hopefully they can swim off of the cliffs of the Ilios. I mean, I would love to visit there one day. Maybe not jumping off a cliff. This point will be flipped back over inevitably as Noya, last player standing, trying to get the extra percentage points, which will really pay off. The hook putting an end to that stall.
Finally, Stratford Spartans taking control of the point a little bit sooner this time around, which is good, because then they have at least a little bit more leeway to losing fights after they take control. Ults are going to be aligned for pretty much everybody in a very short amount of time, so it's going to be a very explosive fight if they choose to invest all of them. And this is where you can really see which team will have the discipline to hold on to a couple while still winning a fight.
Yeah, you're going to have to see if Munter, able to get out of the whole hog. It was a very close call for them, but Alisu with... Really, it just looks like that Ant Matrix was used only for Silent by the time we got to see that perspective. But it's the barrage from down below. The hook almost was there. But Faye still managed to find the greater eliminations. These players wanting to stay far, far away from Disperse. It's like an invisible circle is around the Roadhog. That range, that hook range, you just need to stay out of it on a 360-degree radius.
360 degrees. How far you can go? I mean, it's not like a true globe, but the flicks are always alive. Nice attack fires are coming up from K, though. Maybe able to find a few more eliminations. With 4 down inside the Spartans, Disperse just gonna muddle their way back to spawn and try again with the team.
Munter was almost taunting. It was just taunting Disperse there.
Just a little bit. And he's seeing whether or not this attack fires from JRU is going to get any value. They do have a few more ultimates alive. They did have the discipline. They didn't win the fight. They do have a couple of ultimates left to take this next fight without potentially instantly losing, because they have some more Qs. That is Moonsong going down instantly, though.
Munter is the new hit scan player for their team. They're the new hit scan, and we don't care if we have Jaru on the side because they're going to come up with 2, instantly trading out any initial advantage that was gained by their opponents. There's a Smuggler on the objective, trying to turn this one around. Alisu, the only casualty, however, 97%. I have a feeling this one's going to go all the way. We might see ourselves in another 99-99 match.
It is very possible that that's going to come out 69-70. Moonsong still with that Valkyrie hasn't been able to use it because they died so early. But Faye and Disperse do also have their ultimates ready. Nothing much aside from the minefield on the other side, though. This could be ideal opportunity for Stratford to win a fight with that advantage. The minefield's already out and not really much of a threat. This is the time. This is the moment where they can just win out the map straight up.
And Alistair wants to take a 2v1 against the Soldier 76 with the back of the Mercy. But Disperse has been crazy. I mean, following the name, I'm just going to say it anyways, dispersing the players of their opponents. They can't regroup. They have to be separated. They're afraid of the Roadhog. That one-shot potential overtime will hit. Munter's the only player really in sight. They're going to do their best to keep stalling this out. Touch in and out. The whole hog sending them straight into a corner. It's all Stratford Spartans. It's their game on the point. Their game to win. Disperse. Showing exactly why the whole hog, all of the ultimates in their favor. Simply nothing can be done against such an advantage. After a really tough battle, Stratford Spartans, they're coming up with map number 1.
We're starting with Bristol still on the red side, so on the attacker side. And the Stratford Spartans Ares can start here out on defense. As we do see them go out of spawn, it's going to be Jaru this time on the tank. Seeing them come out on the Roadhog. Faye still on the DPS, this time with Moonsong on the Genji. Disperse is switching over to the support role. I think we're having a little bit of an issue here, because I think 2 players have been able to lock in tanks, so we might get a little bit of a reset. Don't know how that happened. There we go. It's going to be Jaru indeed on the support with Disperse. They're not going to switch that off at all from the Alice. But that does still mean that Moonsong is not on the support anymore. They did switch with Jaru to the DPS. Alice on the and Alice is actually so Alice is now on the tank, this personal support. So they swapped around a lot of roles here. On the other side, they're going to stay the same. Noya, Silent K, Sabutabi, and Munter coming around with the Sigma, and K back on that Torbjorn that we love to see.
Some puzzling swaps, but they're also on the defense, so I don't really know what they're cooking up, but I'm curious to see as these fights start to unfold a bit more. Munter playing on the Sigma is going to escort the players to the high ground. Very vulnerable to the Wrecking Ball, rolling straight through. Nice accretion to negate the damage of the pile drive that would have gone up. But the congestion, the early congestion from the high ground, Moonsong tried to get it up and in there, but is instantly denied. These Discord orbs are going to be deadly for such heroes that are divey. The point likely is going to over the favor. Whatever strange thing we're putting in the kitchen, trying to experiment with, it's very interesting because, you know, Stratford, they did win the last map as well, and yet they're switching everything up.
Yeah, they've been known to do a little trolling, as they say sometimes. No, it is definitely a more chaotic thing, and it means that they're very unpredictable, and you can see that because they're switching around so much. Bristol doesn't really always know how to react to it. And Sabutabi instantly goes down to a Genji, then trade back Faye. But it's a constant ploy for attention, a constant struggle for chaos, or for order rather, in the chaos. And while this cart is moving, it does mean that by no means can we predict how long it's going to be moving for.
We don't know what's going to happen at this point. I don't think anybody really knows what's going on until we see a solid reset. But Silent is so aggressive. It works. Moonsong just gets caught out despite having a support right next to them. Kay has this molten core as well to try to pave the way. The payload hasn't stopped. That's the one thing we can agree on. The one thing that we do know is happening.
Yep, it's moving. It's still moving. There's the minefield that comes out. Moonsong already gets the elimination of the Sabutabi once again, but the Gravitic Flux that gets rid of Disperse. No more Ana. The Munter does get traded back. We are going to get into a little bit of a groove here for the defense, potentially, to get a couple more elims and just manage to stabilize this objective.
They're trying their best, but it's such a it's such a scrappy, it's a very solo-based comp. Like, I hate to say it, like with Wrecking Ball, you'd like to see it be a bit more team-oriented, or at least Moonsong, and then working together. But it's a solo game. You're just trying to break into the coordinated team unit that has been set up by Bristol. Trying to find an open elimination, force them out of position, and Moonsong will do exactly that with the Dragon Blade straight in. Both players incredibly low. They're diving on in. They're going to get 3 off of the back of that ultimate. Nothing less to be expected with something such as the Blade. Anytime that comes out of the sheath, you just know it's basically a guaranteed fight win.
It's very simple in the way that works. Fortunately, because it's very predictable for us, so we can just work with it. We are going to be able to see 4 ultimates for the attacking team of Bristol here. K, Noya, Silent, Sabotabi have all got it ready. Will be a little bit trickier to fight against, but we've seen how efficient they can be on the defense. Jao already with the Kitsune Rush, and there is immediately the Transcendence to counter it from Noya.
Great timing for the Transcendence. I mean, usually you might think that, oh, we can use it for the Dragon Blade, but if the Dragon Blade is out, you can just go straight for that Kitsune Rush, which can be arguably more powerful in that regard. The only thing that was used was that Transcendence, and just like that, the cart is going to get moving again, as you gotta scoot out. Alice needs to scoot out, maintain their life for as long as they can to get their team another crack at this objective.
Very big struggle to get through here for the attacking team. Bristol looking for the openings, but because of their lessened mobility, I want to say, it's not as easy to get the angles, and meanwhile there's a constant surrounding and dipping and diving coming out from the Stratford Spartans. You can already see that Wrecking Ball all around them. You do see the engage on the cart for Moonsong onto K. K all alone in no man's land will be eliminated, and that relocation from Stratford Spartans is really what's winning them these fights. They can constantly be all around, focus on any target they want at any point in time.
That's exactly what they need to do, but Gravitic Flux, a very powerful ultimate. Tabby would agree. Just shooting clay pigeons out of the sky. Very, very easy. Now you're getting this objective to go along with it. A couple swaps have gone through. I mean, we've seen K move over to the Tracer, which is something to mention and might even make Alice's life a little bit more difficult. I'm impressed how well Noya has been able to stay alive, not only for themselves, but the peel from their team.
Yeah, Noya's been able to do a very good job on the Zenyatta. I mean, they kind of need to have the Zenyatta around as well, though, because with the limited time they actually do see enemies, Discord would just help them to actually reduce the time to kill to a manageable amount. We'll see Silence now be able to be protected by this Transcendence, with the Tech Visor coming out from Faye. What's going to be... what's realistically going to be happening while the Transcendence is going on? Not much. Alistair actually going down. That's a problem for Stratford.
Yep, you don't have that, but also it's a big opening for Moonsong. Knowing that the Transcendence isn't there, you have the Dragon Blade. You can pull this one out. As soon as your team regroups, you have yourselves a considerably large win condition, assuming you don't get taken out immediately. K does have their sights on the Kiriko player, is forced to recall out relatively early just to be put right back into the fray. These roll-throughs have been great. Moonsong doesn't even need the Dragon Blade, though. Manages to get K and Sabotabi on their own terms. Hunter needs to get themselves out of the fight in time to try to stall this out, and I can understand this is very difficult for us to talk about too, because there aren't too many strategies. It's again very deathmatchy. It's a lot more solo play than the actual overall team organization. It's who's causing the chaos versus who's actually controlling it.
That's gonna be a good start to the defense. Jaro, we're in a very aggressive position on the Kiriko. We can just teleport out, obviously. Now they nothing to worry about there. Gravitic Flux does come out though, gets Moonsong already, and the trade's going back and forth a little bit. I mean, if anything, even if they'll eventually lose the final objective, they will have dragged the time bank down just to overtime, just by just the sheer volume of chaos that the comp creates.
And that's something you'll take. I mean, you got the path already laid out. The Foxes will be the Trailblazers. Sabotabi moving all the way up. Moonsong will not be having a good experience on the Widowmaker. Sabotabi will shut it all down with the overclock. They're not going to get the overtime, but they do get under a minute, which will hurt them a little bit later if their opponents are able to pull out a faster capture. Stratford Spartans, assuming they keep with the stream strategy that they do, I believe that the first objective is going to be tricky for them. But once they move to more of the escort portion of the map, that's really where that composition is going to thrive. With how open Hollywood is, that second point in particular, accessing those high grounds, there are several advantages that they can gain. But can they all pull it together in the initial portion?
That's it's always what you're really gonna look forward to, right? Like, can they steam through the map in a more constant fashion? Because I think what really happened there with Bristol is that while they made sort of steady progress, it was very slow. So I would very much be happy with sort of longer bursts, but then with maybe longer stalls in between. It always depends on kind of the comp you're running, but that's kind of what was happening from the side of Stratford. It was a composition that really goes on for the full 5-on-5 fights. They create chaos, they surround you, they pick you off one by one. And while that's happening, you are able to push the payload a lot of the time. They aren't just constantly fighting on that objective. So that's eventually how, yes, a lot of time gets bought, but also it's hard to actually stop them before they reach the final point or any checkpoint, really.
5, 4. It really is. I mean, you just don't have the consistency, like the solidarity of actually finding a good stance, a good defensive stance to hold on. You can. I mean, you're quite literally a ball. You roll. You don't stand. So it's in the nature of the composition. And the attacker's composition has me a little puzzled once more. Faye, being on the Mei, will be really good for trying to isolate these players, but there seems like they're on a bit of a solo mission as Halasu decides to wrap around the back. They're the one on the solo mission. Immortality Field has been forced out in the front. They don't really have the meat shield of the Roadhog to block the damage. They're relying on the Mei wall, kind of to be that second tank in a strange way.
I like seeing Mei, one of the heroes that always makes me excited to look at a game. Getting some right clicks out, but now the left click, the primary fire, is much more dangerous than it used to be. It doesn't freeze anybody anymore, but it slows you and does a lot more damage than it used to. Sabotabi looking for a couple of angles with their railgun. Already found Faye out of the way, but is getting ambushed by the supports of the back line of Stratford. Not to be trifled with. Jaro and Disperse definitely putting their work in today.
They are. Most definitely. I mean, the supports, honestly, they're different than what we saw in the first round, but if they're able to see if that's consistency, I like to see the flexibility, how players are able to play more than one role incredibly well. That's a Kitsune Rush, committed, down 2 players, wanting to take a 3v5 with just that additional ultimate, and you do manage to get one out, but Sabotabi going down is making this tricky. Hunter even wants to use the Gravitic Flux into this, looking for Jaru, who manages to get them down. Hook, nice blocks, great reaction time. Sigma is just has the cooldowns to counter out this Roadhog, but you have to be defensive, you have to be careful, cautious of the hooks at all times. Spurs, now with an Ant Matrix on their own end, going to come back in to this fight. Give them some presence on the point, at least you would hope. Noya goes up to Noah. Faye will finally chase them down around the back. In case Turret won't be firing away anymore either. Alice, a lot of pressure onto the Sigma, but unfortunately that one gets knocked off at the corner. The Mei wall, very nice to isolate. Oh, isolate, you got that. That was funny. I like
that. Was great.
Anyways,
yeah,
we got the point.
They got the point, and I mean, there was almost an opportunity to really come back into that for Bristol, but Noya didn't quite get to the Transcendence on time. They were on a 98% when they died, and that was really the moment. Like, if that Transcendence is there, then they can storm into that point, not having to worry about going down to anything, and they can properly start a recontest. But as long as they're sort of stuck in that little cafe down there, there's not much that they're really going to be able to do. They just get surrounded and taken out one by one. It's exactly what happened as soon as Noya fell. So, going to be a very aggressive posture here from Stratford, as you like to see. And they are making sure that this high ground is either completely empty or controlled part by themselves.
And on Hollywood, that is the most important thing. The second point is difficult to go through just because the limited access to these high grounds and the importance of controlling it. The payload often takes a unique path. Sabotabi, though, taking the head off of Faye once more. Now is the overclock. Alice, a little scared after getting head tapped twice through that, and Transcendence had to be unleashed to counter out the Dragon Blade. Moonsong is pretty satisfied with that trade-off of the ultimate, the counteraction. Molten Core now spewed on the plane, a bit random. It almost looks like it's in a little bit of a straight line with 5 little dots of hot lava to try to dodge and weave. Half an Ant Matrix on the high ground will be now seen dispersed, the one to back up behind it. Blizzard won't be catching any players looking for one with the Gravitic Flux. Disperse shall inevitably fall down. The Immortality Field, you needed to throw that one down just a little bit sooner with the time it takes to deploy. Tsune Rush, so much being invested into this fight, but it's 100% necessary from Jaru. Needs to give their team that bit of energy to push them through the extra endurance they can. True power of the Foxes right there to run Munter down. No tank, no really person to hide behind. Moonsong still does go down. With the support staying alive from Silent, this one can keep going on because Bristol Smoker, they have the sustain to do so, but it's the one tap that will really start to burn more and more. Back on the Wrecking Ball, Munter returning to their roots from the previous map of Ilios, just attempting to displace them, find something for Sabotabi to get the shot, but the sustain from the Mei is absolutely ridiculous. It makes these fights last so long, but eventually, when we put down to a close, the Smugglers able to stabilize after Munter, strangely enough, returning to the Wrecking Ball.
We will get Faye back with the Blizzard, as well as Alice with the whole hog, but on the other side, there'll be a plethora of ultimates. It's going to be 4 coming up quite soon. Noya again close to the Transcendence. Now they get taken out just before they get it, of course, again. It might happen, but 75% is a good chunk. As well as, of course, the Wrecking Ball. Silent and K also getting their ultimates. Munter looking for that minefield, probably to kick it off.
Yeah, Minefield is very interesting with how it's used now. You have a lot of zoning ultimates, and all of them will be used on this high ground as of now. Silent will be manning the window up on top. Disperse shall fall. Jaru, the only support for the Spartans at this time, but they're able to get themselves in the objective. Munter just gets slowed down, but will not be frozen up. Hooked back into the whole hog. They were attempting to dodge. And, Alice just doesn't have the health to continue that early loss of Disperse, and now Jaru is making this incredibly difficult for them to work with. But now, you don't have Noya in the fight, so Moonsong is able to get the Dragon Blade out of its sheath and slice and dice like a true Genji main does. Very, very scrappy, to say the least. But at least the result will show true Stratford giving themselves an extra chance.
That's the true instinct of the Genji main. As soon as that Zenyatta falls, you don't have to worry about the Transcendence. You pull out the blade because who knows when you're gonna get another chance, right?
Yep.
So Noya now at least doesn't have to hold the Transcendence for a Dragon Blade, unless they think that Moonsong is gonna build it up quick enough, and that means you're just wasting time not using them.
You don't want to use them. Like,
No,
you just...
you don't waste time.
The,
You wanna use
the
the
pacing of the
Transcendence.
ultimates, the timing, the tempo, exactly.
Yeah.
It's incredibly important in the game of Overwatch. A solo window from Disperse on the high ground. Oh, this is giving me flashbacks.
That's a double.
It's Violet right there. I'm pretty sure who's playing this game for Disperse. Oh, the payload's going to keep moving, and what a support play. It's really opened it up. You don't see it nearly as much nowadays in Overwatch 2, but I'm more concerned about the contest right now. Noya does have the Transcendence. They can be able to get it. They're going to have to use it just to get to the objective, that extra speed that you now receive. It's going to have to be enough. Sabotabi. Ooh, overclock in the back. We're dodging. We're looking. Searching for any players to just dare walk in front of their crosshairs. That will be enough for them to hold on, but another fight will be quick to ensue.
Very fast in order to be able to shut that down, and now we're at 45 seconds before this point ticks over, and then all of a sudden you lose a map if you're Stratford Spartans. But it's not over just yet. They get another good attempt. They'll have a Blizzard almost close to a Dragon Blade, which they know they don't have to worry about their Transcendence being in the way, and the whole hog too. Now there are a couple of good ultimates on the other side. Munter's Gravitic Flux probably being the most important one, but it doesn't guarantee kills necessarily.
Nope, there's a lot of things that can go wrong with Gravitic Flux, the biggest one being hooked out of it in Immortality Field of Protection Suzu. Not an easy ultimate to get off, but Moonsong going down just short of the Dragon Blade. Faye will fall. The Blizzard will be unleashed, however. The whole hog does give some extra damage to put through. K goes down to their old Pulse Bomb. Maybe an extra handicap to give to the team. There's the Gravitic Flux now. Alice forced to go on the point, but can't get the one shot onto the Ana that was so necessary to give them a chance on this objective. But it's going to be Bristol coming up, all red and sparkling in this match. They're able to harness the chaos Stratford was putting out for them. We're going to another tie series, and does this make me happy? Oh, it sure does.
Sabotabi already having shown to be prone to playing some Widow here and there is probably going to pull that out, at least for a couple of shots, maybe not for the full map. And we'll see if there's going to be an answer in kind for the defense here for the Stratford Spartans. They're not switching sides again. They're going to keep with the red and the blue for the same teams. Makes it easier for us, makes it easier for you, makes it easier for everybody involved. Go straight into Circuit Royale here. 10 seconds before those doors open, we are going to indeed see Moonsong on the Widow in the defense.
You know, we've now seen Disperse and Jaru play all 3 roles in this map, so maybe you're recognizing something needs to change after the last map, so that's something to show. But is this really the selection that you wanted to go with? You better be confident in Moonsong's Widowmaker to want to select such a map that is dominated by that specific damage hero. And the Sigma Mirror, something that we've seen from Munter, who pulled it out successfully last time, which is another thing that's quite fascinating with this selection. No, but there, yeah, you see, that's the thing. You're running the Widowmaker, you need to be confident. Moonsong sure shows it. Sabotabi moving away from their traditional Sojourn. Let's take the Widowmaker duel, which it simply has to be enough. Disperse on the Junkrat doing their best to disperse their enemies. Concussion Mines chucked in at a whim. Noya does manage to take out Moonsong. Although meanwhile, it does give Sabotabi a lot more room to work out as the race cart is still struggling to move around this first corner. But as soon as it does, you're going to see the players of Spartans just jet backwards. You cannot afford to play in this open spot for too long.
We're going to be seeing whether or not he can actually get to this first checkpoint, though. They did take out Jaru, which is usually a very good start, and the card is almost there. The Formula 1 car of the future will make it to that first finish line as it looks to be completing that one. We're going to be seeing it going to point number 2. 5 minutes on the clock. It's a huge start here for the first checkpoint. Usually the one that falls quite rapidly, I will say, so nothing yet to be said about this map in particular. But we are going to go into a Widow duel a little bit closer range between Sabotabi and Moonsong before Sabotabi chooses to back off onto the stairs. And ults are going to start coming online now.
They're going to be online. The first one will be that Ant Matrix, followed by Munter's Gravitic Flux. Straight up to the sky, not able to put down the Immortality Field if you are dead. Actually, it still does manage to go out in the nick of time. Munter does manage to find another one, Gravitic Flux, from the opposing side. Jaru looking to make this one even. We have to see how low Faye is. They're managing to stay alive. Has this Kitsune if they absolutely need it, but it does appear that Bristol are sent reeling, forced to regroup again. Oh no! And Jaru gets taken out on the drawback too. That's going to be really difficult to try to hold on to this hairpin choke.
Yeah, another swap around. This time it's going to be Jaru indeed on that tank. Faye is going to be on the support this time around. They keep swapping these things around, like who's going to be on which hero, which role even. Which is something that I both appreciate, and it's also something that I kind of worry about with Stratford. Like, if you're always going to be on different roles, are you actually going to be able to play consistently? And so far, the answer is kind of a no. This first tire gets denied here, as Noya is very aware with that charged up shot, and the Molten Core taking out Moonsong.
Kay just won the psychological battle there. It's like, Sabotabi, I will mind. It's like reading their mind. They're like, you will walk into this Molten Core. That's exactly what happened. The Torbjorn, if I was just like, where is this Torbjorn going to find value? The answer is there, and it is now. As this car is going all the way through. 5 minutes on Circuit Royale. Usually you'll see teams get a bit more tripped up at the second point, but it has been an absolute roll so far.
A 0.3 capture potentially. They're looking to really make a play here to complete this map with a bunch of time left. 4.5 minutes on the clock, still silent. Ready with the Amplification Matrix, Munter with the Gravitic Flux. And about the same thing ready on the other side for LSO and Jaru, but they're a little behind.
What a decretion onto Munter, the Gravitic Flux. Oh, you can't do much if a giant boulder's coming flying at you. Moonsong once again winning the Widow 1v1s, has a nice position, very safe out in the backlines to force out the shield. These players dancing and dodging up. Dance of death is what we are looking at right now. Immortality Field, Jaru unable to wait that one out, just wanted to get their Gravitic Flux on the field, trying to get some extra damage, give Moonsong an opportunity. Does have the sights, they will be unleashed. Sabotabi at a slight disadvantage when it comes to the duels. The Ant Matrix might change that one around. Alisu trying to give their team some sort of point, yet Sabotabi still does manage to find Disperse off the backside. Widowmaker Duel 1 for the 4th time now. Moonsong is just dominating these, but Sabotabi doesn't mean they can't hit the shots. Munter in, Immortality Field down. Alisu trying to stay alive because they are the only hope for keeping their team up, finding some civilization on this point, prevent the car going from all the way through this hotel. As grand as it may seem, we are not seeing such a grand defense.
It's going to be silent protecting a bunch of their teammates with that immortality field, being able to stall out for a little bit longer. The ultimates again are going to start coming online. Noya will go down though. No, the ultimate set was actually already online. So there's going to be a bit of a retreat here. And 3 minutes on the clock still, and they have plenty of time to retreat. But that does mean that momentum is fairly broken at this stage. Do trade out the Torbjorns, but there goes Munter. This is going to be a hold for at least a little bit longer.
At least a little bit longer. I mean, Circuit Royale is notoriously difficult to attack on. As we haven't seen it so far, but Jaru, the creation, those are just so satisfying to hit. Even if it was point blank, honestly, harder to miss that than hit it. You're going to be seeing the Widowmaker another time around. A couple players thrown up to the sky, wants to extend this fight, drag it out for as long as possible. Because they know that the time will just continue diminishing all the while.
Jaru really starting to come online here on this Sigma. The accretions, the fluxes, the general use of the barrier, and the hyperspheres. It is just coming out in spades. And the most interesting thing actually about Sigma play these days is how do you use your kinetic grasp? Because there's so much you could potentially use it for, but it's also such a valuable ability. You don't want to just waste it willy-nilly. Your Gravitic Flux attempt, but Munter again getting taken out in it. Not going to be able to get any of these Gravitic Fluxes off lately, it seems.
You know, that's like me. I'm a Sigma main. I will see those Gravitic Fluxes. I will whiff about half of them. At least they're hitting their Gravitic Fluxes. Just the positioning. You have to be safer when you use them. You can be taken out. You don't have a shield. You don't have your grasp or an accretion to try to keep you alive. And once more, this team is being held very closely. At the choke, have the sights. Moonsong has them as well. Eventually we'll be popping them just a couple seconds after. They're staring at each other. They know where the other is located. Just waiting for that critical mistake to be made, that split-second timing, the definition of sniper duels. But silent falling often means that this fight is going to be open and shut, especially with only Noya to support your backline. Oh, Jaru dispersed on the cleanup, and Noya, look how far up Jaru is right now. It's crazy. You had to commit so many resources just to get them out alive. The stagger is long worth it.
Stagger coming through. 1 minute to go. This is a very good hold so far on the defense. Well, I say so far. It's just been a very good hold. Even if it gets capped now, they took off about 4 or 5 minutes off that time bank just on the last point. They're not done yet. You do see a lot of pressure still being pushed. They can't even get in the doors here.
No, and that's honestly... Once this choke is actually broken through, you just don't have the sight lines. You can't get them out. Okay? You can't do too much on the attack torb either. With that ultimate, you're relying on Sabotabi to open it up, and that's both supports. Have Fall, and you might lose your Widowmaker, but you don't have the support. You're gonna have the support to sustain your opponents will not. Gravitic Flux from Joru! Oh, that might have been a critical error. As this payload continues to move, would have loved to have it moving forwards, and now your resources are running low.
Only one fight to go. Will they complete the map or will they not? It's technically going to be 1.5 fights as well because of all the chaos on that last point with the respawns for defense. But the Amplification Matrices are out. Moonsong taken down by Sabotabi. Takes down Disperse too. That's a double DPS gone. K finds Faye, and this is looking very problematic here for Stratford.
Sabotabi is finding your momentum at just the right time as well. Gets 4 final blows in just this fight. It's been a little quiet. Moonsong has been dominating those duels, but winning that last one, that's the only one you needed. That might as well set the score even, as the payload will eventually run all the way through. But in overtime, an impressive defensive hold. We do have to say, we have to agree, give some credit, considering the 5 minutes you started with the second point, the extra 4 on the third. Defense has just been a struggle today so far. In the majority of
it is just the way that Overwatch 2 works now. It works, right? So as opposed to Overwatch 1, where because you have 2 tanks, you have a little bit more sustainability, you have less explosiveness coming out of DPS, you are able to play a little bit more reactive. Because as soon as the enemy makes a move, you have some time, you have some leeway to react to it. With Overwatch 2, that's just not the case anymore. Like, these picks coming out from attacking teams, it's just so overwhelming that you lose one player, they're a lot more valuable, and all of a sudden your team just falls apart without you actually being able to react to it. So you have to be a little bit more proactive. And on a map like Circuit Royale, where you play a lot with these corners, you would play a lot with these angles, especially on the first 2 points, it's a lot harder to set up these ambushes or set up a proactive stance as a defense. You can't play that far forward, and even if you do, as soon as you lose big. And that's more of an escort map feeling rather than it is a Overwatch 2 feeling. But the nature of Escort sort of exacerbates that effect that Overwatch 2 has had on the community and the gameplay as a whole.
It's very interesting to see how playstyle has actually changed between the two games. Like you said,
Had to, right?
Exactly. I mean, it had to. We're in a new game now. It's not the same thing. Completely new, different. Nothing's the same. You know, the one thing I do find quite fascinating, Disperse on the Echo. A new one, I'd consider that to be rather risky, but the high damage output may just be what they're looking for. If they're able to force these players off the high ground, especially as Jaru has begun their attack. And apparently, my Alexa decided to turn on at this exact moment and give me a whole speech about what I've been saying, lecturing these players too, about what this has been going on. Kay, those players just tapping off the back as well. I mean, Disperse, you're flying high in the sky. You got a Discord orb. Honestly, this hasn't been going very well at all for Stratford Spartans.
They already got equalized 1-1 in the series. Now they might go down to 1-2 because Bristol looking very good on this defense so far. And Bristol is able to use this high ground effectively. They are even putting Sabotabi a little further forward and then retreat back to their team. They have the turret for a little bit of extra backline support and pressure if they really need it. Kay just also really adapted with that Torbjorn gun. There's a lot to like and a lot of pieces that are coming together here for the defense of Bristol. And if you just take out players early, you don't even have to worry about a proper attack coming through.
Yep, if you like running the snipers for that exact reason, you can just get that advantage at the blink of an eye. Nobody really has to do anything else, but it does put a lot of pressure onto that DPS player. Hunter, now, Gravitic Flux in the small room can't be frozen up, but you are in a corner with a very high damage ice ray being blown at you. Gravitic Flux as well, though he had the Transcendence, decided not to use it because they didn't even need it. Disperse, however, is a sniper with the icicles, even better than the actual sniper hero. Sabotabi is running, Ali Shu going down Faye, solo supporting. They can be able to keep the sustain up, Moyle falling likely means the answer is yes! What a shot from Moonsong and another! To close this one out. There's momentum, there's the timing we're looking for.
It is the one thing Widowmaker is good at. Once you start hitting multiple shots in a row, it's nothing you can do against it. Like, unless you're able to constantly hide from the Widow while fighting, if she hits those headshots, it's always going to be a very hard thing to defend against. Sabotabi taken out again, nothing to worry about for Moonsong anymore. They can go aggro again, take those angles that they really want to do. Molten Core is out from Kay, but it's not really hitting anybody just yet. They're sort of stuck trying to get some value off the Jaru, getting flanked by Moonsong instead, and that is a retreating Kay.
Fire versus ice. You're not able to burn through that ice that is just the cold heart of Disperse on the May. Eventually we'll fall to an accretion because I guess Earth is better than ice in that specific instance. Just going to be trying to push forward. Sabotabi has the sights up after Moonsong has been expended, so Moonsong needs to be very cautious about where they're peeking. They know that they're being watched. That's why you're seeing the consistent strafing. You don't want to just peek around a corner, not knowing where the other Widowmaker is. A nice accretion Hunter around the back, playing this one nice and safe. Poor up in the sky, but no, he decides to go up instead of just waiting safely behind the corner. Oh, that might have been an error. Moonsong still has fallen, so some value shall be gained. Immortality field from Silence just in time, perfectly countering out that ultimate, but you now don't have it for the Kitsune Rush. Dominating the objective, the pathway through just isn't there. And Faye, the ultimate wasn't a good location. You just didn't have the players to actually use it.
It's in the way that you use it, though. There is Moonsong now going out on the soldier. Sabotabi is still on the Widowmaker, but going awfully low. You see a couple of ultimates coming online for the defense. Attack because they swapped out a couple of heroes. They're now not that close to anything. And with 2 minutes 30, they got to make a little bit of effort to get through this next checkpoint, because otherwise they're not going to even get close to completing the map.
It's been tricky. At this point, it's notoriously difficult. So, I mean, it's really pretty to look at, but it's so defensively favored. It's crazy. Once you're actually able to get up, we can see it be a different tale. Moonsong manages to get Munter. Faye following it up with a second. The Transcendence has been expended, and so is any chance of healing. Kay does manage to find Alisu dancing in some lava. Disperse. They're just trading it out for Silent, though. The payload isn't going to stop anytime soon. The race car, as it is a race car, supposed to go fast, that F1 car is. It keeps its incredibly slow pace to the third objective, 320, to attempt to get this full completion.
Jaru not wanting to wait for the race car. They're gonna get to the final point on their own. Don't need a team, don't need anything else. Just a Sigma and a dream. That's how you play the true Dutch people, guys. We do it all on our own. That being said, gonna be seeing a bunch of ultimates come through here for the Stratford Spartans. Ares almost got 5 in the bank. LSO is a little further away, but 77 is plenty to get up. And they already take out K early. Just have the turret to worry about. That's gonna get eliminated. And now it's a 4v5 stretch.
And you're almost stuck in a blizzard now. Oh, they're not able to escape around the corner. The immortality field has been destroyed. It was a great position to start out with until they were able to move. You can't move when you're frozen up like a popsicle. And
You
it's
got
yellow.
you baited, is what we call that. Unfortunately, Disperse did the exact opposite. They pulled them together and stopped them from dispersing with that blizzard. Going to be a finish here. Try for a little bit of stall for K. Eventually caving to the ice capades, but it's going to be a hard one to finish off.
It's a Gravitic Flux, but Moonsong still has the Tack Visor available. You don't have Silent, you don't have Noya. Any healthy damage you take is permanent! And it doesn't really even matter if you don't have the players to get on the objective, because they have all been eliminated.
2 minutes and
time.
10 seconds is a
Yeah.
difference. That's a pretty big gap between the teams. And I mean, the big difference was that where there was some holds in between, it was a full-on stretch throughout that third point. That is really where Stratford shone both on the attack and on the defense. And now they get to show that again. They have to try and get through that first and second checkpoint maybe a bit quicker, but we'll see. I mean, it's Escort. Anything can happen. A minute is not a lot of time, but there wasn't a lot of stopping before that checkpoint got to the third. Before the car got to the third. So Bristol still in a position to potentially win this one out, but they gotta work for it.
Oh, yeah. Really gotta work for this one. I mean, you're still gonna keep the same composition, have some sort of consistency, but it's gonna rely a lot on how much impact Sabotabi is gonna have. It's one thing to get elimination, or one thing to actually get eliminations, and they might, because Moonsong isn't going to have the mirror. They're gonna be on the Soldier 76, and while there are a lot of advantage to the extra damage, there's a huge disadvantage with not having that sniper. Sabotabi is basically free to move.
The Pyromaniac versus the Cryomaniac once again. K versus Spurs. It's been a pretty cool thing to see both of those go head to head, but the turret of K has been dealt with very consistently. I think that's like the big part that we're gonna look out for, like how much value is that turret getting?
Yeah.
Because K's Molten Core isn't finding much anymore. The turret's not finding much, and then you have to get a lot of eliminations with that Torbjorn just vanilla. And that's not really happening. So as long as Disperse gets more value out of their utility, aka the cryo block, as well as that wall, it's going to be very tricky to win that out on the defense for Bristol.
Incredibly. I mean, the turret and the attack, we always make fun of Attack Tor. We always do, and honestly, most people still. Yet it's still kind of working out in some way, shape, or form. The value not to be seen as obvious as many other things. Moonsong and Sabotabi are going to get a nice trade out to open up this fight, but that's really all you're going to see, because it's now or never. The Pale are going to stop here or get its journey all the way around this corner, and so far the corner is going to be where we are headed. Be cautious though. Disperse with the Maywalls could just end this right here and now, just waiting for that player to overstep their bounds, put that wall up behind them, or simply use to block the damage. Ant Matrix, really the only ultimate that can be utilized. Silent can get it up, but Jaru, Gravitic Flux in the sky. You're not going to see an Ant Matrix as Silent has been dealt with. Now Noah, Jaru coming up huge. It's crazy how you're able to build up that Gravitic Flux in just a minute. But that minute was so important for the Smugglers, and now Stratford have set themselves a clear win condition.
They were not looking that great in their first defense, but this time around they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They played the May perfectly, slowed down the enemy a bit with the Sigma as well, and that is just going to be eventually after a minute. It goes into overtime. That's when you win the fight. They very cleanly managed to end that attack for Bristol. So now Bristol has a very, very tall mountain in the climb, which is ironic because they want to stop the payload from climbing the mountain in the first place. So that's going to be a very funny one, haha. That being said, this K Torbjorn, right? Like, it was doing a little bit. It's on attack. It's obviously going to be a little bit less effective because you can't put the turret like as a defensive tool. Like, they have to sort of more walk into it as the defending team. But Bristol now on the defense case should be getting a little bit more value. That being said, with Disperse and Jaru, this team of Stratford has been able to approach fights a lot more cleanly because they can use both the shield as well as the wall to create a little bit of a barrier between them and Bristol, and then attack the enemy team or get closer to the enemy team to properly fight without having to worry about Widowmaker shots or a lot of poke coming out from a Torbjorn, or this time, in this case, a Sojourn.
We also know that Sabotabi's Sojourn is pretty good.
It is.
And you can charge the shots off the Mei wall too. Not too much, but you still charge
it barely charges it.
Yeah.
It's really frustrating as a Sojourn to shoot a Mei wall. I mean, it helps a little bit, of course.
Yeah. A little bit is better than nothing, I guess. I mean, I would rather it be nothing, but that's for the Blizzard developers to decide.
Season 2, we'll see.
Season 2, maybe. If we're lucky. Kay, on the other hand, is not so lucky. And there's the ice wall Disperse has been looking for. The Sigma can't back up with the healing. You have to force your Baptiste in an unfavorable position just to try to keep your tank player alive, have that chance of stabilization as the payload continues to move around this first corner. Ultimate's nowhere to be shown. This needs to be blown off of the cooldowns, the raw strength of the primary fire to be shown, and it is Jaru all the way. The kinetic spears of Sigma do so much damage, and it is going to be enough to get them all the way through after a stellar attack, and arguably superior in that way. They're putting up match points.
2. Map 3 is done. 2-1 for Stratford, Spartans, Ares. I think we know it pretty well at this point. It's been a hot one. It's been an exciting one. And what's definitely exciting about this particular map is that there's such a big difference between where you start and then where this map turns into. You have this long column of pillars to which, it's a cramped space to fight in, which they're going to try and make use of with this Reinhardt, but also with the with the Winston to a degree. But then you get to now this more open space after that with the high ground around it, and it becomes more of like this Volskaya-esque from Overwatch 1 situation where the defense is a very good place to fight from.
I mean, a lot of times in Coliseum specifically, except for if you're Alisu and lose your head, these fights tend to unravel slowly. Both Baptistes have been removed, so we are on an even playing field when thinking about supports. Faye falling down is going to change that. Hunter does overstep their bounds. That's the thing with you're playing a Reinhardt here, which is not something you see too often, but if you're playing with a Lucio, with a Baptiste, which you don't have at your disposal, and the Mei, it can work out pretty well. In this scenario, it's simply not. You don't have the speed or the mobility to really move as a unit.
Yeah, Jaru on a Reinhardt, that's something that we have seen in the past a lot. Jaru, a player with a lot of history, of course, coming into this. Maybe going over to the Roadhog now will be a much more effective hero to play against this Winston. Has to be a bit careful, though, they don't get their head taken off by the constant railguns from Sabotabi, because they're going to be charging that gun up a lot, shooting at this meat shield.
Meat shield, free alt charge. Roadhog has many names, and
none of them which are Roadhog, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna charge up the railguns, and then you're gonna find yet another shot. I mean, that's the hard part of playing the the Roadhog into such a Sojourn as Sabotabi that can hit the shots. Disperse will eventually take them out, but at a very large price. They just simply don't have their tools to try to engage, to try to halt this robot. Eventually they will, after Jaru does respawn and get them some ground, and hopefully prevent this first spawn.
Looking like a good start here for the Bristol Smugglers. A good map choice for them. It does seem as Kay does try and create a lot of chaos into this little room, burning a couple of players, but not quite eliminating anybody. Goes down instead themselves. This is going to be a defensive hold looking for Stratford here with the Jaru whole hog coming out to push everyone further away from the bots.
Ooh, you know what I like here? Kay has finally swapped off the Torbjorn.
Oh no.
I see that personally as...
Well,
I don't know. It's just like their thing. Everything feels wrong now. Very wrong. Soon they rush and Angry Monkey. It's a whole zoo out on the battlefield. Sabotabi does manage to find Faye easy to hit when they are sitting dormant in the sniper position. Jaru doesn't really care about the Reaper swap if you're able to hook them in with ease. Sabotabi is really the only one putting down this consistent damage. The reason that players are scared, it has to be the sound barrier committed from Noya to prevent this robot from going back towards the midpoint, continuing to fight in the main portion of the Coliseum in Rome. Quite a beautiful sight with a lot of historic background, but it's also a bloodbath, so are we really respecting the historic background? Not really, but it is where we will be taking place today. Jaru, nice one onto Noya as well. It's been incredibly back and forth with Munter in the backline trying to take a Moonsong trying to take a 1v1. A little questionable against a Monkey Bubble. One to back off. Sabotabi been holding on to this overclock for a hot minute. Now's the time to unleash it, but pressure from Moonsong is going to make it difficult to actually get value out of that ultimate. Jaru eventually putting a bunch of scrap metal in everyone's faces. Hope you got your tetanus shots. Try to stay alive through that one because you'll feel it tomorrow. That's for sure. Still no ground really to be gained. Stratford Spartan sent reeling once more with Silence and Matrix. It's been one long, messy fight. It's common you see in push because 4 minutes have been expended and we've seen what, maybe one full reset?
Especially because this bot is now so in the center, so everyone keeps having the same spawn distance. Because the checkpoint hasn't quite been captured by the Bristol smugglers. So we'll see now if this bot's going to start finally getting some distance here on the board for the Stratford Spartans. Ares, they do get a couple of Lelands, so it looks like this bot's going to be moving. This barricade's going to get pushing.
That's something. You finally got some progress on the floors for Spartans. Hey, it's Spartans were at the Coliseum. I just realized that. That's pretty cool. That makes sense. This map was made for you, even if you weren't the ones who selected it originally.
For a little bit more value out of this attack, maybe they got to get a little bit more. The Primal Rage is ready for Munter though, and they already get dispersed. Kitsune rush with the Nano Hog. That's going to be very scary to walk into. That's going to be devastating. Everything will melt in a matter of milliseconds when you get that combo out. That is disgusting. It's 3 ults expended, but 3 ults well spent, it seems, for the Stratford Spartans here. Wow, what a combo.
You say 3 ults, but it really all did come together into one ultimate. The whole hog.
It's like a transformer almost, right? Like all of a sudden, it is just goes from a car into a rocket ship. But it definitely turned out well. K with a double kill though, immediately turning it around.
K will happily do the transformer thing too. They can turn into a Beyblade and turn this one around for their team, along with the robot, who will eventually be mowing thing back. But only just over 3 meters separating these two teams' distances, half the time gone. This really can go either way at this point in time. It's the ultimate economy management that will come up key.
63.72 is still the lead, but we have over 4 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to come back into this. Sabotabi with the top.
Oh, the collateral! I'm getting flashbacks to that one highlight play. Oh, from the Overwatch League, that triple clutter goal. Tabby will come up with 2. Good feeling of deja vu. Jaru can't really follow it up, and it's just the nature of Sojourn, that ultimate. Sometimes it will land, it will stick, and others, you're just going to miss all of them. Sabotabi is just hitting everything and not missing. Earned their team to spawn, and the robot is going to continue up this small high ground area.
Oh, you thought you had it easy? You thought you were going to win a 3-1? Well, Bristol Smugglers says, no, we want to go for the 2-2. Gonna go all the way. And this bot is trying to go all the way as well as Jaru picks off K.
Jaru picks off K, so the sound barrier had to come in to try to compensate, to secure an elimination on the opposing side, but you're just getting bullied as Winston. Munter goes devastatingly low. Eventually they leap back to their team. The Maywall giving them a bit of protection, a tad bit counterproductive on the side, but Jaru, another ultimate that will just shred through players as per usual. Julie end up losing Moonsong. Munter will fall. The forward spawns. We're going to see an early contestation in the midpoint, and it's really challenging after those first ones in games. I think it's like an 80% win rate once that point is captured for the people in favor of the further distance.
Yeah, Jaru leading the team back to a position where they can potentially take the lead. They're about 38 meters behind at the moment, so it's a little bit of a push to go. The diffuser is ready. Disperse is ready, sorry, with the blizzard. Doesn't get anybody frozen. I think barely gets the Baptiste frozen. There will go Silent. At least the old will find some value out of this. They do bully away the Winston.
After Baptiste goes silent, there's Hunter does not have a lot of resources to try to keep them up, and they're up to the DPS to try to compensate. They take both of your opposing damage players, but Jaru with a nano boost and the Kitsune rush on their side. Roadhog just thrives in that environment, and they're going to be able to continue to push it up, gain the spawns of their own, and a shot at taking this point. 2-minute mark is where we will stand But the spawns, they still haven't come through, as a leap in desperately from Munter is enough to get Jaru out, and hopefully not a stagger. You're falling back into your supports. You know, Crystal Smugglers need to push this advantage, try to get the picks while they can, but also prioritize pushing the robot back on their side.
They're going to be able to re-engage here. The robot doesn't quite make it to the center, or does? Oh, there's the overclock coming out. 1 kill, maybe? No, doesn't even get Sabotabi out of that one, and that is just unfortunate. Munter does go fairly low. The anti-nade on the Winston will fall eventually to the whole hog. Usually Winston is trying to return from space, not go back, but at least maybe, you know, trying to go for a visit? I don't know. Okay, on the Torbjorn, backing up really quickly as we got to get an offensive push once again for the Stratford Spartans, but they only have a minute to go and a fair distance still to push.
An incredibly fair distance, and you're trying to push into an Ant Matrix. Nonetheless, it just buys more time, and the overclock too. That's gonna have the Maywall and the Winston bubble. Munter is isolated and hurting, but it has the sightlines of their supports to maintain. Two ultimates really didn't get too much value, so Alisus says, you know what, it's my turn. I'm gonna be the one to turn this around for my team. Noya answering with the sound barrier as well. After losing the Kitsune not Kitsune, the person who used the Kitsune, the Kiriko. Okay, back on the case with the turret, but will get hooked in, manages to stay alive, but the nano boost gives it no chance of winning that 1v1. Jaru needs to turn this one around. 30 more seconds is all that shall remain. The hook and line and sinker. Noya sends back a last second stagger. Sabotabi as well. Will guarantee the forward spawns, but there's still some distance ahead, still some fight needed to be won in order for Stratford Spartans to take this one away.
There's a checkpoint. Finally, they do make it with 7 seconds on the clock. One fight to go. It's going to be Moonsong falling early. They do have the Blizzard and the whole hog, but there's no one to capitalize on it. They just get silent out of that, and that's not going to be enough. So too many players falling, too much chaos in where they're fighting, and they just split up too much. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for the Stratford Spartans. Ares trying to get an environmental here and there, but it's not going to be enough. Overtime will be ticking. We're going to go to a map 5.
Map 5 we shall go. Maybe sometime today. Who knows? We'll see how long these staggers continue to go out, hoping for a miracle that just simply might not come. Look how far away the robot is at this point. It's been pushed back so far.
They should have just stopped pushing so the bot doesn't go that far.
Exactly.
But it's a little bit of tricky. Teams still need to get used to the fact that sometimes you just need to not push the bot, even though it's called push. Sometimes you need to let it go because they have to reach it. It's a whole thing. Either way, map 5 int is going to come. It's going to be a control map. I'm pretty sure that we're going to go there. Not really anything else that we have plenty of maps left that we haven't played yet, of course, but controls usually are tiebreaker. So starting here on Night Market, it's going to be Bristol Smugglers coming out potentially with the same thing they just were running on Colosseo. And it's going to be Stratford Spartans that are going to be switching it up.
No, Stratford Spartans, they're still, I don't know what's happening in terms of the roles, and I don't think that they're 100% confident.
Yeah, Jaru's back on the support role. I think this might be a control thing, because they did this exact same thing on control last time. The big difference they had last time, they had Moonsong on the support. They had Disperse on the tank. Now it's Alison, Disperse the support, Moonsong on the DPS. Like, they keep swapping around, like you said. They have found their groove. Turret already down, Silence, Immortality Field gone, no more deployables. They start out this first fight on Night Market.
I'm starting on Night Market with a Wrecking Ball Mirror. I can't say I've casted one of these in a while. It is nice to see, though. It does make the gameplay much more chaotic and much more solo play will be seen. Disperse does manage to find themselves back in their own spawn room, and not too much to be said other than that, not having a support. Munter and the Smugglers will have their first stake of the objective.
The Munter asleep. Oh, nice burst on that Wrecking Ball. Has a lot of health, but still able to take them out. Aliso goes in very deep, but will be able to roll out, and use their adaptive shields effectively. That's a Baptiste, not quite off the map. I thought they had them, but not quite.
They don't need to go off the map because Moonsong! Oh no, Moonsong! Okay, good. Okay, you know what? It's not what it looks like. Noya totally had something to do with that. It's not what it looks like. Your team.
What do you mean looks like? I saw nothing. No one saw that.
Yep, nothing.
There was nothing to see. Nothing happened, right? Fight 1 at least. Now the ultimates are going to start coming online, and you can just see that Stratford has just been overall doing more damage at healing. Like, their ultimates are basically there, and even though Bristol has 35% of the point, they're going to struggle to get back in for a while.
especially with that Torbjorn, like that's not a mobile hero. You're just gonna get dove. You're gonna Moonsong again. The own pulse bomb. Oh, they're having a battle with themselves. Is what this feels like. Faye needs to take it into their own hands though. Nano barrage, another sleep onto Munter. The burst damage isn't quite there this time, so they'll be able to roll away. But losing enough players, it's going to be hard for Stratford to try and re-engage this fight. Pretty good as one. K does have Molten Core in their possession if they do decide to use it. Nice Bio Nade. 2 from Jaru. I'll give him credit. Taking a break from the tank over to the support. A very flexible player. And still shining star on every roll.
This Ana play from Jaru is making such a difference. The sleep darts as well as the biotic grenades are just so good. Look at that sleep dart! Mid-slide, Sabotebi just gets slept, taken out. These fights can't even start before Jaru gets some value. Moonsong once again goes a bit deep, just get some distractions off, and they'll pretty much be back by the time this fight starts though. That's the nature of Tracer, so it's kind of fine.
Kind of fine.
5 ults for Bristol, though. Yeah. This is the time. This is the moment where they have to recap. Also, because the percentage is at 75.
You don't have a choice. It's now or never. So, you know, if you're Sabotabbing straight up in the sky, gets 2. They're the ultimates you're looking for. You had to use quite literally all of them except the Molten Core. So 4 will be utilized eventually to get the cleanup. Very, very necessary. Arguably one fight territory, though. All we need is 1 ultimate cycle from either team to really set this point down in stone.
Well, a good pulse bomb, minefield, and even an Nano boost from Jaru, like they're going to be in such an advantage here with the ultimates. That was like the worry that we of course had for Bristol, that they just used so many ultimates at once. Yeah, they won the fight really quickly and cleanly, but at what cost, you know?
At what cost? They're the only ultimate you have remaining, which is K's Molten Core, covering the majority of the entrances. Faye could care less. They don't need to walk. They're cool. They have a flight suit, as you don't. Munter K does find Jaru and Disperse respectively. Support's going down 70%, still going up. Moonsong is fighting for their life on the point as well. Several players incredibly low. There's no health remaining, and Alisu and Moonsong might be able to turn this around and take us back. Maybe only Alisu at this point, re-engaging quickly.
They will have some time though. They're going to be there quicker, the respawn advantage, because they died sooner in the fight. Going to immediately take out Sabotabi. And that's unfortunate because that's a lot of your damage gone.
Oh, it's a lot more than just your damage. There goes all of your healing as well. 95%. One fight is going to define this point. The Smugglers extremely on the back foot. They can afford to give up a bit of percentage points, try to get a 5-stack back in. But what is their win condition here?
And the win condition is not losing the point again. It's 97%. Really simple. Faye with the barrage. Going to be able to try and take this out. Finish it off. It's a good minefield. It does discourage anyone from getting on the point and stopping this cap from the red team Bristol coming through. But unfortunately, the resurrection comes through. Faye is ready with some more fire shenanigans. And that's going to be safety because the mines have finally dissipated.
Yep, finally safe. They just had to hold on long enough for the mines to go down. The zoning tools, it can only do so much for a certain amount of time. Oh, the Smugglers got to find some ground. They do have Alisu, but the pharmacy in the sky is uncontested. They reign supreme. They own the town out here. Sound barrier from Noya only hits 2 players. It's going to have to be enough. Disperse ended up pulling the pistol on Silent. Had enough of them on the Ana, causing some shenanigans, but staying on the point is the most important. It's so close to being flipped over, but back, and they don't get a touch! The minefield from Alisu might have denied any last chance to get on the objective. And just like that, Stratford, they're 1 round away from booking themselves a ticket to the grand finals.
Okay, well, it's going to be Control Center. This might be where this series is decided. The semifinals. Who gets to go up against the Humber Hunters Bane in the grand finals? Is it going to be Stratford Spartans Ares, or is it going to be the Bristol Smugglers Budgie? That is, of course, the question that we're all trying to answer here. This could be the last round, but we could go all the way to a number 3. Going to see both Junkrats come out from K and Moonsong, very staple heroes on this map. Alistair sticking to the Wrecking Ball, whereas Munter goes over to the Stigma. The logical choice, get a little bit of shielding in there, but will it be enough against the power of the Junkrats?
Logical choice, but into a Pharah Junkrat, you might have and a Wrecking Ball, you might have a bit of a harder time. You're just getting knocked around constantly. They thrive on the chaos that has caused Alisu, the main bane of their existence. Ugh, failing down the damage too. I give them credit for trying to play Pharah on this map. I certainly would. I mean, I would on the outside of the map, but playing indoors with like ceilings where I can jump and hit my head.
I would have maybe thought they were going to go Mei again because it worked out very well for them before. And Faye is a very adept Mei player. But and then Disperse could still be on the Mercy if they want to, but like you could have done that. But I like this way where they're all very hard to catch. So the only one that's really sort of stuck is Jaru, and you don't really want to go at Jaru. You've seen their sleep darts, you've seen their anti-dates, and the rest of the team is very quick to react in the first place. 23% and counting, and a huge anti-date once again on K and Silent.
Really good. I mean, Silent's going to stay really low and has to wait to be healed up manually. But Zebu Devi on the high ground above Disperse, but Faye is even further above them with the barrage ready and waiting, and prompted K so much to swap over to the hit scan. No more Torbjorn in that department, but getting pressured hard by Alisu. You just don't have the health pool to win that 1v1 at all. That's the thing with the Wrecking Ball. It's such an interesting, pesky little rodent. The fact that they're both running it too.
That sounds almost like an insult there, Tiny. Are you saying Wrecking Ball's not a great hero? No, I think Wrecking Ball coming out here being very, very effective so far. Munter even is going for the copy there. Takes a bunch of damage from Moonsong and West Tire ready, looking for an angle and a place and the time to use it, but will be completely overwhelmed by this backline pressure. Unfortunate, but it's going to be a bit of a trade back and forth. Moonsong now ready to use the Riptire. It's coming out. It's going for that backline. Doesn't get anybody, though.
We hyped it up so much. It's Riptire, great ultimate, but if you just...
It's what keeps happening. It's always the same, isn't it?
But you know what is amazing? Is that we are at 90% right now. And it is all Stratford in the kill feed. All them. Jaru even swapped over to the Moira to try to get back fast. The only thing you can hope for is a decent minefield from Munter right now. Getting to the objective. They're going to have to contest it. There's the minefield. But do they have the players? Do they have the actual presence to back it up? You're so low that you're going to have to retreat. Just keep touching in and out. Moonsong does fall, but so does Silent. A much more valuable elimination. Faye with the barrage up into Sky. The Pharmacy still has not gone down once this entire mini-map. The Spartans, they're looking to do it. They're ready. They have the numbers and the power to do so. After the last cleanup comes through, Munter, last hope for their team. A miracle is not going to happen, as it is all Spartans. They have won that honorable battle and justified yet another one in the grand finals of the Belong Arenas tournament.
Stratford Spartans, Ares, they did it once again. They are just showing up when they need to. It was close throughout a lot of these maps. It went back and forth, and eventually we did get to map 5, but that last point there just showed how much control they can exert over their opponents when they really buckle down for it. Doesn't mean they weren't trying the entire series. There was a lot of back and forth going on once again. It was definitely a good showing for the Bristol Budgie Smugglers. But unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. The 3-2 victory there for Stratford Ares. And congratulations to them as they're going to go to the finals, going over up against the Humber Hunters Bane. The Humber Hunters Bane, of course, earlier today, beating out the Leicester Raptors Cretaceous.